She called hot pink for you. I was saying yellow.
I do love hot pink. But you know, I don't fit into any of my dresses right now, so I'm going to get a hot pink one that fits.
Have a great weekend. Oh.
Kyiv in the crosshairs. Russian rockets batter Ukraine's capital as President Biden requests over $30 billion in backup for the country. We are live on the ground as the war in Ukraine enters day 65.
Bringing the Capitol riot to light when the public hearings will begin on the January 6th insurrection and who we could see testify.
A shot of relief for millions of parents with young kids. Moderna moves to be the first with COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Smoke them if you got them. Why the FDA is aiming to snub out menthol cigarettes permanently.
With the first pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trayvon Walker, linebacker, Georgia.
A year ago.
The pick is in. We'll break down the winners and losers from a wild day one of the NFL Draft. It is Friday, April 29th. Early today starts right now. Good morning and thanks for waking up with us. I'm Vanita Nair.
Good to be with you to end the work week. I'm Frances Rivera. President Biden is calling on Congress to pass a massive aid package for Ukraine as soon as possible. The $33 billion proposal includes $20 billion for military aid and $3 billion for humanitarian assistance. The president said the cost of this fight is not cheap, but caving to Russian aggression would be more costly.
Russia's continued assault is yielding immense human cost. We've seen them leave behind horrifying evidence of their atrocities and war crimes in the areas they try to control. And as long as the assaults and atrocities continue, we're going to continue to supply military assistance.
This round of aid is expected to last Ukraine 5 months, another sign the White House is bracing for a long battle. Let's turn now to NBC's Ref Sanchez, who joins us live from Lviv. And Ref, good morning. What do we know about the urgent efforts to get Ukrainians out of Mariupol?
Francis, good morning. At this hour, a possible glimmer of hope for civilians in that steel plant in Mariupol. Reuters is reporting that President Zelensky's office says they are planning an operation today to get civilians out of that steel plant. Now, that has not been independently confirmed by NBC News, but if true, that would be an enormous, almost miraculous development for the women and children who are trapped underneath there. Now, of course, the Russians have a say in this. They have reneged time and time again on promises of humanitarian corridors. There is nothing official from the Russian side yet as to any evacuation. We do know this has been a priority for the Secretary General of the United Nations. He was in Moscow earlier this week. He was in Kyiv yesterday meeting with President Zelensky, trying to broker a deal on Mariupol. While he was there, a number of Russian rockets rained down on the Ukrainian capital. Nobody was killed in those attacks, but 4 people were injured. The Ukrainian government saying this is a message from the Kremlin to the UN, to the international community, not to interfere in what's happening in Ukraine. The Ukrainian foreign minister calling it a heinous act of barbarism. But Francis, you know, potentially hopeful day for people in Mariupol. We will see what comes in the coming hours.
Absolutely.
Francis?
They will take any glimmer of hope in any form to get them to safety. Raf, thank you.
There are questions this morning about the surprising prisoner swap with Russia. An American is home after nearly 3 years in custody. But what about the other Americans still being held by the Kremlin? Here's NBC's Andrea Mitchell.
Marine veteran Trevor Reed home in Texas for the first time in nearly 3 years after being freed from a Russian jail. President Biden agreed to a prisoner swap for a convicted Russian drug smuggler serving 20 years in the U.S.
We believe that he probably saved our son's life.
The 2 prisoners trading places between American and Russian planes on a tarmac in Turkey. Reed was serving a 9-year sentence for allegedly assaulting 2 police officers in Moscow. Held in what the family describes as squalid conditions, they say causing urgent health issues.
He looks terrible to us. I mean, as his parents, we know he does not look well. He's very thin.
He was walking strange, and it looked like they had to help him get up in the airplane.
Their son now receiving medical care at a military hospital. But other Americans jailed in Russia are still waiting. Basketball superstar Brittany Griner arrested on drug charges in February. And businessman Paul Whelan, another former Marine, has served more than 3 years of a 16-year sentence. He spoke to his family from prison.
One of the first things he said was, "Why was I left behind?" And there's not a good answer for that.
So what hope do you have of getting him back?
My dad is 85, my mom's 83. And so as each day ticks by, there may be fewer opportunities for them to actually see Paul ever again.
The U.S. says Whelan is being held on false accusations of spying.
The espionage charge is clearly designed to extract some benefit from the United States. No question about it.
U.S. officials say Russia arrests Americans on trumped-up charges just to have hostages to trade when they want to get a Russian back.
Very interesting. Andrea, thank you.
Republicans are being investigated by the January 6th committee for participating in a conspiracy to illegally overturn the presidential election. The panel has laid out the next part of the investigation with several hearings on deck. Joining us from D.C. is NBC's Bree Jackson. Bree, good morning. What more can you tell us about this?
Good morning, Francis. Well, the House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection says it's planning to hold 8 public hearings starting on June 9th. That's about 6 weeks away. According to Axios, they reportedly deposed almost 900 people and collected over 102,000 documents.
It will be presented in the context that there were multiple lines of effort involving multiple players at the highest levels of our government to overturn the election. There is ample evidence of criminality, including criminality of the former president.
And committee members say former Trump lawyer Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump Jr. are on the short list for interviews. No word on when that might happen. And they say Republican House members who refused the committee's first invitation to appear, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry, will be getting a second invite. And that could happen as soon as today. And there could also be new interview requests for some Republicans in the Senate. Francis.
Okay, Bree, thank you for the breakdown.
New this morning, Oklahoma is set to ban abortion almost completely. The state legislature passed a bill outlawing the procedure after roughly 6 weeks of pregnancy. That's before most people even know they're pregnant. Republican Governor Kevin Stitt is expected to sign the bill into law within days. The so-called Oklahoma Heartbeat Act is similar to a law enacted in Texas last year. It'll allow private citizens to sue providers or anyone helping facilitate an abortion for up to $10,000.
The U.S. economy shrank in the first 3 months of 2022. Strong consumer demand is sending prices soaring from everything from groceries to gas to cars and travel. And unemployment is at a 50-year low with millions of jobs still available. Despite that, GDP is down 1.4%. President Biden says that the COVID Omicron surge at the start of the year played a big part. And analysts say the economy unexpectedly contracted because the government cut back on pandemic-related spending. And the U.S. also imported more goods than it exported.
The federal government wants to snuff out menthol cigarettes once and for all. The FDA is aiming to ban the tobacco product, saying it could potentially save hundreds of thousands of lives. Here's Rahima Ellis with the latest.
The FDA has talked about the dangers of menthol cigarettes for years. The agency is proposing to ban them.
The proposed product standards would, among other things, improve the health and reduce the mortality risk of current smokers of menthol cigarettes or flavored cigars.
Menthol makes up a third of all cigarettes sold in the United States, and a ban would overwhelmingly impact Black and young people.
I was planning on quitting anyway.
Research shows 85% of Black smokers use menthol cigarettes, compared with 29% of white smokers. The CDC says smoking is a leading cause of lung cancer. Black men have the highest rates of that disease. If this ban goes through, how significant would it be in terms of affecting the health of all Americans?
This is a landmark regulation that FDA is proposing. Our projections are that 1.33 million smokers would quit, among whom 381,000 would be African-American smokers.
Altria Group, the parent company of some leading tobacco manufacturers, saying in part, taking these products out of the legal marketplace will push them into unregulated criminal markets that don't follow any regulations and ignore minimum age laws. The FDA proposal could go into effect in a year, but it's expected the tobacco industry will fight it, which could lead to a long court battle. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
Two St. Louis Cardinals players were handed suspensions for their roles in a bench-clearing brawl against the Mets. Nolan Arenado was given a 2-game suspension for what the MLB said was contributing to the incitement of the incident. Arenado began yelling at Mets pitcher Yohan Lopez after a pitch came close to his head. Cardinals pitcher Genesis Cabrera was given a 1-game suspension for throwing at New York's J.D. Davis earlier in the inning.
Some severe weather could be threatening the plains this weekend. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is live in the studio with your forecast. Hey, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're looking at some strong to severe weather in the central and southern plains, and we could see hail as big as softball. So we're going to be tracking that this afternoon into the evening hours. This is what it looks like. 9 million at risk from the central plains to the southern plains. Where you see the orange, that's your enhanced risk. So that includes Concordia, Wichita, down to Oklahoma City. We do have a slight risk, too. That is in the yellow. Now, as we go towards tomorrow, that shifts off to the east. So we're looking at the Midwest from Chicago down to Evansville, also Paducah. We could see winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Hail not quite as large as today, right around an inch, and a few tornadoes are possible as well. Watching a rainfall forecast too. So we're looking at training rain over the northern plains. That's sort of where it sits and spins over that same area. So we're looking at those darker colors and the yellows, the oranges, anywhere from an inch up to 2 inches of rain with areas of flooding. But you can see that this rain extends into the Great Lakes and then down eventually near Tennessee. So we're going to see rain and then drying out on Sundays. We're going to see some sunshine in the northern plains. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. A nice day in the Northeast today to end out your work week. We're looking at lots of sunshine. You need the sunglasses. You probably need a coat too with temperatures below normal this time of year. And then watching a wet day in the northern plains, just 48 degrees in Bismarck. All right, guys, we'll talk more about the weekend forecast coming up.
I'm excited to hear it. Thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
The largest blue diamond in the world was just taken off the market. The extremely rare 15-carat gem was sold for $57.7 million to an anonymous buyer at Sotheby's auction in Hong Kong. Nicknamed the De Beers Cullinan Blue, it is one of only 5 other blue diamonds over 10 carats to ever hit the auction block.
Beautiful. Too bad J.Lo already got hers, right?
She prefers green. Either way would have matched both of our outfits, right?
If you've been waiting on a vaccine for your young child, why that could come a little sooner than you think.
Plus, a community coming together after boy is severely burned in an alleged targeted attack.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Children under 6 could soon be approved to receive a COVID vaccine. On Thursday, Moderna asked the FDA to authorize its COVID vaccine for the age group, which is the only group in the U.S. ineligible to receive a COVID vaccine. The move comes a year and a half after the first COVID-19 vaccine was authorized for adults. Moderna says its two-shot vaccine is taken 4 weeks apart. It's 51% effective for ages 6 months through 2 years old and 37% for ages 2 through 5.
When we look at effectiveness, we see excellent level of antibody in these children that makes us think that there would be good protection against COVID.
The FDA could authorize Moderna's pediatric vaccine as early as June.
A community is rallying around a boy whose family says was badly burned by a bully. GoFundMe donations for Dominic have reached nearly $500,000. And yesterday, some hometown heroes tried to cheer him up through his hospital window. Mark Santia of our NBC New York station has more.
An encouraging sign from a little boy in a lot of pain. Outside Yale New Haven Health, police cars, motorcycles, and fire trucks. Nurses, doctors, and complete strangers gathered to lift the spirits of 6-year-old Dominic Krenkel, looking down and waving from the 4th floor of his hospital room.
We want you to know we're here for you.
On the loudspeaker from this armored vehicle, Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim gave words of encouragement.
You've touched everyone in this state with your courage and your strength.
Imagine this young boy, I'm just playing out in the yard, and all of a sudden being the victim of however it happened, of these terrible circumstances.
And it's the circumstances of how Dominic was severely burned that remain unclear. Dominic's family alleges he was bullied, telling News 4 a child who lives in a downstairs apartment soaked a tennis ball in gasoline, lit it, and threw it at Dominic. We spotted police at the property going into the home as they continued to gather information. The parade bringing some comfort to the family and to a heavily bandaged Dominic who watched and waved some more as his personal parade made the rounds.
It's been amazing, the outpouring love and support. You know, I'm sure Dominic has a big smile on his face, even though we probably wouldn't even be able to see it because of how swollen his face is.
He is a tough little young man, and his spirits are actually very good.
Our thanks to Mark Santia for that report. Can't wait for him to actually be able to, well, for all of us to be able to see his smile.
Oh, yeah, poor little boy. Still to come, all bets are off as the NFL draft kicks off in Vegas, the head scratchers and biggest steals from day one.
And the Mavs silence the Jazz while the Raptors season goes extinct. All the highlights from the NBA playoffs.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
With the first pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trayvon Walker, linebacker, Georgia.
A year ago,
last year, the Jacksonville Jaguars took a quarterback first overall. This year, they look to bolster their defense with Georgia pass rusher Trayvon Walker. Walker is the first defensive player taken at number 1 since 2017. Michigan man Aiden Hutchinson stays in state after going to the Lions at number 2, and the Jets got some sauce for their defense with Cincinnati's Ahmad Gardner. The Giants used their second top 10 pick of the night on Alabama's Evan Neal, and the Falcons took the first wide receiver of the draft, USC's Drake London, at 8. And the Steelers took their first QB of the draft at number 20, keeping Kenny Pickett in Pittsburgh. It is the latest a quarterback's gone in the draft in 25 years.
3 teams had the chance to close out their first-round series on the road in the NBA. The Jazz led by double digits heading into halftime, but the Mavericks capitalized on a monster third quarter. The music went silent, and the Mavs win the series with a narrow road win, 98-96. The Pelicans tried to stave off elimination, but Game 6 belonged to Chris Paul. The Suns guard set the NBA postseason record for most field goals without a miss. He went 14 of 14, and Phoenix takes the series in 6, 115-109. After dropping 2 straight games, the 76ers got their act together in a big way. Philly advances to a series with the Heat as the Raptors season goes extinct. The Sixers win 132-97.
Right up next, Michelle's got your weekend forecast.
Ahead, why you may be barking up the wrong tree when it comes to your dog's personality.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together? Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back on this Friday. Let's go ahead and take a look at the weekend. We're looking at some severe weather in the Midwest. We have some severe weather today in the central and southern plains, looking at some moderate rainfall, if not heavy rainfall, flooding in the northern plains, and another Pacific storm moves on shore. Then by Sunday, still cool in the northeast, lots of sunshine drying out in the northern plains. That's good news. Strong storms in the southern plains. Back to you guys.
Nice. All right, Michelle, thank you. Next on Early Today, this sweet birthday surprise, 70 years in the making. We'll tell you about it when we come back.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The U.S. Army gave an Italian woman a birthday surprise, 77 years in the making. Mary Meehan was given a birthday cake for her 90th birthday. She was turning 13 at the end of World War II when U.S. soldiers fought their way into her city. The Army says soldiers then had eaten her birthday cake that day, which was cooling on a windowsill as Meehan and her mother hid in the attic during the battle. Now that it's been returned, Meehan is saying grazie for the surprise.
What a great story and great ending. One Illinois couple got a side of fries with their home remodel. Rob and Grace Jones were in for a supersized surprise when they found 63-year-old preserved McDonald's French fries and wrappers buried in their bathroom wall. The couple who bought the home in 2015 believe whoever built the house in 1959 left that happy meal behind. Look at this thing. Whether it was a mistake or intentional is still a mystery, but the fact, let's all talk about this, right? That McDonald's stays intact. And I've heard these stories before, right? Burgers as well stay intact.
I thought it might actually still look somewhat fresh. It did look a little past its prime.
Aged?
Just a little. Wow. All right, Crocs is stepping things up one cereal box at a time. The company teamed up with General Mills to launch breakfast-inspired cereal shoes. The collaboration, called Rise and Shine, dropped their first pair yesterday, inspired by, you might have guessed it, by seeing those swirled Cinnamon Toast Crunch cereal. The shoes feature a tan and white sugary swirl look, as well as charms like a 3D cereal bowl and the crunch pieces. The collaboration is expected to drop more styles this summer, including breakfast favorites like Trix, Honey Nut Cheerios, and Cocoa Puffs.
I mean, their collaborations / their marketing is just beyond.
Oh, so cute for kids, too.
Yeah, they love it. They love it. Well, dogs might be more like humans than we already suspect. A fascinating study published today in Science magazine has found that breed does not necessarily determine your dog's behavior. Survey data on more than 18,000 pet dogs cross-checked with DNA sequencing found that breed accounted for only 9% of individual dogs' behavior. So if you want your Chihuahua to herd sheep or your Pit Bull to play with a cat, time to start practicing together, which goes against the grain of what we all know, right? You say, oh, it's this breed, but apparently not.
All right. Well, one group of superheroes set out on their most important mission yet.
I love seeing their superhero outfits and asking them what their favorite superpower is. They're amazing. They're the true superheroes.
Wonder Woman and Batgirl took a day off from fighting crime to spread their cheer to patients and their families at a Connecticut Children's Hospital. It was the first time since the pandemic that team was able to celebrate National Superhero Day. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Vanita Nair.
I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great weekend. Russia's war in Ukraine enters day 65. The new rocket attacks on Kyiv as President Biden presses for over $30 billion in more aid for the besieged nation.
A jab of hope for parents when Moderna could finally roll out a vaccine for children 5 and under.
The fight to protect our democracy when public hearings will get underway for the Capitol riot investigation.
The California mega drought, a first-hand look at the historically dry conditions that could devastate the nation's food supply.
A wake-up call, the new study on how many hours of sleep we should be getting each night. And here's a hint. If you're up watching us here on Early Today, you might have missed the mark. Happy Friday. It's April 29th. And Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, and thanks for waking up with us. I'm Vanita Nair.
Glad you're ending the week with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with a wild night in Las Vegas as the NFL Draft got underway.
With the first pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trayvon Walker, linebacker, Georgia.
A year ago.
Last year, the Jaguars took a quarterback first overall. This year, they look to bolster their defense with Georgia pass rusher Trayvon Walker. Walker is the first defensive player taken at number 1 since 2017. Michigan man Aiden Hutchinson stays in-state after going to the Lions at number 2. And the Jets got some sauce for their defense with Cincinnati's Ahmad Gardner. The Giants used their second top 10 pick of the night on Alabama's Evan Neal, and the Falcons took the first wide receiver of the draft, USC's Drake London, at 8. And the Steelers took the first QB of the draft at number 20, keeping Kenny Pickett in Pittsburgh. It is the latest, the first quarterbacks has gone in the draft in 25 years.
Moderna has asked the FDA to authorize its COVID vaccine for children under the age of 6. It is the only group still ineligible to receive a COVID vaccine in the U.S. The agency is expected to make a decision in June. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has what you need to know.
A year and a half after the first COVID-19 vaccine for adults was authorized, Moderna now says it has a version for children ages 6 months through 5 years old that is safe and provides robust protection.
When we look at effectiveness, we see excellent level of antibody in these children.
The vaccine is 2 shots taken 4 weeks apart, 25% of the adult dose. The company says it is 51% effective for ages 6 months to 2 years and 37% for ages 2 through 5. Those numbers only tell part of the story, according to a doctor who helped conduct the trial.
There was no severe disease or hospitalizations observed within the trial, but we did see some infections.
Anne Rodriguez enrolled her twin 4-year-olds, in part to protect vulnerable adults in the family.
It was really important for us to get our kids vaccinated as soon as we reasonably could.
But a majority of parents of young children appear much more tentative.
Oh, I'm not sure. I might wait for some other kids to get it first.
I think it's not necessary at this moment.
Only 28% of kids ages 5 to 11 have gotten 2 doses of the vaccine. The FDA could authorize Moderna's pediatric vaccine as early as June. The CDC says 75% of children 17 and younger have contracted COVID. Medical experts recommending even children who are infected with Omicron should be vaccinated.
Number 1, we don't know how long infection-induced immunity lasts. And number 2, vaccines don't just protect against the variant that they had. They can protect against future variants.
And now, after a long wait, the youngest among us may soon get that protection. Pfizer will also likely ask for an emergency use authorization later in the spring. The dosage for their pediatric vaccine is less than Moderna, but the course is 3 shots instead of 2. Back to you.
Stephanie, thank you.
President Biden is asking Congress to approve $33 billion in new aid for Ukraine. It would include $20 billion in military supplies, including ammunition and armored vehicles, and $3 billion for humanitarian aid. The package is meant to help Ukraine for 5 months. It's another sign the White House is expecting a long conflict. The challenge now is how quickly can this get passed through Congress as Ukraine urgently pleads for more help. We're joined now live by Raf Sanchez in Lviv. And Raf, good morning. Is there any hope we could see some badly needed evacuations in Mariupol today?
Francis, good morning. At this hour, a glimmer of hope for the women and children stuck in what remains of that steel plant in Mariupol. President Zelensky's office says an operation is planned for today to get civilians out. That is according to Reuters. It has not been independently confirmed by NBC News. There is also no official confirmation from the Russian side, and they have reneged time and time again on these kind of deals in the past. But this is potentially the best news we have heard about Mariupol for those civilians in this weeks-long siege. There is no word on whether the wounded Ukrainian soldiers who are also down there in the darkness in the tunnels will be evacuated under this plan. Now, this has been a primary goal for the UN Secretary General. He was in Moscow a couple of days ago. He was in Kyiv yesterday trying to make this evacuation happen. We do know a UN team moved down to Zaporizhzhia yesterday to be in place in case the green light came up for them to head into Mariupol. There were strikes overnight in Kyiv while the Secretary General was there. The Ukrainian government says this was a heinous act of barbarism and a message from the Kremlin. Francis?
All right, thank you for the update and hopefully for successful evacuations when it comes to those in Mariupol. Thank you, Raf.
Republicans are being investigated by the January 6th committee for participating in a conspiracy to illegally overturn the presidential election. The committee has laid out the next part of the investigations with several hearings on deck. Joining us now from D.C. is NBC's Bree Jackson. So, Bree, what else can you tell us about?
Good morning, Vanita. Well, the House committee that's investigating the January 6th insurrection says it's planning to hold 8 public hearings starting on June 9th. That's about 6 weeks away. According to Axios, they reportedly deposed almost 900 people and collected over 102,000 documents.
It'll be presented in the context that there were multiple lines of effort involving multiple players at the highest levels of our government to overturn the election. There is ample evidence of criminality, including criminality of the former president.
And committee members say former Trump lawyer Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump Jr. are on the short list for interviews. No word on when that might happen. And they say Republican House members who refused the committee's first invitation to appear, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry, will be getting a second invite. That could be as soon as today. And there could also be new interview requests for some Republicans in the Senate. Benita, back to you.
Will be interesting to watch. All right, Bree, thank you.
New this morning, Oklahoma is set to ban abortion almost completely. The state legislature passed a bill outlawing the procedure after roughly 6 weeks of pregnancy. That's before most people even know that they're pregnant. Republican Governor Kevin Stitt is expected to sign the bill into law within days. The so-called Oklahoma Heartbeat Act is similar to a law enacted in Texas last year. It will allow private citizens to sue providers or anyone helping facilitate an abortion for up to $10,000.
President Biden says he is considering forgiving some student loan debt. While speaking with reporters, the president said he'd be making a decision, quote, in the next couple of weeks. He did, however, specify that the debt reduction would be lower than $50,000, which is what Senate Democrats have been hoping for. A source tells NBC News that the size of any loan forgiveness would likely be tied to individual incomes.
All right, turning now to severe weather hitting the plains. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is in the studio here tracking it all for us. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, we're tracking some severe weather, especially this afternoon into the nighttime hours in the Central Plains and Southern Plains. We've been quiet for a while, so we're going to see those gusty thunderstorms. Could see hail up to 3 inches. Some gusty winds over 60 miles per hour. Also tracking the chance for a few tornadoes. So in enhanced risk, that includes you, Concordia, also Wichita, looking at a slight risk, stretching from Nebraska all the way down to northern Texas. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see that threat moving to the east. So now we're including Chicago, Evansville, Paducah. Winds gusting gusting up to 60 miles per hour once again. Damaging hail, not quite as large as today, but up to an inch. And we're looking at 9 million people at risk. Your rainfall forecast, that's going to be a big thing with some flooding rains in the northern plains. We're looking at training rainstorms in that area. So Bismarck, Pierre, you're looking at anywhere from 1 to 2 inches, even up to 3 inches of rain in some spots. But that rain extends into the Great Lakes, also the Mississippi Valley. Now, as we go throughout time here, we're going to see that area of low pressure move off to the east, bringing heavy rain, also wind to the northern plains, a severe risk for Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. A nice morning, a nice day in the northeast. Once again, lots of sunshine. We're going to see cool temperatures though, below normal for this time of year. And then it's wet weather in the northern plains. Could see a rainy, wet, cold day in Bismarck, just 48. All right, guys, we'll talk about the weekend forecast coming up.
Okay, Michelle, thank you.
Up next, why the state of California is going up against ExxonMobil in the fight against pollution.
Plus, the next drag could be your last. The FDA sets its sights on menthol cigarettes.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Leading the news, the State Attorney General of California is launching a probe into ExxonMobil for their alleged role in global plastics pollution. Rob Bonta claims that for decades, the petroleum industry has encouraged the use of petroleum-based plastics while minimizing the harm it causes to the environment and public health. A spokesperson for ExxonMobil rejects the allegations.
The federal government wants to snuff out menthol cigarettes once and for all. The FDA is aiming to ban menthols and flavored cigars by next year, but it's expected to face a fight from the tobacco industry. Menthols account for a third of cigarettes sold and account for more than $20 billion in sales each year. The FDA says the ban could prevent up to 650,000 deaths over 40 years. Tobacco giant Altria says the ban would create unregulated criminal markets.
All right, we're talking to you right now. If you're up early or you're up late and watching us, there's a good chance you didn't get the ideal 7 hours of sleep. At least that's the amount a new study has found is optimal for middle-aged and older people. Research published in the journal Nature Aging studied adults ages 38 to 73 and found that too little or too much sleep was linked with mental health problems, including depression and anxiety. A professor from Cambridge said for every hour away from 7, whether you get more or less, those issues got worse. So yeah, you're watching us, which is great, but hey, you have all the health issues on the side that we have to deal with. But hey, we all have to deal with it in some kind of form of issue.
I know, this is Francis's way of saying take a nap later today. Just get to 7, not too much longer.
Yeah, whatever it takes, however sleep you can get.
Still to come on this Friday morning, the top travel hacks to avoid headaches at the airport. and save you money on your airfare.
Plus, the drought in California grows dire with new emergency measures.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today marks 30 years since riots in Gulf Los Angeles. On this day back in 1992, the city erupted in violence after the acquittal of 4 white LAPD officers in the beating of Rodney King. Those riots lasted for 3 days until thousands of National Guard troops were called in to restore order.
Now to our latest in our Climate Challenge series, the drought emergency in California. Lake Mead, the country's largest man-made reservoir, is only about a third full, a historic low. The problem? There's not enough snow. Lester is in California with a look at the ripple effect.
In California's San Joaquin Valley, these are days of hard choices for farmers.
We had to cut out actually a couple of crops, and we've had to cut back on our melon program.
Joe Del Bosque has operated his farm since 1985.
This, I think, is the worst year we've ever had.
He's right. Water officials believe the past 3 years could end up as the driest in California's history. I look out here and I see a beautiful day by the lake. What do you see when you look at this?
I see a dangerously low reservoir. I mean, we are at ground zero for the California drought.
The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. This is Lake Castaic, north of Los Angeles, now sitting at 53% capacity. To give you some perspective, in good times, the water should be nearly to the top of that dam. California's Natural Resources Secretary Wade Crowfoot says the snowpack in Northern California's Sierra Nevada mountains says it all. What do the last measurements tell you?
Well, the last measurements are pretty grim. We have a lot less snowpack than we've had in the past due to hotter winter temperatures. And then due to hotter spring and summer temperatures, more of that snow is either absorbing into very dry soils or evaporating into warm air.
Just this week, a water supplier to 6 million Southern Californians declared an emergency, severely limiting non-essential water use. The drought impacting parched farmlands and American dinner tables.
The tomatoes, the sweet corn, melons, things that we would normally have at the stores aren't going to be grown in the quantity this year than we're used to.
California provides 2/3 of the U.S. supply of fruits and nuts.
We're blessed with this Mediterranean-type climate here in California that nobody else has. And we can grow crops here that can't grow anywhere else.
Farmer Bill Diedrich grows tomatoes, but not now.
No tomatoes this year because this water has got to be put to use on other crops that, for us, is less risky.
Many farms partly rely on groundwater, but if it's not stored in the good years, it can leave fields like this high and dry in the bad years. Now, state officials are under pressure to do something. We've heard from farmers who complain that there's not enough being done to capture the water that falls during the good years.
Well, they have a good point. We have to do more to ensure that when we do receive these large winter storms, that we're capturing water, not only in our surface reservoirs, but pumping that water back underground. So, for example, we are investing billions of dollars in recharging groundwater basins, and those are infrastructure projects.
Time may have run out.
We're not looking down the road 5 years or 10 or 20 years. And what we're seeing is a diminished capacity to feed our own people. And that's the tragedy here. We don't have the water to grow the food that we could be growing here that makes it to the store that we all shop at.
Hard times, hard choices. But for Joe Del Bosque, an unshaken belief in this land.
I never fail to just love what I see when we're planting. See some plants there in this great soil. These soils in this area produces some of the best melons in the country. And I'm very proud to be a part of that.
And thanks to Lester for that report.
Well, we are gearing up for the weekend here, and Michelle has got your weekend forecast. Hey, Michelle.
And plus, if you're gearing up for a trip, you might want to pack some extra patience this year.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back on this Friday. We're watching severe weather in the central and southern plains today. And then as we look towards the weekend, we're looking at that shifting to the east. So the Midwest, you're going to see those severe storms tomorrow. Also looking at moderate rainfall in the northern plains, North Dakota, South Dakota. Our next storm moves onshore in the Pacific Northwest. Warm sunshine, temperatures in the 80s, 90 degrees in southern Texas. Now Sunday, we're looking at a little bit of rain along the upper Midwest, Great Lakes into the Tennessee Valley, strong storms in the state of Texas, southern plains. And we're looking at dry and mild conditions in the southwest. We're looking cool still below normal in the northeast, but we're going to start to rebound. It's cold this morning, though. 22 million people impacted by a freeze warning. You're going to feel that as you head out tomorrow, and we're looking at temperatures below normal for this time of year. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you. If you're getting ready for vacation, what you need to know before you go, we'll tell you when we come back.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
With restrictions being lifted across the country, travel is ramping up. And one thing you may want to pack a lot of is your patience. NBC's Vicki Nguyen has some travel tips before you book your next trip.
Americans are definitely ready to roam. Passenger numbers are soaring, almost back to pre-pandemic levels, with more than 2 million flyers on most days. The surge in demand and rising oil prices have pushed airfares up 40% since January. The Points guy, Brian Kelly, says if you're looking to get away, act quickly, be flexible, and book nonstop flights whenever possible. And don't bank on those last-minute deals.
There are no seats available if you want to book last minute. And the ones that are available last minute are generally astronomical.
One of the biggest changes during the pandemic, a lot of airlines did away with those pesky change fees. Remember, they used to charge you around $200 if you altered your travel plans? It's still free to change most flights, but not all, so be careful which ticket you buy. While booking, you want to be on the lookout for the word basic. Here on the Delta website, for example, a flight from New York to Dallas, the basic flight is right here, and the fare is $30 less than the main fare. Over here on JetBlue, it's called Blue Basic, and it's $52 less than the more flexible Blue fare. Nearly every airline now has a basic economy fare. In most cases, you can't choose your seat, you're the last aboard, and sometimes there's a carry-on bag fee. Any change could cost hundreds. If you can, book with miles or points instead. Kelly says those are usually refundable. If you're caught in cancellation chaos, like thousands of passengers this past weekend, get the first available flight out on any airline. Then demand your refund later. And if you can't get through to customer service,
there's a clever hack a lot of us use in the industry. Call a foreign customer service line of an airline. Often those wait times are much shorter than in the US, and all of the agents speak English.
Check your passport expiration. It can take 12 weeks to renew. But if you need it sooner, call your local congressperson. Do you have to pay for that?
You don't have to pay a dime. You call, you say, I'm a constituent. Can you speed it up for me? And I've had people get it in about a week.
While most foreign countries will let you enter with proof of vaccination, you still need a negative test result to get back to the U.S. Instead of hassling to get a COVID test overseas, pack your own authorized rapid antigen test. As long as you do it over a video call with a medical professional, it's also valid for re-entry.
Our thanks to Vicki Wynn for that report. Didn't know that foreign travel is so foreign for some of us.
I know. We need a vacation. Let's book it. Sun and drinks.
As long as we have you along the way to fill us in, right?
Yeah, although next time neon. You got to come back in a neon color.
She called hot pink for you. I was saying yellow.
I do love hot pink. But you know, I don't fit into any of my dresses right now, so I'm going to get a hot pink one that fits.
Have a great weekend. Oh.
Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, Kyiv under fire. Russian airstrikes target Ukraine's capital city. But we're learning this morning about the latest attacks on Kyiv since Russian forces retreated weeks ago. Plus, the new efforts underway today to rescue Ukrainians taking shelter in a steel plant in the besieged city of Mariupol. Some relief. President Biden says he's considering forgiving some student loan debt. The plans the president is looking at and what it could mean for the millions of people trying to repay their college loans. 30 years later, today marks 3 decades since officers were acquitted in the police beating of Rodney King in L.A. That infamous moment sparked outrage and deadly protests throughout the city. We'll look back at that pivotal time in race relations, plus what we can learn today as police brutality remains a top issue in the U.S. Plus, no plans? No problem. If you don't have anything to do this weekend, well, we have a list for you. We're going to break down all the movies and shows people will be talking about on Monday, plus the growing trend of TV shows about shows. Good to have you with us on this Friday. We begin this morning with the war in Ukraine and the capital, Kyiv, which is once again coming under attack. 2 cruise missiles rocked the city last night. Local officials say 1 person was killed, 10 others were injured. The attack happened during a visit to the capital by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, and it prompted fierce condemnation in Ukraine. President Zelensky accused Russia of trying to humiliate the UN. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is calling for more aid for Ukraine. The president is asking Congress to approve a $33 billion aid package. He called it a small price to pay for Ukraine's freedom.
We're not attacking Russia. We're helping Ukraine defend itself against Russian aggression. And just as Putin chose to launch this brutal invasion, he could make the choice to end this brutal invasion. Russia is the aggressor. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Russia is the aggressor. And the world must and will hold Russia accountable. And as long as the assaults and atrocities continue, we're going to continue to supply military assistance.
NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Lviv, Ukraine, and NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is covering the latest developments out of the White House. Raf, let's start with you in that attack on Kyiv yesterday. Those 2 cruise missiles hit just as the UN Secretary General was visiting the Ukrainian capital. What more do we know about this attack? And also, what came out of that meeting between the UN chief and Zelensky?
Joe, President Zelensky was very clear. He sees this as an attempt by the Kremlin to send a message to humiliate the Secretary General of the United Nations and basically say to the international community, stay out of this. Don't interfere in our invasion in Ukraine. Now, as you said, 2 residential buildings were hit, 1 person killed, 10 injured, and this strike coming just an hour or so after the Secretary General emerged from that meeting with President Zelensky at the presidential compound. Earlier in the day, the Secretary General had been walking around the suburb of Borodyanka. That is one of those Kyiv suburbs that, along with Bucha, whose name will be etched in infamy as a place where Russian forces appear to have carried out mass war crimes. I want you to take a listen to just a little bit of what the Secretary General had to say about that.
Ukraine is an epicenter of unbearable heartache and pain. I witnessed that very vividly today around Kyiv. The senseless loss of life, the massive destruction, the unacceptable violations of human rights and the laws of war. Let me be very clear. The Security Council failed to do everything in its power to prevent and end this war. And this is a source of great disappointment, frustration, and anger.
Now, Joe, these strikes are a reminder that while the fighting on the ground is focused on the east, Vladimir Putin's missiles are able to hit every corner of this country, from Kyiv here in Lviv down to Odessa in the south, and they are striking everywhere they can. Joe?
So, Josh, let's talk about the American response. Yesterday, President Biden asked Congress to greenlight this huge $33 billion aid package for Ukraine. What's included in that, and does it look like lawmakers will approve it?
Yeah, that $33 billion package, Joe, is more than double President Biden's initial request to Congress for assistance for the Ukrainians, which was about $13.5 billion. So this means that the U.S. would now be spending about as much per year trying to help the Ukrainians as we did in our own war in Afghanistan. And if you break down the numbers here, it's about $20 billion, $20.5 billion, the largest amount of this package going to military and security assistance for the Ukrainians. But there's also about $8 billion in there for economic assistance to try to help prop up Ukraine's government as it is struggling to keep basic functions going with all of these hits on its infrastructure and other challenge. There's also some humanitarian assistance included in this package, and this would really allow the administration to not have to go back to Congress every single month for more money. They are looking at a 5-month package, which essentially creates a bank account from which the Biden administration can draw down month after month as they need to provide bit by bit more security assistance to the Ukrainians. And you asked about the prospects in Congress. I think this aid package in and of itself for Ukraine will be pretty applauded and have a lot of bipartisan support. But the real question, Joe, is whether lawmakers are going to try to either tie this in with COVID funding, or if Republicans will seek a fight over the unrelated Title 42 issue. As you know well, sometimes things that seem like they should be straightforward aren't always so when they come to the U.S. Congress.
Some of these issues that we don't think have anything to do with what we're talking about suddenly come into play. Raph, I want to ask you about one of the topics of discussion between the UN chief and President Zelensky, and that's the situation in Mariupol and that blockaded steel plant. So this morning, the presidential office said an operation to evacuate civilians from that facility is being planned for today. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Joe, a lot of confusion now about what is happening in Mariupol. Earlier this morning, President Zelensky's office putting out that statement saying they were hoping to carry out an evacuation today. There was nothing official from the UN, but we know that a UN team did move down to Zaporizhzhia yesterday to be in place in case a window of opportunity did come up for that evacuation to go ahead. In the hours since, though, we've seen no movement. We've actually been speaking to a Marine who is inside that steel plant. He says that Russian shelling has been continuing all day. He says that there has been talk of evacuations every day for the last 4 days, but nothing has materialized. So a lot of rumors circulating in the tunnels underneath that steel plant, some glimmers of hope that people are daring to cling to. But right now, there is no sign of an evacuation going ahead. It is 2 p.m. here in Ukraine. And of course, the Russians have a say in this. There is nothing official from the Russian government right now that suggests that an evacuation is planned, that they are planning to pull their forces back to allow that to go ahead. Zelensky's office referring only to an evacuation of civilians, so women and children. Not clear what would happen to those hundreds of wounded Ukrainian soldiers who are down in the plant also. The commander of one of the Ukrainian Marine units says he has 600 men wounded. They will die down there if they don't get the medical attention they need. Jeff?
The world watching what's happening there. Raph and Josh, thank you both. For more, let's bring in Lester Munson. He's a senior fellow at the National Security Institute and a principal in the international practice at BGR Group. Good to have you with us. Let's start with that new attack on Kyiv. I mean, do you think this was just a message to the rest of the world, or is it a sign of the war becoming perhaps a larger conflict again across Ukraine?
Well, Joe, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Vladimir Putin wants to send the message that everything is at stake with his invasion of Ukraine. He does not view it as an invasion. He views this as a special military operation, almost within the confines of Russia. The rest of the world disagrees. He is chomping at the bit, and he's in a bit of a corner because so far his military plans have not gone well. He's had to change his strategy. He's had terrible losses in the field. So he's striking out wherever he can. This missile strike near the UN Secretary General is a real insult to the world's view of what is happening.
I want to ask you about that $33 billion military aid package President Biden is now asking Congress for. Let's put that in perspective. That is more than the military budgets of most countries. So that being said, is that even enough, or is it possible the U.S. is going to need to consider more money again down the road as this continues to go on?
Yeah, this is a significant package. Frankly, it's more than I thought they were going to ask for. But I think everyone needs to realize this may be the first of several large aid packages related to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. President Zelensky told the world that he needs about $5 billion a month just to keep his government operating. That means paying his fighters, his doctors, his nurses, the people who are actually prosecuting this defense of Ukraine. So in addition to the military assistance, that economic assistance is hugely significant. This is a real sustainment for the entire nation of Ukraine. Hopefully the rest of the world, other donor nations, Europe, Japan, other countries can step up and do some more as well.
I also want to ask you about something that former U.S. Ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul, tweeted. He said, Putin has lost his war in Ukraine. He may still win some battles, but he has already lost the war. Do you agree?
I think there's a lot of truth in that, but we still have a long way to go. Vladimir Putin has shown he's probably willing to do anything. He's made some rather extreme threats about the invasion of Ukraine. He's implied the use of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction. So while I would like to agree with that statement, I think it's really too soon to tell.
Lester Munson, thanks so much for your analysis this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Turning now to the coronavirus and the new push to greenlight a vaccine for the last group of Americans waiting for their jab, our youngest children. Moderna has filed for emergency use authorization from the FDA for its vaccine for kids as young as 6 months old. Now, the company says the immune response for this youngest group was similar to the response for adults between the ages of 18 and 25. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel for more on this. Dr. Patel, good to have you with us. So Moderna has now filed this request. Now the FDA has to decide whether to authorize it. We've been through this process before, but it's been going slower for this youngest group of kids. So how long could the process take, and what will be the impact then if it's approved?
Yeah, Joe, much slower than any of us wanted. So here's just break down the date. Yesterday, Moderna initiated that submission. They still need to submit complete data in order to have kind of a full application for the FDA to review. They hope to do that by May 9th. FDA then has hundreds to possibly even thousands of pages of data and information to review. Turning that around, they've done it quickly. It can take 2 to 3 weeks if they're really committed to it. They call the advisory committee together, and then the CDC has to then call their advisory committee together. You could optimistically see jabs and arms by Memorial Day. That would be great. But people are saying more realistically, it's June, just because of all that information that they have to process.
Just in time, though, for the summer for so many
Right.
families, I should say. All right, I want to shift gears and turn to the issue of mask mandates and to some news out of San Francisco. The city's transit system there reinstating mask mandates because COVID cases are rising throughout the area there. Is this a good example of how local officials can be proactive in slowing the spread of COVID before a situation does get out of hand?
Yeah, Joe, I think that's a good example. I'm in the D.C. area where Uber and Lyft actually put mask mandates back in for drivers, along with others, some transit areas in limited parts of the state. So I do feel like this is a very typical trend that you're going to see. I think the question, though, is so which amount of cases necessitates this and which amount of cases brings it off? And I think that's where people are confused. And cities don't necessarily have the most up-to-date data. Not all cities are collecting data as often. So a lot of this depends on just how frequent and how refreshed your data is in your city, or county, or state.
We were told to keep those masks in drawers and keep them handy, so I guess that's playing out here. Dr. Patel, I also want to ask, I mean, we've seen cases creep up across the U.S. in recent weeks, but still hospitalizations and deaths have stayed at these lower levels. I mean, do you think overall the country is in a pretty good place right now as we head into the summer months?
Yeah, it's in a better place. And I don't want people to mistake the word better for we're out of any danger, but it's absolutely worth celebrating that we are in a better place, in part due to vaccine-induced immunity and maybe some infection-induced immunity from the recent Omicron surge, since about 60% of adult Americans, 75% of children have demonstrated some sort of infection. But that only lasts so long, Joe, and we're always going to have to keep an eye for whatever might come next. So good shape, better shape now. Want to stay that way so that we can deal with the summer and the fall and the winter.
That would be nice. All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, as always, thanks so much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
So as COVID cases continue to weigh on the U.S. economy, President Biden is under growing pressure from progressives and young voters to cancel some, if not all, of the nation's federal student loan debt. We're talking about nearly $1.7 trillion of debt. Well, he has not made a decision on that just yet. Yesterday, the president did offer some insight into his plans.
I am considering dealing with some debt reduction. I am not considering $50,000 debt reduction, but I'm in the process of taking a hard look at whether or not there will be additional debt forgiveness.
Joining us now for more on this is Politico education reporter Michael Stratford. Michael, good to have you with us. So top Republicans in Congress have right off the bat signaled they're going to block any blanket debt forgiveness. So the White House is going to have to go at it alone here. What are the options the president has to cancel debt that's impacting more than 43 million Americans?
Good morning, Joe. That's exactly right. There is no legislative path for progressives getting this done in Congress. And that's why it's such a big deal that President Biden publicly confirmed yesterday that executive action to cancel some amount of student loan debt is something he's seriously considering. It's on the table and something he wants to make a decision on in the next few weeks. Progressives have been talking for some time now about having the Biden administration, through the education department, because the federal government owns most of the outstanding student loan debt, to have them write off some amount of debt. And that's something that progressives argue the education department already has the power to do under existing law without needing to go to Congress. So the president has said he's looking at some amount of money. We know it's not going to be the $50,000 figure that progressives have been throwing around. In the past, the president has endorsed the idea of something closer to $10,000 per borrower. So that's probably what's more closely on the table right now.
So President Biden campaigned on wiping out up to $10,000 in federal loans per borrower. Now, the average federal student loan debt balance is actually more than $37,000, so not quite $10,000. But talk about the economic impact that eliminating at least some of that debt could have on the nation's student debt crisis.
Yeah, so we know that even if the president goes with the $10,000 figure, a lot of borrowers have less than $10,000, so that will wipe out completely the student debt burden for millions of federal student loan borrowers. And a lot of those borrowers are borrowers who maybe completed some college and then for whatever reason had to leave. So they sort of have kind of the worst of both worlds in having some amount of debt, but not having any degree to go get a job that earns more money. So it will, of course, be a significant event for those borrowers who get debt relief. And some progressives also were talking about this as some type of economic stimulus. We heard a lot about this during some of the negotiations over the COVID legislation. You'll recall Democrats tried to do this in 2020 through COVID legislation, but were unable to do so. They were blocked by Republicans in that effort. So And certainly it would be a significant economic tool to bring down the amount of outstanding student debt. And it's a lever that the White House is looking at using seriously.
All right, Michael, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Time to get a check on your morning news now. Weather Michelle Grossman is with us again in person. Good to see you, Michelle. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Good to see you. We have a few hiccups for this weekend. First, we're going to start out with a small hiccup. We're looking at some cold weather. 22 million impacted this morning by a freeze warning. You can see that in the hot pink here from Cleveland to Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, including Trenton and Vineland, New Jersey. Now, as we go throughout time here, we're going to start to warm up. So by Monday and Tuesday, feeling a little bit more like spring. Still below normal today, not quite as chilly as we have been. We're looking at Buffalo today, 55. That's 7 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. Boston, 53. That's 8 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. Tomorrow, sort of the same story. You have all the kids' games to go to. You need to layer up in some spots. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s. But notice that yellow there. That's the warmer air, and that's going to be moving towards the east as we head towards Monday and Tuesday. So temperatures in the 80s in Memphis. Now, as we go throughout Monday and Tuesday, there are the 80s in Richmond, 82 degrees by Tuesday, 75 in Philadelphia. So finally, we get that spring fling. Now, we are also watching the chance for some severe weather this afternoon and tonight. We're going to watch this really closely. 9 million people at risk. Where you see that orange, that's your enhanced risk. And what that really tells you is severe weather is likely. Concordia, Wichita, you're under the gun for that. We're looking at hail up to 3 inches, and that means softball-size hail, maybe even larger than that. That can cause a lot of damage. A few strong tornadoes, EF2 or greater, and also some winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. The yellow, that is your slight risk. That's really telling you that severe weather is possible there. Saturday, still looking at the threat for severe weather. 17 million people at risk, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Hail, but smaller than today, and a few tornadoes are possible. So the threat isn't quite as great on Saturday, but it's still there from Chicago down to Evansville, also Paducah. Now, this is the setup here. We have an area of low pressure. We've been talking about it the past couple of days. It's sort of parked over the plains, so moving very, very slowly, and it's bringing this warm air into place, but it's also bringing a lot of moisture and also bringing the chance for severe weather. So heavy rain to the north in the plains. You can see the yellows and reds in North Dakota, South Dakota. We could see some flooding there, and a severe risk from Nebraska, Kansas, and also Oklahoma. Watch how slowly it moves. So by Saturday, we're looking at that rain continuing in Minnesota, and then that threat, the severe threat, moves off to the east. So a lot of people dealing with that tonight and tomorrow, which is not super ideal on the weekend.
Not great, but I like the idea of a spring fling. I'm looking forward.
Yes, we need that.
We need a spring fling.
Yeah,
all right,
I agree.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
We'll see you next hour.
Okay.
Coming up, renewed outrage this morning over the deadly shooting on the set of the movie Rust. Why the family of Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer who was shot and killed, is now slamming investigators. We got that story next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with the controversy surrounding footage released this week in connection to the fatal Rust movie shooting. The family of Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer who was killed, is now speaking out. They're slamming the sheriff's decision to release video of the moments after she was shot to the public. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more.
Outrage over the decision to publicly release video showing Helena Hutchins' final moments in the Rust set shooting. The family of the cinematographer condemning the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office for releasing video of the chaotic scene when she was shot and killed and demanding the footage be taken down, saying the move failed to respect the family's dignity and privacy by releasing the materials to the public before releasing the materials to Mr. Hutchins. An attorney for Matt Hutchins writing in a letter, the first time Mr. Hutchins saw the disturbing and unsettling video footage of his dying wife lying on the church floor was on Radar Online, an internet website. Adding about the couple's 9-year-old son, we fear, for example, that this shocking footage of Andros's mother dying may be material used by bullies to emotionally abuse him in the future. The sheriff is declining NBC's request for an interview, saying earlier this week on Today, his office released the evidence in response to public records requests.
We were under an obligation to release it right now?
Not right now. It took us some time to put it together, and we tried to release it as soon as we had everything together.
The trove of videos and documents made public 6 months into the Rust investigation. It includes raw clips of actor Alec Baldwin moments after the fatal shooting. New video released by the sheriff's office shows Baldwin hours later learning Hutchins had died.
I do have some very unfortunate news to tell you. She didn't make it.
The actor declining NBC's request for comment. Baldwin's attorney earlier this week says he believes the evidence shows he acted responsibly and was very careful with guns on set. Matt Hutchins not commenting beyond his statement, but saying this to Hoda in February about the public nature of the shooting.
Why did the fact that details were out there, why was that so bothersome?
Well, I mean, think about how you would feel. All of this happened so publicly. Justice won't bring Helena back, but maybe the memory of her can help keep people safe.
A grieving husband and worried father struggling to protect his family from very public pain.
That was Maggie Vespa reporting. Today marks 30 years since 4 white Los Angeles police officers were acquitted in the violent beating of Rodney King. For the next 6 days, violence, looting, and arson would spread across the city. More than 60 people died during the LA riots and over 2,000 were injured. Now, like the Watts riot a generation earlier and the George Floyd protests more recently, the LA riots exposed the deep-seated anger felt by many Americans over police brutality, especially in the black community. Joining us now from Los Angeles at the LA riots mural is Najee Ali. He's a civil rights activist and Operation Hope Community Relations Ambassador. Good to have you with us. I mean, this is such a pivotal chapter in race relations in the U.S., not just for Los Angeles, but for the millions who are watching it play out on TV across the world. What's on your mind as you think back on this day 30 years ago when those officers were acquitted?
Well, certainly today is a day that for those who lived through it 30 years ago, we will never forget it.
It was one of the most darkest days in the history of LA, where over 60 people lost their lives here in our city, over $1 billion in property damage. And certainly it's images that I will never forget seeing the city burn around me. So this is a day to reflect on the past, but actually understanding, especially in the age of the murder of George Floyd by a police officer in Minnesota, how far we've come as far as race relations and police abuse against African Americans primarily.
I mean, looking back, what effect do you think the riot had? What was the impact in America, especially when it comes to the issue of policing?
It certainly exposed to the greater public who were not African American the daily fact in Los Angeles, and I would also say across urban America, that African Americans are the victims of racial profiling, police abuse, and in some cases, police murder unjustly of Black men, women, and children nationally. So it showed what African Americans had been saying for years, that African Americans have been victimized by unjust policing.
You touched on this. It was the summer of 2020. We saw similar scenes and really experienced a lot of similar emotions across the country brought on by this same issue, police brutality. What were your thoughts seeing the unrest after George Floyd's death?
Well, I was someone who actually flew to Minnesota immediately after George Floyd's killing by Officer Derek Chauvin. And joining Reverend Sharpton, the Floyd family, Attorney Ben Crump, we were united in demanding justice for George Floyd. So with the videotape, as we had a videotape in seeing Rodney King be beat by 4 LAPD officers, we were a lot more certain that we would actually get justice this time, the justice that we didn't get 30 years ago after the beating of Rodney King by 4 white LAPD officers.
Progress is slow, but what do you hope happens next?
That hopefully we will reach a point in this country where all people are treated fairly and equitable by law enforcement. Because at the end of the day, and I've said this, I'll say it again, Reverend Sharpton, Attorney Ben Crump, myself, and other civil rights leaders and activists, we are not anti-police. We're simply anti-bad police, anti-police racial profiling of people from our community. So we just want to be treated fairly and justly like all American citizens.
Najee Ali, thank you for taking some time to join us this morning. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Time for international headlines, starting with China's capital city of Beijing, where they're preparing to go back into lockdown as COVID cases rise. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Well, one of the signs that a lot of people in Beijing are preparing to either lockdown or a quarantine is the fact that home delivery companies have just reported a huge rise in demand, especially as millions of residents in the Chinese capital are taking part in this mass COVID-19 testing. Some e-commerce platforms in China, like JD.com, have said that they've seen a rise in the volume of goods by 65% and said that 80% of all the parcels they deliver contain food. Now let's move to Chile, where more than 30 trucks were set on fire in a region where the Mapuche, the country's biggest indigenous group, are demanding the return of ancestral land. Tension between the Mapuche and the state has increased in the area, where there have been arson attacks on farms, machinery, and, as in this case, trucks. And let's end this short tour of the world here in Italy, where thousands of jellyfish have returned to the port of Trieste in the north of the country. Scientists believe that their presence could be the result in the rise in sea temperature. Now, I know that you're planning your holidays in Italy, Joe, so I will avoid that area for swimming, perhaps.
You don't just get your world headlines from Claudio, you also get some useful travel tips. So, Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Exactly.
All right. Coming up, the FDA is taking a major step to try to save thousands of lives. The positive impact a proposed ban on menthol cigarettes could have on smokers who are young and Black, and why the FDA is focusing on this specific type of tobacco.
Some Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. In this week's Climate Control, population growth is exhausting nature's ability to create sand, a natural resource you probably haven't thought much about before. Plus, as rising sea levels threaten coastal communities, South Korea is building the world's first floating city. Here's NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns.
We should have a breaking news banner for this one, but the thing is, you kind of expect it this time of year, and it happened last year at this time, too. We have now broken the record for the highest concentrations of CO2, carbon dioxide, in our atmosphere, going back 2 million years. So we've been directly measuring the CO2 in our atmosphere since 1960s on the top of a volcano on the Hawaiian Islands. That's how we know what the level is right now. And our ice core scientists tell us that they go back 2 million years to tell us that the last time that we've had it this high was 2 to 3 million years ago, and that predates the human existence. So, unfortunately, we set the record now. We're going to do it again this time next year as we continue to put CO2 in the atmosphere. And the consequence of all of this, the UN tells us, is an increasing number of disasters. And we're talking fires, floods, and heat waves, and yes, even pandemics. So they looked at 1970 to the year 2000. Back then, we had about 100 disasters each and every year. But now that we've gone into the last 20 years, from 2000 to 2020, we've up and increased that all the way to 400 worldwide disasters a year. And the UN now tells us that by the year 2030, the number of worldwide disasters will jump to 560 a year. And the UN Secretary General said the world needs to do more to incorporate disaster risk into how we live, build, and invest, which is setting humanity on a spiral towards self-destruction. Well, here's another story, and this one made me shake my head. Have you ever heard of a sand crisis or a looming sand shortage? Well, now we're being told that's a distinct possibility. And here's the problem. Right now, we are using up more sand than nature is providing and making for us each year. So yes, the sand that goes through your toes in the summertime and we build those sand castles with, that is a natural resource that we're using too much of. And they're telling us that this natural resource has tripled in use in just the last 20 years. And in case you're wondering what sand goes into, it goes into glass, it goes into the making of concrete and a lot of construction materials. And there's currently no ban on the extraction of it. And they're saying there needs to be regulations of this natural resource that we're now using too much of. And then finally, how about a solution to all of our climate problems? A lot of cities are built right on the coastline. And this is a prototype city that is being brought to us by OceanX and also by South Korea. Busan is the city that's going to try this first. A floating city. Now, this rendering looks something out of like a virtual video game or like Sim City or something like that. But each of these platforms is designed to have a separate purpose, and we put 3 of them together to make this city. It can hold up to 10,000 people, 12,000 people over 15 acres. They're connected by bridges and also connected to land by a bridge. No cars. It'll be all bicycles, and it'll be all people walking. And these are called biorocks that are going to connect these, and that's how they're going to survive. And they also can regenerate themselves. So this will be exciting. Can you guys imagine happy hour on this little floating city just kind of bobbing in the ocean? Maybe a solution in our near future.
Very cool. I like that idea of a happy hour. Thank you, Bill. Sticking with the environment, we have a report from our series, The Climate Challenge. That drought emergency out west is having a major impact on the water supply. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt has that story.
In our series Climate Challenge, we look at the drought emergency here in the West. Lake Mead, the country's largest man-made reservoir, is only about a third full, a historic low. It's so bad in Colorado that the Agriculture Department declared the whole state a primary natural disaster area, unlocking aid for farmers and ranchers. One of the problems, not enough snow. That's also a huge issue here in California, where the ripple effect is severe. In California's San Joaquin Valley, these are days of hard choices for farmers.
We had to cut out actually a couple of crops, and we've had to cut back on our melon program.
Joe Del Bosque has operated his farm since 1985.
This, I think, is the worst year we've ever had.
He's right. Water officials believe the past 3 years could end up as the driest in California's history. I look out here and I see a beautiful day by the lake. What do you see when you look at this?
I see a dangerously low reservoir. I mean, we are at ground zero for the California drought.
The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. This is Lake Castaic, north of Los Angeles, now sitting at 53% capacity. To give you some perspective, in good times, the water should be nearly to the top of that dam. California's Natural Resources Secretary Wade Crowfoot says the snowpack in Northern California's Sierra Nevada mountains says it all. What do the last measurements tell you?
Well, the last measurements are pretty grim. We have a lot less snowpack than we've had in the past due to hotter winter temperatures. And then due to hotter spring and summer temperatures, more of that snow is either absorbing into very dry soils or evaporating into warm air.
Just this week, a water supplier to 6 million Southern Californians declared an emergency, severely limiting non-essential water use. The drought impacting parched farmlands and American dinner tables.
The tomatoes, the sweet corn, melons, things that we would normally have at the stores aren't going to be grown in the quantity this year than we're used to.
California provides 2/3 of the U.S. supply of fruits and nuts.
We're blessed with this Mediterranean-type climate here in California that nobody else has. And we can grow crops here that can't grow anywhere else.
Farmer Bill Diedrich grows tomatoes, but not now.
No tomatoes this year because this water has got to be put to use on other crops that, for us, is less risky.
Many farms partly rely on groundwater, but if it's not stored in the good years, it can leave fields like this high and dry in the bad years. Now, state officials are under pressure to do something. We've heard from farmers who complain that there's not enough being done to capture the water that falls during the good years.
Well, they have a good point. We have to do more to ensure that when we do receive these large winter storms, that we're capturing water, not only in our surface reservoirs, but pumping that water back underground. So, for example, we are investing billions of dollars in recharging groundwater basins, and those are infrastructure projects.
Time may have run out.
We're not looking down the road 5 years or 10 or 20 years. And what we're seeing is a diminished capacity to feed our own people. And that's the tragedy here. We don't have the water to grow the food that we could be growing here that makes it to the store that we all shop at.
Hard times, hard choices. But for Joe Del Bosque, an unshaken belief in this land.
I never fail to just love what I see when we're planting. See some plants there in this great soil. These soils in this area produces some of the best melons in the country. And I'm very proud to be a part of that.
Our thanks to Lester Holt for that report. This morning, the FDA is moving to ban the sale of menthol cigarettes. Menthol accounts for more than a third of all cigarettes sold in the U.S. and is especially popular among black smokers and younger people. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has the latest on this push.
The FDA has talked about the dangers of menthol cigarettes for years. The agency is proposing to ban them.
The proposed product standards would, among other things, improve the health and reduce the mortality risk of current smokers of menthol cigarettes or flavored cigars.
Menthol makes up a third of all cigarettes sold in the United States, and a ban would overwhelmingly impact black and young people.
I was planning on quitting anyway.
Research shows 85% of black smokers use menthol cigarettes, compared with 29% of white smokers. The CDC says smoking is a leading cause of lung cancer. Black men have the highest rates of that disease. If this ban goes through, how significant would it be in terms of affecting the health of all Americans?
This is a landmark regulation that FDA is proposing. Our projections are that 1.33 million smokers would quit, among whom 381,000 would be African American smokers.
Altria Group, the parent company of some leading tobacco manufacturers, saying in part, taking these products out of the legal marketplace will push them into unregulated criminal markets that don't follow any regulations and ignore minimum age laws. The FDA proposal could go into effect in a year, but it's expected the tobacco industry will fight it, which could lead to a long court battle. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
If you use Venmo or PayPal, listen up. You may soon have to pay more to give or get money from your friends. So which fees are going up and by how much? That's next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Your Money Minute now. Wall Street is closing out another roller coaster week after some mixed earnings reports from the tech sector. CNBC's Bertha Coombs is with us on this Friday. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, it's been a roller coaster month, really. We're looking at this morning reversing some of the gains that we saw yesterday following disappointing earnings from Amazon and Apple. Amazon reporting its first quarterly loss since 2015 as it deals with rising labor and shipping costs and what it says is a pullback in consumer spending. Apple's results beat forecasts on strong iPhone sales, with the company warning that revenue could take a big hit this quarter due to those lockdowns in China. With one trading day to go, the Dow is off more than 2% for April, and April has definitely been the cruelest month for the NASDAQ, down 9.5%, on pace for its worst month since March of 2020. Elon Musk, meantime, sold roughly $4 billion worth of Tesla stock in the 2 days after striking that deal to buy Twitter for $44 billion. That is according to government filings. Musk is Tesla's largest shareholder and owned about 17% of the company before this week's sales. He's on the hook to come up with at least $21 billion in cash to finance the deal. There are rules in place requiring Musk to put up more collateral if Tesla's share price falls. Musk tweeting that he doesn't plan to sell any more shares. Meantime, Airbnb is telling employees they can now work remotely forever. While a small number will be required to work from the office, the majority don't have to come in if they don't want to. They also won't have to take a pay cut if they move away from the cities near the company's offices. In fact, employees can live and work in more than 170 countries for up to 90 days a year in each location, as long as they keep a permanent address on file. I will tell you, Joe, I've been going into the office more during later hours, and it's just distracting in the newsroom. There's a lot of noise when everybody's in there.
We're so used to working by ourselves. It's like, oh, all these people.
I know. I know. I have to put on headphones.
Well, it's always good to see you, whether it's remote or in person, Bertha. So thanks so much for joining us this morning. All right. We got more consumer news. Venmo and PayPal are announcing new fees on some of their services, and Tropicana is hoping you're going to pour orange juice instead of milk over your morning cereal. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn is here with this week's Good to Know.
Good morning. Hold on before making your next hamburger. A New Jersey manufacturer is voluntarily recalling more than 120,000 pounds of ground beef products over E. coli concerns. The impacted products are from Lakeside Refrigerated Services, and they contain the number 46841 on the label. The U.S. Department of Agriculture said no illnesses have been reported, and customers who purchase the product should throw it out or return it to the store for a refund. PayPal and Venmo are increasing their transfer fees. This means sending money instantly to your bank or debit card will now cost 1.75% of the transfer amount, with a maximum fee of $25. That's an increase of around 14%. In a statement, PayPal, which owns Venmo, said the price change was added to be more in line with the value they provide. The new fees are expected in the coming weeks. Could a robot be making your burger during your next trip to a fast food restaurant? Jack in the Box is piloting robots that will make hamburgers and tacos. The robots are made by the company Miso. They'll be stationed at a San Diego Jack in the Box location, with tentative plans to open more in the months ahead. The robots are already in use at some White Castle locations. Who needs milk for cereal anymore? Tropicana has just unveiled the first ever cereal that it says is made to be paired with orange juice instead of milk. The company says the Tropicana Crunch is a honey almond flavor with granola, which is able to withstand the acidity of OJ without becoming soggy. The cereal is only available at Tropicana's website starting May 4th and only while supplies last. Would you guys give it a try? Maybe. For News Now, I'm Vicki Wynn, and that's Good to know.
All right. Thank you, Vicki. By the way, Tropicana says the cereal box also comes with a straw so you can slurp up any extra OJ. I think I'm on the fence about that one. Yeah, lots of no's right now. Lots of no's. We'll see. I won't judge it till I try it. All right. Coming up, a hugely popular streaming series is coming to an end. The final episode of Ozark is here. What we're learning about the finale, don't worry, no spoilers, and the other shows and movies you don't want to miss this weekend. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're happy to hear him describe the most gruesome crimes on Dateline, and his famous voice has even been known to make the phone book sound interesting.
1400 Falls Court, 6046 East Crossroads Boulevard.
Now NBC's Keith Morrison's distinctive tones are being put to the ultimate test. On May 3rd, Morrison will be releasing a sleep story with the Calm Meditation app. The story, called The Curious Case of the Overnight Oats, is his spin on the classic Goldilocks tale. Morrison told People magazine that Dateline viewers have often commented that his voice put them to sleep, adding, quote, "If I'm going to put people to sleep, I might as well put it on the Calm app." And if you can get sleep this weekend, or can't, you can blame it all on the great shows and movies you're going to be busy binging. It's Friday, which means it's time for our can't miss list. Joining us now with some of his top picks is a guy who never makes us fall asleep, entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. Brian, good to have you with us. Let's start.
Thank you for having me. I love everything about that last story. It's so good. I'm sorry.
I know. Maybe we could just do that all weekend, and just listen to Keith Morrison putting us to sleep. But if you don't want to do that, if you're wide awake, what can you tell us about what's in the theaters, including Bruce Willis has a new movie out?
Right, that's right. It's called Fortress Sniper's Eye. This is actually the second in a trilogy starring Bruce Willis, Jesse Metcalfe, and Chad Michael Murray. It follows Bruce Willis's character, and of course, this is the first one we've seen since he's been diagnosed with aphasia, limiting his ability to speak. There you're seeing Liam Neeson. We'll get to that in a second. But Bruce Willis, in Fortress Sniper's Eye, spends most of his role in a hospital bed, actually, because he's injured. And so he's kind of got a limited role, and it follows something that happens to his wife, and it's something worth seeing on demand. So, or on demand or in theaters, actually. So this is, I think people are going to be watching this with kind of a renewed lens, you know, about what's been announced about his retirement. Then we have Memory with Liam Neeson, kind of doing what Liam Neeson does best. He's an assassin in this case, but he's not so crazy about one of his assignments, so he's going to have to kill all the people who asked him to do it. There's more to it than that, but it's Liam Neeson doing what he does so well, scare us.
That's what Liam Neeson does when he's not happy about something. So, all right, if you want to stay home this weekend, we got some new shows streaming. What are some of the things people are talking about?
Right. Okay. The first one is Smother. This is on Peacock, and it follows a family in Ireland. A woman's husband is found dead at the bottom of a cliff, and she undergoes her own kind of investigation to see what happened, what are the relationships that led up to this moment, and she uncovers, I should say, a lot of family secrets. It turns out that this man that she was married to had a lot of troublesome relationships, and apparently, stick around, binge this, because the ending is not to be believed. That's really worth watching. Then we have Under the Banner of Heaven. This is FX on Hulu, starring Andrew Garfield as a detective. This is actually based on a true story of a double murder in 1984 that was perpetrated by an offshoot of a Mormon group. And so this is based, honestly, on a true story. This is actually also what led Andrew Garfield to say in the press for this that he's going to take a break from acting. This was an intense shoot and an intense year for him, having 3 films and award season. Apparently took a lot out of him, but this story is pretty intense, and he's going to take a break on that.
It can be hard being nominated for all those awards. He's been working hard as of late. All right, let's stick with TV shows. 2 series are wrapping up their final episodes. What can you tell us about those shows?
Well, first, Ozark. For Ozark fans, this is big. The final episodes have finally dropped on Netflix. And there you see, I mean, Ruth, she's become a meme. And of course, we remember her from Inventing Anna, too. But she has become a meme this summer for a bite that she had on this series. And so we're going to follow and see if she becomes kind of the big drug lord. There's Laura Linney, who's been trying to rise in the political world. A lot going on in this series. If you have not watched Ozark, binge watch it from the beginning. Don't start here. But those of you who are fans, you probably already know that the final episodes have dropped. And now's the time to see what happens to this family, the Bird family. Then, of course, we have Grace and Frankie on Netflix. Lily Tomlin and Jane Fonda, what more can I say? This has been the longest running series on Netflix to date, 7 seasons. And we're going to see this wrap up in a nice little bow. We'll also see Dolly Parton make a cameo appearance. But for those of you who are fans of Jane and Lily, worry not. They've already shot 2 films together. So they've become sort of a little franchise of their own. So don't worry. We'll see plenty of these 2 in the future.
All right. Yeah, they are become true buddies. We only have a few seconds here. There are shows about shows. Can you tell us about one of those?
That's right. Okay, on Paramount Plus, we have The Offer. It's a scripted series based on how The Godfather got made. And then I have to talk about the Spring Awakening reunion and concert and behind the scenes. This is on HBO. It's a love letter to the show for anyone who saw it. It was a really formative show for a lot of these performers, and we'll see them all there. It's great.
So many shows I want to watch right now. All right, Brian, thank you so much. You kept us awake the entire time. We appreciate it. Good to see you. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, shattered calm in Ukraine's capital city. A barrage of Russian missiles striking Kyiv. The city's mayor confirming at least 1 person was killed. We're on the ground with the latest as Moscow ramps up its military offensive. Recovery rewind, renewed recession fears this morning. Investors are reeling from a surprise contraction in economic growth in the first quarter. Add that to soaring prices everywhere, from the gas station to rents and new mortgages. Are we on track for one big post-pandemic correction? We've got the very latest on your money. Also this morning, the fight for a choice, another major setback for supporters of a woman's right to choose, as lawmakers in Oklahoma pass a new 6-week abortion ban. Now it heads to the governor's desk. We'll dig into the latest bill and its impact stretching far beyond Oklahoma's borders. And understanding Fido, a surprising new study that may change everything you know about man's best friend. Are genetics and personalities linked? Or have we been barking up the wrong tree for decades? It is at the very least an excuse to show you some very cute puppy pictures. All right, we're going to begin this hour with the coronavirus and the new push this morning to get Moderna's COVID vaccine approved for children as young as 6 months old. The company has asked the FDA for emergency use authorization for this last group of Americans who don't have access to a vaccine, as parents wait and see when their kids can get their vaccines protected against COVID. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest for us.
Parents of very young children who are anxious to get that vaccine have been waiting a long time. Moderna now says that wait may soon be over. This morning, growing pressure on the FDA to move quickly after Moderna asked the government for emergency use authorization of its COVID vaccine for babies, toddlers, and young kids. The company says its vaccine is safe and provides robust protection, with 2 shots taken 4 weeks apart, 25% of the adult dose. Moderna says it is 51% effective for ages 6 months to 2 years and 37% for ages 2 through 5. Experts say those rates appear low, but actually are in line with what adult and teen vaccines are showing after the winter Omicron surge.
The Omicron variant has decreased our vaccine efficacy across the board. So it might seem low, but again, some protection is better than zero.
Dr. Bill Hartman helped conduct the Moderna trial.
There was no severe disease or hospitalizations observed within the trial. Overall, the infections in these kids tended to be pretty mild, even in this time of Omicron.
It's welcome news for frustrated parents whose young children are especially vulnerable to the disease.
So we've had to be very careful with him.
Stephanie Lorang has a 3-year-old with a metabolic disorder that puts him at high risk for COVID complications.
I really hope the FDA really pushes this through and has some urgency. We're so ready to re-enter the world.
Still, many other parents remain hesitant.
I have not made up my mind whether I'll get the kids vaccinated.
Only 28% of kids ages 5 to 11 have gotten 2 doses of the vaccine. The CDC says most Americans have now been infected with COVID, including nearly 60% of adults and 75% of children. Coast to coast, cases are continuing to rise, driven by the Omicron subvariant, up more than 50% in the past 2 weeks, with increases in all but 6 states and D.C. Still, hospitalizations are below pandemic highs, and deaths continue to decline, even as the U.S. approaches 1 million deaths since the beginning of the pandemic. Pfizer will also likely ask for an emergency use authorization later in the spring. The dosage for their pediatric vaccine is less than Moderna, but the course is 3 shots instead of 2. Back to you.
Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much. Let's bring in Harvard Medical School physician Dr. Aditi Narukar for more on this, doctor. So if the FDA does authorize Moderna's vaccine, how much of a difference could that make right now in trying to keep cases down?
You know, Joe, this is going to be such a critical step. This is a forgotten group of 18 million kids. We've really left them behind. We don't have an option of vaccination, and this offers an option. This study particularly was very promising, a robust antibody response. And of the 7,000 children studied, none had severe outcomes. None were hospitalized or had the multi-system inflammatory condition, myocarditis, or death. So this is big news.
We know a lot of parents have really been looking forward to this, but as we just saw in Stephanie's piece, some parents are still hesitant about vaccinating their kids. We know only 28% of kids between the ages of 5 and 11 have actually received the 2 doses of a vaccine. So what would you tell parents out there who are hesitant about getting their kids vaccinated?
Joe, this is such an important discussion and one that every parent should have with their pediatrician. There was data found with the Kaiser Family Foundation and Pediatrics, which is the leading scientific journal amongst pediatrics, that the most trusted source of information for the COVID vaccine was a conversation with the pediatrician. Interestingly and of note, more than 95% of pediatricians themselves have vaccinated their own children with the COVID vaccine. So that is really reassuring, and hopefully that will help encourage parents to get vaccinated for their kids.
Yeah, that might speak volumes for many parents. So finally, we are seeing an increase in a pretty meaningful way in some pockets of the country. One of them is upstate New York, which has turned into a new hotspot. Do you think this outbreak is something to worry about? And should officials there do more, implement more mandates to try and get things under control?
I do, Joe. You know, this is a hot spot, and there will be many more in the coming weeks. We've seen a rise in 44 states of cases, and yet 98% of the U.S. is still unmasked. When we set up those mask policies in February to remove mask mandates, it was that they would be reinstated when cases go up. So as cases go down, masks come off. As cases rise, masks should go back on.
Dr. Aditi Narukar, as always, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Now to the war in Ukraine. The country's presidential office says there are plans to evacuate civilians from that blockaded steel plant in Mariupol today. It comes after cruise missiles hit Kyiv on Thursday during a visit by the UN Secretary General. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin reports from the capital.
Hey there, this is the aftermath of last night's missile strikes on the Capitol. One of the missiles struck that apartment building right over there. They've been working to clear the rubble. Meanwhile, this morning, there's a report of another American killed in Ukraine.
This morning, CNN reporting that a U.S. Marine veteran has been killed while fighting in Ukraine. According to his family, 22-year-old Willie Joseph Cancel had been working for a private military company in the country since mid-March. His mother telling CNN he wanted to go over because he believed in what Ukraine was fighting for. He leaves behind his wife and a 7-month-old baby. Late Thursday, just as the UN Secretary General was visiting Kyiv, 2 Russian missiles struck the center of the capital, injuring 10 and killing 1, according to the city's mayor.
You can see the massive emergency response as well as the military. The ground is covered in glass. Explosives are thick in the air. This is chaos in the heart of Kyiv.
The head of the UN acknowledging it has failed to stop the bloodshed. His visit also focusing on the besieged port city of Mariupol, where hundreds of civilians and Ukrainian fighters remain trapped inside an old steel plant. Antonio Guterres saying Russia's President Putin had agreed in principle to allow civilians to evacuate. But the Russian assault shows no signs of stopping. On Thursday, massive bombs striking the steel plant's makeshift military hospital, according to Ukrainian officials. Marina Kratsova's husband is one of the fighters trapped inside. Every time I speak with him, he tells me about the bright future we'll have after we win.
How does that make you feel?
I'm very afraid. On Thursday, President Biden asking Congress to fund a $33 billion aid package to help keep Ukraine going through September. Badly needed funds as the country begins to tally the economic toll. Mall owner Andriy Dubienko says he's lost almost everything. He shows us harrowing videos of what happened when the Russians arrived on his street and the devastation they left behind. I'm very sad, but I'm also an optimist, he says. We Ukrainians are optimists. That's why we will win this war.
NBC reached out to both the State Department as well as the family of that Marine veteran reportedly killed. We've yet to hear back, but an official tells CNN that they are aware of the reports and are monitoring the situation. Back to you.
Aaron, thank you so much. Let's bring in William Taylor. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and the vice president of Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, always good to have you with us. Let's start with that strike in Kyiv, which happened during the UN Secretary General's visit. What do you make of that attack and its timing? And do you think it could impact Washington's plans to try and reopen the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, where we know American diplomats had just started returning this week?
They have started returning, Joe, and it's a good thing that they're going back in. Listen, it is risky. There are some risks associated with any overseas work, in particular in a war zone, but it's really important to be there. And so the U.S. Embassy moving back at some point, and it's not entirely clear when, but they're clearly making plans, will enable U.S. diplomats, our charge d'affaires, our new ambassador who will be out there, we hope soon, to deal directly with the Ukrainians face-to-face on a real-time basis and be able to hear them and send messages from Washington. So it's really important for the embassy to get back.
We know Ukraine's presidential office says there are plans to evacuate those civilians who've been blockaded in that steel plant in Mariupol. Yesterday, the UN chief, Antonio Guterres, said he was stepping up efforts to make that happen. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Mariupol is a crisis within a crisis. Thousands of civilians need life-saving assistance. Many are elderly, in need of medical care, or have limited mobility. They need an escape route out of the apocalypse. And as we speak, there are intense discussions to move forward on this proposal to make it a reality.
He also expressed disappointment at what he said was a failure by the UN Security Council to stop the war in the first place. So how much of a boost would this be to the UN if it does manage to successfully broker the safe evacuation of people from those steelworks?
So it would be a boost. It would be a boost for Ukraine to get these civilians out. As you know, as you've reported, they've been trying to get these civilians out for weeks. And every time there's an agreement, no matter who has negotiated this agreement, the UN's latest one, the Russians have foiled it. And so they've not been able to get any large number of civilians out. We hope this is a better opportunity. We hope this works this time. And if it does, it'll be good for the UN. But more broadly, the UN, the UN was founded, as we remember, to try to solve conflict and to stop conflict and to stop wars. It's failed in that mission. And it's not clear how it gets back, because exactly as you say, the Security Council, frozen, stymied by Russian vetoes, is not able to take action.
And quickly, Ambassador, your reaction to this $33 billion aid package proposed by the president, which of course has to be approved from Congress.
It's a great step, and it does indicate that the United States is in this and supporting Ukraine for the long term. We hope this war will end soon, that the Ukrainians will, in fact, push the Russians back, will stop the Russians, and these weapons are important to do that. But the $33 billion indicates that we're there for the long term. It needs to be, as you say, passed, and then it needs to be translated into weapons moving quickly to the Ukrainians.
Ambassador William Taylor, thank you so much for your analysis. We appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
You too, Joe. Thanks.
This morning, Wall Street and Main Street are still digesting that surprising news that the economy actually shrank in the first quarter after one of the strongest growth quarters in late 2021. And now with prices soaring and plenty of jobs available, it's got a lot of people scratching their heads. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the story.
Yeah, you know, as is often the case, there is not one reason to explain what's happening. There are many factors that are affecting the price we pay, how much we are paid, and whether the economy is slowing. And yes, we are all feeling every bit of it. From the grocery store to the gas pump, the car lot, the home improvement store, to new mortgages and new rents, Americans are caught in the vortex of high prices and now signs the economy is shrinking. The economy actually contracted by 1.4% in the first 3 months of the year, after rising by nearly 7% at the end of 2021. A big surprise, since unemployment is near a 50-year low and inflation is at 40-year highs, pushed higher by the supply chain crisis and strong consumer demand. At the Mount Adams Bar and Grill in Cincinnati, owner Pat Shepard is trying to manage all of it. Everything costs more, especially if it's from overseas, and she's struggling to find employees.
So yes, this is the most challenging time we've ever been through, and that is everything from a shortage of employees to how to honestly keep the customers happy when you do your best to get the product in.
Analysts say several factors caused the economy to contract in the first quarter. The war in Ukraine slowed the global economy. The U.S. imported more than it exported. The government cut back on pandemic spending. The supply chain crisis worsened in China, just as Omicron spread across the country. The timing is not good. The Federal Reserve still expected to raise interest rates another 0.5 point next week to help tame inflation.
The Nasdaq closing out with a gain of 3%.
Despite the inflation concerns, Wall Street bounced back on Thursday after days of selling. But the economy on Main Street remains a very big concern.
Do you want another job? It's probably out there for you. Wages are going to be going up, and prices are going to be going up too, and it'll be a race between them.
And as we all know, higher interest rates mean that we will pay more for new car loans and mortgages, rents and credit cards. The Federal Reserve also taking stimulus money out of the economy, hoping to bring about a soft landing, not a crash landing and a recession. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much. Time for a check on your morning news now. Weather Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hey, Michelle.
Good morning, Joe. And we're going to see some severe weather in the central and southern plains. So if you live anywhere in these areas, you want to have your safe plan in place. It's going to be this afternoon, this evening, and tonight. So we're looking at pretty strong storms, at least the potential for them. So this is the enhanced risk. Where you see the orange, that's where tornadoes and severe weather is likely. So anywhere from Kearney to Concordia, Wichita, you are in the mix for that. The yellow, that is a slight risk. That's where it's likely to see severe storms. And look at this. We could see giant hail, and that's where we could see hail as big as softballs. And that's going to cause a lot of damage. Also strong tornadoes with tornadoes over EF2, damaging winds winds as well. So where you're seeing the hail right there, that's a pretty large swath. So we're going to be watching that very closely this afternoon. If you have your cars outdoor, you want to move them into the garage because they will cause damage to anything that is outside. Also looking at strong tornado risk, we're looking at EF2, could be stronger, and that's the greatest risk evening and overnight. And remember, tornadoes, when they happen at night, they're double as deadly. So you want to sleep in your safe spot if you don't hear any alerts go off your phone, or you just want to keep your phone nearby. Also looking at severe threat on Saturday, notice it shifts to the east, not quite as enhanced as what we're seeing tonight. 17 million at risk. We could see winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail of an inch or more, and a few tornadoes are possible as well. Also a lot of rain. We're looking at training rain in the northern plains, so areas of flooding rain is possible for Bismarck and also Pierre. A flood threat for sure. Rivers, streams, roads may flood, so just be careful when you're in those areas. Fire danger. We don't normally see this in the Northeast. 18 million people impacted. And of course, we always look at the Southwest too. We have a fire danger once again there.
Yeah, it is pretty rare to see the fire danger up in this part of the
But we're so dry too.
Very dry. All right,
Yeah.
Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right, coming up, the fight over a woman's right to choose heating up in Oklahoma. State lawmakers there passing one of the strictest abortion bans yet. If signed into law, what it could mean for health care there and beyond. Next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Oklahoma lawmakers have approved a bill that would prohibit abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. It is expected to be signed into law by Governor Kevin Stitt. The bill is modeled on one that went into effect in Texas last year. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now with the latest on this. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. You know, what's so notable here is that there's no lag time between when this is signed and when it would go into effect. So essentially, this is just a pen stroke away from becoming one of the most restrictive abortion laws in the nation.
here.
With the showdown over abortion access being fought in states nationwide, this morning Oklahoma is the latest battleground. State lawmakers there approved a bill dubbed the Oklahoma Heartbeat Act that would ban abortions after 6 weeks, the time doctors are able to detect a heartbeat, but before most women even know they're pregnant.
This will not save just one life. This will save many, many lives.
This bill is incredibly intrusive. It reduces individuals' freedoms, and it's just plain wrong.
The bill now goes to the desk of Oklahoma's Republican governor, who earlier this month signed a different bill, making it a crime to perform abortions in the state.
We want Oklahoma to be the most pro-life state in the country.
That bill goes into effect this summer, but this latest measure passed with an emergency provision, meaning it goes into effect as soon as it's signed, likely any day.
It impacts every fertile woman's health in the state of Oklahoma by passing this law.
The president of Planned Parenthood calls the measure unconscionable and unconstitutional, vowing to fight it in court. The impact stretches beyond Oklahoma's borders into neighboring Texas, where a similar law has sent women seeking abortions to nearby states. According to one study, nearly half of them traveled to Oklahoma. The legislation is the latest in a flurry of strict abortion laws nationwide, including Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis recently signed a measure banning the procedure after 15 weeks.
We are here today to protect life.
That law is modeled after a similar one in Mississippi, which is currently under review in the Supreme Court. It poses a direct challenge to the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling, setting up a potentially groundbreaking decision by the nation's highest court. And now back to Oklahoma. There's no indication on timing as to when Governor Stitt would possibly sign that law, but he has made it clear, and he has said in the past that he plans to sign any anti-abortion legislation that hits his desk. Joe?
Blaine, thank you so much. International headlines now. After several years of a strained relationship, Turkey and Saudi Arabia are reopening diplomatic ties. NBC News correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, the president of Turkey and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia have met in Jeddah for the first time since 2018, when relations between the two countries became strained following the killing of Jamal Khashoggi, the Saudi journalist who was killed in Istanbul. Earlier this month, Turkey dropped the trials for 26 Saudi nationals who were accused of being involved in the killing, perhaps a way to pave the way to the visit by the president, Tayyip Erdogan, who said that this visit will open a new era in the relations between the two countries. And let's move to Colombia, where police have clashed with demonstrators during a protest to mark the first anniversary of a national strike against the country's president. Police in riot gear sprayed demonstrators with tear gas and water cannons. According to the authorities, 13 people were arrested and 3 police officers were injured. And it looks like a toy, but it takes an astronaut to play with it. Now, the Sora Q is a tiny exploration robot developed by Tomy, a major Japanese toy maker, and Japan's Aerospace Exploration Agency. It will be sent to the moon next year, and it's only 4 inches in diameter, but it will be able to withstand the moon's extreme temperatures, move easily on the harsh terrains, and will also be equipped with 2 cameras, and it will take pictures of anything that is there on the moon and will send it back on Earth. Perhaps it will take a picture of a baby alien who will also think it's a toy.
Can play with it. All right. Very good, Claudio. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend. The war in Ukraine is not showing any signs of easing up, but right now there might be a way for the West to help. Russia's central bank says it's taking legal action to unfreeze $600 billion in currency reserves frozen by Western countries. And there's a reason why. About half of that money could be used to fund reparations for Ukraine before the war ends, potentially forcing Russia to pay, at least partially, for the damage caused. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has more on this story. Dasha, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Look, this is a pretty unique idea. After World Wars I and II, reparations didn't happen until after Germany surrendered. But it's different with Russia today because so many countries have its reserves frozen in their own central banks. And according to some experts, there is basis in international law to tap into them now to help Ukraine.
It's been 2 months since the war in Ukraine began, but the UN says it already caused $100 billion in infrastructure damage alone, on top of the worst refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. But right now, with the war still happening, countries like the US can use Russia's own money to effectively make them pay for humanitarian aid, reparations, and eventually reconstruction, by tapping into Russian foreign exchange reserves frozen in central banks across the world. So how does it work? Russia has $585 billion in foreign currency reserves, according to the most recent data from Russia's central bank. But when you subtract their gold reserves at home and money held in countries like China, there's still $350 billion held in countries like France, Germany, Japan, and the US, to name a few, according to the Brookings Institution. After World Wars I and II, Germany paid reparations after the war ended. But since other countries already legally control this Russian money, it could be used to fund reparations for Ukraine. And right now, Russia can't even access it. It's basically just sitting there.
The foreign exchange reserve is sitting in the central bank. It's literally just sitting in an electronic account as a book entry. It's not earning any interest, to my knowledge. It's just an electronic book entry, period.
Robert Leighton is an economic expert who got the ball rolling on this idea, making his case in an op-ed for the Brookings Institution.
So the money could be literally transferred electronically instantaneously, as long as they have the authority.
Congress could pass a bill to let the U.S. unfreeze the money and specify where it goes. But some legal experts say President Biden can do it himself under powers Congress already gave him. And while the U.S. has so far signed off on billions of dollars in emergency funding, that's only scratching the surface of the tens of billions of dollars in damage. And the clock is ticking, with some Ukrainian officials unsure if there's even a point in rebuilding some key cities.
They cannot be rebuilt because we don't know yet if people would want to live there, would want to return there. And I'm talking about Bucha, I'm talking about Irpin, I'm talking about Mariupol. For people who used to live there, would it be okay to come back to the streets where their loved ones were killed?
Kira Rudik is a Ukrainian member of parliament who's vowed to stay in Kyiv during the war.
We need to cover the payments that are necessary for alive people to be alive. And it's pensions, it's compensations, it's salaries, it's all those expenses that are basic expenses for the country.
141 countries voted to condemn Russia's invasion at the UN back in March, but none of them have taken steps to unfreeze Russian reserves to help Ukraine. And some experts say only one can get them all on board.
I think the EU, Japan, Canada are all looking to the United States. In fact, frankly, the Ukrainians are looking to us to do this. So as a practical matter, yes, I think the United States has to take the lead for this to happen.
So, Joe, it's unclear if the U.S. government is moving to actually use this specific money or whether it would be viewed as an escalation by Russia. But Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. already said that if Russia were to withdraw, reparations would need to at least be discussed. Joe?
Interesting story. Dasha, thank you so much. Coming up, Turning the Page, an independent bookstore fighting to survive during unprecedented times in a community's fight to keep it alive, all documented on film. That story next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. A new documentary profiles an independent bookstore owner fighting to save his business during the pandemic with the help of a devoted community. It's called Hello Bookstore, and it opens in New York today. Take a look.
Look at the smile on that guy's face. He found a book. It took me 3 days to read that book. My bookmark never had a chance.
Curbside only. If you know what you're looking for, we can provide.
That's just the way it works for me. Not for browsing, no, just for curbside. I'm on credit hold with Simon & Schuster because I owe him too much money. I don't have enough money to pay him.
Joining us now, the owner of the bookstore, Matthew Tannenbaum, and director A.B. Jacks. Good morning to both of you. Thanks so much for joining us. This looks like a great film. I mean, A.B., why was it you decided to focus on this, and how was it you came about to find Matthew's bookstore, which is in the Berkshires in Massachusetts?
I found it through my wife, who grew up there, and the first time I walked through those doors, it just felt like I had stepped through a portal to this lost world of books, and it was all because of him, and it was just this magical place that over the years just started growing on me, and I wanted to figure out a way to celebrate it and a way to bring it to life and share it with people. So that was the impetus, and it's been an amazing journey, and it's all because of him and the way he's created this really unique bookstore, this really singular bookstore that really reflects him, but I think it's a universal place that I think a lot of people will see their own bookstore in.
Matthew, I think it was hard enough for independent bookstores before the pandemic,
right.
And then you add this thing where people go to bookstores to browse, and as you said there, you can't browse in the bookstore. I mean, what was going through your mind during the pandemic as you were dealing with all this?
It was, we had a brand new normal. We're always going to have a brand new normal every day. And that's what we just had to do. You had to sanitize. I had to, spray around the door every morning when I came in, and decided to just do a curbside pickup, and that became what we had to do. Then I realized that this wasn't going to cut it. I was busy, very busy, because people wanted to come into the store. They wanted books. They still want books. And they had to figure out a way to do it. So we were overwhelmed with the phone calls and the emails. And so even though we were making, a percentage of what we used to make, we were busier than ever. Go figure.
That doesn't seem fair, does it? I mean, you had challenges, and then as a filmmaker, A.B., you also have challenges because shooting during a pandemic is not easy, especially early on. You have to take all these precautions. I mean, what were some of those challenges you had to deal with?
I think the biggest challenge was, we started in the fall of 2019, and it was really going to be this passage of time. And COVID happened to be in that passage of time, and never saw it coming. And as a filmmaker, I never saw it coming. So it was adapting to that. This isn't going to be that golden age of the bookstore. This is going to be a different time, and sort of accepting that and finding the beauty in that. It's sort of an evolution.
And that was just what we had to do.
Right.
So mic me up and follow me around the store. He was the only one in the store besides me.
It's probably nice to have someone there with you, right?
It was a lot of fun, yeah, because we were on camera, but we didn't film all that. We didn't, shoot all that, or didn't broadcast all that. And so I could turn to Adam and say, "Did you see that one? Did you hear that one?" It's a lot of fun.
What was it like for you then to, when the documentary was done, go back and watch it and relive everything again?
Oh, what a great question. I have, what did I do? It was, oh, I know that. I remember that. Oh, I remember that one. Oh, I don't remember this. It was the way I've lived my life all these years, and he captured it in these few moments. Just lovely.
I don't want to give away any spoilers here, but how are you doing now? How's the store doing now?
We're doing very well, thank you. Thank you. Don't tell the tax man.
It took a community, though, didn't it?
Absolutely, and they were, they and the publishers who kept the books coming, and the writers who kept writing, and the book designers, everybody who helped along. I was just the guy at the front desk, and yeah.
I think to many people you're so much more than that, and so we're so glad we could see this documented. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, AB, so much for joining us. And you can check out Hello Bookstore. It's now out in select theaters. And by the way, if you're in New York, you can see Matt and AB in person. They're going to be doing question and answer panels at Film Forum. So check that out. All right, coming up, it's officially crunch time for those who haven't gotten mom a little something for Mother's Day. Don't worry, you still got a little time. Now, if you're thinking flowers, well, like everything else, you might have to shell out a little extra cash this year, but we've got some tips on how to save on that last-minute gift after the break.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
It's a holiday of sorts that changes every year. Well, now we know when it's happening this year. Of course, we're talking about Amazon Prime Day. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with more on when it's going to happen. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Joe, I guess it'll be back to Christmas in July. Amazon announcing the annual shopping day, which targets Prime members. You know, it's shifted over the last couple of years. It was in October in 2020, and last year it was in June, but Amazon making the announcement as part of its earnings report last night. It didn't say which day, though, so it hasn't shared any specific details about a date or what kind of deals to expect, but, you know, usually Amazon device deals top the list. Meantime, Walmart is unveiling a new activewear and swim brand called Love and Sports. It's created by fashion designer Michelle Smith and SoulCycle instructor Stacy Griffith. The collection is another sign of Walmart's continuing effort to become a place where shoppers can get stylish clothing along with good deals on things like appliances and groceries. Activewear has gained popularity, especially during the pandemic, with sales rising from about $52 billion in 2019 to nearly $71 billion last year. And researchers have found that Amazon uses voice data collected by Alexa to target you with ads. The report by groups affiliated with UC Irvine, UC Davis, and Northeastern University say that Amazon shares data from your interactions with the digital assistant with as many as 41 ad partners. They say this data is in hot demand, leading to higher bid prices from brands and advertisers. Amazon confirms to The Verge that it does use data from Alexa for relevant ads shown on Amazon or other sites, but it doesn't share it with app developers, it says. But Amazon is such a big app itself that covers a lot of ground.
Hey, I was about to say, you can get pretty much anything there. So, all right, Bertha, thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Appreciate it. Now, in case you have not been paying attention, Mother's Day is next weekend. For many people, flowers are always a favorite option, but like everything else these days, you might have to pay a little more to get them. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is at Miami International Airport with that story. Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning, Joe. I'm on the ramp here. You can see them moving boxes. We have flowers arriving from Colombia on Avianca Cargo. They're getting them here as quickly as they can. They were only picked about 36 hours ago. And if everything goes as planned, they'll only be here for a few hours. And then they'll be making their way to homes across America because, of course, we're reminding you, Mother's Day is coming very soon. And the flowers that are arriving here should be in a vase at your mom's house soon. From carnations and tulips to lilies and lilacs, just about any flower you can imagine is arriving here at Miami International Airport to help fill those Mother's Day orders.
This is our busiest time of the year. We probably, on a typical Mother's Day rush, process 1 billion cut flower stems. And this year is predicted to be even more than that.
Crews are now working around the clock to unload all these fresh cut flowers from countries like Colombia and Ecuador.
Flowers are MIA's largest commodity in weight and the 5th largest in value. That means that flowers are supremely important for us, and we are considered the flower gateway for the Americas.
More than 300,000 stems are arriving here daily in preparation for Mother's Day, triple the amount that usually comes in. And they're projecting a 10% increase in flower shipments this Mother's Day season compared to 2021. Now it's a race against the clock as all those blooms are unpacked, repacked, and shipped all over the country to local distributors. But prices for flowers have increased in the last few years because of the pandemic, supply chain issues, and environmental problems like poor weather conditions impacting growers. Perry's Florist in Miami has been in business for 85 years and says lately finding inventory has been challenging.
Sometimes I'm unable to provide a specific flower or a certain color or things like that, but I try to do my best and explain to them in advance I'm going to do what I can with what we have.
According to experts, sales are not slowing. Flowers will make up a staggering 80% of Mother's Day's gifts in the U.S. And of those, the majority will be floral bouquets, 63%.
The beauty of flowers and plants is that really regardless of your budget,
there's something out there for you.
If you're looking to get some beautiful blooms from mom that won't break the bank, experts say talk to your local florist.
Tell your florist what your budget is and say, these are my favorite colors, or these are this mother's favorite flowers, and here's my budget, here's what I want to spend, and they'll make it happen.
So it looks like I'm not in Miami anymore, Joe, but I am. I'm inside the cooler here where they keep the flowers nice and fresh. And if everything goes as planned, and they're right now running like clockwork, these boxes of flowers that you see that just arrived from Colombia will be on their way to other parts of the country. There's even some trucks waiting outside to ship them around the state of Florida. But flowers for Mother's Day arriving here that could be arriving at homes as far away as Alaska, assuming you do your job for mom.
Yeah,
Joe?
and if you don't want to get her flowers, you could always get her that hat you're wearing, Carrie. I mean, that's also an option.
I'm sure she'd love it.
All right, Carrie Sanders, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, eyes on the prize. The NFL's newest stars unveiled last night in Las Vegas. We'll bring you the surprising top picks from the first round of the NFL draft. Plus, a newly released study that just might flip the script on everything you know about man's best friend. Those stories up next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
James Corden is saying goodbye to his late night show after 7 years as host. Corden will actually finish out his contract extension, but leave CBS's The Late Late Show next year. The British comedian and actor took over from Craig Ferguson in 2015 and went on to create several recurring segments that went viral. Perhaps most famous of these, Carpool Karaoke, where he's played host to everyone from Harry Styles to Paul McCartney to Michelle Obama. Now, since taking over as host of the show, Corden has starred in movies like Cats, Peter Rabbit, and The Prom. The late night host has not yet revealed what he plans to do next. This morning, we're learning more about the incident that played out in public when actress Olivia Wilde was served with custody papers while on stage. Wilde was promoting her new film at a high-profile event when she was handed that mysterious envelope. Her ex-fiancé, Jason Sudeikis, has condemned what he says was the inappropriate way she was served those private documents in such a public way.
This morning, new details about that bizarre moment. A-list actress Olivia Wilde was served legal papers while on stage at a packed CinemaCon. The 38-year-old had been promoting her new film, Don't Worry, Darling, on Tuesday when she was interrupted by a woman delivering a mysterious manila envelope. Inside, legal documents from her ex-fiancé, actor Jason Sudeikis, concerning the custody of their 2 children. Sources close to Sudeikis confirmed to NBC News the woman who served those papers was an LA-based server hired by a law firm for the actor. According to CinemaCon officials, she approached the stage when she was not authorized to be there.
This is a relatively drastic step to serve her while she's presenting.
Representatives for Wilde did not respond to our request for comment, but sources close to Sudeikis say he had no prior knowledge of the time or place that the envelope would have been delivered. But legal experts say that's not common.
It seems very unusual that the attorneys weren't talking in advance and that alternative measures for getting these papers served weren't taken.
Well, the former Hollywood power couple never tied the knot. They were together for 9 years. The two met for the first time at an SNL rap party in 2011.
Just the greatest line of all time that Jason had. He came up to me and he said, you know, whatever you're looking for, you don't need it.
In November 2020, the couple announced their split. Months later, Wilde was first spotted holding hands with her now boyfriend, pop star Harry Styles. The two reportedly hit it off on the set of Don't Worry, Darling.
They touch each other's toes.
What? Sudeikis has recently been in London shooting the 3rd season of his hit series, Ted Lasso. Meantime, Wilde recently opened up to Vogue about their children, Otis and Daisy, and how they've been able to adapt to their parents' busy lifestyle. She told the magazine, whatever country we're in, they have a routine and a community. They're best friends, and they have each other.
Legal experts we spoke with say while it may be unusual for someone to be served papers on stage, the rules for process servers are relatively limited. They're allowed to approach a potential party and serve papers in any public setting. In Las Vegas last night, an entertainment spectacle. The first round of the NFL draft held right in the middle of the Vegas Strip. And for fans, it was a chance to celebrate the game's newest stars without COVID restrictions. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock was up late watching every twist and turn and has all that for us. Sam, good morning.
Joe, you got to do it for the love of the job, man. Good morning. Very nice to see you. And I will say this was not your typical NFL draft because in 11 of the last 15 years, the top pick has been a quarterback. Last night, there wasn't a quarterback taken in the top 10. This is friends and family celebrating the next wave of NFL stars with hugs, even a few tears.
With hundreds of thousands of fans piled in under a Vegas sun, the NFL draft kicked off with a fiery greeting from Ice Cube.
What's up, Las Vegas?
And a typically chilly reception for Commissioner Roger Goodell. And then the draft's biggest mystery finally revealed.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Trayvon Walker.
The Jags kept everybody guessing until the last minute before grabbing Georgia's Trayvon Walker with the top pick. Walker's family sharing high fives and wide smiles. Then seconds later, the next pick popping right in.
This was about as quick as we've ever seen a team do this.
The Lions selecting Aiden Hutchinson of Michigan, a hometown product, huddling with his family before locking the commissioner in a bear hug.
I'm happy I get to go back to Detroit, go back to Motor City, hopefully win some ball games.
The top 5 picks, all defensive standouts, 3 edge rushers and 2 cornerbacks, known for following receivers all over the field. But on this night,
and his moment of excitement took off the wrong way, so he had a spin move there.
The Jets' Sauce Gardner was Lost Gardner, reversing course to try and find the stage. The top 10 also had a trio of offensive linemen, with no quarterback for the first time in nearly a decade.
The light is going to shine on so many other really good players. And I think so many times quarterbacks suck the air out of the room.
For all the Vegas splendor and splashy trades, the night was sealed with beaming families full of pride and grateful athletes ready to make an impact. The New York Giants' first pick, Kayvon Thibodeau, dancing his way onto the stage and celebrating with a young Make-A-Wish recipient.
It was just a blessing, man. I can't even believe to be a part of this. I watched it for so many years.
Finally, the first quarterback was taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 20, Kenny Pickett, Pickett overcome with emotion as he, like so many athletes, processed a dream turned reality.
Joe, Kenny Pickett went to the University of Pittsburgh. That is one of the reasons why he was so emotional upon that selection. And I got to go back for a second to my man Sam Prince, a Make-A-Wish recipient, 24 years old, from New Jersey, overcame a heart transplant years ago to be there to present that pick. I don't know if I've ever seen any reaction like this in the history of the draft. Look at him dancing there, just the pumping of the fists, his arms so excited. It probably made the evening. And Kayvon Thibodeau went right along with it. The best dressed and most enthusiastic pair there together on the stage. Just awesome TV magic, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great moment. I feel like that might not be the last time we see him, perhaps in a football stand somewhere in the future. All right. Sam, thank you so much.
He's going to be a GM years down the road.
That too. There you go. There you
Thanks,
go.
Joe.
Sam, thank you so much. All right, now to some new findings that could change everything we think we know about our dogs and their personalities. A new study shows that a dog's breed actually has very little to do with his or her behavior. NBC News' Gotti Schwartz has the details.
Hey there, yeah, if you did all kinds of research on different dog breeds trying to figure out which might be the best fit for your family, well, this new study kind of suggests you might as well have been chasing your own tail, because scientists now say breed doesn't really have that big of a bearing on the personality of your pup.
They're stereotypes that are a little rough to shake off. Marley and Me's loving lab, the loyal lassie, or Legally Blonde's little chic chihuahua.
Hi, I'm Elle Woods, and this is Breezer Woods, and we're both Gemini vegetarians.
But a new study looking at over 18,000 dog owner surveys and DNA sequencing of over 2,000 of those dogs suggests you can't judge a pup by its breed.
You shouldn't be putting all of these expectations on a dog just based on what its breed is.
It's almost like don't be a breedist.
I wasn't going to go there, but you can.
Dr. Eleanor Carlson is a geneticist at the University of Massachusetts Chan Medical School, and her team found breed type only accounts for 9% of canine behavior, and factors like sex, age, and environment have a stronger pull on dog personality, which might explain why even big dogs want to be loved like the little ones.
That almost sounds a lot like the dog version of nature versus nurture.
And we say this percentage of it seems to have something to do with genetics, and then we call everything else environment. And so the best we can really say based on our data is that it doesn't seem like there's a big genetic contribution.
So we had to do a doggy beach outside of LA and found two Chihuahuas, Tooth and Bean, that couldn't have been more different. Their owners say the study makes sense to them.
Each dog is an individual just like humans are.
And then we met this very good girl, California, who stole the show with her tricks.
Good girl, Callie, come.
Do you think there's a big difference between different breeds of dogs?
I think so. Like, I found that my golden is really mellow.
But California's cousin Maverick definitely lived up to the name.
So we thought he'd be very similar because, like, you know, Goldens, but he's crazy.
Scientists say the reason, at the end of the day, even though they look different, dogs are all really the same species, and most modern-day breeds only date back 150 years, a blink of an eye on the evolutionary timeline. And now new findings to give us pause about the way we think of our best four-legged friends. Okay, and full disclosure on a question we had as well. We wanted to know, too, does Dr. Carlson have any dogs? Turns out she is a cat person. She says she has 3 cats. She's actually never owned a dog in her life, but she also points out that makes her even more objective in all of that research. And she also made sure that there were dog people on the team. So there's that. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Gotti. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, Kyiv under fire. Russian airstrikes target Ukraine's capital city. But we're learning this morning about the latest attacks on Kyiv since Russian forces retreated weeks ago. Plus, the new efforts underway today to rescue Ukrainians taking shelter in a steel plant in the besieged city of Mariupol. Some relief. President Biden says he's considering forgiving some student loan debt. The plans the president is looking at and what it could mean for the millions of people trying to repay their college loans. 30 years later, today marks 3 decades since officers were acquitted in the police beating of Rodney King in L.A. That infamous moment sparked outrage and deadly protests throughout the city. We'll look back at that pivotal time in race relations, plus what we can learn today as police brutality remains a top issue in the U.S. Plus, no plans? No problem. If you don't have anything to do this weekend, well, we have a list for you. We're going to break down all the movies and shows people will be talking about on Monday, plus the growing trend of TV shows about shows. Good to have you with us on this Friday. We begin this morning with the war in Ukraine and the capital, Kyiv, which is once again coming under attack. 2 cruise missiles rocked the city last night. Local officials say 1 person was killed, 10 others were injured. The attack happened during a visit to the capital by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, and it prompted fierce condemnation in Ukraine. President Zelensky accused Russia of trying to humiliate the UN. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is calling for more aid for Ukraine. The president is asking Congress to approve a $33 billion aid package. He called it a small price to pay for Ukraine's freedom.
We're not attacking Russia. We're helping Ukraine defend itself against Russian aggression. And just as Putin chose to launch this brutal invasion, he could make the choice to end this brutal invasion. Russia is the aggressor. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Russia is the aggressor, and the world must and will hold Russia accountable. And as long as the assaults and atrocities continue, we're going to continue to supply military assistance.
NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Lviv, Ukraine, and NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is covering the latest developments out of the White House. Raf, let's start with you in that attack on Kyiv yesterday. Those 2 cruise missiles hit just as the UN Secretary General was visiting the Ukrainian capital. What more do we know about this attack? And also, what came out of that meeting between the UN chief and Zelensky?
Joe, President Zelensky was very clear. He sees this as an attempt by the Kremlin to send a message to humiliate the Secretary General of the United Nations and basically say to the international community, stay out of this. Don't interfere in our invasion in Ukraine. Now, as you said, 2 residential buildings were hit, 1 person killed, 10 injured, and this strike coming just an hour or so after the Secretary General emerged from that meeting with President Zelensky at the presidential compound. Earlier in the day, the Secretary General had been walking around the suburb of Borodyanka. That is one of those Kyiv suburbs that, along with Bucha, whose name will be etched in infamy as a place where Russian forces appear to have carried out mass war crimes. I want you to take a listen to just a little bit of what the Secretary General had to say about that.
Ukraine is an epicenter of unbearable heartache and pain. I witnessed that very vividly today around Kyiv. The senseless loss of life, the massive destruction, the unacceptable violations of human rights and the laws of war.
Let me be very clear. The Security Council failed to do everything in its power to prevent and end this war. And this is a source of great disappointment, frustration, and anger.
Now, Joe, these strikes are a reminder that while the fighting on the ground is focused on the east, Vladimir Putin's missiles are able to hit every corner of this country, from Kyiv here in Lviv down to Odessa in the south, and they are striking everywhere they can. Joe?
So, Josh, let's talk about the American response yesterday. President Biden asked Congress to greenlight this huge $33 billion aid package for Ukraine. What's included in that, and does it look like lawmakers will approve it?
Yeah, that $33 billion package, Joe, is more than double President Biden's initial request to Congress for assistance for the Ukrainians, which was about $13.5 billion. So this means that the U.S. would now be spending about as much per year trying to help the Ukrainians as we did in our own war in Afghanistan. And if you break down the numbers here, it's about $20 billion, $20.5 billion, the largest amount of this package going going to military and security assistance for the Ukrainians. But there's also about $8 billion in there for economic assistance to try to help prop up Ukraine's government as it is struggling to keep basic functions going with all of these hits on its infrastructure and other challenge. There's also some humanitarian assistance included in this package, and this would really allow the administration to not have to go back to Congress every single month for more money. They are looking at a 5-month package, which essentially creates a bank account from which the Biden administration can draw down month after month as they need to provide bit by bit more security assistance to the Ukrainians. And you asked about the prospects in Congress. I think this aid package in and of itself for Ukraine will be pretty applauded and have a lot of bipartisan support. But the real question, Joe, is whether lawmakers are going to try to either tie this in with COVID funding or if Republicans will seek a fight over the unrelated Title 42 issue. As you know well, sometimes things that seem like they should be straightforward aren't always so when they come to the U.S. Congress.
Some of these issues that we don't think have anything to do with what we're talking about suddenly come into play. Raf, I want to ask you about one of the topics of discussion between the UN chief and President Zelensky, and that's the situation in Mariupol and that blockaded steel plant. So this morning, the presidential office said an operation to evacuate civilians from that facility is being planned for today. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Joe, a lot of confusion now about what is happening in Mariupol. Earlier this morning, President Zelensky's office putting out that statement saying they were hoping to carry out an evacuation today. There was nothing official from the UN, but we know that a UN team did move down to Zaporizhzhia yesterday to be in place in case a window of opportunity did come up for that evacuation to go ahead. In the hours since, though, we've seen no movement. We've actually been speaking to a Marine who is inside that steel plant. He says that Russian shelling has been continuing all day. He says that there has been talk of evacuations every day for the last 4 days, but nothing has materialized. So a lot of rumors circulating in the tunnels underneath that steel plant, some glimmers of hope that people are daring to cling to. But right now, there is no sign of an evacuation going ahead. It is 2 p.m. here in Ukraine. And of course, the Russians have a say in this. There is nothing official from the Russian government right now that suggests that an evacuation is planned, that they are planning to pull their forces back to allow that to go ahead. Zelensky's office referring only to an evacuation of civilians, so women and children. Not clear what would happen to those hundreds of wounded Ukrainian soldiers who are down in the plant also. The commander of one of the Ukrainian Marine units says he has 600 men wounded. They will die down there if they don't get the medical attention they need. Jeff?
The world watching what's happening there. Raf and Josh, thank you both. For more, let's bring in Lester Munson. He's a senior fellow at the National Security Institute and a principal in the international practice at BGR Group. Good to have you with us. Let's start with that new attack on Kyiv. I mean, do you think this was just a message to the rest of the world, or is it a sign of the war becoming perhaps a larger conflict again across Ukraine?
Well, Joe, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Vladimir Putin wants to send the message that everything is at stake with his invasion of Ukraine. He does not view it as an invasion. He views this as a special military operation, almost within the confines of Russia. The rest of the world disagrees. He is chomping at the bit, and he's in a bit of a corner because so far his military plans have not gone well. He's had to change his strategy. He's had terrible losses in the field. So he's striking out wherever he can. This missile strike near the UN Secretary General is a real insult to the world's view of what is happening.
I want to ask you about that $33 billion military aid package President Biden is now asking Congress for. Let's put that in perspective. That is more than the military budgets of most countries. So that being said, is that even enough, or is it possible the U.S. is going to need to consider more money again down the road as this continues to go on?
Yeah, this is a significant package. Frankly, it's more than I thought they were going to ask for. But I think everyone needs to realize this may be the first of several large aid packages related to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. President Zelensky told the world that he needs about $5 billion a month just to keep his government operating. That means paying his fighters, his doctors, his nurses, the people who are actually prosecuting this defense of Ukraine. So in addition to the military assistance, that economic assistance is hugely significant. This is a real sustainment for the entire nation of Ukraine. Hopefully the rest of the world, other donor nations, Europe, Japan, other countries can step up and do some more as well.
I also want to ask you about something that former U.S. Ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul, tweeted. He said, Putin has lost his war in Ukraine. He may still win some battles, but he has already lost the war. Do you agree?
I think there's a lot of truth in that, but we still have a long way to go. Vladimir Putin has shown he's probably willing to do anything. He's made some rather extreme threats about the invasion of Ukraine. He's implied the use of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction. So while I would like to agree with that statement, I think it's really too soon to tell.
Lester Munson, thanks so much for your analysis this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Turning now to the coronavirus and the new push to greenlight a vaccine for the last group of Americans waiting for their jab, our youngest children. Moderna has filed for emergency use authorization from the FDA for its vaccine for kids as young as 6 months old. Now, the company says the immune response for this youngest group was similar to the response for adults between the ages of 18 and 25. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel for more on this. Dr. Patel, good to have you with us. So Moderna has now filed this request. Now the FDA has to decide whether to authorize it. We've been through this process before, but it's been going slower for this youngest group of kids. So how long could the process take, and what will be the impact then if it's approved?
Yeah, Joe, much slower than any of us wanted. So here's just break down the date. Yesterday, Moderna initiated that submission. They still need to submit complete data in order to have kind of a full application for the FDA to review. They hope to do that by May 9th. FDA then has hundreds to possibly even thousands of pages of data and information to review. Turning that around, they've done it quickly. It can take 2 to 3 weeks if they're really committed to it. They call the advisory committee together, and then the CDC has to then call their advisory committee together. You could optimistically see jabs and arms by Memorial Day. That would be great. But people are saying more realistically, it's June, just because of all that information that they have to process.
Just in time, though, for the summer for so many families, I should say. All right, I want to shift gears and turn to the issue of mask mandates and to some news out of San Francisco. The city's transit system there reinstating mask mandates because COVID cases are rising throughout the area there. Is this a good example of how local officials can be proactive in slowing the spread of COVID before a situation does get out of hand?
Yeah, Joe, I think that's a good example. I'm in the D.C. area where Uber and Lyft actually put mask mandates back in for drivers, along with others, some transit areas in limited parts of the state. So I do feel like this is a very typical trend that you're going to see. I think the question, though, is so which amount of cases necessitates this and which amount of cases brings it off? And I think that's where people are confused. And cities don't necessarily have the most up-to-date data. Not all cities are collecting data as often. So a lot of this depends on just how frequent and how refreshed your data is in your city, county, or state.
We were told to keep those masks in drawers and keep them handy, so I guess that's playing out here. Dr. Patel, I also want to ask, we've seen cases creep up across the U.S. in recent weeks, but still hospitalizations and deaths have stayed at these lower levels. Do you think overall the country is in a pretty good place right now as we head into the summer months?
Yeah, it's in a better place. And I don't want people to mistake the word better for we're out of any danger, but it's absolutely worth celebrating that we are in a better place, in part due to vaccine-induced immunity and maybe some infection-induced immunity from the recent Omicron surge, since about 60% of adult Americans, 75% of children have demonstrated some sort of infection. But that only lasts so long, Joe, and we're always going to have to keep an eye for whatever might come next. So good shape, better shape now. Want to stay that way so that we can deal with the summer and the fall and the winter.
That would be nice. All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, as always, thanks so much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
So as COVID cases continue to weigh on the U.S. economy, President Biden is under growing pressure from progressives and young voters to cancel some, if not all, of the nation's federal student loan debt. We're talking about nearly $1.7 trillion of debt. Well, he has not made a decision on that just yet. Yesterday, the president did offer some insight into his plans.
I am considering dealing with some debt reduction. I am not considering $50,000 debt reduction, but I'm in the process of taking a hard look at whether or not there will be additional debt forgiveness.
Joining us now for more on this is Politico education reporter Michael Stratford. Michael, good to have you with us. So top Republicans in Congress have right off the bat signaled they're going to block any blanket debt forgiveness. So the White House is going to have to go at it alone here. What are the options the president has to cancel debt that's impacting more than 43 million Americans?
Good morning, Joe. That's exactly right. There is no legislative path for progressives getting this done in Congress. And that's why it's such a big deal that President Biden publicly confirmed yesterday that executive action to cancel some amount of student loan debt is something he's seriously considering. It's on the table and something he wants to make a decision on in the next few weeks. Progressives have been talking for some time now about having the Biden administration through the education department, because the federal government owns most of the outstanding student loan debt, to have them write off some amount of debt. And that's something that progressives argue the education department already has the power to do under existing law without needing to go to Congress. So the president has said he's looking at some amount of money. We know it's not going to be the $50,000 figure that progressives have been throwing around. In the past, the president has endorsed the idea of something closer to $10,000 per borrower. So that's probably what's more closely on the table right now.
So President Biden campaigned on wiping out up to $10,000 in federal loans per borrower. Now, the average federal student loan debt balance is actually more than $37,000, so not quite $10,000. But talk about the economic impact that eliminating at least some of that debt could have on the nation's student debt crisis.
Yeah, so we know that even if the president goes with the $10,000 figure, a lot of borrowers have less than $10,000, so that will wipe out completely the student debt burden for millions of federal student loan borrowers. And a lot of those borrowers are borrowers who maybe completed some college and then for whatever reason had to leave. So they sort of have kind of the worst of both worlds in having some amount of debt, but not having any degree to go get a job that earns more money. So it will, of course, be a significant event for those borrowers who get debt relief. And some progressives also were talking about this as some type of economic stimulus. We heard a lot about this during some of the negotiations over the COVID legislation. You'll recall Democrats tried to do this in 2020 through COVID legislation, but were unable to do so. They were blocked by Republicans in that effort. So it would be a significant economic tool to bring down the amount of outstanding student debt. And it's a lever that the White House is looking at using seriously.
All right, Michael, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Time to get a check on your morning news now. Weather Michelle Grossman is with us again in person. Good to see you, Michelle. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Good to see you. We have a few hiccups for this weekend. First, we're going to start out with a small hiccup. We're looking at some cold weather. 22 million impacted this morning by a freeze warning. You can see that in the hot pink here from Cleveland to Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, including Trenton and Vineland, New Jersey. Now, as we go throughout time here, we're going to start to warm up. So by Monday and Tuesday, feeling a little bit more like spring. Still below normal today, not quite as chilly as we have been. We're looking at Buffalo today, 55. That's 7 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. Boston, 53. That's 8 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. Tomorrow, sort of the same story. You have all the kids' games to go to. You need to layer up in some spots. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s. But notice that yellow there. That's the warmer air, and that's going to be moving towards the east as we head towards Monday and Tuesday. So temperatures in the 80s in Memphis. Now, as we go throughout Monday and Tuesday, there are the 80s in Richmond, 82 degrees by Tuesday, 75 in Philadelphia. So finally, we get that spring fling. Now, we are also watching the chance for some severe weather this afternoon and tonight. We're going to watch this really closely. 9 million people at risk. Where you see that orange, that's your enhanced risk. And what that really tells you is severe weather is likely. Concordia, Wichita, you're under the gun for that. We're looking at hail up to 3 inches, and that means softball-size hail, maybe even larger than that. That can cause a lot of damage. A few strong tornadoes, EF2 or greater, and also some winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. The yellow, that is your slight risk. That's really telling you that severe weather is possible there. Saturday, still looking at the threat for severe weather. 17 million people at risk, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Hail, but smaller than today, and a few tornadoes are possible. So the threat isn't quite as great on Saturday, but it's still there from Chicago down to Evansville, also Paducah. Now, this is the setup here. We have an area of low pressure. We've been talking about it the past couple of days. It's sort of parked over the plains, so moving very, very slowly, and it's bringing this warm air into place, but it's also bringing a lot of moisture and also bringing the chance for severe weather. So heavy rain to the north in the plains. You can see the yellows and reds in North Dakota, South Dakota. We could see some flooding there, and a severe risk from Nebraska, Kansas, and also Oklahoma. Watch how slowly it moves. So by Saturday, we're looking at that rain continuing in Minnesota, and then that threat, the severe threat, moves off to the east. So a lot of people dealing with that tonight and tomorrow, which is not super ideal on the weekend.
Not great, but I like the idea of a spring fling. I'm looking forward.
Yes, we need that.
We need a spring fling.
Yeah,
all right,
I agree.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
We'll see you next hour.
Okay.
Coming up, renewed outrage this morning over the deadly shooting on the set of the movie Rust. Why the family of Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer who was shot and killed, is now slamming investigators. We got that story next.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state houses.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back with the controversy surrounding footage released this week in connection to the fatal Rust movie shooting. The family of Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer who was killed, is now speaking out. They're slamming the sheriff's decision to release video of the moments after she was shot to the public. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more.
Outrage over the decision to publicly release video showing Helena Hutchins' final moments in the Russet shooting. The family of the cinematographer condemning the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office for releasing video of the chaotic scene when she was shot and killed and demanding the footage be taken down, saying the move failed to respect the family's dignity and privacy by releasing the materials to the public before releasing the materials to Mr. Hutchins. An attorney for Matt Hutchins writing in a letter, the first time Mr. Hutchins saw the disturbing and unsettling video footage of his dying wife lying on the church floor was on Radar Online, an internet website. Adding about the couple's 9-year-old son, we fear, for example, that this shocking footage of Andros's mother dying may be material used by bullies to emotionally abuse him in the future. The sheriff is declining NBC's request for an interview, saying earlier this week on Today, his office released the evidence in response to public records requests.
We were under an obligation to release it right now?
Not right now. It took us some time to put it together, and we tried to release it as soon as we had everything together.
When someone was holding the gun, yeah. Okay. The trove of videos and documents made public 6 months into the Rust investigation. It includes raw clips of actor Alec Baldwin moments after the fatal shooting. New video released by the sheriff's office shows Baldwin hours later learning Hutchins had died.
I do have some very unfortunate news to tell you. What? She didn't make it.
The actor declining NBC's request for comment. Baldwin's attorney earlier this week says he believes the evidence shows he acted responsibly and was very careful with guns on set. Matt Hutchins not commenting beyond his statement, but saying this to Hoda in February about the public nature of the shooting.
Why did the fact that details were out there, why was that so bothersome?
Well, I mean, think about how you would feel. All of this happened so publicly. Justice won't bring Helena back, but maybe the memory of her can help keep people safe.
A grieving husband and worried father struggling to protect his family from very public pain.
That was Maggie Vespa reporting. Today marks 30 years since 4 white Los Angeles police officers were acquitted in the violent beating of Rodney King. For the next 6 days, violence, looting, and arson would spread across the city. More than 60 people died during the LA riots and over 2,000 were injured. Now, like the Watts riot a generation earlier and the George Floyd protests more recently, the LA riots exposed the deep-seated anger felt by many Americans over police brutality, especially in the black community. Joining us now from Los Angeles at the LA riots mural is Najee Ali. He's a civil rights activist and Operation Hope Community Relations Ambassador. Good to have you with us. I mean, this is such a pivotal chapter in race relations in the U.S., not just for Los Angeles, but for the millions who are watching it play out on TV across the world. What's on your mind as you think back on this day 30 years ago when those officers were acquitted?
Well, certainly today is a day that for those who lived through it 30 years ago, we will never forget it. It was one of the most darkest days in the history of LA, where over 60 people lost their lives here in our city, over $1 billion in property damage. And certainly it's images that I will never forget seeing the city burn around me. So this is a day to reflect on the past, but actually understanding, especially in the age of the murder of George Floyd by a police officer in Minnesota, how far we've come as far as race relations and police abuse against African Americans primarily.
I mean, looking back, what effect do you think the riot had? What was the impact in America, especially when it comes to the issue of policing?
It certainly exposed to the greater public who were not African American the daily fact in Los Angeles, and I would also say across urban America, that African Americans are the victims of racial profiling, police abuse, and in some cases, police murder unjustly of black men, women, and children nationally. So it showed what African Americans had been saying for years, that African Americans have been victimized by unjust policing.
You touched on this. It was the summer of 2020. We saw similar scenes and really experienced a lot of similar emotions across the country brought on by this same issue, police brutality. What were your thoughts seeing the unrest after George Floyd's death?
Well, I was someone who actually flew to Minnesota immediately after George Floyd's killing by Officer Derek Chauvin. And joining Reverend Sharpton, the Floyd family, Attorney Ben Crump, we were united in demanding justice for George Floyd. So with the videotape, as we had a videotape in seeing Rodney King be beat by 4 LAPD officers, we were a lot more certain that we would actually get justice this time, the justice that we didn't get 30 years ago after the beating of Rodney King by 4 white LAPD officers.
Progress is slow, but what do you hope happens next?
That hopefully we will reach a point in this country where all people are treated fairly and equitable by law enforcement. Because at the end of the day, and I've said this, I'll say it again, Reverend Sharpton, Attorney Ben Crump, myself, and other civil rights leaders and activists, we are not anti-police. We're simply anti-bad police, anti-police racial profiling of people from our community. So we just want to be treated fairly and justly like all American citizens.
Najee Ali, thank you for taking some time to join us this morning. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Time for international headlines, starting with China's capital city of Beijing, where they're preparing to go back into lockdown as COVID cases rise. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Well, one of the signs that a lot of people in Beijing are preparing to either lockdown or a quarantine is the fact that home delivery companies have just reported a huge rise in demand, especially as millions of residents in the Chinese capital are taking part in this mass COVID-19 testing. Some e-commerce platforms in China, like JD.com, have said that they've seen a rise in the volume of goods by 65% and said that 80% of all the parcels they deliver contain food. Now let's move to Chile, where more than 30 trucks were set on fire in a region where the Mapuche, the country's biggest indigenous group, are demanding the return of ancestral land. Tension between the Mapuche and the state has increased in the area, where there have been arson attacks on farms, machinery, and, as in this case, trucks. And let's end this short tour of the world here in Italy, where thousands of jellyfish have returned to the port of Trieste in the north of the country. Scientists believe that their presence could be the result in the rise in sea temperature. Now, I know that you're planning your holidays in Italy, Joe, so I will avoid that area for swimming, perhaps.
You don't just get your world headlines from Claudio, you also get some useful travel tips. So, Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Exactly.
All right. Coming up, the FDA is taking a major step to try to save thousands of lives. The positive impact a proposed ban on menthol cigarettes could have on smokers who are young and black, and why the FDA is focusing on this specific type of tobacco.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison. A strange story and a career of strange stories. All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Welcome back. In this week's Climate Control, population growth is exhausting nature's ability to create sand, a natural resource you probably haven't thought much about before. Plus, as rising sea levels threaten coastal communities, South Korea is building the world's first floating city. Here's NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns.
We should have a breaking news banner for this one, but the thing is, you kind of expect it this time of year, and it happened last year at this time, too. We have now broken the record for the highest concentrations of CO2, carbon dioxide, in our atmosphere going back 2 million years. So we've been directly measuring the CO2 in our atmosphere since 1960s on the top of a volcano on the Hawaiian Islands. That's how we know what the level is right now. And our ice core scientists tell us that they go back 2 million years to tell us that the last time that we've had it this high was 2 to 3 million years ago, and that predates the human existence. So, unfortunately, we set the record now, and we're going to do it again this time next year as we continue to put CO2 in the atmosphere. And the consequence of all of this, the UN tells us, is an increasing number of disasters. And we're talking fires, floods, and heat waves, and yes, even pandemics. So they looked at 1970 to the year 2000. Back then, we had about 100 disasters each and every year. But now that we've gone into the last 20 years, from 2000 to 2020, we've upped and increased that all the way to 400 worldwide disasters a year. And the UN now tells us that by the year 2030, the number of worldwide disasters will jump to 560 a year. And the UN Secretary General said the world needs to do more to incorporate disaster risk into how we live, build, and invest, which is setting humanity on a spiral towards self-destruction. Well, here's another story, and this one made me shake my head. Have you ever heard of a sand crisis or a looming sand shortage? Well, now we're being told that's a distinct possibility. And here's the problem. Right now, we are using up more sand than nature is providing and making for us each year. So, yes, the sand that goes through your toes in the summertime and we build those sand castles with, that is a natural resource that we're using too much of. And they're telling us that this natural resource has tripled in use in just the last 20 years. And in case you're wondering what sand goes into, it goes into glass, it goes into the making of concrete and a lot of construction materials. And there's currently no ban on the extraction of it. And they're saying there needs to be regulations of this natural resource that we're now using too much of. And then finally, how about a solution to all of our climate problems? A lot of cities are built right on the coastline. And this is a prototype city that is being brought to us by OceanX and also by South Korea. Busan is the city that's going to try this first. A floating city. Now, this rendering looks something out of like a virtual video game or like Sim City or something like that. But each of these platforms is designed to have a separate purpose, and we put 3 of them together to make this city. It can hold up to 10,000 people, 12,000 people over 15 acres. They're connected by bridges and also connected to land by a bridge. No cars. It'll be all bicycles, and it'll be all people walking. And these are called bio-rocks that are going to connect these, and that's how they're going to survive. And they also can regenerate themselves. So this will be exciting. Can you guys imagine happy hour on this little floating city just kind of bobbing in the ocean? Maybe a solution in our near future.
Very cool. I like that idea of a happy hour. Thank you, Bill. Sticking with the environment, we have a report from our series, The Climate Challenge. That drought emergency out west is having a major impact on the water supply. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt has that story.
In our series Climate Challenge, we look at the drought emergency here in the West. Lake Mead, the country's largest man-made reservoir, is only about a third full, a historic low. It's so bad in Colorado that the Agriculture Department declared the whole state a primary natural disaster area, unlocking aid for farmers and ranchers. One of the problems, not enough snow. That's also a huge issue here in California, where the ripple effect is severe. In California's San Joaquin Valley, these are days of hard choices for farmers.
We had to cut out actually a couple of crops, and we've had to cut back on our melon program.
Joe Del Bosque has operated his farm since 1985.
This, I think, is the worst year we've ever had.
He's right. Water officials believe the past 3 years could end up as the driest in California's history. I look out here and I see a beautiful day by the lake. What do you see when you look at this?
I see a dangerously low reservoir. I mean, we are at ground zero for the California drought.
The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. This is Lake Castaic, north of Los Angeles, now sitting at 53% capacity. To give you some perspective, in good times, the water should be nearly to the top of that dam. California's Natural Resources Secretary Wade Crowfoot says the snowpack in Northern California's Sierra Nevada mountains says it all. What do the last measurements tell you?
Well, the last measurements are pretty grim. We have a lot less snowpack than we've had in the past due to hotter winter temperatures. And then due to hotter spring and summer temperatures, more of that snow is either absorbing into very dry soils or evaporating into warm air.
Just this week, a water supplier to 6 million Southern Californians declared an emergency, severely limiting non-essential water use. The drought impacting parched farmlands and American dinner tables.
The tomatoes, the sweet corn, melons, things that we would normally have at the stores aren't going to be grown in the quantity this year than we're used to.
California provides 2/3 of the U.S. supply of fruits and nuts.
We're blessed with this Mediterranean-type climate here in California that nobody else has. And we can grow crops here that can't grow anywhere else.
Farmer Bill Diedrich grows tomatoes, but not now.
No tomatoes this year because this water has got to be put to use on other crops that, for us, is less risky.
Many farms partly rely on groundwater, but if it's not stored in the good years, it can leave fields like this high and dry in the bad years. Now, state officials are under pressure to do something. We've heard from farmers who complain that there's not enough being done to capture the water that falls during the good years.
Well, they have a good point. We have to do more to ensure that when we do receive these large winter storms, that we're capturing water, not only in our surface reservoirs, but pumping that water back underground. So, for example, we are investing billions of dollars in recharging groundwater basins, and those are infrastructure projects.
Time may have run out.
We're not looking down the road 5 years or 10 or 20 years. And what we're seeing is a diminished capacity to feed our own people. And that's the tragedy here. We don't have the water to grow the food that we could be growing here that makes it to the store that we all shop at.
Hard times, hard choices. But for Joe Del Bosque, an unshaken belief in this land.
I never fail to just love what I see when we're planting. See some plants there in this great soil. These soils in this area produces some of the best melons in the country. And I'm very proud to be a part of that.
Our thanks to Lester Holt for that report. This morning, the FDA is moving to ban the sale of menthol cigarettes. Menthol accounts for more than 1/3 of all cigarettes sold in the U.S. and is especially popular among black smokers and younger people. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has the latest on this push.
The FDA has talked about the dangers of menthol cigarettes for years. The agency is proposing to ban them.
The proposed product standards would, among other things, improve the health and reduce the mortality risk of current smokers of menthol cigarettes or flavored cigars.
Menthol makes up 1/3 of all cigarettes sold in the United States, and a ban would overwhelmingly impact black and young people.
I was planning on quitting anyway.
Research shows 85% of black smokers use menthol cigarettes, compared with 29% of white smokers. The CDC says smoking is a leading cause of lung cancer. Black men have the highest rates of that disease. If this ban goes through, how significant would it be in terms of affecting the health of all Americans?
This is a landmark regulation that FDA is proposing. Our projections are that 1.33 million smokers would quit, among whom 381,000 would be African American smokers.
Altria Group, the parent company of some leading tobacco manufacturers, saying in part, taking these products out of the legal marketplace will push them into unregulated criminal markets that don't follow any regulations and ignore minimum age laws. The FDA proposal could go into effect in a year, but it's expected the tobacco industry will fight it, which could lead to a long court battle. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
If you use Venmo or PayPal, listen up. You may soon have to pay more to give or get money from your friends. So which fees are going up and by how much? That's next. You're watching Morning News Now.
we'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Your Money Minute now. Wall Street is closing out another roller coaster week after some mixed earnings reports from the tech sector. CNBC's Bertha Coombs is with us on this Friday. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, it's been a roller coaster month, really. We're looking at this morning reversing some of the gains that we saw yesterday following disappointing earnings from Amazon and Apple. Amazon reporting its first quarterly loss since 2015 as it deals with rising labor and shipping costs and what it says is a pullback in consumer spending. Apple's results beat forecasts on strong iPhone sales, with the company warning that revenue could take a big hit this quarter due to those lockdowns in China. With one trading day to go, the Dow is off more than 2% for April, and April has definitely been the cruelest month for the NASDAQ, down 9.5%, on pace for its worst month since March of 2020. Elon Musk, meantime, sold roughly $4 billion worth of Tesla stock in the 2 days after striking that deal to buy Twitter for $44 billion. That is according to government filings. Musk is Tesla's largest shareholder and owned about 17% of the company before this week's sales. He's on the hook to come up with at least $21 billion in cash to finance the deal. There are rules in place requiring Musk to put up more collateral if Tesla's share price falls. Musk tweeting that he doesn't plan to sell any more shares. Meantime, Airbnb is telling employees they can now work remotely forever. While a small number will be required to work from the office, the majority don't have to come in if they don't want to. They also won't have to take a pay cut if they move away from the cities near the company's offices. In fact, employees can live and work in more than 170 countries for up to 90 days a year. in each location as long as they keep a permanent address on file. I will tell you, Joe, I've been going into the office more during later hours. And it's just distracting in the newsroom. There's a lot of noise when everybody's in there.
We're so used to working by ourselves. It's like, oh, all these people.
I know. I know. I have to put on headphones.
Well, it's always good to see you, whether it's remote or in person, Bertha. So thanks so much for joining us this morning. All right. We got more consumer news. Venmo and PayPal are announcing new fees on some of their services. And Tropicana is hoping you're going to pour orange juice instead of milk over your morning cereal. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn is here with this week's Good to Know.
Good morning. Hold on before making your next hamburger. A New Jersey manufacturer is voluntarily recalling more than 120,000 pounds of ground beef products over E. coli concerns. The impacted products are from Lakeside Refrigerated Services, and they contain the number 46841 on the label. The U.S. Department of Agriculture said no illnesses have been reported, and customers who purchase the product should throw it out or return it to the store for a refund. PayPal and Venmo are increasing their transfer fees. This means sending money instantly to your bank or debit card will now cost 1.75% of the transfer amount, with a maximum fee of $25. That's an increase of around 14%. In a statement, PayPal, which owns Venmo, said the price change was added to be more in line with the value they provide. The new fees are expected in the coming weeks. Could a robot be making your burger during your next trip to a fast food restaurant? Jack in the Box is piloting robots that will make hamburgers and tacos. The robots are made by the company Miso. They'll be stationed at a San Diego Jack in the Box location with tentative plans to open more in the months ahead. The robots are already in use at some White Castle locations. Who needs milk for cereal anymore? Tropicana has just unveiled the first ever cereal that it says is made to be paired with orange juice instead of milk. The company says the Tropicana Crunch is a honey almond flavor with granola, which is able to withstand the acidity of OJ without becoming soggy. The cereal is only available at Tropicana's website starting May 4th and only while supplies last. Would you guys give it a try? Maybe. For News Now, I'm Vicki Wynn, and that's Good to Know.
All right, thank you, Vicki. By the way, Tropicana says the cereal box also comes with a straw so you can slurp up any extra OJ. I think I'm on the fence about that one. Yeah, lots of no's right now, lots of no's. We'll see. I won't judge it till I try it. All right, coming up, a hugely popular streaming series is coming to an end. The final episode of Ozark is here. What we're learning about the finale, don't worry, no spoilers, and the other shows and movies you don't want to miss this weekend. That's next.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're happy to hear him describe the most gruesome crimes on Dateline, and his famous voice has even been known to make the phone book sound interesting.
1400 Falls Court, 6046 East Crossroads Boulevard.
Now NBC's Keith Morrison's distinctive tones are being put to the ultimate test. On May 3rd, Morrison will be releasing a sleep story with the Calm meditation app. The story, called The Curious Case of the Overnight Oats, is his spin on the classic Goldilocks tale. Morrison told People magazine that Dateline viewers have often commented that his voice put them to sleep, adding, quote, "If I'm going to put people to sleep, I might as well put it on the Calm app." And if you can get sleep this weekend, or can't, you can blame it all on the great shows and movies you're going to be busy binging. It's Friday, which means it's time for our can't miss list. Joining us now with some of his top picks is a guy who never makes us fall asleep, entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. Brian, good to have you with us. Let's start.
Thank you for having me. I love everything about that last story. It's so good. I'm sorry.
I know. Maybe we could just do that all weekend, and just listen to Keith Morrison putting us to sleep. But if you don't want to do that, if you're wide awake, what can you tell us about what's in the theaters, including Bruce Willis has a new movie out?
Right, that's right. It's called Fortress Sniper's Eye. This is actually the second in a trilogy starring Bruce Willis, Jesse Metcalfe, and Chad Michael Murray. It follows Bruce Willis's character, and of course, this is the first one we've seen since he's been diagnosed with aphasia, limiting his ability to speak. There you're seeing Liam Neeson. We'll get to that in a second. But Bruce Willis in Fortress Sniper's Eye spends most of his role in a hospital bed, actually, because he's injured. And so he's kind of got a limited role, and it follows something that happens to his wife, and it's something worth seeing on demand. So, or on demand or in theaters, actually. So this is, I think people are going to be watching this with kind of a renewed lens, you know, about what's been announced about his retirement. Then we have Memory with Liam Neeson, kind of doing what Liam Neeson does best. He's an assassin in this case, but he's not so crazy about one of his assignments, so he's going to have to kill all the people who asked him to do it. There's more to it than that, but it's Liam Neeson doing what he does so well, scare us.
That's what Liam Neeson does when he's not happy about something. So, all right, if you want to stay home this weekend, we got some new shows streaming. What are some of the things people are talking about?
Right. Okay. The first one is Smother. This is on Peacock, and it follows a family in Ireland. A woman's husband is found dead at the bottom of a cliff, and she undergoes her own kind of investigation to see what happened, what are the relationships that led up to this moment, and she uncovers, I should say, a lot of family secrets. It turns out that this man that she was married to had a lot of troublesome relationships, and apparently, stick around, binge this, because the ending is not to be believed. That's really worth watching. Then we have Under the Banner of Heaven. This is FX on Hulu, starring Andrew Garfield as a detective. This is actually based on a true story of a double murder in 1984 that was perpetrated by an offshoot of a Mormon group. And so this is based, honestly, on a true story. This is actually also what led Andrew Garfield to say in the press for this, that he's going to take a break from acting. This was an intense shoot and an intense year for him, having 3 films and award season. Apparently took a lot out of him, but this story is pretty intense, and he's going to take a break on that.
It can be hard being nominated for all those awards. He's been working hard as of late. All right, let's stick with TV shows. 2 series are wrapping up their final episodes. What can you tell us about those shows?
Well, first, Ozark. For Ozark fans, this is big. The final episodes have finally dropped on Netflix. And this, there you see, I mean, Ruth, she's become a meme. And of course, we remember her from Inventing Anna, too. But she has become a meme this summer for a bite that she had on this series. And so we're going to follow and see if she becomes kind of the big drug lord. There's Laura Linney, who's been trying to rise in the political world. A lot going on in this series. If you have not watched Ozark, binge watch it from the beginning. Don't start here. But those of you who are fans, you probably already know that the final episodes have dropped. And now's the time to see what happens to this family, the Bird family. Then, of course, we have Grace and Frankie on Netflix. Lily Tomlin and Jane Fonda, what more can I say? This has been the longest running series on Netflix to date, 7 seasons. And we're going to see this wrap up in a nice little bow. We'll also see Dolly Parton make a cameo appearance. But for those of you who are fans of Jane and Lily, worry not. They've already shot 2 films together. So they've become sort of a little franchise of their own. So don't worry. We'll see plenty of these 2 in the future.
All right. Yeah, they are become true buddies. We only have a few seconds here. There are shows about shows. Can you tell us about one of those?
That's right. Okay, on Paramount Plus, we have The Offer. It's a scripted series based on how The Godfather got made. And then I have to talk about the Spring Awakening reunion and concert and behind the scenes. This is on HBO. It's a love letter to the show for anyone who saw it. It was a really formative show for a lot of these performers, and we'll see them all there. It's great.
So many shows I want to watch right now. All right, Brian, thank you so much. You kept us awake the entire time. We appreciate it. Good to see you. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, shattered calm in Ukraine's capital city. A barrage of Russian missiles striking Kyiv. The city's mayor confirming at least one person was killed. We're on the ground with the latest as Moscow ramps up its military offensive. Recovery rewind, renewed recession fears this morning. Investors are reeling from a surprise contraction in economic growth in the first quarter. Add that to soaring prices everywhere, from the gas station to rents and new mortgages. Are we on track for one big post-pandemic correction? We've got the very latest on your money. Also this morning, the fight for a choice, another major setback for supporters of a woman's right to choose, as lawmakers in Oklahoma pass a new 6-week abortion ban. Now it heads to the governor's desk. We'll dig into the latest bill and its impact stretching far beyond Oklahoma's borders. And understanding Fido, a surprising new study that may change everything you know about man's best friend. Are genetics and personalities linked? Or have we been barking up the wrong tree for decades? It is at the very least an excuse to show you some very cute puppy pictures. All right, we're going to begin this hour with the coronavirus and the new push this morning to get Moderna's COVID vaccine approved for children as young as 6 months old. The company has asked the FDA for emergency use authorization for this last group of Americans who don't have access to a vaccine, as parents wait and see when their kids can get their vaccines protected against COVID. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the latest for us.
Parents of very young children who are anxious to get that vaccine have been waiting a long time. Moderna now says that wait may soon be over. This morning, growing pressure on the FDA to move quickly after Moderna asked the government for emergency use authorization of its COVID vaccine for babies, toddlers, and young kids. The company says its vaccine is safe and provides robust protection, with 2 shots taken 4 weeks apart, 25% of the adult dose. Moderna says it is 51% effective for ages 6 months to 2 years and 37% for ages 2 through 5. Experts say those rates appear low, but actually are in line with what adult and teen vaccines are showing after the winter Omicron surge.
The Omicron variant has decreased our vaccine efficacy across the board. So it might seem low, but again, some protection is better than zero.
Dr. Bill Hartman helped conduct the Moderna trial.
There was no severe disease or hospitalizations observed within the trial. Overall, the infections in these kids tended to be pretty mild, even in this time of Omicron.
It's welcome news for frustrated parents whose young children are especially vulnerable to the disease.
So we've had to be very careful with him.
Stephanie Lorang has a 3-year-old with a metabolic disorder that puts him at high risk for COVID complications.
I really hope the FDA really pushes this through and has some urgency. We're so ready to re-enter the world.
Still, many other parents remain hesitant.
I have not made up my mind whether I'll get the kids vaccinated.
Only 28% of kids ages 5 to 11 have gotten 2 doses of the vaccine. The CDC says most Americans have now been infected with COVID, including nearly 60% of adults and 75% of children. Coast to coast, cases are continuing to rise, driven by the Omicron subvariant, up more than 50% in the past 2 weeks, with increases in all but 6 states and D.C. Still, hospitalizations are below pandemic highs, and deaths continue to decline, even as the U.S. approaches 1 million deaths since the beginning of the pandemic. Pfizer will also likely ask for an emergency use authorization later in the spring. The dosage for their pediatric vaccine is less than Moderna, but the course is 3 shots instead of 2. Back to you.
Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much. Let's bring in Harvard Medical School physician Dr. Aditi Narukar for more on this. Doctor, so if the FDA does authorize Moderna's vaccine, how much of a difference could that make right now in trying to keep cases down?
You know, Joe, this is going to be such a critical step. This is a forgotten group of 18 million kids. We've really left them behind. We don't have an option of vaccination, and this offers an option. This study particularly was very promising, a robust antibody response, and of the 7,000 children studied, none had severe outcomes. None were hospitalized or had the multi-system inflammatory condition, myocarditis, or death. So this is big news.
We know a lot of parents have really been looking forward to this, but as we just saw in Stephanie's piece, some parents are still hesitant about vaccinating their kids. We know only 28% of kids between the ages of 5 and 11 have actually received the 2 doses of a vaccine. So what would you tell parents out there who are hesitant about getting their kids vaccinated?
Joe, this is such an important discussion and one that every parent should have with their pediatrician. There was data found with the Kaiser Family Foundation and Pediatrics, which is the leading scientific journal amongst pediatrics, that the most trusted source of information for the COVID vaccine was a conversation with the pediatrician. Interestingly and of note, more than 95% of pediatricians themselves have vaccinated their own children with the COVID vaccine. So that is really reassuring, and hopefully that will help encourage parents to get vaccinated for their kids.
Yeah, that might speak volumes for many parents. So finally, we are seeing an increase in a pretty meaningful way in some pockets of the country. One of them is upstate New York, which has turned into a new hotspot. Do you think this outbreak is something to worry about? And should officials there do more, implement more mandates to try and get things under control?
I do, Joe. You know, this is a hot spot, and there will be many more in the coming weeks. We've seen a rise in 44 states of cases, and yet 98% of the U.S. is still unmasked. When we set up those mask policies in February to remove mask mandates, it was that they would be reinstated when cases go up. So as cases go down, masks come off. As cases rise, masks should go back on.
Dr. Aditi Narukar, as always, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Now to the war in Ukraine. The country's presidential office says there are plans to evacuate civilians from that blockaded steel plant in Mariupol today. It comes after cruise missiles hit Kyiv on Thursday during a visit by the UN Secretary General. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin reports from the capital.
Hey there, this is the aftermath of last night's missile strikes on the Capitol. One of the missiles struck that apartment building right over there. They've been working to clear the rubble. Meanwhile, this morning, there's a report of another American killed in Ukraine.
This morning, CNN reporting that a U.S. Marine veteran has been killed while fighting in Ukraine. According to his family, 22-year-old Willie Joseph Cancel had been working for a private military company in the country since mid-March. His mother telling CNN he wanted to go over because he believed in what Ukraine was fighting for. He leaves behind his wife and a 7-month-old baby. Late Thursday, just as the UN Secretary General was visiting Kyiv, 2 Russian missiles struck the center of the capital, injuring 10 and killing 1, according to the city's mayor.
You can see the massive emergency response as well as the military. The ground is covered in glass. Explosives are thick in the air. This is chaos in the heart of Kyiv.
The head of the UN acknowledging it has failed to stop the bloodshed. His visit also focusing on the besieged port city of Mariupol, where hundreds of civilians and Ukrainian fighters remain trapped inside an old steel plant. Antonio Guterres saying Russia's President Putin had agreed in principle to allow civilians to evacuate. But the Russian assault shows no signs of stopping. On Thursday, massive bombs striking the steel plant's makeshift military hospital, according to Ukrainian officials. Marina Kratsova's husband is one of the fighters trapped inside. Every time I speak with him, he tells me about the bright future we'll have after we win.
How does that make you feel?
I'm very afraid. On Thursday, President Biden asking Congress to fund a $33 billion aid package to help keep Ukraine going through September. Badly needed funds as the country begins to tally the economic toll. Mall owner Andriy Dubienko says he's lost almost everything. He shows us harrowing videos of what happened when the Russians arrived on his street and the devastation they left behind. I'm very sad, but I'm also an optimist, he says. We Ukrainians are optimists. That's why we will win this war.
NBC reached out to both the State Department as well as the family of that Marine veteran reportedly killed. We've yet to hear back, but an official tells CNN that they are aware of the reports and are monitoring the situation. Back to you.
Aaron, thank you so much. Let's bring in William Taylor. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and the vice president of Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, always good to have you with us. Let's start with that strike in Kyiv, which happened during the UN Secretary General's visit. What do you make of that attack and its timing? And do you think it could impact Washington's plans to try and reopen the U.S. embassy in Kyiv, where we know American diplomats had just started returning this week?
They have started returning, Joe, and it's a good thing that they're going back in. Listen, it is risky. There are some risks associated with any overseas work, in particular in a war zone, but it's really important to be there. And so the U.S. Embassy moving back at some point, and it's not entirely clear when, but they're clearly making plans, will enable U.S. diplomats, our charge d'affaires, our new ambassador who will be out there, we hope soon, to deal directly with the Ukrainians face-to-face on a real-time basis and be able to hear them and send messages from Washington. So it's really important for the embassy to get back.
We know Ukraine's presidential office says there are plans to evacuate those civilians who've been blockaded in that steel plant in Mariupol. Yesterday, the UN chief, Antonio Guterres, said he was stepping up efforts to make that happen. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Mariupol is a crisis within a crisis. Thousands of civilians need life-saving assistance. Many are elderly, in need of medical care, or have limited mobility. They need an escape route out of the apocalypse. And as we speak, there are intense discussions to move forward on this proposal to make it a reality.
He also expressed disappointment at what he said was a failure by the UN Security Council to stop the war in the first place. So how much of a boost would this be to the UN if it does manage to successfully broker the safe evacuation of people from those steelworks?
So it would be a boost. It would be a boost for Ukraine to get these civilians out. As you know, as you've reported, they've been trying to get these civilians out for weeks. And every time there's an agreement, no matter who has negotiated this agreement, the UN's latest one, the Russians have foiled it. And so they've not been able to get any large number of civilians out. We hope this is a better opportunity. We hope this works this time. And if it does, it'll be good for the UN. But more broadly, the UN, was founded, as we remember, to try to solve conflict and to stop conflict and to stop wars. It's failed in that mission. And it's not clear how it gets back, because exactly as you say, the Security Council, frozen, stymied by Russian vetoes, is not able to take action.
And quickly, Ambassador, your reaction to this $33 billion aid package proposed by the president, which of course has to be approved from Congress.
It's a great step, and it does indicate that the United States is in this and supporting Ukraine for the long term. We hope this war will end soon, that the Ukrainians will, in fact, push the Russians back, will stop the Russians, and these weapons are important to do that. But the $33 billion indicates that we're there for the long term. It needs to be, as you say, passed, and then it needs to be translated into weapons moving quickly to the Ukrainians.
Ambassador William Taylor, thank you so much for your analysis. We appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
You too, Joe. Thanks.
This morning, Wall Street and Main Street are still digesting that surprising news that the economy actually shrank in the first quarter after one of the strongest growth quarters in late 2021. And now with prices soaring and plenty of jobs available, it's got a lot of people scratching their heads. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the story.
Yeah, you know, as is often the case, there is not one reason to explain what's happening. There are many factors that are affecting the price we pay, how much we are paid, and whether the economy is slowing. And yes, we are all feeling every bit of it. From From the grocery store to the gas pump, the car lot, the home improvement store, to new mortgages and new rents, Americans are caught in the vortex of high prices, and now signs the economy is shrinking. The economy actually contracted by 1.4% in the first 3 months of the year, after rising by nearly 7% at the end of 2021. A big surprise, since unemployment is near a 50-year low, and inflation is at 40-year highs, pushed higher by the supply chain crisis and strong consumer demand. At the Mount Adams Bar and Grill in Cincinnati, owner Pat Shepard is trying to manage all of it. Everything costs more, especially if it's from overseas, and she's struggling to find employees.
So yes, this is the most challenging time we've ever been through, and that is everything from a shortage of employees to how to honestly keep the customers happy when you do your best to get the product in.
Analysts say several factors caused the economy to contract in the first quarter. The war in Ukraine slowed the global economy. The U.S. imported more than it exported. The government cut back on pandemic spending. The supply chain crisis worsened in China, just as Omicron spread across the country. The timing is not good. The Federal Reserve still expected to raise interest rates another 0.5 point next week to help tame inflation.
The Nasdaq closing out with a gain of 3%.
Despite the inflation concerns, Wall Street bounced back on Thursday after days of selling. But the economy on Main Street remains a very big concern.
Do you want another job? It's probably out there for you. Wages are going to be going up, and prices are going to be going up too, and it'll be a race between them.
And as we all know, higher interest rates mean that we will pay more for new car loans and mortgages, rents and credit cards. The Federal Reserve also taking stimulus money out of the economy, hoping to bring about a soft landing, not a crash landing and a recession. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much. Time for a check on your morning news now. Weather Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hey, Michelle.
Good morning, Joe. And we're going to see some severe weather in the central and southern plains. So if you live anywhere in these areas, you want to have your safe plan in place. It's going to be this afternoon, this evening, and tonight. So we're looking at pretty strong storms, at least the potential for them. So this is the enhanced risk. Where you see the orange, that's where tornadoes and severe weather is likely. So anywhere from Kearney to Concordia, Wichita, you are in the mix for that. The yellow, that is a slight risk. That's where it's likely to see severe storms. And look at this. We could see giant hail, and that's where we could see hail as big as softballs. And that's going to cause a lot of damage. Also strong tornadoes, with tornadoes over EF2, damaging winds as well. So where you're seeing the hail right there, that's a pretty large swath. So we're going to be watching that very closely this afternoon. If you have your cars outdoor, you want to move them into the garage because they will cause damage to anything that is outside. Also looking at strong tornado risk, we're looking at EF2, could be stronger. And that's the greatest risk evening and overnight. And remember, tornadoes, when they happen at night, they're double as deadly. So you want to sleep in your safe spot if you don't hear any alerts go off your phone, or you just want to keep your phone nearby. Also looking at severe threat on Saturday. Notice it shifts to the east, not quite as enhanced as what we're seeing tonight. 17 million at risk. We could see winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail of an inch or more, and a few tornadoes are possible as well. Also a lot of rain. We're looking at training rain in the northern plains, so areas of flooding rain is possible for Bismarck and also Pierre. A flood threat for sure. Rivers, streams, roads may flood, so just be careful when you're in those areas. Fire danger. We don't normally see this in the Northeast. 18 million people impacted. And of course, we always look at the Southwest too. We have a fire danger once again there.
Yeah, it is pretty rare to see the fire danger up in this part of the
But we're so dry too.
Very dry. All right,
Yeah.
Michelle, thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right, coming up, the fight over a woman's right to choose heating up in Oklahoma. State lawmakers there passing one of the strictest abortion bans yet. If signed into law, what it could mean for health care there and beyond. Next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together. Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Oklahoma lawmakers have approved a bill that would prohibit abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. It is expected to be signed into law by Governor Kevin Stitt. The bill is modeled on one that went into effect in Texas last year. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now with the latest on this. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. You know, what's so notable here is that there's no lag time between when this is signed and when it would go into effect. So essentially, this is just a pen stroke away from becoming one of the most restrictive abortion laws in the nation.
Here.
With the showdown over abortion access being fought in states nationwide, this morning Oklahoma is the latest battleground. State lawmakers there approved a bill dubbed the Oklahoma Heartbeat Act that would ban abortions after 6 weeks, the time doctors are able to detect a heartbeat, but before most women even know they're pregnant.
This will not save just one life. This will save many, many lives.
This bill is incredibly intrusive. It reduces individuals' freedoms, and it's just plain wrong.
The bill now goes to the desk of Oklahoma's Republican governor, who earlier this month signed a different bill, making it a crime to perform abortions in the state.
We want Oklahoma to be the most pro-life state in the country.
That bill goes into effect this summer, but this latest measure passed with an emergency provision, meaning it goes into effect as soon as it's signed, likely any day.
It impacts every fertile woman's health in the state of Oklahoma by passing this law.
The president of Planned Parenthood calls the measure unconscionable and unconstitutional, vowing to fight it in court. The impact stretches beyond Oklahoma's borders into neighboring Texas, where a similar law has sent women seeking abortions to nearby states. According to one study, nearly half of them traveled to Oklahoma. The legislation is the latest in a flurry of strict abortion laws nationwide, including Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis recently signed a measure banning the procedure after 15 weeks.
We are here today to protect life.
That law is modeled after a similar one in Mississippi, which is currently under review in the Supreme Court. It poses a direct challenge to the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling, setting up a potentially groundbreaking decision by the nation's highest court.
And now back to Oklahoma. There's no indication on timing as to when Governor Stitt would possibly sign that law, but he has made it clear, and he has said in the past that he plans to sign any anti-abortion legislation that hits his desk. Joe?
Blaine, thank you so much. International headlines now. After several years of a strained relationship, Turkey and Saudi Arabia are reopening diplomatic ties. NBC News correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, the President of Turkey and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia have met in Jeddah for the first time since 2018, when relations between the two countries became strained following the killing of Jamal Khashoggi, the Saudi journalist who was killed in Istanbul. Earlier this month, Turkey dropped the trials for 26 Saudi nationals who were accused of being involved in the killing, perhaps a way to pave the way to the visit by the President, Tayyip Erdogan, who said that this visit will open a new era in the relations between the two countries. And let's move to Colombia, where police have clashed with demonstrators during a protest to mark the first anniversary of a national strike against the country's president. Police in riot gear sprayed demonstrators with tear gas and water cannons. According to the authorities, 13 people were arrested and 3 police officers were injured. And it looks like a toy, but it takes an astronaut to play with it. Now, the Sora Q is a tiny exploration robot developed by Tomy, a major Japanese toy maker, and Japan's Aerospace Exploration Agency. It will be sent to the moon next year, and it's only 4 inches in diameter, but it will be able to withstand the moon's extreme temperatures, move easily on the harsh terrains, and will also be equipped with 2 cameras, and it will take pictures of anything that is there on the moon and will send it back on Earth. Perhaps it will take a picture of a baby alien who will also think it's a toy.
Can play with it. All right. Very good, Claudio. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend. The war in Ukraine is not showing any signs of easing up, but right now there might be a way for the West to help. Russia's central bank says it's taking legal action to unfreeze $600 billion in currency reserves frozen by Western countries. And there's a reason why. About half of that money could be used to fund reparations for Ukraine before the war ends, potentially forcing Russia to pay, at least partially, for the damage caused. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has more on this story. Dasha, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Look, this is a pretty unique idea. After World Wars I and II, reparations didn't happen until after Germany surrendered. But it's different with Russia today because so many countries have its reserves frozen in their own central banks. And according to some experts, there is basis in international law to tap into them now to help Ukraine.
It's been 2 months since the war in Ukraine began, but the UN says it already caused $100 billion in infrastructure damage alone, on top of the worst refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. But right now, with the war still happening, countries like the US can use Russia's own money to effectively make them pay for humanitarian aid, reparations, and eventually reconstruction, by tapping into Russian foreign exchange reserves frozen in central banks across the world. So how does it work? Russia has $585 billion in foreign currency reserves, according to the most recent data from Russia's central bank. But when you subtract their gold reserves at home and money held in countries like China, there's still $350 billion held in countries like France, Germany, Japan, and the US, to name a few, according to the Brookings Institution. After World Wars I and II, Germany paid reparations after the war ended. But since other countries already legally control this Russian money, it could be used to fund reparations for Ukraine. And right now, Russia can't even access it. It's basically just sitting there.
The foreign exchange reserve sitting in the central bank is literally just sitting in an electronic account as a book entry. It's not earning any interest, to my knowledge. It's just an electronic book entry. Period.
Robert Leighton is an economic expert who got the ball rolling on this idea, making his case in an op-ed for the Brookings Institution.
So the money could be literally transferred electronically instantaneously, as long as they have the authority.
Congress could pass a bill to let the U.S. unfreeze the money and specify where it goes. But some legal experts say President Biden can do it himself under powers Congress already gave him. And while the U.S. has so far signed off on billions of dollars in emergency funding, that's only scratching the surface of the tens of billions of dollars in damage. And the clock is ticking, with some Ukrainian officials unsure if there's even a point in rebuilding some key cities.
They cannot be rebuilt because we don't know yet if people would want to live there, would want to return there. And I'm talking about Bucha, I'm talking about Irpin, I'm talking about Mariupol. For people who used to live there, would it be okay to come back to the streets where their loved ones were killed?
Kira Rudik is a Ukrainian member of parliament who's vowed to stay in Kyiv during the war.
We need to cover the payments that are necessary for alive people to be alive. And it's pensions, it's compensations, it's salaries, it's all those expenses that are basic expenses for the country.
141 countries voted to condemn Russia's invasion at the UN back in March, but none of them have taken steps to unfreeze Russian reserves to help Ukraine. And some experts say only one can get them all on board.
I think the EU, Japan, Canada are all looking to the United States. In fact, frankly, the Ukrainians are looking to us to do this. So as a practical matter, yes, I think the United States has to take the lead for this to happen.
So, Joe, it's unclear if the U.S. government is moving to actually use this specific money or whether it would be viewed as an escalation by Russia. But Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. already said that if Russia were to withdraw, reparations would need to at least be discussed. Joe?
Interesting story. Dasha, thank you so much. Coming up, Turning the Page, an independent bookstore fighting to survive during unprecedented times in a community's fight to keep it alive, all documented on film. That story next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together. Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. A new documentary profiles an independent bookstore owner fighting to save his business during the pandemic with the help of a devoted community. It's called Hello Bookstore, and it opens in New York today. Take a look.
Look at the smile on that guy's face. He found a book. It took me 3 days to read this book. My bookmark never had a chance.
Curbside only. If you know what you're looking for, we can provide. That's just the way it works for me. Not for browsing, no, just for curbside. I'm on credit hold with Simon & Schuster because I owe him too much money. I don't have enough money to pay him.
Joining us now, the owner of the bookstore, Matthew Tannenbaum, and director A.B. Jacks. Good morning to both of you. Thanks so much for joining us. This looks like a great film. I mean, A.B., why was it you decided to focus on this, and how was it you came about to find Matthew's bookstore, which is in the Berkshires in Massachusetts?
I found it through my wife, who grew up there, and the first time I walked through those doors, it just felt like I had stepped through a portal to this lost world of books, and it was all because of him, and it was just this magical place that over the years just started growing on me, and I wanted to figure out a way to celebrate it and a way to bring it to life and share it with people. So that was the impetus, and it's been an amazing journey, and it's all because of him and the way he's created this really unique bookstore, this really singular bookstore that really reflects him, but I think it's a universal place that I think a lot of people will see their own bookstore in.
Matthew, I think it was hard enough for independent bookstores before the pandemic,
right.
And then you add this thing where people go to bookstores to browse, and as you said there, you can't browse in the bookstore. I mean, what was going through your mind during the pandemic as you were dealing with all this?
It was, we had a brand new normal. We're always going to have a brand new normal every day. And that's what we just had to do. You had to sanitize. I had to, spray around the door every morning when I came in, and decided to just do a curbside pickup, and that became what we had to do. Then I realized that this wasn't going to cut it. I was busy, very busy, because people wanted to come into the store. They wanted books. They still want books, and they had to figure out a way to do it. So we were overwhelmed with the phone calls and the emails, and so even though we were making, a percentage of what we used to make, we were busier than ever. Go figure.
That doesn't seem fair, does it? I mean, you had challenges, and then as a filmmaker, AB, you also have challenges because shooting during a pandemic is not easy, especially early on. You have to take all these precautions. I mean, what were some of those challenges you had to deal with?
I think the biggest challenge was, we started in the fall of 2019, and it was really going to be this passage of time. And COVID happened to be in that passage of time, and never saw it coming. And as a filmmaker, I never saw it coming. So it was adapting to that. This isn't going to be that golden age of the bookstore. This is going to be a different time, and sort of accepting that and finding the beauty in that. It's sort of an evolution.
And that was just what we had to do.
Right.
So mic me up and follow me around the store. He was the only one in the store besides me.
It's probably nice to have someone there with you, right?
It was a lot of fun. Yeah, because we were on camera, but we didn't film all that. We didn't shoot all that, or didn't broadcast all that. And so I could turn to Adam and say, "Did you see that one? Did you hear that one?" It was a lot of fun.
What was it like for you then to, when the documentary was done, go back and watch it and relive everything again?
Oh, what a great question. I have, what did I do? It was, oh, I know that. I remember that. I remember that one. Oh, I don't remember this. It was the way I've lived my life all these years, and he captured it in these few moments. Just lovely.
I don't want to give away any spoilers here, but how are you doing now? How's the store doing now?
We're doing very well, thank you. Thank you. Don't tell the tax man.
It took a community, though, didn't it?
Absolutely, and they and the publishers who kept the books coming, and the writers who kept writing, and the book designers, everybody who helped along. I was just the guy at the front desk, and yeah.
I think to many people you're so much more than that, and so we're so glad we could see this documented. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, AB, so much for joining us. And you can check out Hello Bookstore. It's now out in select theaters. And by the way, if you're in New York, you can see Matt and AB in person. They're going to be doing question and answer panels at Film Forum. So check that out. All right, coming up, it's officially crunch time for those who haven't gotten mom a little something for Mother's Day. Don't worry, you still got a little time. Now, if you're thinking flowers, well, like everything else, you might have to shell out a little extra cash this year, but we've got some tips on how to save on that last-minute gift after the break.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's a holiday of sorts that changes every year. Well, now we know when it's happening this year. Of course, we're talking about Amazon Prime Day. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with more on when it's going to happen. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Joe, I guess it'll be back to Christmas in July. Amazon announcing the annual shopping day, which targets Prime members. You know, it's shifted over the last couple of years. It was in October in 2020, and last year it was in June, but Amazon making the announcement as part of its earnings report last night. It didn't say which day, though, so it hasn't shared any specific details about a date or what kind of deals to expect, but, you know, usually Amazon device deals top the list. Meantime, Walmart is unveiling a new activewear and swim brand called Love and Sports. It's created by fashion designer Michelle Smith and SoulCycle instructor Stacy Griffith. The collection is another sign of Walmart's continuing effort to become a place where shoppers can get stylish clothing along with good deals on things like appliances and groceries. Activewear has gained popularity, especially during the pandemic, with sales rising from about $52 billion in 2019 to nearly $71 billion last year. And researchers have found that Amazon uses voice data collected by Alexa to target you with ads. The report by groups affiliated with UC Irvine, UC Davis, and Northeastern University say that Amazon shares data from your interactions with the digital assistant with as many as 41 ad partners. They say this data is in hot demand, leading to higher bid prices from brands and advertisers. Amazon confirms to The Verge that it does use data from Alexa for relevant ads shown on Amazon or other sites, but it doesn't share it with app developers, it says. But Amazon is such a big app itself that covers a lot of ground.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can get pretty much anything there. So, all right, Bertha, thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Appreciate it. Now, in case you have not been paying attention, Mother's Day is next weekend. For many people, flowers are always a favorite option, but like everything else these days, you might have to pay a little more to get them. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is at Miami International Airport with that story. Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning, Joe. I'm on the ramp here. You can see them moving boxes. We have flowers arriving from Colombia on Avianca cargo. They're getting them here as quickly as they can. They were only picked about 36 hours ago. And if everything goes as planned, they'll only be here for a few hours. And then they'll be making their way to homes across America because, of course, we're reminding you Mother's Day is coming very soon. And the flowers that are arriving here should be in a vase at your mom's house soon. From carnations and tulips to lilies and lilacs, just about any flower you can imagine is arriving here at Miami International Airport to help fill those Mother's Day orders.
This is our busiest time of the year. We probably, on a typical Mother's Day rush, process 1 billion cut flower stems. And this year is predicted to be even more than that.
Crews are now working around the clock to unload all these fresh cut flowers from countries like Colombia and Ecuador.
Flowers are MIA's largest commodity in weight and the 5th largest in value. That means that flowers are supremely important for us, and we are considered the flower gateway for the Americas.
More than 300,000 stems are arriving here daily in preparation for Mother's Day, triple the amount that usually comes in. And they're projecting a 10% increase in flower shipments this Mother's Day season compared to 2021. Now it's a race against the clock as all those blooms are unpacked, repacked, and shipped all over the country to local distributors. But prices for flowers have increased in the last few years because of the pandemic, supply chain issues, and environmental problems like poor weather conditions impacting growers. Perry's Florist in Miami has been in business for 85 years and says lately finding inventory has been challenging.
Sometimes I'm unable to provide a specific flower, a certain color, or things like that, but I try to do my best and explain to them in advance I'm going to do what I can with what we have.
According to experts, sales are not slowing. Flowers will make up a staggering 80% of Mother's Day's gifts in the U.S. And of those, the majority will be floral bouquets, 63%.
The beauty of flowers and plants is that really, regardless of your budget, there's something out there for you.
If you're looking to get some beautiful blooms for mom that won't break the bank, experts say talk to your local florist.
Tell your florist what your budget is and say, these are my favorite colors, or these are this mother's favorite flowers, and here's my budget, here's what I want to spend, and they'll make it happen.
So it looks like I'm not in Miami anymore, Joe, but I am. I'm inside the cooler here where they keep the flowers nice and fresh. And if everything goes as planned, and they're right now running like clockwork, these boxes of flowers that you see that just arrived from Colombia will be on their way to other parts of the country. There's even some trucks waiting outside to ship them around the state of Florida. But flowers for Mother's Day arriving here that could be arriving at homes as far away as Alaska, assuming you do your job for mom.
Yeah,
Joe?
and if you don't want to get her flowers, you could always get her that hat you're wearing, Carrie. I mean, that's also an option.
I'm sure she'd love it.
All right, Carrie Sanders, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, eyes on the prize. The NFL's newest stars unveiled last night in Las Vegas. We'll bring you the surprising top picks from the first round of the NFL draft. Plus, a newly released study that just might flip the script on everything you know about man's best friend. Those stories up next.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
James Corden is saying goodbye to his late night show after 7 years as host. Corden will actually finish out his contract extension, but leave CBS's The Late Late Show next year. The British comedian and actor took over from Craig Ferguson in 2015 and went on to create several recurring segments that went viral. Perhaps most famous of these, Carpool Karaoke, where he's played host to everyone from Harry Styles to Paul McCartney to Michelle Obama. Now, since taking over as host of the show, Corden has starred in movies like Cats, Peter Rabbit, and The Prom. The late night host has not yet revealed what he plans to do next. This morning, we're learning more about the incident that played out in public when actress Olivia Wilde was served with custody papers while on stage. Wilde was promoting her new film at a high-profile event when she was handed that mysterious envelope. Her ex-fiancé, Jason Sudeikis, has condemned what he says was the inappropriate way she was served those private documents in such a public way. This morning, new details about that bizarre moment. A-list actress Olivia Wilde was served legal papers while on stage at a packed CinemaCon. The 38-year-old had been promoting her new film, Don't Worry, Darling, on Tuesday when she was interrupted by a woman delivering a mysterious manila envelope. Inside, legal documents from her ex-fiancé, actor Jason Sudeikis, concerning the custody of their 2 children. Sources close to Sudeikis confirmed to NBC News the woman who served those papers was an LA-based server hired by a law firm for the actor. According to CinemaCon officials, she approached the stage when she was not authorized to be there.
This is a relatively drastic step to serve her while she's presenting.
Representatives for Wilde did not respond to our request for comment, but sources close to Sudeikis say he had no prior knowledge of the time or place that the envelope would have been delivered. But legal experts say that's not common.
It seems very unusual that the attorneys weren't talking in advance and that alternative measures for getting these papers served weren't taken.
Well, the former Hollywood power couple never tied the knot. They were together for 9 years. The two met for the first time at an SNL rap party in 2011.
Just the greatest line of all time that Jason had. He came up to me and he said, you know, whatever you're looking for, you don't need it.
In November 2020, the couple announced their split. Months later, Wilde was first spotted holding hands with her now boyfriend, pop star Harry Styles. The two reportedly hit it off on the set of Don't Worry, Darling.
They touch each other's toes.
What? Sudeikis has recently been in London shooting the 3rd season of his hit series, Ted Lasso. Meantime, Wilde recently opened up to Vogue about their children, Otis and Daisy, and how they've been able to adapt to their parents' busy lifestyle. She told the magazine, whatever country we're in, they have a routine and a community. They're best friends, and they have each other. Legal experts we spoke with say while it may be unusual for someone to be served papers on stage, the rules for process servers are relatively limited. They're allowed to approach a potential party and serve papers in any public setting. In Las Vegas last night, an entertainment spectacle. The first round of the NFL draft held right in the middle of the Vegas Strip. And for fans, it was a chance to celebrate the game's newest stars without COVID restrictions. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock was up late watching every twist and turn and has all that for us. Sam, good morning.
Joe, you got to do it for the love of the job, man. Good morning. Very nice to see you. And I will say this was not your typical NFL draft because in 11 of the last 15 years, the top pick has been a quarterback. Last night, there wasn't a quarterback taken in the top 10. This is friends and family celebrating the next wave of NFL stars with hugs, even a few tears. With hundreds of thousands of fans piled in under a Vegas sun, the NFL draft kicked off with a fiery greeting from Ice Cube.
What's up, Las Vegas?
And a typically chilly reception for Commissioner Roger Goodell. And then the draft's biggest mystery finally revealed.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Trayvon Walker.
The Jags kept everybody guessing until the last minute before grabbing Georgia's Trayvon Walker with the top pick. Walker's family sharing high fives and wide smiles. Then seconds later, the next pick popping right in.
This was about as quick as we've ever seen a team do this.
The Lions selecting Aiden Hutchinson of Michigan, a hometown product, huddling with his family before locking the commissioner in a bear hug.
I'm happy I get to go back to Detroit, go back to Motor City, hopefully win some ball games.
The top 5 picks, all defensive standouts, 3 edge rushers and 2 cornerbacks, known for following receivers all over the field. But on this night,
And his moment of excitement took off the wrong way, so he had a spin move there.
The Jets' Sauce Gardner was Lost Gardner, reversing course to try and find the stage. The top 10 also had a trio of offensive linemen with no quarterback for the first time in nearly a decade.
The light is going to shine on so many other really good players. And I think so many times quarterbacks suck the air out of the room.
For all the Vegas splendor and splashy trades, the night was sealed with beaming families full of pride and grateful athletes ready to make an impact. The New York Giants' first pick, Kayvon Thibodeau, dancing his way onto the stage and celebrating with a young Make-A-Wish recipient.
It was just a blessing, man. I can't even believe to be a part of this. I watched it for so many years.
Finally, the first quarterback was taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 20, Kenny Pickett, overcome with emotion as he, like so many athletes, processed a dream turned reality. Joe, Kenny Pickett went to the University of Pittsburgh. That is one of the reasons why he was so emotional upon that selection. And I got to go back for a second to my man Sam Prince, a Make-A-Wish recipient, 24 years old, from New Jersey, overcame a heart transplant years ago to be there to present that pick. I don't know if I've ever seen any reaction like this in the history of the draft. Look at him dancing there, just the pumping of the fists, his arms so excited. It probably made the evening. And Kayvon Thibodeau went right along with it. The best dressed and most enthusiastic pair there together on the stage. Just awesome TV magic, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great moment. I feel like that might not be the last time we see him, perhaps in a football stand somewhere in the future. All right. Sam, thank you so much.
He's going to be a GM years down the road.
That too. There you go. There you
Thanks,
go.
Joe.
Sam, thank you so much. All right, now to some new findings that could change everything we think we know about our dogs and their personalities. A new study shows that a dog's breed actually has very little to do with his or her behavior. NBC News' Gotti Schwartz has the details.
Hey there, yeah, if you did all kinds of research on different dog breeds trying to figure out which might be the best fit for your family, well, this new study kind of suggests you might as well have been chasing your own tail, because scientists now say breed doesn't really have that big of a bearing on the personality of your pup.
They're stereotypes that are a little rough to shake off. Marley and Me's loving lab, the loyal lassie, or Legally Blonde's little chic chihuahua.
Hi, I'm Elle Woods, and this is Breezer Woods, and we're both Gemini vegetarians.
But a new study looking at over 18,000 dog owner surveys and DNA sequencing of over 2,000 of those dogs suggests you can't judge a pup by its breed.
You shouldn't be putting all of these expectations on a dog just based on what its breed is.
It's almost like don't be a breedist.
I wasn't going to go there, but you can.
Dr. Eleanor Carlson is a geneticist at the University of Massachusetts Chan Medical School, and her team found breed type only accounts for 9% of canine behavior, and factors like sex, age, and environment have a stronger pull on dog personality, which might explain why even big dogs want to be loved like the little ones.
That almost sounds a lot like the dog version of nature versus nurture.
And we say this percentage of it seems to have something to do with genetics, and then we call everything else environment. And so the best we can really say based on our data is that it doesn't seem like there's a big genetic contribution.
So we had to do a doggy beach outside of LA and found two Chihuahuas, Tooth and Bean, that couldn't have been more different. Their owners say the study makes sense to them.
Each dog is an individual just like humans are.
And then we met this very good girl, California, who stole the show with her tricks.
Good girl, Callie, come.
Do you think there's a big difference between different breeds of dogs?
I think so. Like, I found that my golden is really mellow.
But California's cousin Maverick definitely lived up to the name.
So we thought he'd be very similar because, you know, goldens, but he's crazy.
Scientists say the reason, at the end of the day, even though they look different, dogs are all really the same species, and most modern-day breeds only date back 150 years, a blink of an eye on the evolutionary timeline. And now new findings to give us pause about the way we think of our best four-legged friends.
Okay, and full disclosure on a question we had as well. We wanted to know, too, does Dr. Carlson have any dogs? Turns out she is a cat person. She says she has 3 cats. She's actually never owned a dog in her life, but she also points out that makes her even more objective in all that research. And she also made sure that there were dog people on the team. So there's that. Guys,
right,
back to you.
Thank you, Gotti. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. American killed. New reports a U.S. Marine veteran has died while fighting in Ukraine. What we know about him and why he was on the front lines. Not adding up. New data showing the U.S. economy is shrinking. What economists are saying about how long it may last. The end for menthol? The FDA is moving to ban the supplement that makes cigarettes extra addictive. Why the FDA says they need to act now to save countless lives. And squad goals, some real jaw-droppers on the first night of the much-anticipated NFL draft. Who won big in Sin City? Hi, everyone. Happy Friday. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinclea Samoa. Aaron and Morgan are off today. We begin with breaking news on the war in Ukraine. Ukraine's military says Russian troops have formed a blockade at Mariupol's steel plant. Hundreds of fighters and civilians remain inside. Reuters is reporting Ukraine planned to try and get people out of the plant today. In just the last 24 hours, Ukraine's national police says 11 airstrikes were launched across the Donetsk region, which includes Mariupol. They claim 3 civilians were killed. Meanwhile, as we wait for what's next, the proposed $33 billion U.S. aid package, Ukraine's president is thanking Biden. In a tweet, Volodymyr Zelensky said, quote, "We defend common values, democracy, and freedom." We have a team of correspondents covering the big story of this hour. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin in Ukraine's capital city of Kyiv. Aaron, thanks for joining us. So those missile strikes came at the same time UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was visiting the city. What do we know about the attack?
Hey, Zinclea. Well, the strike struck just miles from where I am standing. One of the Russian missiles hit a factory. The other hit a nearby residential building. Meanwhile, there are reports of yet another American killed in Ukraine.
This morning, CNN reporting that a U.S. Marine veteran has been killed while fighting in Ukraine. According to his family, 22-year-old Willie Joseph Cancel had been working for a private military company in the country since mid-March. His mother telling CNN he wanted to go over because he believed in what Ukraine was fighting for. He leaves behind his wife and a 7-month-old baby. Late Thursday, just as the UN Secretary General was visiting Kyiv, 2 Russian missiles struck the center of the capital, injuring 10 and killing 1, according to the city's mayor. You can see the massive emergency response as well as the military. The ground is covered in glass. Explosives are thick in the air. This is chaos in the heart of Kyiv. The head of the UN acknowledging it has failed to stop the bloodshed. His visit also focusing on the besieged port city of Mariupol, where hundreds of civilians and Ukrainian fighters remain trapped inside an old steel plant. Antonio Guterres saying Russia's President Putin had agreed in principle to allow civilians to evacuate. But the Russian assault shows no signs of stopping. On Thursday, massive bombs striking the steel plant's makeshift military hospital, according to Ukrainian officials. Marina Kratsova's husband is one of the fighters trapped inside. Every time I speak with him, he tells me about the bright future we'll have after we win. How does that make you feel? I'm very afraid. On Thursday, President Biden asking Congress to fund a $33 billion aid package to help keep Ukraine going through September. Badly needed funds as the country begins to tally the economic toll. Mall owner Andriy Dubienko says he's lost almost everything. He shows us harrowing videos of what happened when the Russians arrived on his street and the devastation they left behind. I'm very sad, but I'm also an optimist, he says. We Ukrainians are optimists. That's why we will win this war.
NBC reached out to the family of the American veteran reportedly killed. We have yet to hear back. The State Department is declining to comment, citing privacy concerns. Back to you.
Important reporting, Aaron. Thank you. Staying in Ukraine, Western countries might have a way to help Ukraine pay for the war effort. Russia's own money. Right now, $600 billion in Russian currency reserves are frozen by Western countries. Russia's central bank is, however, trying to unfreeze the funds. And about half of that massive sum of money could be used to pay reparations before the war ends. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has been digging into this. Dasha, good to see you. So we're talking about a lot of money. How would this work?
Hey, Zinkley, this is a pretty unique idea. After World Wars I and II, reparations didn't start until after Germany surrendered. But it's different with Russia today because so many countries have its reserves frozen in their own central banks. And according to some experts, there is basis in international law to tap into them now and help Ukraine.
It's been 2 months since the war in Ukraine began, but the UN says it already caused $100 billion in infrastructure damage alone, on top of the worst refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. But right now, with the war still happening, countries like the US can use Russia's own money to effectively make them pay for humanitarian aid, reparations, and eventually reconstruction. By tapping into Russian foreign exchange reserves frozen in central banks across the world. So how does it work? Russia has $585 billion in foreign currency reserves, according to the most recent data from Russia's central bank. But when you subtract their gold reserves at home and money held in countries like China, there's still $350 billion held in countries like France, Germany, Japan, and the US, to name a few, according to the Brookings Institution. After World Wars I and II, Germany paid reparations after the war ended. But since other countries already legally control this Russian money, it could be used to fund reparations for Ukraine. And right now, Russia can't even access it. It's basically just sitting there.
The foreign exchange reserve is sitting in the central bank. It's literally just sitting in an electronic account as a book entry. It's not earning any interest, to my knowledge. It's just an electronic book entry. Period.
Robert Leighton is an economic expert who got the ball rolling on this idea, making his case in an op-ed for the Brookings Institution.
So the money could be literally transferred electronically instantaneously, as long as they have the authority.
Congress could pass a bill to let the U.S. unfreeze the money and specify where it goes. But some legal experts say President Biden can do it himself under powers Congress already gave him. And while the U.S. has so far signed off on billions of dollars in emergency funding, that's only scratching the surface of the tens of billions of dollars in damage. And the clock is ticking, with some Ukrainian officials unsure if there's even a point in rebuilding some key cities.
They cannot be rebuilt because we don't know yet if people would want to live there, would want to return there. And I'm talking about Bucha, I'm talking about Irpin. I'm talking about Mariupol. For people who used to live there, would it be okay to come back to the streets where their loved ones were killed?
Kira Rudik is a Ukrainian member of parliament who's vowed to stay in Kyiv during the war.
We need to cover the payments that are necessary for alive people to be alive. And it's pensions, it's compensations, it's salaries, it's all those expenses that you know are basic expenses for the country.
141 countries voted to condemn Russia's invasion at the UN back in March, but none of them have taken steps to unfreeze Russian reserves to help Ukraine. And some experts say only one can get them all on board.
I think the EU, Japan, Canada are all looking to the United States. In fact, frankly, the Ukrainians are looking to us to do this. So as a practical matter, yes, I think the United States has to take the lead for this to happen.
So, Zincle, it's unclear if the U.S. government is moving to actually use this specific money or whether it would be viewed as an escalation by Russia. But Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. already said that if Russia were to withdraw, reparations would need to at least be discussed. Zincle.
A lot to follow. Dasha Burns, thank you. Wall Street and Main Street are still digesting the shocking news the economy actually shrank in the first quarter. The GDP dropped 1.4%. Consumer and business spending, however, were up to start the year. It comes after one of the strongest growth quarters in late 2021. The economy grew by 5.7%, the highest expansion in 38 years. But this week, unemployment is at a 52-year low, and inflation is skyrocketing. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is standing by, watching Wall Street. But let's begin with NBC News correspondent Tom Costello. Tom?
Yeah, you know, as is often the case, there is not one reason to explain what's happening. There are many factors that are affecting the price we pay, how much we are paid, and whether the economy is slowing. And yes, we are all feeling every bit of it. From the grocery store to the gas pump, the car lot, the home improvement store, to new mortgages and new rents, Americans are caught in the vortex of high prices, and now signs the economy is shrinking. The economy actually contracted by 1.4% in the first 3 months of the year, after rising by nearly 7% at the end of 2021. A big surprise, since unemployment is near a 50-year low, and inflation is at 40-year highs, pushed higher by the supply chain crisis and strong consumer demand. At the Mount Adams Bar and Grill in Cincinnati, owner Pat Shepard is trying to manage all of it. Everything costs more, especially if it's from overseas, and she's struggling to find employees.
So, yes, this is the most challenging time we've ever been through, and that is everything from a shortage of employees to how to honestly keep the customers happy when you do your best to get the product in.
Analysts say several factors caused the economy to contract in the first quarter. The war in Ukraine slowed the global economy. The U.S. imported more than it exported. The government cut back on pandemic spending. The supply chain crisis worsened in China, just as Omicron spread across the country. The timing is not good. The Federal Reserve still expected to raise interest rates another 0.5 point next week to help tame inflation.
The Nasdaq closing out with a gain of 3%.
Despite the inflation concerns, Wall Street bounced back on Thursday after days of selling. But the economy on Main Street remains a very big concern.
Do you want another job? It's probably out there for you. Wages are going to be going up, and prices are going to be going up too, and it'll be a race between them.
And as we all know, higher interest rates mean that we will pay more for new car loans and mortgages, rents and credit cards. The Federal Reserve also taking stimulus money out of the economy, hoping to bring about a soft landing, not a crash landing and a recession. Back to you.
Thanks, Tom. Let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu now. Dom, we just heard from Tom. There's a lot of data that seems to show the economy heading in very different directions. But lay this out. What's the main takeaway here for everyday Americans? What do they need to know?
So maybe that's the point, Zincle, right? The overarching economic trend that we can be pretty sure of is what Tom mentioned. It's that prices for goods and services They're rising at an unacceptable rate. It's been that way for months now. Today's economic data validates that trend, though. There might be some room for optimism here. So what we got earlier this morning was the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, which came in with a rise of 6.6% in March over the same time last year. That so-called PCE is another way to measure inflation, and it's the fastest pace of rising prices since 1982. No shock there. We've been talking about it for months now at this point. But when you strip out the effects of food and energy costs, that so-called core PCE came in at 5.2% over last year. It's still high, but lower than last month and below economists' forecasts. This is important because that core PCE number that I just mentioned is the Federal Reserve's preferred way of measuring inflation over CPI, over PPI, and others as well. What a lot of folks on Main Street and Wall Street right now, and of course in Washington, D.C., are hoping is that this means we could be seeing the early signs of a top in inflation and that overall price trends will start to show signs of at least slowing down. But remember, Zinkley, earlier this week we got that read on GDP. So, yes, a lot of cross currents, but maybe a little bit of a window, a tiny crack there for some optimism that we could get some relief at the pump and elsewhere soon.
And I appreciate that you're saying there's some room for optimism, but the reality is a lot of this uncertainty is rattling Wall Street. So how are investors reacting and the stock market?
So markets are volatile for sure. And Tom mentioned that, both to the upside and the downside. But as it stands right now, we're seeing a 400-point loss for the Dow today on top of big gains yesterday. A lot of volatility. What this does mean, though, is we are still on pace for like these major indices, especially for the S&P 500, which is a broader-based measure of the U.S. market. It will have its worst month since March of 2020, and we knew what happened then. It was the start of the pandemic and economic lockdowns. So the onset of the pandemic was a real kind of sea change in the markets. The real center of this volatility is the technology stocks, is those related companies like Apple and Amazon. So those will be key. And by the way, Apple and Amazon both signaled at least some headwinds in the current quarter because of things like supply chain issues and costs of labor increasing. So Zinkley, a lot of stuff happening, but the move has been to the downside decidedly over the last couple of months.
Definitely a lot happening. Thank you for breaking it down, Dom Chu. Now, let's talk politics. After almost a year of investigations, the January 6th committee is finally ready to hold public hearings. Congressman Benny Thompson says the hearings will start in a little more than a month. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now to break it all down. Ali, how many hearings will there be, and is there any idea of who we could see testify?
Hey, my friend, we're gearing up for a very busy June. When I was talking to Chairman Benny Thompson yesterday, that was my top takeaway because he was more candid with us than he's been about when these hearings are going to start, what they hope to accomplish with them, and even a little bit of a sense of who might testify. Of course, that's one of the questions that we asked him, and this is what he told us. Listen.
There'll be a combination of exhibits, staff testimony, outside witnesses, this kind of a combination.
Will any of those outside witnesses be people that have testified behind closed doors?
Well, some of them will be people that people have not heard from before, and I think their testimony will be on point as to why this investigation is so important.
And look, that makes sense, right? Because they have had hundreds of people go before the committee and cooperate. They also, though, have tens of thousands of documents that they've been given. And Thompson said at another point yesterday to us that they're hoping to just set the narrative here for the American public, to give the public the benefit of all of the cooperation and all of the information that the committee has been able to lay out. To that end, they're going to have what Thompson said, at least 8 hearings starting June 9th and then stretching throughout the month. And this is something, you're right, they've been looking forward to for about a year now. It's the culmination of a lot of work, and they still have a few depositions outstanding, too.
And Ali, I know Chairman Thompson also says that the committee will ask at least 3 sitting Republican members of Congress to come before the committee. When will those requests be sent out?
Look, they've already done that. This is the second time now that they're going back to some of these lawmakers and asking them, and I say asking on purpose, asking them to come and cooperate before the committee and to share what they know and the conversations that they had before January 6th and certainly on the day of. One of those people who Thompson told me is going to be getting a second letter requesting their cooperation is House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Of course that makes sense, especially given all of the new audio that we've heard and the things that he was saying about Trump behind closed doors with other members of the Republican conference. But what struck me yesterday is I asked Thompson specifically, are there going to be new people receiving these letters to cooperate? He said yes, people who have not previously been asked. Yes, they will be House members, they will be Republicans, but also, and this is important, it will include senators. They have not to this point asked any Republican senators to come before the committee and cooperate, but I asked specifically, could this be people like Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Mike Lee, names of people who we know were in touch with the White House and talking to them about ways to potentially overturn the election results? Thompson told me stand by, but I think that's really notable. But the important thing here is these are asks, they are not subpoenas. That's still a question the committee has to figure out if they're ready to do that or if asking is just going to be enough for them.
An important distinction. Asks, not subpoenas. Ali Vitale, always breaking it down. Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's go from D.C. to the Midwest. The former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd is asking for a retrial. Derek Chauvin was found guilty last June, the judge sentencing him to 22.5 years in prison. However, Chauvin's lawyer says there were too many outside factors influencing the jury. His attorney is arguing the case should not have been tried in Hennepin County, where Floyd was killed. Chauvin's legal team now wants a new trial in a new venue or for Chauvin to be resentenced. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos now. Danny, this is a case that everybody watched. How strong of an argument do Chauvin's lawyers have here?
For the most part, defendants who challenge their conviction based on excessive pretrial publicity, if you're just playing the odds, they're going to lose. And that's only because of the odds. The case originated with Shepard v. Maxwell. That's the case of the Supreme Court that became the movie The Fugitive and the TV show based on the same name. The point is, even back then when the Supreme Court articulated that there could be a circus-like atmosphere resulting in the denial of a right to a fair trial, that level is so high that it's almost impossible to meet. And arguably, 50 years ago, publicity was a totally different creature. I mean, there were probably only 3 channels to watch on TV. But on the other hand, everybody was watching those 3 channels. You almost couldn't compare pretrial publicity from half a century ago to pretrial publicity today. But the bottom line is, if there is a case that might have a shot, this could be it. But again, if you're just playing the odds, it's always a long shot to argue pretrial publicity denied that right to a fair trial.
And that's important context, Danny, right? The media environment has changed. But even still, is there any precedent for high-profile cases getting retrials because of media coverage or public interest?
Yes, and they're few and far between. Shepard v. Maxwell was really the origin of that, and I believe that was in the 60s. Someone's going to hold me to it and tell me the exact year. But that Supreme Court case law hasn't been around for all that long. I mean, many decades, but not centuries. And really, we've only had the modern media for about half a century, maybe more. And again, it was totally different in the days of Shepard v. Maxwell. Nowadays, no one even contemplated on that Supreme Court social media or all the different kinds of social media or the cell phone or all these other things now that allow us to send this information around in an instant. I don't know that the pretrial publicity for the Chauvin case was greater or lesser than that for Shepard v. Maxwell. I almost would say they're apples and oranges, and you can't compare them.
Important analysis. Danny, thank you. Coming up, new details are emerging about that deadly movie set shooting involving actor Alec Baldwin. The woman in charge of gun safety on the set is speaking out, plus what newly released text messages are revealing about the investigation.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There's new fallout today from the deadly accidental shooting on the set of an Alec Baldwin movie last year. The woman responsible for gun safety on the set is blasting investigators for how they're handling the case. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer takes a look at new text messages just released.
On Monday, the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office released a trove of evidence in the Rust shooting investigation. But today, the armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, and her attorneys are pushing back.
The family of cinematographer Helena Hutchins is slamming the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office for releasing the video of her final moments, saying they failed to give Hutchins dignity and privacy. After more than 6 months investigating the deadly shooting on the movie set of Rust, the Sheriff's Department released a trove of evidence, thousands of pages of documents, as well as hours of body camera videos. NBC News is not showing the footage of Helena Hutchins' final moments. A letter from the Hutchins attorney says the New Mexico Sheriff's Office trampled on the constitutional rights of the Hutchins by giving him less than a business day to review the materials before it was released to the public. The first time Mr. Hutchins saw the disturbing and unsettling video footage of his wife lying on the church floor was on an internet website, the attorney writes. The damage your office has done is irreparable. The sheriff spoke to Hoda and Savannah earlier this week.
What was your intention in releasing all of this information at this point?
It was a public records request that we are required to release the information, but it was also an attempt to be transparent in the investigation.
Were you under an obligation to release it right now?
Not right now. It took us some time to put it together, and we tried to release it as soon as we had everything together.
New video also released by the Sheriff's Office shows Baldwin hours after the shooting, learning that Hutchins died.
I do have some very unfortunate news to tell you. She didn't make it.
In February, Hoda spoke with Helena Hutchins' widow, Matthew, who is suing Baldwin and others involved with the film over his wife's death.
In your mind's eye, what does justice look like?
You know, we're pursuing justice every way we can to hold accountable the people who are responsible for Helena's death, which was totally preventable. In the end, you know, justice won't bring Helena back, but maybe the memory of her can help keep people safe and prevent something like this from ever happening again.
Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and her attorneys say this document dump pushes away the fact that Rust management should be held responsible for what happened on set, and they say that was pointed out in the state's investigation. Back to you.
The entertainment world is still buzzing today after the legal team for actor Jason Sudeikis served his ex-fiancée Olivia Wilde custody papers while she was in front of a packed crowd promoting her new movie. Here's Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
Zin Clay, things took a dramatic turn as Olivia Wilde was promoting her new film at a high-profile event, though Sudeikis has condemned what he calls the inappropriate way she was served those private documents in such a public way. Now we're learning more about what happened. New details about that bizarre moment. A-list actress Olivia Wilde was served legal papers while on stage at a packed CinemaCon. The 38-year-old had been promoting her new film, Don't Worry, Darling, on Tuesday when she was interrupted by a woman delivering a mysterious manila envelope. Inside, legal documents from her ex-fiancé, actor Jason Sudeikis, concerning the custody of their 2 children. Sources close to Sudeikis confirmed to NBC News the woman who served those papers was an LA-based server hired by a law firm for the actor. According to CinemaCon officials, she approached the stage when she was not authorized to be there.
This is a relatively drastic step to serve her while she's presenting.
Representatives for Weil did not respond to our request for comment, but sources close to Sudeikis say he had no prior knowledge of the time or place that the envelope would have been delivered. But legal experts say that's not common.
It seems very unusual that the attorneys weren't talking in advance and that alternative measures for getting these papers served weren't taken.
Well, the former Hollywood power couple never tied the knot. They were together for 9 years. The two met for the first time at an SNL rap party in 2011.
Just the greatest line of all time that Jason had. He came up to me and he said, you know, whatever you're looking for, you don't need it.
In November 2020, the couple announced their split. Months later, Wild was first spotted holding hands with her now boyfriend, pop star Harry Styles. The two reportedly hit it off on the set of Don't Worry, Darling.
They touch each other's toes.
What? Sudeikis has recently been in London shooting the third season of his hit series, Ted Lasso. Meantime, Wild recently opened up to Vogue about their children, Otis and Daisy, and how they've been able to adapt to their parents' busy lifestyle. She told the magazine, whatever country we're in, they have a routine and a community. They're best friends, and they have each other. Legal experts we spoke with say, while it may be unusual for someone to be served papers on stage, the rules for process servers are relatively limited. They're allowed to approach a potential party and serve papers in any public setting. Zin Clay.
Thanks, Joe, for that report. And up next, one state legislature approving a controversial abortion ban. We'll have the details of that proposed bill and what the state's governor has to say about it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, one U.S. Army soldier is dead and 3 others are recovering after a military vehicle crash. This happened Thursday at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. The Army isn't releasing the name of the soldier who died until the family is notified. No word yet on what caused the accident. Hundreds are expected at the funeral of a fallen New York firefighter today. 31-year-old Timothy Klein was killed when a ceiling collapsed on him while battling a fire in Brooklyn last weekend. That fire also killed 1 civilian and several other firefighters were hurt. And music maven James Corden will be stepping away from The Late Late Show on CBS next year. The British actor announced his decision during last night's taping of the show. Corden will host 1 more season, but said that it was, quote, a good time to move on and see what else might be out there. He hosted The Late Late Show since 2015. Bottom of the hour now. Here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. An American killed fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. The family of former U.S. Marine Willie Joseph Cancel confirmed to CNN. NBC News has reached out to Cancel's family for comment. The State Department says they are aware of these reports and are closely monitoring the situation. Missile strikes hit Ukraine's capital of Kyiv late Thursday. The city's mayor says 1 person is dead and at least several others are hurt. Russia's latest assaults are also hitting the east and south, including heavy shelling and aerial attacks in Mariupol. The city's mayor says he still hopes to evacuate hundreds of civilians trapped inside a steel plant there. We begin our coverage this half hour with NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez in Lviv, Ukraine. Raf?
Today, confusion surrounding the fate of that besieged steel plant in Mariupol. This morning, President Zelensky's office saying in a statement that they hoped to carry out an evacuation of civilians from the steel plant today. That's according to Reuters. There's no confirmation from the United Nations, but we do know a UN team went down to Zaporizhzhia in the southeast yesterday to be in place in case there was a window of opportunity for that evacuation to go ahead. But in the hours since that statement, no sign of an evacuation moving forward. We've been speaking to a Marine who is down in the tunnels underneath what remains of that steel plant. He says Russian shelling has been continuing all day, and he says that every day for the past 4 days, there has been talk of an evacuation without one actually materializing. He says he has seen no sign yet today that there is going to be an evacuation. Now, there is nothing yet from the Kremlin, from the Russian side, about a possible evacuation. The spokesman for Vladimir Putin saying there is no news out of any of the multiple negotiating tracks between the Ukrainians and the Russians at this point. Russia obviously has a veto on whether those people can come out of that plant or not, as their forces surround it and, according to this Marine, continue to bombard it. President Zelensky saying yesterday to Time magazine he has actually been in touch almost every day with the commander of a Ukrainian Marine unit that is inside that steel plant. That is the same commander who has been putting out these increasingly desperate appeals for help, saying 600 of his men are wounded and they will die down there in the darkness underneath that steel plant if they don't urgently get medical help. Now, this all coming after Russia struck Kyiv with missiles overnight. That strike happening just an hour or so after the Secretary General of the United Nations met with President Zelensky, and the Ukrainian government is clear. They see this as an attempt to humiliate the United Nations and to tell the international community not to interfere with their invasion of Ukraine. At least one person killed, 10 people injured in this strike, which is a reminder that while the fighting on the ground is focused on the east, Vladimir Putin is able to strike Kyiv, here in Lviv, Odessa, and every corner of this country. Back to you.
Raf, thank you. Let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Melenik in Kyiv, Ukraine. He's a retired Ukrainian Air Force officer and the co-director of foreign relations at the Razumkov Center. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you for joining us. I want to first get your assessment of the latest developments on the battlefield in Ukraine and the reports that an American has been killed. What do you make of what's going on the ground right now?
Actually, there have been no significant developments during the last couple of weeks because what we consider to be the beginning of the major battle for Donbass, which was supposed to take place about 2 weeks ago, it didn't happen. But still, we see the situation, as you see on the screen, continuous shelling of civilian cities and military installations all around Ukraine. But there were some tactical gains made by both sides without any operational change on the ground. And we expect the next few days will be very crucial because Putin needs to deliver something like a victory before the 9th of May.
And let's talk about international support for Ukraine. President Biden is now seeking a new $33 billion aid package. How much of a difference do you think that can realistically make?
The international support has been a key for Ukrainian ability to defend itself. And I think as soon as we get not just money, but the real items on the battleground, then Ukraine will be able to not just stop the Russian offense, but to push them back. And you show already Mariupol. Mariupol is such a huge tragedy because we see our people dying, not just military, but wounded soldiers and civilians. Most of them are family members of our soldiers, and there is no way to get them out of this terrible place because about 100 kilometers of the territory is occupied, which is made impossible any military operation, and all the international attempts trying to involve Turkey, the United Nations, say the civilians actually failed.
Lieutenant Colonel Melnick, thank you so much. Turning back now to the U.S., legislators in Oklahoma just approved a bill that would prohibit abortions after just 6 weeks of pregnancy. This is the latest piece of anti-abortion legislation, similar to measures passed by lawmakers in states like Texas and Florida. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is following the fallout for us. Blaine?
Well, Sinclair, this is certainly something that a lot of people are watching. Now, what's notable about this situation is that there is no lag time between when that bill is signed and when it goes into effect. So essentially, it's just one pin stroke away from becoming one of the most restrictive abortion laws in the country.
Here. With the showdown over abortion access being fought in states nationwide, Oklahoma is the latest battleground. State lawmakers there approved a bill dubbed the Oklahoma Heartbeat Act that would ban abortions after 6 weeks, the time doctors are able to detect a heartbeat, but before most women even know they're pregnant.
This will not save just one life. This will save many, many lives.
This bill is incredibly intrusive. It reduces individuals' freedoms, and it's just plain wrong.
The bill now goes to the desk of Oklahoma's Republican governor, who earlier this month signed a different bill, making it a crime to perform abortions in the state.
We want Oklahoma to be the most pro-life state in the country.
That bill goes into effect this summer, but this latest measure passed with an emergency provision, meaning it goes into effect as soon as it's signed, likely any day.
It impacts every fertile woman's health in the state of Oklahoma by passing this law.
The president of Planned Parenthood calls the measure unconscionable and unconstitutional, vowing to fight it in court. The impact stretches beyond Oklahoma's borders into neighboring Texas, where a similar law has sent women seeking abortions to nearby states. According to one study, nearly half of them traveled to Oklahoma. The legislation is the latest in a flurry of strict abortion laws nationwide, including Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis recently signed a measure banning the procedure after 15 weeks.
We are here today to protect life.
That law is modeled after a similar one in Mississippi, which is currently under review in the Supreme Court. It poses a direct challenge to the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling, setting up a potentially groundbreaking decision by the nation's highest court.
And Blaine, there is another abortion bill currently making its way through the Oklahoma State House. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this is something that would essentially make abortions illegal across the state, around the state. But, you know, the one thing that is important to be watching on all of this is the timing. Of course, we don't know exactly when Governor Kevin Stitt plans to sign this bill that was passed into law, or that was approved by the legislation yesterday. But he's made it clear that he plans to sign any anti-abortion legislation that comes across his desk. So we're expecting that to happen within days. Sinclair.
Definitely something to follow. Blaine, thank you. And there's another piece of policy sweeping the country, marijuana legalization, and it's now poised to pass on the national level. Some states that legalized pot early on are now studying the possible harmful effects of highly concentrated cannabis products. Many are becoming popular with teenagers and are now being linked with dependency and even psychosis. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now. Steve, what's the data saying about the threats these products could pose?
Well, Sinclair, before I answer your question, I want to be absolutely clear about something. We are not talking about weed in the traditional sense, not the flower or the gummy bears that people might enjoy like a bottle of beer after work or even for medical purposes. This is highly concentrated cannabis distilled down to the point where it is almost like this unrecognizable piece of glass that is multiple times higher than your normal flower. For instance, the joint that your parents might have enjoyed, or people in that generation 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, maybe 5% THC. This stuff is upwards of 80, 85, 90% THC. And yes, researchers have been looking at this. They have found a link, a causation to increases in possible paranoia, psychosis, anxiety, agitation, you name it. And the real problem is that kids with developing brains in high school are getting their hands on this as easy as they would any other substance. That's the real problem. Of course, researchers are continuing to dive into this, to do more about those links, but mental health is clearly impacted here. I spoke to people, young people from Colorado that have been using this. One young woman, Jasmine, her mom said she couldn't believe when she found her daughter that this was actually cannabis. Another one, Will, said he took it and he was so high that he was curled up and balled up on the floor, unable to form words. That's the kind of substance that we're talking about, and that's why researchers, regulators, and parents are so worried about it. Sinclair?
And it makes sense, and I'm glad you made that distinction. I know you have talked also to teenagers who say they became dependent on highly concentrated THC, right? Not your standard weed. Let's play some of that conversation.
It did get to the point where it was like, if I don't smoke weed today, like, I'm not doing anything.
I couldn't wake up. I couldn't go to sleep. I couldn't do anything without it. Got so dependent.
So did those teenagers tell you anything more about how they became so dependent?
Yeah, easy, because it was so readily available. Again, those two teenagers in Denver, Colorado, they said when they were in high school, they've obviously moved on since then, but when they were in high school, that it was so readily available. Jasmine there, the young woman that you just heard, said it was like ordering from Grubhub. She would place an order on her phone, like a text message to somebody that would go to a legal dispensary, buy it, and bring it back to her. In fact, the first time she said she got it, it was offered to her in her high school bathroom. States like Colorado specifically have enacted new laws to try to prevent that from happening. But this stuff is marketed in flavors like Fruit Frenzy and Hawaiian Punch and anything you can think of. Clearly, the labeling needs to improve because kids are still getting their hands on it so easily. Sinclair.
Steve Patterson, thank you.
Yeah.
Some health experts are breathing a sigh of relief today. The FDA is pushing to stop the sale of menthol, cigarettes, and flavored cigars nationwide. They say it could save countless lives, but some worry it could create a dangerous black market. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis joins us now with the details. Rahima?
I have to tell you, there are many people who are concerned about the potential push onto the black market if menthol cigarettes and cigarette products were removed or banned by the FDA. But now it appears that the FDA is saying that it believes the benefits of this ban would far outweigh the disadvantages. The FDA has talked about the dangers of menthol cigarettes for years. The agency is proposing to ban them.
The proposed product standards would, among other things, improve the health and reduce the mortality risk of current smokers of menthol cigarettes or flavored cigars.
Menthol makes up a third of all cigarettes sold in the United States, and a ban would overwhelmingly impact black and young people.
I was planning on quitting anyway.
Research shows 85% of black smokers use menthol cigarettes, compared with 29% of white smokers. The CDC says smoking is a leading cause of lung cancer. Black men have the highest rates of that disease. If this ban goes through, how significant would it be in terms of affecting the health of all Americans?
This is a landmark regulation that FDA is proposing. Our projections are that 1.33 million smokers would quit, among whom 381,000 would be African American smokers.
Altria Group, the parent company of some leading tobacco manufacturers, saying in part, taking these products out of the legal marketplace will push them into unregulated criminal markets that don't follow any regulations and ignore minimum age laws. The FDA proposal could go into effect in a year, but it's expected the tobacco industry will fight it, which could lead to a long court battle.
So, Rahima, I think the big question is, why has the FDA allowed menthol to be sold when all other flavors have already been banned?
Well, talking to some people who are in support of this ban, because I haven't got a response yet from the FDA, is they think that it is the political pressure that prevented this from being proposed earlier. Not only the political pressure, but the lobbying from the tobacco industry not to ban this product. But now what I'm hearing from some investigators who want to ban this product is that the science that's come out of studies in Canada, which has banned menthol cigarettes, is overwhelmingly supporting a proposal to ban because of the large number of people who ended up quitting smoking as a result of the ban, they now have the numbers, the statistics, not only about those who stopped, but the fact that this seemed to stop young people from starting to smoke. So this is the kind of ammunition that the FDA is armed with as it has gone to Congress and now has proposed this ban on menthol cigarettes. But as we said in the spot just before this isn't over. Expect that this is going to be tangled up in legal matters and in a legal battle. Who knows, but for certainly several months to come.
Right. It's not over, and there's a lot that will continue to follow. Rahima Ellis, thank you. Still ahead, climate change is causing the Louisiana coast to vanish at a rapid rate. How a $50 billion plan to save it could create catastrophic problems for generations of black fishermen. Next.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding. Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
For the past 2 weeks now, we've been sharing stories about solutions to the climate challenge. But what happens if one of those solutions could cause the downfall of an entire community? MSNBC correspondent and host of the Into America podcast, Tremaine Lee, traveled to Louisiana for a closer look.
On the east bank of the Mississippi River, about an hour south of New Orleans, there's a small fishing village called Pointe-a-la-Hache.
Man, this place was like no other.
It's where 62-year-old Byron Ankelade was born and raised, where his father and grandfather taught him how to fish, where generations of black fishermen have made a life and depended on the bayous and waterways that surround this place for food on their tables and paychecks in their pockets.
This was it, man. This was my life.
This was the lifeblood of the black fishing community.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is the largest black community in Plaquemine Parish.
Like Byron, the people in this community have always stood strong. But over the decades, man-made catastrophes and natural disasters have slowly chipped away at their way of life and their lucrative businesses. Today, the once booming bayou is mostly silent. What did this marina mean to the vitality of the community?
Oh, this was it. This was the main source of revenue for the community.
And now, the community fears a state plan intended to save Louisiana's eroding coastline could deal these fishing villages a final blow. According to state estimates, Louisiana lost more than 2,000 square miles of coastline between 1932 and 2016, in part because of climate change. In order to reverse the flow, state authorities want to divert fresh river water into areas like Pointe-a-la-Hache, hoping the sediment-filled water will deposit nutrients along the coast, rebuilding what was lost. But the problem for oystermen like Byron is the fresh water needed to build back the land can also kill the already depleted oyster population, a population that depends on salt water to survive, and could drive other species like shrimp further into the Gulf, where they would be out of reach for smaller shrimp boats like the one Keslin and Darren Williams own. The brothers operate a seafood company named Little Wigs.
Play the moon, play the moon. My grandfather told us that. Play the moon. If the moon is right, we just go and drop and start testing.
They say naturally occurring diversions have already made it harder to fish here.
We used to go maybe 5 minutes from here, just turn in this canal right here.
That canal right there used to be loaded with shrimp.
Now we have to go 2-3 hours that way.
The state's freshwater diversion program, a 50-year, $50 billion effort, is still in the planning and permitting stage. The state telling NBC News they know in the short term their plans will hit some in the fishing industry especially hard, but it's the best long-term plan to reverse coastal erosion. The Williams brothers disagree.
The sand that they pumped in here, they could get a barge and pump the sand from out of the bayous back into the marsh.
For Byron, watching the culture slip away cuts deep.
Just hurts your heart, man, to see so much just disappear.
That was Tremaine Lee reporting. Record drought is straining water systems all across the Southwest, and now it's threatening one of the biggest sources of electricity. CNBC's Valerie Castro reports from Lake Powell near the Arizona-Utah border.
Years of drought have left boats high and dry over Lake Powell near Page, Arizona. City utility manager Brian Hill stunned by the sight of a dock now dangling in the air.
Normally we come down that way and you can see that now it's a cliff wall. And the fact that the water is down, we're like 30% of lake level, and there's tens of millions of people relying on this water in the Southwest. It's disturbing.
The drop in water threatens the largest power source in the region. Hydroelectric power produced at the Glen Canyon Dam is part of a collective that serves 5 million people across 6 states. 80% of that power is made here. Bob Martin is the deputy power manager. Talk about the noise that we're hearing. What is that?
I always say that's the sound of money. The generators generate the power, and it comes to this transformer behind us, and it's put on these overhead transmission lines. It can go to Phoenix, it can go to, Las Vegas, it can go anywhere the connections are made.
But as the water level drops, it sinks closer to a dangerous threshold.
We're about 26 feet, 27 feet around that area of being away from minimum power pool, and that's the point where we can no longer generate power through the turbines.
In a proposed plan to stem that, a dam further upstream in Utah would release more water, an agreement made jointly by 4 states and the Bureau of Reclamation. If approved, 500,000 acre-feet of water, or 163 billion gallons, would flow down to Lake Powell starting May 1st. Is it sustainable in the long term to keep bringing a little bit more water down every year?
In my opinion, no, you're spending more than you're making.
But without water, energy production will inevitably go down and prices will go up. The precious resource trickling away. How much of this is a climate change issue, a usage issue, a population issue?
It's probably all of the above. We can't ignore this any longer. Nature is just not giving us what we used to get, so adjustments have to be made.
That proposed plan to release more water from upstream still needs final approval by the Secretary of the Interior. Another plan would keep more water here in Lake Powell rather than releasing it through this dam, but that would mean less water for states like Arizona and California, where drought restrictions are already in place. Back to you.
The sports world all abuzz today over the NFL draft. After the break, the first few picks that haven't happened since 1991.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Round 2 of the NFL draft kicks off in Las Vegas tonight, but everyone is still talking about the top picks. A lot of surprises and down-to-the-wire drama as the lives of some elite athletes were forever changed with one phone call. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock with all of the action.
Well, this was definitely not your typical NFL draft. In 11 of the last 15 drafts, the top pick has been a quarterback. But this year, there wasn't even a quarterback selected in the top 10. Friends and family celebrating the next wave of NFL stars with hugs and even a few tears. With hundreds of thousands of fans piled in under a Vegas sun, the NFL draft kicked off with a fiery greeting from Ice Cube.
What's up, Las Vegas?
And a typically chilly reception for Commissioner Roger Goodell. And then the draft's biggest mystery finally revealed.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Trayvon Walker.
The Jags kept everybody guessing until the last minute before grabbing Georgia's Trayvon Walker with the top pick. Walker's family sharing high fives and wide smiles. Then seconds later, the next pick popping right in.
This was about as quick as we've ever seen a team do this.
The Lions selecting Aiden Hutchinson of Michigan, a hometown product, huddling with his family before locking the commissioner in a bear hug.
I'm happy I get to go back to Detroit, go back to Motor City, hopefully win some ball games.
The top 5 picks, all defensive standouts, 3 edge rushers and 2 cornerbacks, known for following receivers all over the field. But on this night,
And his moment of excitement took off the wrong way, so he had a spin move there.
The Jets' Sauce Gardner was Lost Gardner, reversing course to try and find the stage. The top 10 also had a trio of offensive linemen with no quarterback for the first time in nearly a decade.
The light is going to shine on so many other really good players. And I think so many times quarterbacks suck the air out of the room.
For all the Vegas splendor and splashy trades, the night was sealed with beaming families full of pride and grateful athletes ready to make an impact. The New York Giants' first pick, Kayvon Thibodeau, dancing his way onto the stage and celebrating with a young Make-A-Wish recipient.
It was just a blessing, man. I can't even believe to be a part of this. I watched it for so many years.
Finally, the first quarterback was taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 20, Kenny Pickett, overcome with emotion, as he, like so many athletes, processed a dream turned reality.
Dominant run blocker became a dominant hit.
Kenny Pickett played his college ball at the University of Pittsburgh. One of the reasons why he was so emotional upon learning that selection. Mike Tomlin, who was the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, said they searched the country looking for the successor to Ben Roethlisberger, when in fact the guy they wanted was right in the backyard. Pickett says he looked at his phone, saw that 412 area code, and he knew he was coming back. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Right now on NBC News Now, rush to approve. The FDA under pressure to grant emergency use of Moderna's COVID vaccine for young kids. How quickly the agency could make a move. Breaking right now, Ukraine under fire. Russia launching a barrage of new attacks on the capital city of Kyiv. The aftermath left behind and news of an American killed on the front lines. Message received. Text messages show Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene calling for Trump to declare martial law over the 2020 election, what it could mean for the lawsuit trying to stop her from running. And a budding problem? Planning on buying flowers for Mother's Day? Well, you'll be paying more for that bouquet. We'll tell you why the prices, wait for it, rose. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinclair Samoa, in for Morgan and Aaron. We begin this hour with a looming COVID milestone. By this time next week, the U.S. is expected to surpass 1 million total coronavirus deaths. They have been declining over the past 2 weeks, but cases are rapidly rising nationwide. In China, leaders are not backing down from their strict COVID crackdowns as infections increase in some of the country's key cities. Non-essential businesses are temporarily shut down in Beijing. However, in Shanghai, where a strict lockdown has been in place for weeks, some factories are now restarting production. We're covering all the major pandemic headlines this hour. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. Kathy, let's start with the Moderna vaccines for children under 6, which are now awaiting FDA authorization. What are medical experts saying about this, and how is the Omicron variant factoring in to all of these decisions?
Hey, Zinkley, good to be with you this afternoon. So Moderna has asked for emergency use authorization on Thursday. And according to a top FDA official, they will actually be trying to get the first of 2 doses available as early as June. And June will be a particularly busy month for the FDA because they will be powwowing with other outside advisors to pour over the data and discuss the next step. So that is critical because a lot of families, a lot of parents have been asking for this vaccine. So as soon as June for that first dose of the vaccine. Meanwhile, as far as the effectiveness goes, we've learned that the vaccine is 51% effective for ages 6 months through 2 years and 37% effective for 2 to 5 years. And when you hold those numbers next to the effectiveness of the adult dose, you might notice that it's actually a lot lower compared to the adult dosage. And experts say that right now it still offers good protection based on the data, but the Moderna official has said that the number is slightly lower because of how contagious the Omicron variant has been over the last several months.
And I know Moderna is not the only company that's developed shots for children under 6. What do we know about the ones from Pfizer?
Yeah, so Pfizer says that they are also working very hard to submit their own data in the coming weeks. But Zinkley, I think it's important to note that this vaccine is a little bit different from Moderna's because this is a 3-dose regimen versus a 2-dose vaccine, which is the Moderna version right now. So it's going to be a couple more weeks before that data is submitted. But I know a lot of parents, families are looking forward to getting at least that first dose for those children.
For sure. Kathy Park, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Ebony Hilton. Dr. Hilton, based on what we just heard and what we know about the Moderna vaccine for kids under 6, would you still recommend it to parents who may be on the fence?
Right. You know, certainly the FDA will go through this with a fine-tooth comb because we are dealing with our most vulnerable population who do not have a voice for themselves. So we want to make sure we're doing what's adequate. But what we do know is that we had a huge surge of Omicron during the winter months. And unfortunately, about 75% of our children we now estimate were infected from then back to March of 2020, that we've now had exposure of this virus. And it's unfortunate because, again, we don't know the long-term consequences of COVID infection, particularly on a body that is still developing and is still growing into what it will be for the longevity of life. And so I think it's crucial for parents to understand that we have to think of multi-pronged approaches. Unfortunately, the general public is now removing their masks, which leaves those children even more at risk of exposure. And so these vaccines could be the key to give them that little extra added protection layer as we allow them to just be kids as much as possible.
And I also wanted to ask you about COVID hospitalizations, which are rising slightly. They're up about 18.5% compared to the prior 7-day average. Would you say that this is a cause for concern?
Oh, it certainly is a cause for concern. I'm covering the ICU and literally had a patient admitted last night. That's half my age, right? And so it is concerning. The problem is that we've cut down drastically an amount of testing that we're doing across the country. And if you do not know what your case surges are looking like, people are unfortunately not following the protocols that keeps them safe, like wearing those masks. And so we're going to see that we're not going to have that heads up that hospitalizations are going to start to increase. And unfortunately, we know when hospitalizations increase, give it a couple of weeks, and unfortunately, deaths will also. So this is a grave concern. And unfortunately, before we reach Mother's Day, we just talked about flowers being cost, but unfortunately, we're going to have 1 million people dead by that time.
Harrowing, but important that we don't turn away from that. Dr. Ebony Hilton, thank you. The World Health Organization is sounding the alarm this week after an unexplained uptick in severe hepatitis cases among young children. The viral infection can lead to liver failure, requiring a transplant. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards is following this story very closely. Erica, thanks for joining us. Give us a sense of the scale of this outbreak. How many cases are we talking about here, and where exactly are they?
Yeah, hey, good afternoon. So right now, worldwide, about 170 cases of these unusual severe pediatric hepatitis cases have been reported. Most are in Europe and specifically in the United Kingdom. However, more than a dozen cases have been reported here in the U.S. So far, we have a map actually to show you. So far, suspected cases have been reported in Delaware, Illinois, Alabama, New York, North Carolina, Wisconsin. Just a few minutes ago, we heard back from the Georgia Department of Public Health saying that they are also investigating several suspected cases in Wisconsin. At least one death is being investigated. Now, the CDC has only so far confirmed these 9 cases in Alabama. Several of those children needed liver transplants. Most of them are young, under age 6. All of them were previously healthy before this happened. Zinkley?
And has the WHO offered any explanations as to what exactly might be causing this?
Yeah, so just to back up a hair, hepatitis simply refers to liver inflammation, and truly hundreds of things can cause hepatitis. But the one thing that they're zeroing in on right now is a type of adenovirus. That's the leading suspect, specifically adenovirus type 41. That was found in 5 of the 9 cases in Alabama. Usually it causes stomach issues, gastrointestinal issues, rarely hepatitis, but usually those rare hepatitis cases are found in severely immunocompromised kids with weakened immune systems. So this is for this reason, the fact that this is hitting otherwise healthy kids, that's what's most concerning right now.
And I imagine parents hearing this are very stressed about their children's health. For any parents watching, what symptoms should they watch out for in their kids that might require a visit to the doctor?
Yeah, so we have a list of symptoms to watch out for. They include vomiting, diarrhea, darkened urine, yellowing of the skin or eyes, abdominal pain, unusual fatigue. But I have to tell you, we parents know that young children get stomach problems all the time. And so how do you sort of determine what's normal and when something is cause for concern? We also have a photo. I talked with a family in Arizona this past week. Their 3-year-old daughter had to have a liver transplant last year. She shared a photo. Look at the difference in coloring between mom and daughter, the severe yellowing of her skin and her eyes. That's when you really know, that's a really telltale sign that something significant might be going on here. Plus parents, your kids, right? So if they are unusually tired, no appetite whatsoever, that's a telltale sign. It's time to call a pediatrician. Zinkley?
That photo is so helpful to know what signs to look out for. Erica Edwards, thank you. Breaking this hour in Ukraine, Kyiv is cleaning up after missile strikes rocked the city late Thursday. The mayor says one person has died. Crews are still sifting through the damage. The family of a former U.S. Marine says he was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. The mother of Willie Joseph Cancel confirmed his death to CNN. NBC News has reached out to Cancel's family for comment. The State Department says they are aware of these reports and are closely monitoring the situation. And the World Bank is now sending nearly €500 million more euros to Ukraine. The Ukrainian Ministry of Finance says these new funds will be used for social and healthcare needs. NBC's Ali Rafa is standing by on Capitol Hill, but let's begin inside Ukraine with Kelly Kobiella. She's in the city of Dnipro. Kelly, I want to begin with the situation in Mariupol. What's the latest on both the fighting and the efforts to get civilians out safely?
Well, first to the fighting there. There is still ongoing fighting in the city of Mariupol, according to several different defense departments of Ukraine, in the U.S. as well. A senior U.S. defense official told us that there are signs that some Russian troops are leaving the area of Mariupol, that they're heading in the northwest direction. But there is still constant shelling in that city, which is an indication that the Russians do not have complete control of the city. We've been talking about that plant, the steel plant in Mariupol, for weeks now. There were some reports earlier today that a rescue mission was planned for today, that humanitarian workers were going to be able to go in to rescue civilians who were trapped at that plant. That was hours ago. We haven't heard an update since. We have been in contact with the Mariupol mayor's office. He said that, look, this is something we've tried over and over and over again. Every time we try a rescue mission, something stops it, some sort of danger, whether that's shelling or missile strikes or what have you. We've also talked to the wife of a soldier there who said that he messaged her last night and said there was just as much shelling last night, perhaps more than the night before. Sinclair?
And Kelly, I know it's not the only place facing attack. Kyiv came under air attack once again yesterday. What do we know about those missile strikes?
Right. So the Russian Defense Ministry is saying that they were targeting military installations, an aerospace plant, and a couple of other sites that had military links. But what we know this morning from the mayor of Kyiv is that an apartment building was also struck. And we've seen this before, for example, in Odessa last weekend, when the Russian military claimed that they were going after military sites. And in fact, we were on the ground looking ourselves at an apartment building that had a massive hole blown through it, in which 8 people died. Today, it's been revealed that one person has died in this missile strike in Kyiv, a woman who lived in that apartment building. She was a local journalist. But it just goes to show, you know, even if you take the Russian ministry at their word, that they actually were trying to strike military installations, best case, this is an errant strike. Worst case, they're targeting civilians. Sinclair?
Kelly Kobiella, thank you so much. Stay safe. President Biden's $33 billion Ukraine aid package is now in the hands of Congress. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now. Ali, we all saw the president lay out the plan yesterday. So what are the next steps?
Yeah, well, Sinclair, if this was up to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, this process for this historic amount of money to go to Ukraine would have already started. She said she was actually ready when this formal request came in yesterday with the House Appropriations Committee. But despite there being widespread agreement about the fact that Congress needs to approve more aid to go to Ukraine, there's still disagreement over exactly how to get this done. You have Democrats who say they want to link this $33 billion aid package with a $10 billion COVID aid package that was already negotiated in the Senate. That would be the best vehicle to get all of this approved. Listen to what House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said earlier.
I'm all for that. I think it's very important. We have emergencies here. We need to have the COVID money, and we need time is of the essence because we need the Ukraine money, we need the COVID money. So I would hope that we can do that. This is called legislation, and we'll legislating, and we'll have to come to terms on how we do that.
But Sinclair, Republicans are saying that if COVID aid and Ukraine aid are paired up, they would demand a vote on Title 42 and immigration reform as a whole package deal. This is something that Democrats, it's very risky for Democrats. Some Democrats who are in very risky midterm races are actually opposed to the Biden administration's decision to drop Title 42 on the U.S.-Mexico border. So it's a very risky decision. And so now there's a lot of back and forth on how to get this done. But at the end of the day, there is still agreement that Ukraine needs more aid from the U.S. and that first has to go through Congress. Sinclair.
So lots of tensions between both parties, but the House did pass a bill late yesterday related to Ukraine. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so this is essentially a revival of the 80-year-old Lend-Lease Act that helped the U.S. and allies defeat Hitler in World War II. It essentially basically cuts off legislative red tape that allows for military aid and equipment to more easily get into Ukraine. This overwhelmingly passed in the House yesterday after overwhelmingly passing in the Senate earlier this month. So now this heads to President Biden's desk for signature to become law, Clay.
Ali Rafa, thanks so much. Staying in D.C., Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is under all new scrutiny as she fights in court to be allowed to seek re-election. Greene's been accused of suggesting former President Trump declare martial law in order to stay in power. Greene says she has no recollection of that. But a text message obtained by CNN shows Greene telling former President Trump, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, that some Republican members of Congress did want to see martial law enacted. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, hello again. Congresswoman Greene is in a trial that would prevent her from being re-elected. The plaintiffs want to make this question part of the evidence against her. What does the text message say, and what are Greene's lawyers doing about it?
Yeah, Zinkley, it makes sense why they want to make this question and these text messages part of this trial. It's because it speaks to Congresswoman Greene's mindset and the conversations that she was having in real time around January 6th. That speaks to the larger premise of the trial, which is if she can run for re-election and continue to hold her seat in Congress after the claims that she made around January 6th and all of her promotions of the big lie. The text in question is really important, and I want to pull it up and read from it, because in it, it says, "In our private chat with only members," and again, this was to then Chief of Staff at the White House, Mark Meadows. She says, "In a private chat with only members, several are saying the only way to save our republic is for Trump to call for martial law." That's misspelled, but the sentiment is there. "I don't know on those things. I just wanted you to tell him they stole this election. We all know." It goes on from there. What her lawyers are saying now, though, and you'll see their response on the screen, is that she has no recollection of this text, and since her texts are automatically deleted after 30 days, she has no way to verify anything about it. They're also arguing that the alleged text message is innocuous. Of course, it does speak directly to the central question of the case. Makes sense, though, why they would want to argue not to include it, because, again, these Meadows text messages, while they are rocking Capitol Hill for a variety of reasons, for Greene, they could have legal implications, too.
And Ali, of course, there's been a lot of attention on that one specific text you showed us, but thousands of text messages have already been released showing the Republican efforts to overturn the 2020 election. How are all of those being received on Capitol Hill?
Look, it's more than 2,300 text messages from Mark Meadows' phone alone. This guy's phone must have been pinging off the hook. But especially on January 6th, we know what a lot of those text messages were. We've already seen some of them come from the January 6th committee. I think perhaps the most important implication of these text messages, though, is for the January 6th committee. In many ways, these revelations, as they are leaked out, undercut the work of the committee. They're trying to move next month, as we were just talking about earlier, to public hearings where they hope to set the narrative. What I've heard from some Democratic operatives and other sources here on the Hill is that the committee felt that they had the benefit of not being able to have this shakeout as a Mueller report type situation, where the report is put out and then Bill Barr or someone who's not on their team sets the narrative about what was in it. Now, the January 6th committee is contending with the fact that public hearings start in a month. They have a report that they want to release maybe after that, but soon, in the next few months. And then they have these text messages leaking out, which could be undercutting their headlines, effectively scooping them on their work. So there's definitely a balancing act here.
A lot to follow. Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Thanks.
Now to the Midwest, where we are learning more about the identities of the jurors who delivered a guilty verdict against former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter. Potter was convicted of first and second degree manslaughter for shooting and killing 20-year-old Dante Wright during a traffic stop. Potter says she intended to use her taser on Wright, but accidentally used her gun instead. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savelos. Ellison, first to you, what exactly is being released today?
So the judge has now released all of the names of both the sworn jurors as well as the alternate jurors. Ultimately, you had a jury of 12 people who decided the fate of Kim Potter. And the breakdown of that jury went like this. You had one person who was black, two people Asian American, 9 who were white. So that was your 12 that decided this case, and there were also 2 alternates. We now have all of their names. Up until this point, none of these jurors had publicly identified themselves. There was one juror who spoke out anonymously to our local affiliate, CARE 11, after the verdict was delivered, but before the judge issued the sentencing. They talked about sort of some of the discussions that went on within this panel, where they struggled to come to their ultimate conclusion on finding Kim Potter guilty on both first-degree manslaughter as well as second-degree manslaughter, and kind of the legal phrases that they were debating internally. Ultimately, one of the things that juror talked about was the perception he felt the other jurors had of the defendant here, Kim Potter. He said in part, quote, "We felt that she made a mistake and that a mistake does not absolve you from the fact that she did commit a crime." One of the big sticking points, a big issue that came out of this case was the sentencing. It was much lighter than was recommended for the charges that Kim Potter was found guilty of. That had to do with the judge, though, not the jury. So I think there are a lot of people who are very interested to know what these jurors might have thought about the sentencing that was ultimately delivered. We are reaching out to all of the jurors here to see if anyone would like to publicly speak with us. Another aspect of things that was released in kind of this document overload, if you will, were the juror questionnaires. We have those for 54 prospective jurors. So it all just kind of gives you a sense of how they got to putting this jury together. And it leads kind of to some of these, bigger questions that people have had since that sentencing came down. And it's controversial always when the names of jurors are released, but there is legal precedent for doing this. And this was released ultimately because a media coalition filed a motion saying we need these names in this criminal case. We have a right to scrutinize these jurors, and the public has a right to know who they are. Sinclair.
A lot to sift through. Thank you, Ellison. And Danny, bigger picture, we heard from Ellison demographics of the jury, but is it normal for juror names to be released? And why does the release of these specific names really matter?
It depends on the jurisdiction. Minnesota has a rule that makes this information presumptively public. So the default rule is going to be that eventually the names must be released. As surprising as that may be for many who may serve on a high-profile trial like this one. So the jurors don't really have a lot of control in this area. And even though the state argued that this was a case that was high-profile, these jurors could be subjected to some kind of reprisals in some way. The court concluded that based on the number of peaceful demonstrations, that this did not present a threat to the jurors. So she released the names for that reason under the appropriate Minnesota rule, which requires that.
Important analysis from Ellison, important context from Danny. Thank you both so much. President Biden is facing a new showdown in the Supreme Court over pollution. Coming up, why a group of Republican states are looking to block one of the president's executive orders.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There's a new pushback against the Biden administration's rule to figure out the cost of greenhouse gas pollution. 10 Republican-led states, spearheaded by Louisiana, are now asking the Supreme Court to block an executive order on climate change regulations. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us with the latest. Pete, help break this down. What's the executive order and what is the issue that these states have with it?
So this executive order was signed by President Biden shortly after he came into office, and it directs an interagency federal working group to come up with estimates for figuring the societal costs of when government projects increase emissions of greenhouse gases. And these estimates are used to figure the cost of these government actions. What the red states say is that the figures are wrong, that they inflate the costs of, for example, oil and gas leasing and a host of other construction projects. So they filed a lawsuit in federal court in Louisiana. And in February, a judge agreed with them and temporarily blocked the use of these cost estimates. So the government appealed, and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit issued a stay of that ruling. What the states are asking the Supreme Court to do is lift that stay and let the judge's ruling take effect. They call this working group effort, quote, a power grab designed to manipulate America's entire federal regulatory apparatus through what they say is speculative costs so that the administration can impose its preferred policy outcomes on every sector of the American economy. And they say the Supreme Court should block what they call the most consequential rulemaking in American history while the lower courts decide its fate.
So, Pete, what is the government saying about this latest attempt to block this?
Well, they say not so fast, that the states are acting prematurely, rushing to court before they even know what kind of effect the cost estimates will have. What the government says is the state should wait, challenge some future agency regulations that are actually issued. Let's see what the cost estimates, how they actually work. The Supreme Court has ordered the Justice Department to respond by May 9th, Sinclair.
Pete Williams, thanks for breaking it down.
You bet.
At least 10 people are hurt after new missile strikes in the capital of Ukraine. Up next, what more we know about Russia's stepped-up attacks.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Making news right now, a California Highway Patrol officer is recovering in the hospital after being shot in the leg with his own gun. Officials say the suspect was involved in a car crash Wednesday. When the officer arrived at the scene, the suspect lunged at him, grabbing the officer's gun and firing. Several drivers stopped to help the officer. The suspect is in custody and faces several charges. Missouri high school students are now banned from competing on sports teams that don't match the gender listed on their birth certificates. The new restriction is the result of a bill passed Thursday by the state's General Assembly. The state Senate is also debating a bill to strip funding from schools that allow transgender girls to play on girls' sports teams. And Thanksgiving may be 299 days away, but a wild turkey in D.C. is already fighting back. Video captured it attacking someone on a bike. The person who took the video says the turkey nearly knocked him over. D.C. officials say there are more than 100 wild turkeys in the district. Officials plan to find this particular one and move it to a wildlife sanctuary. Bottom of the hour now. Here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. The Ukrainian government hopes to rescue hundreds of civilians trapped inside Mariupol's besieged steel plant today. That's according to a Reuters report. Kyiv remains on edge today after missiles hit in the heart of the capital city Thursday, killing at least one person. Ukraine's national police says at least 3 civilians are dead and several are hurt after strikes in the Donetsk region. However, UK intelligence suggests that Russia is making limited progress in their eastern advance. Ukraine's President Zelensky is also expressing gratitude to President Biden for his latest push for $33 billion in new aid. We begin our coverage this half hour with Sky News correspondent Dave Blevins.
Supporting an ally abroad, addressing economic concerns at home, the president sought to reassure Americans about the massive $33 billion package he's requesting.
The cost of this fight is not cheap, but caving to aggression is going to be more costly if we allow it to happen. We either back Ukrainian people as they defend their country, or we stand by as the Russians continue their atrocities and aggression in Ukraine.
Most money is for military aid, some humanitarian. He's also asking Congress to approve further sanctions on Russian oligarchs.
We're going to seize their yachts, their luxury homes, and other ill-begotten gains.
With Russia now warning the West that arming Ukraine will threaten European security, the UN Secretary-General visited the scene of civilian killings near Kyiv.
I imagine my family in one of those houses that is now destroyed and black. I see my granddaughters running away in panic. Part of the family eventually killed. So the war is an absurdity in the 21st century.
President Zelensky says he's grateful for all external help. The UK's Foreign Secretary is urging allies to ramp up military production, despite warnings from Moscow.
If someone intends to interfere from the outside and there are threats of a strategic nature, they must know that our response to counterstrikes will be lightning fast, rapid. We have all the tools we need, the kind that no one else can boast about, and we will not boast, we'll use them.
It's up to Congress now, but the scale of President Biden's ask suggests he's hopeful of bipartisan support, that he won't be deterred by threats from Moscow, and that he knows America's in this for the long haul, whether it wants to be or not. There's pressure on Congress to act quickly, the president claiming this support will not only help Ukraine, but ultimately benefit America and boost global security. David Blevins, Sky News, Washington.
Let's bring in Volodymyr Omelyan. He's the former infrastructure minister in Ukraine and joins us now from Kyiv. Volodymyr, can you talk to us about the economic impacts of the invasion that you're witnessing? And what do you make of this renewed push by the West to ramp up military and economic support for Ukraine?
Hello, I'm very happy to be with you these days, and thank you for inviting to your show. Definitely, we face great economical losses right now because Russians are bombing heavily every single infrastructure and factory or civil houses in Ukraine they can find. And it's a great challenge because Russians are not going to stop in Ukraine, and they would like to conquer Europe and maybe go even further. We are very grateful for Congress voting and supporting Lend-Lease for Ukraine. It's the first time since the Second World War this program is in place and back again. And I hope and we believe that with allies' support, starting with the United States, which play a crucial role in this war to support Ukraine against Russia and to support Europe against Russia, we will definitely win. There is no doubt about that. we have right now very heavy fights in the eastern Ukraine, and it's real massacre what we found in northern Kiev region when Russians tortured hundreds of Ukrainians and killed them. They do the same right now in eastern Ukraine, in Mariupol. But we know that those barbarians should be stopped and will be stopped. There is no doubt about that, because nobody can challenge in 21st century democracy and normal rules of living and dignity. And lastly, what I would like to mention that please take seriously the words of Putin to use nuclear weapons, because this is the last chance for him to survive. And I believe that he really is keen to do so.
And Vladimir, you touched on this, but we've seen Russia target Ukraine's infrastructure specifically. That's railways and bridges that have been hit by rocket strikes. What are your thoughts on this Russian strategy and how Ukraine can counter it?
They would like to have, instead of Ukraine, burned land, which would be very easy to occupy with some Burats or Chechens or some other guys coming from Russia. They evacuate Ukrainians from Ukraine to make like a no man land instead of our country. But we fight and we will be able to rebuild everything, taking Russian money. And I also believe that all those money US taxpayers spend right now to support Ukraine for increased prices made by Putin for gas, oil, and all other things should be reimbursed from Russian state budget and Russian taxpayers.
And I know you're joining us from Kyiv. What do you anticipate will happen after this war, if you can even picture that? What will it take to rebuild?
If we talk about the duration, it will take another 5 or 10 years to rebuild. But if we talk about the conditionality, I see no other chance that Ukraine joins NATO and European Union to stabilize the Eastern Europe and to protect Europe from any kind of invasion that could come from the East. Right now, we talk about Russia. Next day, it could be China or somebody else who would like to challenge the West.
Vladimir, thank you for your time. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Back in the U.S., a new twist in the saga surrounding a small Texas town embroiled in a controversy surrounding race and sex. NBC News has closely been following what's happening at the school district in Southlake, Texas today. That district is under fire again for adding a clause in new employment contracts. NBC News senior investigative reporter Mike Hixenbaugh joins us now.
Hey there. Yeah, your viewers will probably be familiar with this district. It's been in the news quite a bit this year, at the center of the national debate around the way schools talk and teach about racism. Most famously, last fall, when several teachers came forward to report that an administrator in the district had advised them to balance books on the Holocaust with opposing perspectives. Well, this week, 7 months later, teachers discovered a new clause in their employment contracts with the districts that instructed them that basically getting them to agree that they will not disparage, criticize, or defame the district and its employees to the media. And so that led to a lot of outrage among teachers, and First Amendment experts told me that this is likely unconstitutional.
And Mike, how are teachers responding?
Yesterday, I was talking and texting with several of them, and they're upset. They feel like the district is working to silence them, to prevent them from speaking out when they see something that they think is wrong. And they are hoping that the district changes course on this.
Mike Hixenbaugh, thank you. And NBC News has covered this entire story in our award-winning podcast, Southlake. You can download it now wherever you get your podcasts. Now to Harvard. Harvard University is releasing even more information about its past ties to slavery. Earlier this week, we told you about the Ivy League University's new report on itself. It explores how Harvard profited from slavery and examines controversial research by one of the school's scientists in the discredited theory of eugenics. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee, who has been following all of this. Tremaine, hello. The university released more information on its current and historical ties to slavery today. What exactly did we learn?
Zen-Clay, after the release of yesterday's report that really, opened the wounds that have been festering at that university for a very long time, today they're holding an all-day symposium called Tell the Truth About All of This, which kind of gathered thinkers and historians and academics from Harvard, but also from other institutions around the country to engage with this idea of the intentionality behind some of the moves made by Harvard University, and how they intentionally benefited from the slave trade and later propagated racist theories and pseudoscience that really helped promote this idea of white supremacy and black inferiority. President Lawrence Bacow kind of doubled down on this idea that now is the time to heal, and that Harvard University has to be a leader in that healing. Let's take a listen.
No one, I would hope, would conclude that Harvard is solely responsible for where this nation finds itself at the moment, or maybe even primarily responsible. But I believe, because of our past, we bear a moral responsibility to act. This is our responsibility to try and shape a better future, to respond to practices which, candidly, we helped to perpetuate, as this report so carefully documents.
A moral obligation, President Lawrence Bacow said, and this gathering today, they hope and believe is just the start of a much, much bigger effort.
And Tremaine, how is Harvard planning to move forward from this?
So, Zen-Clay, they've already announced this $100 million fund, this legacy fund, where they'll engage and investigate the ongoing kind of structural inequality from racism, the university's role. They're going to have partnerships with HBCUs. They also plan on being very, very intentional about engaging with the descendants of enslaved people and the descendants of enslaved people who come from those people who were actually enslaved on that campus, as the first of many steps that they hope to undertake to, again, engage this idea of healing and repair.
Tremaine Lee, thank you so much. And Tremaine takes a deeper dive into this issue in the latest installment of Into America. Check it out. Ebony and Ivy, thanks so much. And up next, April showers bring Mother's Day flowers. How you can get your mom some nice blossoms without breaking the bank.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open
every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
PSA, Mother's Day is right around the corner. Next weekend, actually. Have you ordered your mom flowers yet? If not, prepare for some floral sticker shock when you pay for that bouquet. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders.
The #1 gift for mom on Mother's Day, flowers. And over my shoulder, you can see the Avianca cargo jet just arrived with flowers that were picked about 36 hours ago. They'll be here at Miami International Airport only for a brief period of time, and then they're sent across the country. And if all goes as planned, they'll make their way to a vase on Mother's Day at your mom's house. From carnations and tulips to lilies and lilacs, just about any flower you can imagine is arriving here at Miami International Airport to help fill those Mother's Day orders.
This is our busiest time of the year. We probably, on a typical Mother's Day rush, process 1 billion cut flower stems. And this year is predicted to be even more than that.
Crews are now working around the clock to unload all these fresh cut flowers from countries like Colombia and Ecuador.
Flowers are MIA's largest commodity in weight and the 5th largest in value. That means that flowers are supremely important for us, and we are considered the flower gateway for the Americas.
More than 300,000 stems are arriving here daily in preparation for Mother's Day, triple the amount that usually comes in. And they're projecting a 10% increase in flower shipments this Mother's Day season compared to 2021. Now it's a race against the clock as all those blooms are unpacked, repacked, and shipped all over the country to local distributors. But prices for flowers have increased in the last few years because of the pandemic, supply chain issues, and environmental problems like poor weather conditions impacting growers. Perry's Florist in Miami has been in business for 85 years and says lately finding inventory has been challenging.
Sometimes I'm unable to provide a specific flower or a certain color or things like that, but I try to do my best and explain to them in advance I'm going to do what I can with what we have.
According to experts, sales are not slowing. Flowers will make up a staggering 80% of Mother's Day's gifts in the U.S. And of those, the majority will be floral bouquets, 63%.
The beauty of flowers and plants is that really, regardless of your budget, there's something out there for you.
If you're looking to get some beautiful blooms from mom that won't break the bank, experts say talk to your local florist.
Tell your florist what your budget is and say, these are my favorite colors, or these are this mother's favorite flowers, and here's my budget, here's what I want to spend, and they'll make it happen.
It's awfully cold here in the cooler at the airport. You can see the boxes of flowers arriving. Avianca Cargo says they're up about 40% compared to last year, but even when you're buying mom's flowers, don't expect to get a deal. Prices are expected to be up. And these flowers, they're going to go everywhere, even all the way to mom's in Alaska.
Thanks to Carrie Sanders for that report. And now a story for all you dog lovers out there. Listen up and prepare to question everything you thought you knew about dogs. A new study is revealing that a dog's breed actually has very little to do with its personality. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz takes a closer look at this nature versus nurture debate.
Hey there, yeah, if you did all kinds of research on different dog breeds trying to figure out which might be the best fit for your family, well, this new study kind of suggests you might as well have been chasing your own tail, because scientists now say breed doesn't really have that big of a bearing on the personality of your pup.
They're stereotypes that are a little rough to shake off. Marley and Me's loving lab, the loyal lassie, or Legally Blonde's little chic chihuahua.
Hi, I'm Elle Woods, and this is Bruiser Woods, and we're both Gemini vegetarians.
But a new study looking at over 18,000 dog owner surveys and DNA sequencing of over 2,000 of those dogs suggests you can't judge a pup by its breed.
You shouldn't be putting all of these expectations on a dog just based on what its breed is.
It's almost like don't be a breedist.
I wasn't going to go there, but you can.
Dr. Eleanor Carlson is a geneticist at the University of Massachusetts Chan Medical School, and her team found breed type only accounts for 9% of canine behavior, and factors like sex, age, and environment have a stronger pull on dog personality, which might explain why even big dogs want to be loved like the little ones.
That almost sounds a lot like the dog version of nature versus nurture.
And we say this percentage of it seems to have something to do with genetics, and then we call everything else environment. And so the best we can really say based on our data is that it doesn't seem like there's a big genetic contribution.
So we had to do a doggy beach outside of LA and found two chihuahuas, Tooth and Bean, that couldn't have been more different. Their owners say the study makes sense to them.
Each dog is an individual just like humans are.
And then we met this very good girl, California, who stole the show with her tricks.
Good girl, Callie, come.
Do you think there's a big difference between different breeds of dogs?
I think so. Like, I found that my golden is really mellow.
But California's cousin Maverick definitely lived up to the name.
So we thought he'd be very similar because, Goldens, but he's crazy.
Scientists say the reason, at the end of the day, even though they look different, dogs are all really the same species, and most modern-day breeds only date back 150 years, a blink of an eye on the evolutionary timeline. And now new findings to give us pause about the way we think of our best four-legged friends.
Okay, and full disclosure on a question we had as well. We wanted to know, too, does Dr. Carlson have any dogs? Turns out she is a cat person. She says she has 3 cats. She's actually never owned a dog in her life, but she also points out that makes her even more objective in all of that research. And she also made sure that there were dog people on the team. So there's that. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Gotti. And up next, a controversial issue over slave trade is unfolding overseas. Why one country's president is demanding an apology from the royal family.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state house.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Breaking news this hour, tennis legend Boris Becker now sentenced to 2.5 years in prison by a London court for hiding his assets in a bankruptcy case. The six-time Grand Slam champion hid hundreds of thousands of pounds after he had already declared bankruptcy. The judge said he showed, quote, no remorse or acceptance of guilt. Becker had been previously convicted of tax evasion in Germany back in 2002. New violence between Israelis and Palestinians in Jerusalem. And Kenya pays their tributes to a former president. Let's go around the world now in 60 seconds.
Israel, where tensions continue to erupt. Israeli police fired stun grenades as Palestinians hurled rocks. It occurred at Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque. Israeli police say they intervened after Palestinians began throwing rocks toward the Western Wall, a holy site where Jewish worshippers gather. At least 42 Palestinians were injured. Peru, where police evicted 700 indigenous protesters from a copper mine using tear gas and riot shields. The protesters from the Fuerabamba community say the Chinese company that built the mine promised them new land in exchange for building it on their ancestral land. But the new land never came. And Kenya, where the nation paid their respects to former President Mwai Kibaki. Kibaki passed away last week at the age of 90. Kibaki was re-elected in a disputed 2007 election, which sparked ethnic violence. He received international praise for rewriting Kenya's constitution and including progressive human rights provisions. And that's the world now.
And in Guyana, the president is calling for an apology. He wants the British government and royal family to say sorry for their role in the Caribbean slave trade. Sky News correspondent Shaman Freeman Powell has the story.
A royal tour intended to promote the Platinum Jubilee. But for some, it served as a reminder of a painful colonial past. And as far as the president of Guyana is concerned, it's time to say sorry.
I think an apology is needed. This was one of the greatest atrocities in human history. And those who suffered in this atrocity are persons from the region, a lot of persons from the Caribbean region. And that suffering was not only immense, it was generational. And a lot of wealth was derived from the suffering, a lot of benefits was derived from the suffering.
The slave trade was once backed by both Parliament and the royal family until it was abolished in the 1830s. What was once the Empire became the Commonwealth. And just last month, its future king addressed the sins of his family's past, but was criticised for falling short of an apology.
I want to express my profound sorrow. Slavery was abhorrent, and it should never have happened.
The royal tours were intended to strengthen the links between the UK and the Caribbean, but it seems they may have weakened them, with many announcing plans to become a republic before calling for compensation. Guyana made this move in the 70s and say sometimes a reset is needed.
It is not cutting links, it is renewing yourself on this new path that understands the history, but are saying now, listen, we are on our own path, and in this path we are equals, and we are going to strengthen our relationship with you, but this is the way we're going to advance.
The royals and the Brits in general are still highly regarded across the Caribbean. But it's clear that there is a momentum for real change, and the Caribbean are no longer asking for it. It's being demanded.
Thanks for being with us this hour. I'm Zinclea Samoa. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. American killed. New reports a U.S. Marine veteran has died while fighting in Ukraine. What we know about him and why he was on the front lines. Not adding up. New data showing the U.S. economy is shrinking. What economists are saying about how long it may last. The end for menthol? The FDA is moving to ban the supplement that makes cigarettes extra addictive. Why the FDA says they need to act now to save countless lives. And squad goals, some real jaw droppers on the first night of the much anticipated NFL draft. Who won big in Sin City? Hi, everyone. Happy Friday. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinclea Samoa. Aaron and Morgan are off today. We begin with breaking news on the war in Ukraine. Ukraine's military says Russian troops have formed a blockade at Mariupol's steel plant. Hundreds of fighters and civilians remain inside. Reuters is reporting Ukraine planned to try and get people out of the plant today. In just the last 24 hours, Ukraine's national police says 11 airstrikes were launched across the Donetsk region, which includes Mariupol. They claim 3 civilians were killed. Meanwhile, as we wait for what's next, the proposed $33 billion U.S. aid package, Ukraine's president is thanking Biden. In a tweet, Volodymyr Zelensky said, quote, "We defend common values, democracy, and freedom." We have a team of correspondents covering the big story of this hour. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin in Ukraine's capital city of Kyiv. Aaron, thanks for joining us. So those missile strikes came at the same time UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was visiting the city. What do we know about the attack?
Hey, Zinclea. Well, the strike struck just miles from where I am standing. One of the Russian missiles hit a factory. The other hit a nearby residential building. Meanwhile, there are reports of yet another American killed in Ukraine.
This morning, CNN reporting that a U.S. Marine veteran has been killed while fighting in Ukraine. According to his family, 22-year-old Willie Joseph Cancel had been working for a private military company in the country since mid-March. His mother telling CNN he wanted to go over because he believed in what Ukraine was fighting for. He leaves behind his wife and a 7-month-old baby. Late Thursday, just as the UN Secretary General was visiting Kyiv, 2 Russian missiles struck the center of the capital, injuring 10 and killing 1, according to the city's mayor.
You can see the massive emergency response as well as the military. The ground is covered in glass. Explosives are thick in the air. This is chaos in the heart of Kyiv.
The head of the UN acknowledging it has failed to stop the bloodshed. His visit also focusing on the besieged port city of Mariupol, where hundreds of civilians and Ukrainian fighters remain trapped inside an old steel plant. Antonio Guterres saying Russia's President Putin had agreed in principle to allow civilians to evacuate. But the Russian assault shows no signs of stopping. On Thursday, massive bombs striking the steel plant's makeshift military hospital, according to Ukrainian officials. Marina Kratsova's husband is one of the fighters trapped inside. Every time I speak with him, he tells me about the bright future we'll have after we win.
How does that make you feel?
I'm very afraid. On Thursday, President Biden asking Congress to fund a $33 billion aid package to help keep Ukraine going through September. Badly needed funds as the country begins to tally the economic toll. Mall owner Andriy Dubienko says he's lost almost everything. He shows us harrowing videos of what happened when the Russians arrived on his street and the devastation they left behind. I'm very sad, but I'm also an optimist, he says. We Ukrainians are optimists. That's why we will win this war.
NBC reached out to the family of the American veteran reportedly killed. We have yet to hear back. The State Department is declining to comment, citing privacy concerns. Back to you.
Important reporting, Aaron. Thank you. Staying in Ukraine, Western countries might have a way to help Ukraine pay for the war effort. Russia's own money. Right now, $600 billion in Russian currency reserves are frozen by Western countries. Russia's central bank is, however, trying to unfreeze the funds. And about half of that massive sum of money could be used to pay reparations before the war ends. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has been digging into this. Dasha, good to see you. So we're talking about a lot of money. How would this work?
Hey, Zinkley, this is a pretty unique idea. After World Wars I and II, reparations didn't start until after Germany surrendered. But it's different with Russia today because so many countries have its reserves frozen in their own central banks. And according to some experts, there is basis in international law to tap into them now and help Ukraine.
It's been 2 months since the war in Ukraine began, but the UN says it already caused $100 billion in infrastructure damage alone, on top of the worst refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. But right now, with the war still happening, countries like the US can use Russia's own money to effectively make them pay for humanitarian aid, reparations, and eventually reconstruction. By tapping into Russian foreign exchange reserves frozen in central banks across the world. So how does it work? Russia has $585 billion in foreign currency reserves, according to the most recent data from Russia's central bank. But when you subtract their gold reserves at home and money held in countries like China, there's still $350 billion held in countries like France, Germany, Japan, and the US, to name a few, according to the Brookings Institution. After World Wars I and II, Germany paid reparations after the war ended. But since other countries already legally control this Russian money, it could be used to fund reparations for Ukraine. And right now, Russia can't even access it. It's basically just sitting there.
The foreign exchange reserve is sitting in the central bank. It's literally just sitting in an electronic account as a book entry. It's not earning any interest, to my knowledge. It's just an electronic book entry. Period.
Robert Leighton is an economic expert who got the ball rolling on this idea, making his case in an op-ed for the Brookings Institution.
So the money could be literally transferred electronically instantaneously, as long as they have the authority.
Congress could pass a bill to let the U.S. unfreeze the money and specify where it goes. But some legal experts say President Biden can do it himself under powers Congress already gave him. And while the U.S. has so far signed off on billions of dollars in emergency funding, that's only scratching the surface of the tens of billions of dollars in damage. And the clock is ticking, with some Ukrainian officials unsure if there's even a point in rebuilding some key cities.
They cannot be rebuilt because we don't know yet if people would want to live there, would want to return there. And I'm talking about Bucha, I'm talking about Irpin, I'm talking about Mariupol. For people who used to live there, would it be okay to come back to the streets where their loved ones were killed?
Kira Rudik is a Ukrainian member of parliament who's vowed to stay in Kyiv during the war.
We need to cover the payments that are necessary for alive people to be alive. And it's pensions, it's compensations, it's salaries, it's all those expenses that you know are basic expenses for the country.
141 countries voted to condemn Russia's invasion at the UN back in March, but none of them have taken steps to unfreeze Russian reserves to help Ukraine. And some experts say only one can get them all on board.
I think the EU, Japan, Canada are all looking to the United States. In fact, frankly, the Ukrainians are looking to us to do this. So as a practical matter, yes, I think the United States has to take the lead for this to happen.
So, Zinkley, it's unclear if the U.S. government is moving to actually use this specific money or whether it would be viewed as an escalation by Russia. But Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. already said that if Russia were to withdraw, reparations would need to at least be discussed. Zinkley?
A lot to follow. Dasha Burns, thank you. Wall Street and Main Street are still digesting the shocking news the economy actually shrank in the first quarter. The GDP dropped 1.4%. Consumer and business spending, however, were up to start the year. It comes after one of the strongest growth quarters in late 2021. The economy grew by 5.7%, the highest expansion in 38 years. But this week, unemployment is at a 52-year low, and inflation is skyrocketing. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is standing by, watching Wall Street. But let's begin with NBC News correspondent Tom Costello. Tom?
Yeah, you know, as is often the case, there is not one reason to explain what's happening. There are many factors that are affecting the price we pay, how much we are paid, and whether the economy is slowing. And yes, we are all feeling every bit of it. From the grocery store to the gas pump, the car lot, the home improvement store, to new mortgages and new rents, Americans are caught in the vortex of high prices and now signs the economy is shrinking. The economy actually contracted by 1.4% in the first 3 months of the year, after rising by nearly 7% at the end of 2021. A big surprise since unemployment is near a 50-year low, and inflation is at 40-year highs, pushed higher by the supply chain crisis and strong consumer demand. At the Mount Adams Bar and Grill in Cincinnati, owner Pat Shepard is trying to manage all of it. Everything costs more, especially if it's from overseas, and she's struggling to find employees.
So, yes, this is the most challenging time we've ever been through, and that is everything from a shortage of employees to how to honestly keep the customers happy when you do your best to get the product in.
Analysts say several factors caused the economy to contract in the first quarter. The war in Ukraine slowed the global economy. The U.S. imported more than it exported. The government cut back on pandemic spending. The supply chain crisis worsened in China, just as Omicron spread across the country. The timing is not good. The Federal Reserve still expected to raise interest rates another 0.5 point next week to help tame inflation.
The Nasdaq closing out with a gain of 3%.
Despite the inflation concerns, Wall Street bounced back on Thursday after days of selling. But the economy on Main Street remains a very big concern.
Do you want another job? It's probably out there for you. Wages are going to be going up, and prices are going to be going up too, and it'll be a race between them.
And as we all know, higher interest rates mean that we will pay more for new car loans and mortgages, rents and credit cards. The Federal Reserve also taking stimulus money out of the economy, hoping to bring about a soft landing, not a crash landing and a recession. Back to you.
Thanks, Tom. Let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu now. Dom, we just heard from Tom. There's a lot of data that seems to show the economy heading in very different directions. But lay this out. What's the main takeaway here for everyday Americans? What do they need to know?
So maybe that's the point, Zinkley, right? The overarching economic trend that we can be pretty sure of is what Tom mentioned. It's that the prices for goods and services, they're rising at an unacceptable rate. It's been that way for months now. Today's economic data validates that trend, though. There might be some room for optimism here. So what we got earlier this morning was the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, which came in with a rise of 6.6% in March over the same time last year. That so-called PCE is another way to measure inflation, and it's the fastest pace of rising prices since 1982. No shock there. We've been talking about it for months now at this point. But when you strip out the effects of food and energy costs, that so-called core PCE came in at 5.2% over last year. It's still high, but lower than last month and below economists' forecasts. This is important because that core PCE number that I just mentioned is the Federal Reserve's preferred way of measuring inflation over CPI, over PPI, and others as well. What a lot of folks on Main Street and Wall Street right now, and of course in Washington, D.C., are hoping is that this means we could be seeing the early signs of a top in inflation and that overall price trends will start to show signs of at least slowing down. But remember, Zinkley, earlier this week we got that read on GDP. So, yes, a lot of cross currents, but maybe a little bit of a window, a tiny crack there for some optimism that we could get some relief at the pump and elsewhere soon.
And I appreciate that you're saying there's some room for optimism, but the reality is a lot of this uncertainty is rattling Wall Street. So how are investors reacting and the stock market?
So markets are volatile for sure. And Tom mentioned that, both to the upside and the downside. But as it stands right now, we're seeing a 400-point loss for the Dow today on top of big gains yesterday. A lot of volatility. What this does mean, though, is we are still on pace for like these major indices, especially for the S&P 500, which is a broader-based measure of the U.S. market. It will have its worst month since March of 2020, and we knew what happened then. It was the start of the pandemic and economic lockdowns. So the onset of the pandemic was a real kind of sea change in the markets. The real center of this volatility is the technology stocks, is those related companies like Apple and Amazon. So those will be key. And by the way, Apple and Amazon both signaled at least some headwinds in the current quarter because of things like supply chain issues and costs of labor increasing. So Zinkley, a lot of stuff happening, but the move has been to the downside decidedly over the last couple of months.
Definitely a lot happening. Thank you for breaking it down, Dom Chu. Now, let's talk politics. After almost a year of investigations, the January 6th committee is finally ready to hold public hearings. Congressman Benny Thompson says the hearings will start in a little more than a month. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now to break it all down. Ali, how many hearings will there be, and is there any idea of who we could see testify?
Hey, my friend, we're gearing up for a very busy June. When I was talking to Chairman Benny Thompson yesterday, that was my top takeaway because he was more candid with us than he's been about when these hearings are going to start, what they hope to accomplish with them, and even a little bit of a sense of who might testify. Of course, that's one of the questions that we asked him, and this is what he told us. Listen.
There'll be a combination of exhibits, staff testimony, outside witnesses, this kind of a combination.
Will any of those outside witnesses be people that have testified behind closed doors?
Well, some of them will be people that people have not heard from before, and I think their testimony will be on point as to why this investigation is so important.
And look, that makes sense, right? Because they have had hundreds of people go before the committee and cooperate. They also, though, have tens of thousands of documents that they've been given. And Thompson said at another point yesterday to us that they're hoping to just set the narrative here for the American public, to give the public the benefit of all of the cooperation and all of the information that the committee has been able to lay out. To that end, they're going to have what Thompson said, at least 8 hearings starting June 9th and then stretching throughout the month. And this is something, you're right, they've been looking forward to for about a year now. It's the culmination of a lot of work, and they still have a few depositions outstanding, too.
And Ali, I know Chairman Thompson also says that the committee will ask at least 3 sitting Republican members of Congress to come before the committee. When will those requests be sent out?
Look, they've already done that. This is the second time now that they're going back to some of these lawmakers and asking them, and I say asking on purpose, asking them to come and cooperate before the committee and to share what they know and the conversations that they had before January 6th and certainly on the day of. One of those people who Thompson told me is going to be getting a second letter requesting their cooperation is House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Of course that makes sense, especially given all of the new audio that we've heard and the things that he was saying about Trump behind closed doors with other members of the Republican conference. But what struck me yesterday is I asked Thompson specifically, are there going to be new people receiving these letters to cooperate? He said yes, people who have not previously been asked. Yes, they will be House members, they will be Republicans, but also, and this is important, it will include senators. They have not to this point asked any Republican senators to come before the committee and cooperate, but I asked specifically, could this be people like Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Mike Lee, names of people who we know were in touch with the White House and talking to them about ways to potentially overturn the election results? Thompson told me stand by, but I think that's really notable. But the important thing here is these are asks, they are not subpoenas. That's still a question the committee has to figure out if they're ready to do that or if asking is just going to be enough for them.
An important distinction. Asks, not subpoenas. Ali Vitale always breaking it down. Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's go from D.C. to the Midwest. The former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd is asking for a retrial. Derek Chauvin was found guilty last June, the judge sentencing him to 22.5 years in prison. However, Chauvin's lawyer says there were too many outside factors influencing the jury. His attorney is arguing the case should not have been tried in Hennepin County, where Floyd was killed. Chauvin's legal team now wants a new trial in a new venue or for Chauvin to be resentenced. Hutchins. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos now. Danny, this is a case that everybody watched. How strong of an argument do Chauvin's lawyers have here?
For the most part, defendants who challenge their conviction based on excessive pretrial publicity, if you're just playing the odds, they're going to lose. And that's only because of the odds. The case originated with Shepard v. Maxwell. That's the case of the Supreme Court that became the movie The Fugitive and the TV show based on the same name. The point is, even back then when the Supreme Court articulated that there could be a circus-like atmosphere resulting in the denial of a right to a fair trial, that level is so high that it's almost impossible to meet. And arguably, 50 years ago, publicity was a totally different creature. I mean, there were probably only 3 channels to watch on TV. But on the other hand, everybody was watching those 3 channels. You almost couldn't compare pretrial publicity from half a century ago to pretrial publicity today. But the bottom line is, if there is a case that might have a shot, this could be it. But again, if you're just playing the odds, it's always a long shot to argue pretrial publicity denied that right to a fair trial.
And that's important context, Danny, right? The media environment has changed. But even still, is there any precedent for high-profile cases getting retrials because of media coverage or public interest?
Yes, and they're few and far between. Shepard v. Maxwell was really the origin of that, and I believe that was in the 60s. Someone's going to hold me to it and tell me the exact year. But that Supreme Court case law hasn't been around for all that long. I mean, many decades, but not centuries. And really, we've only had the modern media for about half a century, maybe more. And again, it was totally different in the days of Shepard v. Maxwell. Nowadays, no one even contemplated on that Supreme Court social media or all the different kinds of social media or the cell phone or all these other things now that allow us to send this information around in an instant. I don't know that the pretrial publicity for the Chauvin case was greater or lesser than that for Shepard v. Maxwell. I almost would say they're apples and oranges, and you can't compare them.
Important analysis. Danny, thank you. Coming up, new details are emerging about that deadly movie set shooting involving actor Alec Baldwin. The woman in charge of gun safety on the set is speaking out, plus what newly released text messages are revealing about the investigation.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There's new fallout today from the deadly accidental shooting on the set of an Alec Baldwin movie last year. The woman responsible for gun safety on the set is blasting investigators for how they're handling the case. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer takes a look at new text messages just released.
On Monday, the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office released a trove of evidence in the Rust shooting investigation. But today, the armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, and her attorneys are pushing back.
The family of cinematographer Helena Hutchins is slamming the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office for releasing the video of her final moments, saying they failed to give Hutchins dignity and privacy. After more than 6 months investigating the deadly shooting on the movie set of Rust, the Sheriff's Department released a trove of evidence, thousands of pages of documents, as well as hours of body camera videos. NBC News is not showing the footage of Helena Hutchins' final moments. A letter from the Hutchins attorney says the New Mexico Sheriff's Office trampled on the constitutional rights of the Hutchins by giving him less than a business day to review the materials before it was released to the public. The first time Mr. Hutchins saw the disturbing and unsettling video footage of his wife lying on the church floor was on an internet website, the attorney writes. The damage your office has done is irreparable. The sheriff spoke to Hoda and Savannah earlier this week.
What was your intention in releasing all of this information at this point?
It was a public records request that we are required to release the information, but it was also an attempt to be transparent in the investigation.
Were you under an obligation to release it right now?
Not right now. It took us some time to put it together, and we tried to release it as soon as we had everything together.
New video also released by the sheriff's office shows Baldwin hours after the shooting, learning that Hutchins died.
I do have some very unfortunate news to tell you. She didn't make it.
In February, Hoda spoke with Helena Hutchins' widow, Matthew, who is suing Baldwin and others involved with the film over his wife's death.
In your mind's eye, what does justice look like?
We're pursuing justice every way we can to hold accountable the people who are responsible for Helena's death, which was totally preventable. In the end, justice won't bring Helena back, but maybe the memory of her can help keep people safe and prevent something like this from ever happening again.
Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and her attorneys say this document dump pushes away the fact that Rust management should be held responsible for what happened on set, and they say that was pointed out in the state's investigation. Back to you.
The entertainment world is still buzzing today after the legal team for actor Jason Sudeikis served his ex-fiancée Olivia Wilde custody papers while she was in front of a packed crowd promoting her new movie. Here's Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
Clay, things took a dramatic turn as Olivia Wilde was promoting her new film at a high-profile event, though Sudeikis has condemned what he calls the inappropriate way she was served those private documents in such a public way. Now we're learning more about what happened. New details about that bizarre moment. A-list actress Olivia Wilde was served legal papers while on stage at a packed CinemaCon. The 38-year-old had been promoting her new film, Don't Worry, Darling, on Tuesday when she was interrupted by a woman delivering a mysterious manila envelope. Inside, legal documents from her ex-fiancé, actor Jason Sudeikis, concerning the custody of their 2 children. Sources close to Sudeikis confirmed to NBC News the woman who served those papers was an LA-based server hired by a law firm for the actor. According to CinemaCon officials, she approached the stage when she was not authorized to be there.
This is a relatively drastic step to serve her while she's presenting.
Representatives for Wilde did not respond to our request for comment, but sources close to Sudeikis say he had no prior knowledge of the time or place that the envelope would have been delivered. But legal experts say that's not common.
It seems very unusual that the attorneys weren't talking in advance and that alternative measures for getting these papers served weren't taken.
Well, the former Hollywood power couple never tied the knot. They were together for 9 years. The two met for the first time at an SNL rap party in 2011.
Just the greatest line of all time that Jason had. He came up to me and he said, whatever you're looking for, you don't need it.
In November 2020, the couple announced their split. Months later, Wilde was first spotted holding hands with her now boyfriend, pop star Harry Styles. The two reportedly hit it off on the set of Don't Worry, Darling.
They touch each other's toes.
What? Sudeikis has recently been in London shooting the 3rd season of his hit series, Ted Lasso. Meantime, Wilde recently opened up to Vogue about their children, Otis and Daisy, and how they've been able to adapt to their parents' busy lifestyle. She told the magazine, whatever country we're in, they have a routine and a community. They're best friends, and they have each other. Legal experts we spoke with say, while it may be unusual for someone to be served papers on stage, the rules for process servers are relatively limited. They're allowed to approach a potential party and serve papers in any public setting. Clay.
Thanks, Joe, for that report. And up next, one state legislature approving a controversial abortion ban. We'll have the details of that proposed bill and what the state's governor has to say about it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, one U.S. Army soldier is dead and 3 others are recovering after a military vehicle crash. This happened Thursday at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. The Army isn't releasing the name of the soldier who died until the family is notified. No word yet on what caused the accident. Hundreds are expected at the funeral of a fallen New York firefighter today. 31-year-old Timothy Klein was killed when a ceiling collapsed on him while battling a fire in Brooklyn last weekend. That fire also killed 1 civilian and several other firefighters were hurt. And music maven James Corden will be stepping away from The Late Late Show on CBS next year. The British actor announced his decision during last night's taping of the show. Corden will host 1 more season, but said that it was, quote, a good time to move on and see what else might be out there. He hosted The Late Late Show since 2015. Bottom of the hour now. Here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. An American killed fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. The family of former U.S. Marine Willie Joseph Cancel confirmed to CNN. NBC News has reached out to Cancel's family for comment. The State Department says they are aware of these reports and are closely monitoring the situation. Missile strikes hit Ukraine's capital of Kyiv late Thursday. The city's mayor says 1 person is dead and at least several others are hurt. Russia's latest assaults are also hitting the east and south, including heavy shelling and aerial attacks in Mariupol. The city's mayor says he still hopes to evacuate hundreds of civilians trapped inside a steel plant there. We begin our coverage this half hour with NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez in Lviv, Ukraine. Raf?
Today, confusion surrounding the fate of that besieged steel plant in Mariupol. This morning, President Zelensky's office saying in a statement that they hoped to carry out an evacuation of civilians from the steel plant today. That's according to Reuters. There's no confirmation from the United Nations, but we do know a UN team went down to Zaporizhzhia in the southeast yesterday to be in place in case there was a window of opportunity for that evacuation to go ahead. But in the hours since that statement, no sign of an evacuation moving forward. We've been speaking to a Marine who is down in the tunnels underneath what remains of that steel plant. He says Russian shelling has been continuing all day, and he says that every day for the past 4 days, there has been talk of an evacuation without one actually materializing. He says he has seen no sign yet today that there is going to be an evacuation. Now, there is nothing yet from the Kremlin, from the Russian side, about a possible evacuation. The spokesman for Vladimir Putin saying there is no news out of any of the multiple negotiating tracks between the Ukrainians and the Russians at this point. Russia obviously has a veto on whether those people can come out of that plant or not, as their forces surround it and, according to this Marine, continue to bombard it. President Zelensky saying yesterday to Time magazine he has actually been in touch almost every day with the commander of a Ukrainian Marine unit that is inside that steel plant. That is the same commander who has been putting out these increasingly desperate appeals for help, saying 600 of his men are wounded and they will die down there in the darkness underneath that steel plant if they don't urgently get medical help. Now, this all coming after Russia struck Kyiv with missiles overnight. That strike happening just an hour or so after the Secretary General of the United Nations met with President Zelensky, and the Ukrainian government is clear. They see this as an attempt to humiliate the United Nations and to tell the international community not to interfere with their invasion of Ukraine. At least one person killed, 10 people injured in this strike, which is a reminder that while the fighting on the ground is focused on the east, Vladimir Putin is able to strike Kyiv, here in Lviv, Odessa, and every corner of this country. Back to you.
Raf, thank you. Let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Melenik in Kyiv, Ukraine. He's a retired Ukrainian Air Force officer and the co-director of foreign relations at the Razumkov Center. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you for joining us. I want to first get your assessment of the latest developments on the battlefield in Ukraine and the reports that an American has been killed. What do you make of what's going on the ground right now?
Actually, there have been no significant developments during the last couple of weeks because what we consider to be the beginning of the major battle for Donbass, which was supposed to take place about 2 weeks ago, it didn't happen. But still, we see the situation, as you see on the screen, continuous shelling of civilian cities and the military installations all around Ukraine. But there were some technical gains made by both sides without any operational change on the ground. And we expect the next few days will be very crucial because Putin needs to deliver something like a victory before the 9th of May.
And let's talk about international support for Ukraine. President Biden is now seeking a new $33 billion aid package. How much of a difference do you think that can realistically make?
The international support has been a key for Ukrainian ability to defend itself. And I think as soon as we get not just money, but the real items on the battleground, then Ukraine will be able to not just to stop the Russian offense, but to push them back. And you show already Mariupol. Mariupol is such a huge tragedy because we see our people dying, not just military, but wounded soldiers and civilians. Most of them are family members of our soldiers, and there is no way to get them out of this terrible place because about 100 kilometers of the territory is occupied, which is made impossible any military operation, and all the international attempts trying to involve Turkey, the United Nations, say the civilians actually failed.
Lieutenant Colonel Melnick, thank you so much. Turning back now to the U.S., legislators in Oklahoma just approved a bill that would prohibit abortions after just 6 weeks of pregnancy. This is the latest piece of anti-abortion legislation, similar to measures passed by lawmakers in states like Texas and Florida. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is following the fallout for us. Blaine?
Well, Sinclair, this is certainly something that a lot of people are watching. Now, what's notable about this situation is that there is no lag time between when that bill is signed and when it goes into effect. So essentially, it's just one pen stroke away from becoming one of the most restrictive abortion laws in the country.
Here. With the showdown over abortion access being fought in states nationwide, Oklahoma is the latest battleground. State lawmakers there approved a bill dubbed the Oklahoma Heartbeat Act that would ban abortions after 6 weeks, the time doctors are able to detect a heartbeat, but before most women even know they're pregnant.
This will not save just one life. This will save many, many lives.
This bill is incredibly intrusive. It reduces individuals' freedoms, and it's just plain wrong.
The bill now goes to the desk of Oklahoma's Republican governor, who earlier this month signed a different bill, making it a crime to perform abortions in the state.
We want Oklahoma to be the most pro-life state in the country.
That bill goes into effect this summer, but this latest measure passed with an emergency provision, meaning it goes into effect as soon as it's signed, likely any day.
It impacts every fertile woman's health in the state of Oklahoma by passing this law.
The president of Planned Parenthood calls the measure unconscionable and unconstitutional, vowing to fight it in court. The impact stretches beyond Oklahoma's borders into neighboring Texas, where a similar law has sent women seeking abortions to nearby states. According to one study, nearly half of them traveled to Oklahoma. The legislation is the latest in a flurry of strict abortion laws nationwide, including Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis recently signed a measure banning the procedure after 15 weeks.
We are here today to protect life.
That law is modeled after a similar one in Mississippi, which is currently under review in the Supreme Court. It poses a direct challenge to the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling, setting up a potentially groundbreaking decision by the nation's highest court.
And Blaine, there is another abortion bill currently making its way through the Oklahoma State House. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this is something that would essentially make abortions illegal across the state, around the state. But, you know, the one thing that is important to be watching on all of this is the timing. Of course, we don't know exactly when Governor Kevin Stitt plans to sign this bill that was passed into law, or that was approved by the legislation yesterday. But he's made it clear that he plans to sign any anti-abortion legislation that comes across his desk. So we're expecting that to happen within days. Sinclair.
Definitely something to follow. Blaine, thank you. And there's another piece of policy sweeping the country, marijuana legalization, and it's now poised to pass on the national level. Some states that legalized pot early on are now studying the possible harmful effects of highly concentrated cannabis products. Many are becoming popular with teenagers and are now being linked with dependency and even psychosis. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now. Steve, what's the data saying about the threats these products could pose?
Well, Sinclair, before I answer your question, I want to be absolutely clear about something. We are not talking about weed in the traditional sense, not the flower or the gummy bears that people might enjoy like a bottle of beer after work or even for medical purposes. This is highly concentrated cannabis distilled down to the point where it is almost like this unrecognizable piece of glass that is multiple times higher than your normal flower. For instance, the joint that your parents might have enjoyed, or people in that generation 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, maybe 5% THC. This stuff is upwards of 80, 85, 90% THC. And yes, researchers have been looking at this. They have found a link, a causation to increases in possible paranoia, psychosis, anxiety, agitation, you name it. And the real problem is that kids with developing brains in high school are getting their hands on this as easy as they would any other substance. That's the real problem. Of course, researchers are continuing to dive into this, to do more about those links, but mental health is clearly impacted here. I spoke to people, young people from Colorado that have been using this. One young woman, Jasmine, her mom said she couldn't believe when she found her daughter that this was actually cannabis. Another one, Will, said he took it and he was so high that he was curled up and balled up on the floor, unable to form words. That's the kind of substance that we're talking about, and that's why researchers, regulators, and parents are so worried about it. Sinclair?
And it makes sense, and I'm glad you made that distinction. I know you have talked also to teenagers who say they became dependent on highly concentrated THC, right? Not your standard weed. Let's play some of that conversation.
It did get to the point where it was like, if I don't smoke weed today, like, I'm not doing anything.
Couldn't like wake up. I couldn't like go to sleep. I couldn't do anything without it. Got so dependent.
So did those teenagers tell you anything more about how they became so dependent?
Yeah, easy, because it was so readily available. Again, those two teenagers in Denver, Colorado, they said when they were in high school, they've obviously moved on since then, but when they were in high school, that it was so readily available. Jasmine there, the young woman that you just heard, said it was like ordering from Grubhub. She would place an order on her phone, like a text message to somebody that would go to a legal dispensary, buy it, and bring it back to her. In fact, the first time she said she got it, it was offered to her in her high school bathroom. States like Colorado specifically have enacted new laws to try to prevent that from happening. But this stuff is marketed in flavors like Fruit Frenzy and Hawaiian Punch and anything you can think of. Clearly, the labeling needs to improve because kids are still getting their hands on it so easily. Sinclair.
Steve Patterson, thank you.
Yeah.
Some health experts are breathing a sigh of relief today. The FDA is pushing to stop the sale of menthol, cigarettes, and flavored cigars nationwide. They say it could save countless lives, but some worry it could create a dangerous black market. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis joins us now with the details. Rahima?
I have to tell you, there are many people who are concerned about the potential push onto the black market if menthol cigarettes and cigarette products were removed or banned by the FDA. But now it appears that the FDA is saying that it believes the benefits of this ban would far outweigh the disadvantages. The FDA has talked about the dangers of menthol cigarettes for years. The agency is proposing to ban them.
The proposed product standards would, among other things, improve the health and reduce the mortality risk of current smokers of menthol cigarettes or flavored cigars.
Menthol makes up a third of all cigarettes sold in the United States, and a ban would overwhelmingly impact black and young people.
I was planning on quitting anyway.
Research shows 85% of black smokers use menthol cigarettes, compared with 29% of white smokers. The CDC says smoking is a leading cause of lung cancer. Black men have the highest rates of that disease. If this ban goes through, how significant would it be in terms of affecting the health of all Americans?
This is a landmark regulation that FDA is proposing. Our projections are that 1.33 million smokers would quit, among whom 381,000 would be African-American smokers.
Altria Group, the parent company of some leading tobacco manufacturers, saying in part, taking these products out of the legal marketplace will push them into unregulated criminal markets that don't follow any regulations and ignore minimum age laws. The FDA proposal could go into effect in a year, but it's expected the tobacco industry will fight it, which could lead to a long court battle.
So, Rahima, I think the big question is, why has the FDA allowed menthol to be sold when all other flavors have already been banned?
Well, talking to some people who are in support of this ban, because I haven't got a response yet from the FDA, is they think that it is the political pressure that prevented this from being proposed earlier. Not only the political pressure, but the lobbying from the tobacco industry not to ban this product. But now what I'm hearing from some investigators who want to ban this product is that the science that's come out of studies in Canada, which has banned menthol cigarettes, is overwhelmingly supporting a proposal to ban because of the large number of people who ended up quitting smoking as a result of the ban. They now have the numbers, the statistics, not only about those who stopped, but the fact that this seemed to stop young people from starting to smoke. So this is the kind of ammunition that the FDA is armed with as it has gone to Congress and now has proposed this ban on menthol cigarettes. But as we said in the spot just before this isn't over. Expect that this is going to be tangled up in legal matters and in a legal battle. Who knows, but for certainly several months to come.
Right. It's not over, and there's a lot that will continue to follow. Rahima Ellis, thank you. Still ahead, climate change is causing the Louisiana coast to vanish at a rapid rate. How a $50 billion plan to save it could create catastrophic problems for generations of black fishermen. Next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
For the past 2 weeks now, we've been sharing stories about solutions to the climate challenge. But what happens if one of those solutions could cause the downfall of an entire community? MSNBC correspondent and host of the Into America podcast, Tremaine Lee, traveled to Louisiana for a closer look.
On the east bank of the Mississippi River, about an hour south of New Orleans, there's a small fishing village called Pointe-a-la-Hache.
Man, this place was like no other.
It's where 62-year-old Byron Ankelade was born and raised, where his father and grandfather taught him how to fish, where generations of black fishermen have made a life and depended on the bayous and waterways that surround this place for food on their tables and paychecks in their pockets.
This was it, man. This was my life.
This was the lifeblood of the black fishing community.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is the largest black community in Plaquemine Parish.
Like Byron, the people in this community have always stood strong. But over the decades, man-made catastrophes and natural disasters have slowly chipped away at their way of life and their lucrative businesses. Today, the once booming bayou is mostly silent. What did this marina mean to the vitality of the community?
Oh, this was it. This was the main source of revenue for the community.
And now, the community fears a state plan intended to save Louisiana's eroding coastline could deal these fishing villages a final blow. According to state estimates, Louisiana lost more than 2,000 square miles of coastline between 1932 and 2016, in part because of climate change. In order to reverse the flow, state authorities want to divert fresh river water into areas like Pointe-a-la-Hache, hoping the sediment-filled water will deposit nutrients along the coast, rebuilding what was lost. But the problem for oystermen like Byron is the fresh water needed to build back the land can also kill the already depleted oyster population, a population that depends on salt water to survive, and could drive other species like shrimp further into the Gulf, where they would be out of reach for smaller shrimp boats like the one Keslin and Darian Williams own. The brothers operate a seafood company named Little Wigs.
Play the moon, play the moon. My grandfather told us that. Play the moon. If the moon is right, we just go and drop and start testing.
They say naturally occurring diversions have already made it harder to fish here.
We used to go maybe 5 minutes from here, just turn in this canal right here.
That canal right there used to be loaded with shrimp.
Now we have to go 2-3 hours that way.
The state's freshwater diversion program, a 50-year, $50 billion effort, is still in the planning and permitting stage. The state telling NBC News they know in the short term their plans will hit some in the fishing industry especially hard, but it's the best long-term plan to reverse coastal erosion. The Williams brothers disagree.
The sand that they pumped in here, they could get a barge and pump the sand from out of the bayous back into the marsh.
For Byron, watching the culture slip away cuts deep.
Just hurts your heart, man, to see so much just disappear.
That was Tremaine Lee reporting. Record drought is straining water systems all across the Southwest, and now it's threatening one of the biggest sources of electricity. CNBC's Valerie Castro reports from Lake Powell near the Arizona-Utah border.
Years of drought have left boats high and dry over Lake Powell near Page, Arizona. City utility manager Brian Hill stunned by the sight of a dock now dangling in the air.
Normally we come down that way and you can see that now it's a cliff wall. And the fact that the water is down, we're like 30% of lake level, and there's tens of millions of people relying on this water in the Southwest. it's disturbing.
The drop in water threatens the largest power source in the region. Hydroelectric power produced at the Glen Canyon Dam is part of a collective that serves 5 million people across 6 states. 80% of that power is made here. Bob Martin is the deputy power manager. Talk about the noise that we're hearing. What is that?
I always say that's the sound of money. The generators generate the power, and it comes to this transformer behind us, and it's put on these overhead transmission lines. It can go to Phoenix, it can go to Las Vegas, it can go anywhere the connections are made.
But as the water level drops, it sinks closer to a dangerous threshold.
We're about 26 feet, 27 feet around that area of being away from minimum power pool, and that's the point where we can no longer generate power through the turbines.
In a proposed plan to stem that, a dam further upstream in Utah would release more water, an agreement made jointly by 4 states and the Bureau of Reclamation. If approved, 500,000 acre-feet of water, or 163 billion gallons, would flow down to Lake Powell starting May 1st. Is it sustainable in the long term to keep bringing a little bit more water down every year?
In my opinion, no, you're spending more than you're making.
But without water, energy production will inevitably go down and prices will go up. The precious resource trickling away. How much of this is a climate change issue, a usage issue, a population issue?
It's probably all of the above. We can't ignore this any longer. Nature is just not giving us what we used to get, so adjustments have to be made.
That proposed plan to release more water from upstream still needs final approval by the Secretary of the Interior. Another plan would keep more water here in Lake Powell rather than releasing it through this dam, but that would mean less water for states like Arizona and California, where drought restrictions are already in place. Back to you.
The sports world all abuzz today over the NFL draft. After the break, the first few picks that haven't happened since 1991.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Round 2 of the NFL draft kicks off in Las Vegas tonight, but everyone is still talking about the top picks. A lot of surprises and down-to-the-wire drama as the lives of some elite athletes were forever changed with one phone call. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock with all of the action.
Well, this was definitely not your typical NFL draft. In 11 of the last 15 drafts, the top pick has been a quarterback. But this year, there wasn't even a quarterback selected in the top 10. Friends and family celebrating the next wave of NFL stars with hugs and even a few tears.
With hundreds of thousands of fans piled in under a Vegas sun, the NFL draft kicked off with a fiery greeting from Ice Cube.
What's up, Las Vegas?
and a typically chilly reception for Commissioner Roger Goodell. And then the draft's biggest mystery finally revealed.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Trayvon Walker.
The Jags kept everybody guessing until the last minute before grabbing Georgia's Trayvon Walker with the top pick. Walker's family sharing high fives and wide smiles. Then seconds later, the next pick popping right in.
This was about as quick as we've ever seen a team do this.
The Lions selecting Aiden Hutchinson of Michigan, a hometown product, huddling with his family before locking the commissioner in a bear hug.
I'm happy I get to go back to Detroit, go back to Motor City, hopefully win some ball games.
The top 5 picks, all defensive standouts, 3 edge rushers and 2 cornerbacks, known for following receivers all over the field. But on this night,
and his moment of excitement took off the wrong way, so he had a spin move there.
The Jets' Sauce Gardner was Lost Gardner, reversing course to try and find the stage. The top 10 also had a trio of offensive linemen with no quarterback for the first time in nearly a decade.
The light is going to shine on so many other really good players. And I think so many times quarterbacks suck the air out of the room.
For all the Vegas splendor and splashy trades, the night was sealed with beaming families full of pride and grateful athletes ready to make an impact. The New York Giants' first pick, Kayvon Thibodeau, dancing his way onto the stage and celebrating with a young Make-A-Wish recipient.
It was just a blessing, man. I can't even believe to be a part of this. I watched it for so many years.
Finally, the first quarterback was taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 20, Kenny Pickett, overcome with emotion as he, like so many athletes, processed a dream turned reality.
Dominant run blocker became a dominant hit.
Kenny Pickett played his college ball at the University of Pittsburgh. One of the reasons why he was so emotional upon learning that selection. Mike Tomlin, who was the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, said they searched the country looking for the successor to Ben Roethlisberger, when in fact the guy they wanted was right in the backyard. Pickett says he looked at his phone, saw that 412 area code, and he knew he was coming back. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Right now on NBC News Now, rush to approve. The FDA under pressure to grant emergency use of Moderna's COVID vaccine for young kids. How quickly the agency could make a move. Breaking right now, Ukraine under fire. Russia launching a barrage of new attacks on the capital city of Kyiv. The aftermath left behind and news of an American killed on the front lines. Message received. Text messages show Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene calling for Trump to declare martial law over the 2020 election, what it could mean for the lawsuit trying to stop her from running. And a budding problem? Planning on buying flowers for Mother's Day? Well, you'll be paying more for that bouquet. We'll tell you why the prices, wait for it, rose. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinclair Samoa, in for Morgan and Aaron. We begin this hour with a looming COVID milestone. By this time next week, the U.S. is expected to surpass 1 million total coronavirus deaths. They have been declining over the past 2 weeks, but cases are rapidly rising nationwide. In China, leaders are not backing down from their strict COVID crackdowns as infections increase in some of the country's key cities. Non-essential businesses are temporarily shut down in Beijing. However, in Shanghai, where a strict lockdown has been in place for weeks, some factories are now restarting production. We're covering all the major pandemic headlines this hour. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. Kathy, let's start with the Moderna vaccines for children under 6, which are now awaiting FDA authorization. What are medical experts saying about this, and how is the Omicron variant factoring in to all of these decisions?
Hey, Zinkley, good to be with you this afternoon. So Moderna has asked for emergency use authorization on Thursday. And according to a top FDA official, they will actually be trying to get the first of 2 doses available as early as June. And June will be a particularly busy month for the FDA because they will be powwowing with other outside advisors to pour over the data and discuss the next step. So that is critical because a lot of families, a lot of parents have been asking for this vaccine. So as soon as June for that first dose of the vaccine. Meanwhile, as far as the effectiveness goes, we've learned that the vaccine is 51% effective for ages 6 months through 2 years. years and 37% effective for 2 to 5 years. And when you hold those numbers next to the effectiveness of the adult dose, you might notice that it's actually a lot lower compared to the adult dosage. And experts say that right now it still offers good protection based on the data, but Moderna, the Moderna official, has said that the number is slightly lower because of how contagious the Omicron variant has been over the last several months.
And I know Moderna is not the only company that's developed shots for children under 6. What do we know about the ones from Pfizer?
Yeah, so Pfizer says that they are also working very hard to submit their own data in the coming weeks. But Zinkley, I think it's important to note that this vaccine is a little bit different from Moderna's because this is a 3-dose regimen versus a 2-dose vaccine, which is the Moderna version right now. So it's going to be a couple more weeks before that data is submitted. But I know a lot of parents, families are looking forward to getting at least that first dose for those children.
For sure. Kathy Park, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Ebony Hilton. Dr. Hilton, based on what we just heard and what we know about the Moderna vaccine for kids under 6, would you still recommend it to parents who may be on the fence?
Right. You know, certainly the FDA will go through this with a fine-tooth comb because we are dealing with our most vulnerable population who do not have a voice for themselves. So we want to make sure we're doing what's adequate. But what we do know is that we had a huge surge of Omicron during the winter months. And unfortunately, about 75% of our children we now estimate were infected from then back to March of 2020, that we've now had exposure of this virus. And it's unfortunate because, again, we don't know the long-term consequences of COVID infection, particularly on a body that is still developing and is still growing into what it will be for the longevity of life. And so I think it's crucial for parents to understand that we have to think of multi-pronged approaches. Unfortunately, the general public is now removing their masks, which leaves those children even more at risk of exposure. And so these vaccines can be the key to give them that little extra added protection layer as we allow them to just be kids as much as possible.
And I also wanted to ask you about COVID hospitalizations, which are rising slightly. They're up about 18.5% compared to the prior 7-day average. Would you say that this is a cause for concern?
Oh, it certainly is a cause for concern. I'm covering the ICU and literally had a patient admitted last night. That's half my age, right? And so it is concerning. The problem is that we've cut down drastically the amount of testing that we're doing across the country. And if you do not know what your case surges are looking like, people are unfortunately not following the protocols that keeps them safe, like wearing those masks. And so we're going to see that we're not going to have that heads up that hospitalizations are going to start to increase. And unfortunately, we know when hospitalizations increase, give it a couple of weeks, and unfortunately, deaths will also. So this is a grave concern. And unfortunately, before we reach Mother's Day, we just talked about flowers being costly, but unfortunately, we're going to have 1 million people dead by that time.
Harrowing, but important that we don't turn away from that. Dr. Ebony Hilton, thank you. The World Health Organization is sounding the alarm this week after an unexplained uptick in severe hepatitis cases among young children. The viral infection can lead to liver failure, requiring a transplant. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards is following this story very closely. Erica, thanks for joining us. Give us a sense of the scale of this outbreak. How many cases are we talking about here, and where exactly are they?
Yeah, hey, good afternoon. So right now, worldwide, about 170 cases of these unusual severe pediatric hepatitis cases have been reported. Most are in Europe and specifically in the United Kingdom. However, more than a dozen cases have been reported here in the U.S. So far, we have a map actually to show you. So far, suspected cases have been reported in Delaware, Illinois, Alabama, New York, North Carolina, Wisconsin. Just a few minutes ago, we heard back from the Georgia Department of Public Health saying that they are also investigating several suspected cases in Wisconsin. At least one death is being investigated. Now, the CDC has only so far confirmed these 9 cases in Alabama. Several of those children needed liver transplants. Most of them are young, under age 6. All of them were previously healthy before this happened. Zinkley?
And has the WHO offered any explanations as to what exactly might be causing this?
Yeah, so just to back up a hair, hepatitis simply refers to liver inflammation, and truly hundreds of things can cause hepatitis. But the one thing that they're zeroing in on right now is a type of adenovirus. That's the leading suspect, specifically adenovirus type 41. That was found in 5 of the 9 cases in Alabama. Usually it causes stomach issues, intestinal issues, rarely hepatitis, but usually those rare hepatitis cases are found in severely immunocompromised kids with weakened immune systems. So this is for this reason, the fact that this is hitting otherwise healthy kids, that's what's most concerning right now.
And I imagine parents hearing this are very stressed about their children's health. For any parents watching, what symptoms should they watch out for in their kids that might require a visit to the doctor?
Yeah, so we have a list of symptoms to watch out for. They include vomiting, diarrhea, darkened urine, yellowing of the skin or eyes, abdominal pain, unusual fatigue. But I have to tell you, we parents know that young children get stomach problems all the time. And so how do you sort of determine what's normal and when something is cause for concern? We also have a photo. I talked with a family in Arizona this past week. Their 3-year-old daughter had to have a liver transplant last year. She shared a photo. Look at the difference in coloring between mom and daughter, the severe yellowing of her skin and her eyes. That's when you really know, that's a really telltale sign that something significant might be going on here. Plus parents, your kids, right? So if they are unusually tired, no appetite whatsoever, that's a telltale sign. It's time to call a pediatrician. Zinkley?
That photo is so helpful to know what signs to look out for. Erica Edwards, thank you. Breaking this hour in Ukraine, Kyiv is cleaning up after missile strikes rocked the city late Thursday. The mayor says one person has died. Crews are still sifting through the damage. The family of a former U.S. Marine says he was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. The mother of Willie Joseph Cancel confirmed his death to CNN. NBC News has reached out to Cancel's family for comment. The State Department says they are aware of these reports and are closely monitoring the situation. And the World Bank is now sending nearly €500 million more euros to Ukraine. The Ukrainian Ministry of Finance says these new funds will be used for social and healthcare needs. NBC's Ali Rafa is standing by on Capitol Hill, but let's begin inside Ukraine with Kelly Kobiella. She's in the city of Dnipro. Kelly, I want to begin with the situation in Mariupol. What's the latest on both the fighting and the efforts to get civilians out safely?
Well, first to the fighting there is still ongoing fighting in the city of Mariupol, according to several different defense departments of Ukraine, in the U.S. as well. A senior U.S. defense official told us that there are signs that some Russian troops are leaving the area of Mariupol, that they're heading in the northwest direction. But there is still constant shelling in that city, which is an indication that the Russians do not have complete control of the city. We've been talking about that plant, the steel plant in Mariupol, for weeks now. There were some reports earlier today that a rescue mission was planned for today, that humanitarian workers were going to be able to go in to rescue civilians who were trapped at that plant. That was hours ago. We haven't heard an update since. We have been in contact with the Mariupol mayor's office. He said that, look, this is something we've tried over and over and over again. Every time we try a rescue mission, something stops it, some sort of danger, whether that's shelling or missile strikes or what have you. We've also talked to the wife of a soldier there who said that he messaged her last night and said there was just as much shelling last night, perhaps more than the night before. Zinkley?
And Kelly, I know it's not the only place facing attack. Kyiv came under air attack once again yesterday. What do we know about those missile strikes?
Right. So the Russian Defense Ministry is saying that they were targeting military installations, an aerospace plant, and a couple of other sites that had military links. But what we know this morning from the mayor of Kyiv is that an apartment building was also struck. And we've seen this before, for example, in Odessa last weekend, when the Russian military claimed that they were going after military sites. And in fact, we were on the ground looking ourselves at an apartment building that had a massive hole blown through it in which 8 people died. Today, it's been revealed that one person has died in this missile strike in Kyiv, a woman who lived in that apartment building. She was a local journalist. But it just goes to show, you know, even if you take the Russian ministry at their word that they actually were trying to strike military installations, best case, this is an errant strike. Worst case, they're targeting civilians. Sinclair.
Kelly Kobiella, thank you so much. Stay safe. President Biden's $33 billion Ukraine aid package is now in the hands of Congress. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now. Ali, we all saw the president lay out the plan yesterday. So what are the next steps?
Yeah, well, Zinclay, if this was up to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, this process for this historic amount of money to go to Ukraine would have already started. She said she was actually ready when this formal request came in yesterday with the House Appropriations Committee. But despite there being widespread agreement about the fact that Congress needs to approve more aid to go to Ukraine, there's still disagreement over exactly how to get this done. You have Democrats who say they want to link this $33 billion aid package with a $10 billion COVID aid package that was already negotiated in the Senate. That would be the best vehicle to get all of this approved. Listen to what House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said earlier.
I'm all for that. I think it's very important. We have emergencies here. We need to have the COVID money, and we need time is of the essence because we need the Ukraine money, we need the COVID money. So I would hope that we can do that. This is called legislation, and we'll legislating, and we'll have to come to terms on how we do that.
But Zinclay, Republicans are saying that if COVID aid and Ukraine aid are paired up, they would demand a vote on Title 42 and immigration reform as a whole package deal. This is something that Democrats, it's very risky for Democrats. Some Democrats who are in very risky midterm races are actually opposed to the Biden administration's decision to drop Title 42 on the U.S.-Mexico border. So it's a very risky decision. And so now there's a lot of back and forth on how to get this done, but at the end of the day, there is still agreement that Ukraine needs more aid from the U.S. and that first has to go through Congress. Sinclair.
So lots of tensions between both parties, but the House did pass a bill late yesterday related to Ukraine. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so this is essentially a revival of the 80-year-old Lend-Lease Act that helped the U.S. and allies defeat Hitler in World War II. It essentially basically cuts off legislative red tape that allows for military aid and equipment to more easily get into Ukraine. This overwhelmingly passed in the House yesterday after overwhelmingly passing in the Senate earlier this month. So now this heads to President Biden's desk for signature to become law. Zinclay.
Ali Rafa, thanks so much. Staying in D.C., Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is under all new scrutiny as she fights in court to be allowed to seek re-election. Greene's been accused of suggesting former President Trump declare martial law in order to stay in power. Greene says she has no recollection of that. But a text message obtained by CNN shows Greene telling former President Trump, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, that some Republican members of Congress did want to see martial law enacted. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, hello again. Congresswoman Greene is in a trial that would prevent her from being re-elected. The plaintiffs want to make this question part of the evidence against her. What does the text message say, and what are Greene's lawyers doing about it?
Yeah, Zinclay, it makes sense why they want to make this question and these text messages part of this trial. It's because it speaks to Congresswoman Greene's mindset and the conversations that she was having in real time around January 6th. That speaks to the larger premise of the trial, which is if she can run for re-election and continue to hold her seat in Congress after the claims that she made around January 6th and all of her promotions of the big lie. The text in question is really important, and I want to pull it up and read from it, because in it, it says, "In our private chat with only members," and again, this was to then Chief of Staff at the White House, Mark Meadows. She says, in a private chat with only members, several are saying the only way to save our republic is for Trump to call for martial law. That's misspelled, but the sentiment is there. I don't know on those things. I just wanted you to tell him they stole this election. We all know. It goes on from there. What her lawyers are saying now, though, and you'll see their response on the screen, is that she has no recollection of this text, and since her texts are automatically deleted after 30 days, she has no way to verify anything about it. They're also arguing that the alleged text message is innocuous. Of course, it does speak directly to the central question of the case. Makes sense, though, why they would want to argue not to include it, because, again, these Meadows text messages, while they are rocking Capitol Hill for a variety of reasons, for Green, they could have legal implications, too.
And Allie, of course, there's been a lot of attention on that one specific text you showed us, but thousands of text messages have already been released showing the Republican efforts to overturn the 2020 election. How are all of those being received on Capitol Hill?
Look, it's more than 2,300 text messages from Mark Meadows' phone alone. This guy's phone must have been pinging off the hook. But especially on January 6th, we know what a lot of those text messages were. We've already seen some of them come from the January 6th committee. I think perhaps the most important implication of these text messages, though, is for the January 6th committee. In many ways, these revelations, as they are leaked out, undercut the work of the committee. They're trying to move next month, as we were just talking about earlier, to public hearings where they hope to set the narrative. What I've heard from some Democratic operatives and other sources here on the Hill is that the committee felt that they had the benefit of not being able to have this shakeout as a Mueller report type situation, where the report is put out and then Bill Barr or someone who's not on their team sets the narrative about what was in it. Now, the January 6th committee is contending with the fact that public hearings start in a month. They have a report that they want to release maybe after that, but soon, in the next few months. And then they have these text messages leaking out, which could be undercutting their headlines, effectively scooping them on their work. So there's definitely a balancing act here.
A lot to follow. Allie Vitale on Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Thanks.
Now to the Midwest, where we are learning more about the identities of the jurors who delivered a guilty verdict against former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter. Potter was convicted of first and second degree manslaughter for shooting and killing 20-year-old Dante Wright during a traffic stop. Potter says she intended to use her taser on Wright, but accidentally used her gun instead. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber and NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Ellison, first to you, what exactly is being released today?
So the judge has now released all of the names of both the sworn jurors as well as the alternate jurors. Ultimately, you had a jury of 12 people who decided the fate of Kim Potter. And the breakdown of that jury went like this. You had one person who was black, 2 people Asian American, 9 who were white. So that was your 12 that decided this case. And there were also 2 alternates. We now have all of their names. Up until this point, none of these jurors had publicly identified themselves. There was one juror who spoke out anonymously to our local affiliate, CARE 11, after the verdict was delivered, but before the judge issued the sentencing. They talked about sort of some of the discussions that went on within this panel, where they struggled to come to their ultimate conclusion on finding Kim Potter guilty on both first-degree manslaughter as well as second-degree manslaughter, and kind of the legal phrases that they were debating internally. Ultimately, one of the things that juror talked about was the perception he felt the other jurors had of the defendant here, Kim Potter. He said in part, quote, "We felt that she made a mistake and that a mistake does not absolve you from the fact that she did commit a crime." One of the big sticking points, a big issue that came out of this case was the sentencing. It was much lighter than was recommended for the charges that Kim Potter was found guilty of. That had to do with the judge, though, not the jury. So I think there are a lot of people who are very interested to know what these jurors might have thought about the sentencing that was ultimately delivered. We are reaching out to all of the jurors here to see if anyone would like to publicly speak with us. Another aspect of things that was released in kind of this document overload, if you will, were the juror questionnaires. We have those for 54 prospective jurors. So it all just kind of gives you a sense of how they got to putting this jury together. And it leads kind of to some of these, bigger questions that people have had since that sentencing came down. And It's controversial always when the names of jurors are released, but there is legal precedent for doing this. And this was released ultimately because a media coalition filed a motion saying we need these names in this criminal case. We have a right to scrutinize these jurors, and the public has a right to know who they are. Sinclair.
A lot to sift through. Thank you, Ellison. And Danny, bigger picture, we heard from Ellison demographics of the jury, but is it normal for juror names to be released? And why does the release of these specific names really matter?
It depends on the jurisdiction. Minnesota has a rule that makes this information presumptively public. So the default rule is going to be that eventually the names must be released. As surprising as that may be for many who may serve on a high-profile trial like this one. So the jurors don't really have a lot of control in this area. And even though the state argued that this was a case that was high-profile, these jurors could be subjected to some kind of reprisals in some way. The court concluded that based on the number of peaceful demonstrations, that this did not present a threat to the jurors. So she released the names for that reason under the appropriate Minnesota rule, which requires that.
Important analysis from Ellison, important context from Danny. Thank you both so much. President Biden is facing a new showdown in the Supreme Court over pollution. Coming up, why a group of Republican states are looking to block one of the president's executive orders.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There's a new pushback against the Biden administration's rule to figure out the cost of greenhouse gas pollution. 10 Republican-led states, spearheaded by Louisiana, are now asking the Supreme Court to block an executive order on climate change regulations. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us with the latest. Pete, help break this down. What's the executive order, and what is the issue that these states have with it?
So this executive order was signed by President Biden shortly after he came into office, and it directs an interagency federal working group to come up with estimates for figuring the societal costs of when government projects increase emissions of greenhouse gases. And these estimates are used to figure the cost of these government actions. What the red states say is that the figures are wrong, that they inflate the costs of, for example, oil and gas leasing and a host of other construction projects. So they filed a lawsuit in federal court in Louisiana. And in February, a judge agreed with them and temporarily blocked the use of these cost estimates. So the government appealed, and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit issued a stay of that ruling. What the states are asking the Supreme Court to do is lift that stay and let the judge's ruling take effect. They call this working group effort, quote, a power grab designed to manipulate America's entire federal regulatory apparatus through what they say is speculative costs so that the administration can impose its preferred policy outcomes on every sector of the American economy. And they say the Supreme Court should block what they call the most consequential rulemaking in American history while the lower courts decide its fate.
So, Pete, what is the government saying about this latest attempt to block this?
Well, they say not so fast, that the states are acting prematurely, rushing to court before they even know what kind of effect the cost estimates will have. What the government says is the state should wait, challenge some future agency regulations that are actually issued. Let's see what the cost estimates, how they actually work. The Supreme Court has ordered the Justice Department to respond by May 9th, Sinclair.
Pete Williams, thanks for breaking it down.
You bet.
At least 10 people are hurt after new missile strikes in the capital of Ukraine. Up next, what more we know about Russia's stepped-up attacks.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding. Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Making news right now, a California Highway Patrol officer is recovering in the hospital after being shot in the leg with his own gun. Officials say the suspect was involved in a car crash Wednesday. When the officer arrived at the scene, the suspect lunged at him, grabbing the officer's gun and firing. Several drivers stopped to help the officer. The suspect is in custody and faces several charges. Missouri high school students are now banned from competing on sports teams that don't match the gender listed on their birth certificates. The new restriction is the result of a bill passed Thursday by the state's General Assembly. The state Senate is also debating a bill to strip funding from schools that allow transgender girls to play on girls' sports teams. And Thanksgiving may be 299 days away, but a wild turkey in D.C. is already fighting back. Video captured it attacking someone on a bike. The person who took the video says the turkey nearly knocked him over. D.C. officials say there are more than 100 wild turkeys in the district. Officials plan to find this particular one and move it to a wildlife sanctuary. Bottom of the hour now. Here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. The Ukrainian government hopes to rescue hundreds of civilians trapped inside Mariupol's besieged steel plant today. That's according to a Reuters report. Kyiv remains on edge today after missiles hit in the heart of the capital city Thursday, killing at least one person. Ukraine's national police says at least 3 civilians are dead and several are hurt after strikes in the Donetsk region. However, UK intelligence suggests that Russia is making limited progress in their eastern advance. Ukraine's President Zelensky is also expressing gratitude to President Biden for his latest push for $33 billion in new aid. We begin our coverage this half hour with Sky News correspondent Dave Blevins.
Supporting an ally abroad, addressing economic concerns at home, the president sought to reassure Americans about the massive $33 billion package he's requesting.
The cost of this fight is not cheap, but caving to aggression is going to be more costly if we allow it to happen. We either back Ukrainian people as they defend their country, or We stand by as the Russians continue their atrocities and aggression in Ukraine.
Most money is for military aid, some humanitarian. He's also asking Congress to approve further sanctions on Russian oligarchs.
We're going to seize their yachts, their luxury homes, and other ill-begotten gains.
With Russia now warning the West that arming Ukraine will threaten European security, the UN Secretary General visited the scene of civilian killings near Kyiv.
I imagine my family in one of those houses that is now destroyed and black. I see my granddaughters running away in panic. Part of the family eventually killed. So the war is an absurdity in the 21st century.
President Zelensky says he's grateful for all external help. The UK's Foreign Secretary is urging allies to ramp up military production, despite warnings from Moscow.
If someone intends to interfere from the outside and there are threats of a strategic nature, they must know that our response to counterstrikes will be lightning fast, rapid. We have all the tools we need, the kind that no one else can boast about, and we will not boast, we'll use them.
It's up to Congress now, but the scale of President Biden's ask suggests he's hopeful of bipartisan support, that he won't be deterred by threats from Moscow, and that he knows America's in this for the long haul, whether it wants to be or not. There's pressure on Congress to act quickly. The president claiming this support will not only help Ukraine, but ultimately benefit America and boost global security. David Blevins, Sky News, Washington.
Let's bring in Volodymyr Omelyan. He's the former infrastructure minister in Ukraine and joins us now from Kyiv. Volodymyr, can you talk to us about the economic impacts of the invasion that you're witnessing? And what do you make of this renewed push by the West to ramp up military and economic support for Ukraine?
Hello, I'm very happy to be with you these days, and thank you for inviting to your show. Definitely, we face great economical losses right now because Russians are bombing heavily every single infrastructure and factory or civil houses in Ukraine they can find. And it's a great challenge because Russians are not going to stop in Ukraine, and they would like to conquer Europe and maybe go even further. We are very grateful for Congress voting and supporting Lend-Lease for Ukraine. It's the first time since the Second World War this program is in place and back again. And I hope and we believe that with allies' support, starting with the United States, which play a crucial role in this war to support Ukraine against Russia and to support Europe against Russia, we will definitely win. There is no doubt about that. We have right now very heavy fights in the eastern Ukraine, and it's real massacre what we found in northern Kyiv region when Russians tortured hundreds of Ukrainians and killed them. They do the same right now in eastern Ukraine, in Mariupol. But we know that those barbarians should be stopped and will be stopped. There is no doubt about that, because nobody can challenge in 21st century democracy and normal rules of living and dignity. And lastly, what I would like to mention that please take seriously the words of Putin to use nuclear weapons, because this is the last chance for him to survive. And I believe that he really is keen to do so.
And Volodymyr, you touched on this, but we've seen Russia target Ukraine's infrastructure specifically. That's railways and bridges that have been hit by rocket strikes. What are your thoughts on this Russian strategy and how Ukraine can counter it?
They would like to have, instead of Ukraine, burned land, which would be very easy to occupy with some Burats or Chechens or some other guys coming from Russia. They evacuate Ukrainians from Ukraine to make like a no man's land instead of our country. But we fight and we will be able to rebuild everything, taking Russian money. And I also believe that all those money US taxpayers spend right now to support Ukraine for increased prices made by Putin for gas, oil, and all other things should be reimbursed from Russian state budget and Russian taxpayers.
And I know you're joining us from Kyiv. What do you anticipate will happen after this war, if you can even picture that? What will it take to rebuild?
If we talk about the duration, it will take another 5 or 10 years to rebuild. But if we talk about the conditionality, I see no other chance that Ukraine joins NATO and European Union to stabilize the Eastern Europe and to protect Europe from any kind of invasion that could come from the East. Right now, we talk about Russia. Next day, it could be China or somebody else who would like to challenge the West.
Volodymyr, thank you for your time. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Back in the U.S., a new twist in the saga surrounding a small Texas town embroiled in a controversy surrounding race and sex. NBC News has closely been following what's happening at the school district in Southlake, Texas today. That district is under fire again for adding a clause in new employment contracts. NBC News senior investigative reporter Mike Hixenbaugh joins us now.
Hey there. Yeah, your viewers will probably be familiar with this district. It's been in the news quite a bit this year, at the center of the national debate around the way schools talk and teach about racism. Most famously, last fall, when several teachers came forward to report that an administrator in the district had advised them to balance books on the Holocaust with opposing perspectives. Well, this week, 7 months later, teachers discovered a new clause in their employment contracts with the districts that instructed them that basically getting them to agree that they will not disparage, criticize, or defame the district and its employees to the media. And so that led to a lot of outrage among teachers, and First Amendment experts told me that this is likely unconstitutional.
And Mike, how are teachers responding?
Yesterday, I was talking and texting with several of them, and they're upset. They feel like the district is working to silence them, to prevent them from speaking out when they see something that they think is wrong. And they are hoping that the district changes course on this.
Mike Hixenbaugh, thank you. And NBC News has covered this entire story in our award-winning podcast, Southlake. You can download it now wherever you get your podcasts. Now to Harvard. Harvard University is releasing even more information about its past ties to slavery. Earlier this week, we told you about the Ivy League University's new report on itself. It explores how Harvard profited from slavery and examines controversial research by one of the school's scientists in the discredited theory of eugenics. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee, who has been following all of this. Tremaine, hello. The university released more information on its current and historical ties to slavery today. What exactly did we learn?
Clay, after the release of yesterday's report that really, opened the wounds that have been festering at that university for a very long time, today they're holding an all-day symposium called Tell the Truth About All of This, which kind of gathered thinkers and historians and academics from Harvard, but also from other institutions around the country to engage with this idea of the intentionality behind some of the moves made by Harvard University, and how they intentionally benefited from the slave trade and later propagated racist theories and pseudoscience that really helped promote this idea of white supremacy and black inferiority. President Lawrence Bacow kind of doubled down on this idea that now is the time to heal, and that Harvard University has to be a leader in that healing. Let's take a listen.
No one, I would hope, would conclude that Harvard is solely responsible for where this nation finds itself at the moment, or maybe even primarily responsible. But I believe, because of our past, we bear a moral responsibility to act. This is our responsibility to try and shape a better future, to respond to practices which, candidly, we helped to perpetuate, as this report so carefully documents.
A moral obligation, President Lawrence Bacow said, and this gathering today, they hope and believe is just the start of a much, much bigger effort.
And Tremaine, how is Harvard planning to move forward from this?
So, Zinclair, they've already announced this $100 million fund, this legacy fund, where they'll engage and investigate the ongoing kind of structural inequality from racism, the university's role. They're going to have partnerships with HBCUs. They also plan on being very, very intentional about engaging with the descendants of enslaved people and the descendants of enslaved people who come from those people who were actually enslaved on that campus, as the first of many steps that they hope to undertake to, again, engage this idea of healing and repair.
Tremaine Lee, thank you so much. And Tremaine takes a deeper dive into this issue in the latest installment of Into America. Check it out. Ebony and Ivy, thanks so much. And up next, April showers bring Mother's Day flowers. How you can get your mom some nice blossoms without breaking the bank.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
PSA, Mother's Day is right around the corner. Next weekend, actually. Have you ordered your mom flowers yet? If not, prepare for some floral sticker shock when you pay for that bouquet. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders.
The #1 gift for mom on Mother's Day, flowers. And over my shoulder, you can see the Avianca cargo jet just arrived with flowers that were picked about 36 hours ago. They'll be here at Miami International Airport only for a brief period of time, and then they're sent across the country. And if all goes as planned, they'll make their way to a vase on Mother's Day at your mom's house. From carnations and tulips to lilies and lilacs, just about any flower you can imagine is arriving here at Miami International Airport to help fill those Mother's Day orders.
This is our busiest time of the year. We probably, on a typical Mother's Day rush, process 1 billion cut flower stems. And this year is predicted to be even more than that.
Crews are now working around the clock to unload all these fresh-cut flowers from countries like Colombia and Ecuador.
Flowers are MIA's largest commodity in weight and the 5th largest in value. That means that flowers are supremely important for us, and we are considered the flower gateway for the Americas.
More than 300,000 stems are arriving here daily in preparation for Mother's Day, triple the amount that usually comes in. And they're projecting a 10% increase in flower shipments this Mother's Day season compared to 2021. Now it's a race against the clock as all those blooms are unpacked, repacked, and shipped all over the country to local distributors. But prices for flowers have increased in the last few years because of the pandemic, supply chain issues, and environmental problems like poor weather conditions impacting growers. Perry's Florist in Miami has been in business for 85 years and says lately finding inventory has been challenging.
Sometimes I'm unable to provide a specific flower, a certain color, or things like that, but I try to do my best and explain to them in advance I'm going to do what I can with what we have.
According to experts, sales are not slowing. Flowers will make up a staggering 80% of Mother's Day's gifts in the U.S. And of those, the majority will be floral bouquets, 63%.
The beauty of flowers and plants is that really, regardless of your budget, there's something out there for you.
If you're looking to get some beautiful blooms from Mom that won't break the bank, experts say talk to your local florist.
Tell your florist what your budget is and say, these are my favorite colors, or these are this mother's favorite flowers, and here's my budget, here's what I want to spend, and they'll make it happen.
It's awfully cold here in the cooler at the airport. You can see the boxes of flowers arriving. Avianca Cargo says they're up about 40% compared to last year, but even when you're buying Mom's flowers, don't expect to get a deal. Prices are expected to be up. And these flowers, they're going to go everywhere, even all the way to Mom's in Alaska.
Thanks to Carrie Sanders for that report. And now a story for all you dog lovers out there. Listen up and prepare to question everything you thought you knew about dogs. A new study is revealing that a dog's breed actually has very little to do with its personality. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz takes a closer look at this nature versus nurture debate.
Hey there, yeah, if you did all kinds of research on different dog breeds trying to figure out which might be the best fit for your family, well, this new study kind of suggests you might as well have been chasing your own tail, because scientists now say breed doesn't really have that big of a bearing on the personality of your pup.
They're stereotypes that are a little rough to shake off. Marley and Me's loving lab, the loyal lassie, or Legally Blonde's little chic chihuahua.
Hi, I'm Elle Woods, and this is Breezer Woods, and we're both Gemini vegetarians.
But a new study looking at over 18,000 dog owner surveys and DNA sequencing of over 2,000 of those dogs suggests you can't judge a pup by its breed.
You shouldn't be putting all of these expectations on a dog just based on what its breed is.
It's almost like don't be a breedist.
I wasn't going to go there, but you can.
Dr. Eleanor Carlson is a geneticist at the University of Massachusetts Chan Medical School, and her team found breed type only accounts for 9% of canine behavior, and factors like sex, age, and environment have a stronger pull on dog personality, which might explain why even big dogs want to be loved like the little ones.
That almost sounds a lot like the dog version of nature versus nurture.
And we say this percentage of it seems to have something to do with genetics, and then we call everything else environment. And so the best we can really say based on our data is that it doesn't seem like there's a big genetic contribution.
So we had to do a doggy beach outside of LA and found two chihuahuas, Tooth and Bean, that couldn't have been more different. Their owners say the study makes sense to them.
Each dog is an individual just like humans are.
And then we met this very good girl, California, who stole the show with her tricks.
Good girl, Callie, come.
Do you think there's a big difference between different breeds of dogs?
I think so. Like, I found that my golden is really mellow.
But California's cousin Maverick definitely lived up to the name.
So we thought he'd be very similar because, like, you know, goldens, but he's Crazy.
Scientists say the reason, at the end of the day, even though they look different, dogs are all really the same species, and most modern-day breeds only date back 150 years, a blink of an eye on the evolutionary timeline. And now new findings to give us pause about the way we think of our best four-legged friends.
Okay, and full disclosure on a question we had as well. We wanted to know too, does Dr. Carlson have any dogs? Turns out she is a cat person. She says she has 3 cats. She's actually never owned a dog in her life, but she also points out that makes her even more objective in all of that research. And she also made sure that there were dog people on the team. So there's that. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Gotti. And up next, a controversial issue over slave trade is unfolding overseas. Why one country's president is demanding an apology from the royal family.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Breaking news this hour, tennis legend Boris Becker now sentenced to 2.5 years in prison by a London court for hiding his assets in a bankruptcy case. The 6-time Grand Slam champion hid hundreds of thousands of pounds after he had already declared bankruptcy. The judge said he showed, quote, no remorse or acceptance of guilt. Becker had been previously convicted of tax evasion in Germany back in 2002. New violence between Israelis and Palestinians in Jerusalem. And Kenya pays their tributes to a former president. Let's go around the world now in 60 seconds.
Israel, where tensions continue to erupt. Israeli police fired stun grenades as Palestinians hurled rocks. It occurred at Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque. Israeli police say they intervened after Palestinians began throwing rocks toward the Western Wall, a holy site where Jewish worshippers gather. At least 42 Palestinians were injured. Peru, where police evicted 700 indigenous protesters from a copper mine using tear gas and riot shields. The protesters from the Fuerabamba community say the Chinese company that built the mine promised them new land in exchange for building it on their ancestral land. But the new land never came. And Kenya, where the nation paid their respects to former President Mwai Kibaki. Kibaki passed away last week at the age of 90. Kibaki was re-elected in a disputed 2007 election, which sparked ethnic violence. He received international praise for rewriting Kenya's constitution and including progressive human rights provisions. And that's the world now.
And in Guyana, the president is calling for an apology. He wants the British government and royal family to say sorry for their role in the Caribbean slave trade. Sky News correspondent Shaman Freeman Powell has the story.
A royal tour intended to promote the Platinum Jubilee. But for some, it served as a reminder of a painful colonial past. And as far as the president of Guyana is concerned, it's time to say sorry.
I think an apology is needed. This was one of the greatest atrocities in human history. And those who suffered in this atrocity are persons from the region, a lot of persons from the Caribbean region. And that suffering was not only immense, it was generational. And a lot of wealth was derived from the suffering, a lot of benefits was derived from the suffering.
The slave trade was once backed by both Parliament and the royal family until it was abolished in the 1830s. What was once the Empire became the Commonwealth. And just last month, its future king addressed the sins of his family's past, but was criticised for falling short of an apology.
I want to express my profound sorrow. Slavery was abhorrent, and it should never have happened.
The royal tours were intended to strengthen the links between the UK and the Caribbean, but it seems they may have weakened them, with many announcing plans to become a republic before calling for compensation. Guyana made this move in the 70s and say sometimes a reset is needed.
It is not cutting links, it is renewing yourself on this new path that understands the history, but are saying now, listen, we are on our own path, and in this path we are equals, and we are going to strengthen our relationship with you, but you know, this is the way we're going to advance.
The royals and the Brits in general are still highly regarded across the Caribbean. But it's clear that there is a momentum for real change, and the Caribbean are no longer asking for it. It's being demanded.
Thanks for being with us this hour. I'm Zinclea Samoa. The news continues right now.
Hey everybody, I'm Yasmin Dasugian in for Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here is what's happening. Killed in action, a former U.S. Marine dies fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. His family's effort to find his body. A legacy of slavery, Harvard's history with enslaved people detailed in a new report. How the heralded university plans to address its past sins. And DC's Nerd Prom is back after a 2-year hiatus. We got your preview of the politics and punchlines at this weekend's White House Correspondents' Dinner. Hi, everybody. Good to see you. We start today on Capitol Hill, where the dispute over immigration is delaying progress over two top Biden administration priorities, Ukraine aid and COVID relief. Here's how Speaker Nancy Pelosi earlier today said it on getting Ukraine aid and COVID funding passed.
On the Ukraine bill here, obviously there's talk about maybe putting the COVID money in. You say there hasn't been a decision made about.
Well, I'm all for that. I think it's very important. We have emergencies here. We need to have the COVID money, and we need time is of the essence because We need the Ukraine money. We need the COVID money. So I would hope that we can do that.
All right, let's talk more about this. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins me now from the Hill. Ali, it's good to see you, as always. Talk to me here, because we just heard from Pelosi obviously saying, look, listen, we want to get these things passed simultaneously together. How are Republicans reacting to that?
Yeah, Yasmin, good to be with you. So this is something that all lawmakers on Capitol Hill agree on, the fact that there is more aid needed in Ukraine from America. And despite that, there is still disagreements over how exactly to get this passed and done. But one thing lawmakers do agree on is the fact that it needs to be done as soon as possible. Take a listen to what GOP Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski had to say about this today.
It looks like we don't have that sound, Ali, but I can just read for folks what she said, a quote from what she said, which was, we need to get Ukraine taken care of, and that has to be a priority. We need to have a priority on getting the Ukraine assistance out. Let's not slow things down.
That's right. And Democrats want this to be linked to a $10 billion COVID aid package that the Senate already negotiated last month. But the controversy here is whether to attach these two. Republicans are saying if they are attached, this COVID aid package and Ukraine aid package, they will demand a vote on Title 42 and immigration reform. This is something that Democrats have been avoiding up until this point because there isn't a general consensus among Democrats in agreement for Title 42. There are several Democrats in key elections in the midterms that aren't backing the Biden administration's decision to drop Title 42 next month. So there's a lot of back and forth over whether to do this. Take a listen to what Representative Pramila Jayapal had to say about this today.
Republicans have blocked COVID aid before, and so both of them are urgent. We urgently need to provide this aid to Ukraine, and the money has run out for vaccines and testings for Americans here at home. So that's why we need to make sure we do both of them urgently, and whatever way we can get them both done quickly. This is a negotiation that usually happens between the majority leader, the speaker, and the minority leader. So let's see what happens here, but we're ready.
Fair.
Democrats are ready to vote both those through right away. It's the Republicans that have been the problem.
So again, lots of back and forth between Democrats and Republicans on what the best way forward would be. But despite all that, there is consensus in agreement that there is an aid that needs to be sent to Ukraine. Yasmin.
Hey, Ali, while I have you, I want to talk about the president speaking with his counterpart in Mexico, President López Obrador. What did the two talk about today?
So we heard from some senior Biden administration officials who told us that these two discussed the war in Ukraine on this phone call, its impact on the global economy, challenges ranging from climate change to inequality. They also specifically talked about Title 42, and I'm going to read a quote here from these Biden administration officials about this call. They said, quote, "We have been working in close partnership with Mexico to manage, mitigate, and reduce irregular migration, especially as we plan together for the end of the use of Title 42 authority in late May." So despite controversy from Democrats and Republicans on Capitol Hill over support on dropping Title 42, it seems that the Biden administration is going forward with those plans. Yasmin.
Ali Rafa for us. Thank you, Ali. Great to talk to you today. Appreciate it. All right, Ukrainian police saying Russian strikes hit the eastern Donetsk region 11 times in the past day alone, leaving at least 3 people dead and 6 injured. This is happening as Western officials warn the Kremlin is expanding its offensive in the area. Clint Watts is following this for us, NBC News national security analyst and distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, joining me now. Clint, as always, my friend, it's great to see you. Bring us up to speed specifically on where we are seeing this heavy fighting happening in the Donetsk region.
Yeah, so what's interesting is the Russians have essentially said it's time, and what you can see across the entire, what they call the line of contact, essentially where Russian and Ukrainian forces meet in eastern Ukraine, you're seeing massive artillery and missile strikes. Now you're starting to see it in Donetsk. Donetsk is in the southern part of that region of Donbass. It is also juxtaposed against Mariupol. There's a corridor there. And this isn't surprising because over the last week, as Mariupol has essentially been surrounded, and Vladimir Putin has declared victory. Even though they're still fighting their steel factory, you're seeing them reposition forces north. This is what was expected from the beginning. At the same point, you can see that in the east, the Russians still struggling. Lots of artillery, lots of missile fire that's meant to weaken Ukrainian defenses, but they are not advancing very far. And so I think the question is, as they build up that compower, as they continue to lay siege on Ukrainian positions, will they start to march forward? The only other significant thing since yesterday is you did have some Russian counterattacks down in Kherson in the south. That's a place where they had previously lost ground to the Ukrainians. You did see some of that today, but still not significant and not overwhelming.
Hey, Clint, talk to me about what you feel as if is kind of the major Russian kind of offensive here. And what I mean by this is, are the Russians essentially trying to cut off the south and the east region in Ukraine from the rest of the country?
They're definitely trying to. I think the question is whether they can. One of the axes that they've been pushing a lot of the combat power from Kyiv on is Izium. That's coming out of Kharkiv, heading directly south, at the same time pushing from Donetsk directly north and west. Their idea would be to essentially connect those two groups, break through Ukrainian defenses, and essentially surround the Ukrainian forces that are further to the east in the Donbass. If they're successful at that, it'd be very difficult for Ukraine to recover that territory, because they would essentially have their troops surrounded. Separately, though, on that Izium fight, heading out of Kharkiv, they've really struggled. The Russians have struggled to the point where talking, there's suggestion today that the chief of their entire army, Gerasimov, who's a very famous Russian general, would personally take command of that force that's coming out of the Izium. I think he's seen that they're just not going as fast as they hope. It's not what they expected. And remember, they wanted to have kind of a May Day celebration, essentially to show that they had broke out and won this victory or claimed something. And they definitely don't have anything to claim in the East at this point.
Let me just ask you quickly here, Clint, before I let you go. And that is, what do you think Russia's trying to achieve here, essentially, by hitting areas essentially outside of Kyiv, continuing to do that kind of thing?
I think several goals. One is in terms of logistics and resupply. They don't want the Ukrainians to have just a smooth resupply, particularly with all these Western weapons moving in. Separately, they want the country to still feel under shock and disabled, and that it's in a state of war. They don't want Ukrainians to be moving fluidly and safely. They want Ukrainians across the country to feel as if they're unsafe, that they have to move slower, be more timid. And the last part is the logistics. That's the rail stations that we saw attacked over the last week. If they can knock out those rail stations, that would really slow down both personnel coming into the country, personnel going out of the country, but most importantly, a lot of that Western weaponry that's moving in from Poland.
So part of it is psychological offensive, which is fascinating thinking about during this wartime era. Clint Watts, as always, we appreciate your analysis on this, my friend. Great to see you. All right, an American citizen reportedly killed in Ukraine. Former Marine Willie Joseph Cancel dying on Monday while fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. The 22-year-old's family confirming his death to CNN. NBC News has also reached out to his family, but has not received independent verification as of yet. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Zaporizhzhia, Ukraine, covering this for us. Matt, as always, it's good to see you. So we're getting a statement from the State Department released earlier today saying this: the State Department is aware of reports of the death of former U.S. Marine Willie Joseph Cancel, but is not offering further confirmation at this time. What do you know from your reporting and what you've been gleaning from the situation there, Matt?
Well, we don't know much about this death. We don't have any idea of what actually happened to him, but he was a contractor, which means he could have been doing just about anything here. He could have been a driver. He could have been emptying latrines. He could have been fighting. He could have been, essentially a mercenary. But it sounds as though he was here in Ukraine and he was doing paid work. So he wasn't a volunteer necessarily. He was enlisted as an employee of a company, and he was getting paid to do this. Now, and I don't mean to say that to diminish the bravery or the valor of dying in this country, fighting the Russians or anything like that. But that is an important detail, and it is an important distinction to make. Again, we don't have any details on how this man died, but that's something that, that's something that the Ukrainians would have to provide us with, because at this point, there's just so much fog of war around this and the circumstances around this death.
Okay, I want to talk about some of the strikes that we've been seeing happening overnight. I just mentioned some of them to Clint Watts as we were just speaking, specifically when it comes to the strikes surrounding Kyiv. I know the mayor of Kyiv, the capital city, saying at least one person was killed overnight by Russian missile strikes there. This attack coincided with the UN Secretary General meeting with President Zelensky. What do we know about this situation and what the Russians were trying to accomplish?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm hearing, and again, I don't have solid confirmation, but it sounds like the only death in those twin strikes was the death of a journalist who was just living in one of those buildings. It was a residential area. And, you know, this is, again, when we're talking about the presence of a very high-level diplomatic official like Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, it kind of dovetails with what we saw over the weekend when we saw the visit of those two cabinet officials from the U.S., Lloyd Austin, the defense secretary, and Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State. And remember when that happened, there wasn't a bombing or wasn't an airstrike near to where those two men were. Their visit was not broadcast, and it was told about, it was discussed beforehand, but we didn't have cameras trailing them as they went through Kyiv. But, you know, remember that during that visit, the Russians struck railway stations, railway sort of infrastructure. And those two men traveled into the country and out of the country via railway. So one could be forgiven for thinking that the Russians are deliberately putting these high-level officials, these two from the U.S. and one from the United Nations, on notice, maybe deliberately trying to scare them or possibly trying to embarrass them, or at least reminding them that they are within range of the Russian war machine if they decide to take the risk and go to visit Kyiv. You know, these visits by high-level officials, we saw Boris Johnson just a couple of weeks ago walking through the streets of Kyiv with President Zelensky by his side. Didn't seem to be wearing body armor or anything. Didn't seem to be surrounded by military presence. So, you know, this is the kind of thing that when, you know, people see this from Moscow, when Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin see this, they're probably gritting their teeth. So, I mean, we are left to wonder, why would you choose these targets in these places during these particular visits? It's up to you.
I want to,
you know, it seems to me as though there is a bit of a message there.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. Talk to me about Mariupol. Right, there has been this constant fight over Mariupol. It seems as if Russians have now declared that they are in charge of Mariupol. They are in control of Mariupol. That being said, there is still intense fighting happening. There are Ukrainians still trapped in the steel plant. There has been an intensified attack there, and there is a plan to get the Ukrainians that are in that steel plant out to safety. What do we know?
Yeah, we don't know anything more about that plan. That was something that, as I just mentioned, Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, he had talked about that on Thursday. We heard about it from President Zelensky the following day, but he didn't give details. This seems to be sort of a wish list rather than something that's actually actionable. Got it. Because we did hear from the Kremlin that if there was to be an effort to try to get these civilians, and there could be hundreds of them. I spoke with a fighter who was in the plant just a couple of hours ago, and he said that there are hundreds of civilians there, some of them injured. Many of them are children. If there is an effort to get them out, the Kremlin has said, yeah, you can get them out, but that would require all those soldiers giving up their weapons, that this would be a surrender. It wouldn't be a rescue operation. It wouldn't be an extraction. The soldiers would have to give up and yield and forfeit control of the plant and then give up the civilians along with them. And we've seen a lot of civilians from Mariupol. They are filtered out, and instead of being sent on these humanitarian corridors into where I am here in Zaporizhia or other destinations in western Ukraine, they are sent into Russia. That is a less than desirable destination for people who have been fighting the Russians. So it is a very complicated circumstance. They are pushing to fight until the end. And at the same time, they are surrounded by civilians. And these soldiers, when I spoke with this one just a couple of hours ago, he was just filled with grit and ready to fight until the end. And the idea that these civilians would leave on their own accord, that didn't seem to be something that he had necessarily considered. It seems as though those civilians might have that same steely attitude as he did. Yasmin?
I want to hear about this dance teacher, Matt, that you spoke to in Zaporizhia, who successfully helped get students, their families, out of Mariupol. What did that look like? How did that go? What did he tell you?
Yeah, well, we just met. We met actually not here where I am in Zaporizhia, but in Dnipro, which is about an hour away. And it was a great interview. You know, we sat down. The guy is very slick, spoke great English. And, you know, he's one of these people who you meet constantly. And I've been reporting here in Ukraine for months and months. You know, you just see ordinary people doing extraordinary things. And I think if this were happening in America, we'd see this too. People stepping up and doing things that they might not even thought that they would ever do, because they just have to, and because they're haunted by guilt, because they just feel as though they can't abandon people that they love. So this man, you know, he's a dance instructor, and I got to say, ballroom dancing here is something that kids just do all the time. It's like soccer practice. A lot of young kids and a lot of grown-ups love to ballroom dance. When we were at a hotel a couple of months ago, we saw a huge competition with tons of kids, boys and girls. So this man is a busy man. He teaches a lot of kids. And he decided, after he fled Mariupol, which is a hellscape, by the way, it is a horrible humanitarian crisis, he left, and then he decided, I can't leave my kids. So he drove back in, using the same van that he had used earlier to ferry his kids to dancing competitions. And he went back in not once, not twice, but as many as 9 or 10 times.
Wow.
And here's what he told us.
This is the first my students, and they grew up with me, and all our school grew up. We made it together.
So Yasmin, yeah, is Nazar the bravest man in Ukraine? I don't know, probably not. But he definitely is an exemplary story, is just another little story of which there are hundreds of thousands in this country. And I'd love to go around and just document them all.
It speaks to the Ukrainian people, their resolve, wanting to make sure they can get as many people to safety as possible. Their students, the people that they love, the people that they teach every single day. I love that. Matt Bradley, thanks for bringing that to us. I appreciate it.
It really does.
All right, everybody, after a 2-year hiatus, the White House Correspondents' Dinner is back. It's the reason I'm in D.C. today. Coming up, a look at past presidential rows, plus what to expect at this year's event. We'll be right back.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
All right, let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eglin. She is following the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. As always, Maya, it's great to see you. Take us through it.
Great to see you, too. So we start in North Carolina, where a soldier was killed in a military vehicle accident at Fort Bragg. 3 others were also injured. Details and the names of the soldiers were not immediately available. Ford recalling more than 250,000 Explorer SUVs because they can roll away while in park. The recall applies to some models made from 2020 to 2022. The company says no crashes or injuries have been reported. Residents in Shanghai banging pots and pans out of windows Thursday night in protest of the almost month-long COVID lockdown. China has implemented a zero-tolerance strategy to keep cases low. Airbnb announcing it will go remote optional forever. In an email to employees, the company says the policy would allow people to live and work anywhere and also expand its talent pool of workers. And an unofficial world marathon record has been set in Arizona. Jackie Hunt-Baruchma, who lost part of her left leg to a rare cancer, finished 102 marathons in 102 days, and she'll be running 2 more by Saturday for a total of 104. Yasmin, back to you.
Anybody who is complaining about running a mile or going for a jog, just listen to that inspirational story.
Absolutely.
And that'll get your spirits up. And no, you have some work to do. That is incredible, Maya Eglin. Thank you. All right, everybody, journalists, politicians, celebrities, they're going to be rubbing shoulders this weekend in Washington, D.C. The annual White House Correspondents' Dinner is going to be held Saturday, hosted by The Daily Show's Trevor Noah, and will include remarks by the president, the first time a president has appeared at the event since 2016. Here's a look back at some of the laughs and controversies from dinners past.
The president's schedule is just as busy as ever. He's just doing different things.
One more for the road. You'd never know it. But, buddy, I'm a con.
I said to him the other day, George, if you really want to end tyranny in the world, you're going to have to stay up later. 9 o'clock. Mr. Excitement here, sound asleep. And I'm watching Desperate Housewives.
All kidding aside, obviously we all know about your credentials and breadth of experience. For example, no, seriously, just recently in an episode of Celebrity Apprentice at the steakhouse, the men's cooking team did not impress the judges from Omaha Steaks. And there was a lot of blame to go around, but you, Mr. Trump, recognized that the real problem was a lack of leadership. And so ultimately you didn't blame Little John or Meatloaf. You fired Gary Busey. And these are the kind of decisions that would keep me up at night. That's why I invited Luther, my anger translator, to join me here tonight. In our fast-changing world, traditions like the White House Correspondents' Dinner are important.
I mean, really? What is this dinner? And why am I required to come to it?
And with that, I just have 2 more words to say. Obama out.
That was some good stuff. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is joining me now. I'm in D.C., Josh. Where are you right now? Why aren't you sitting next to me on set? Because I'm here for the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and I should see you in person. And for some reason, you're probably next door to me right now. That being said, we can take that up another time. Let's talk about this event, right? Because you have all these people in town. Everybody's excited. It feels like it's a return to normal. But COVID's still here. You know, you're still having to get tested. You're still having to take precautions. You think about the gridiron dinner that happened just a couple of weeks ago. 80 people, I believe, tested positive after that gridiron dinner. It seemed like somewhat of a super spreader event. How are things going to remain safe this time around?
Well, that gridiron dinner, which really did spread COVID to so many people, including cabinet secretaries, senior journalists, top government officials, has a lot of people concerned heading into this dinner, Yasmin. And in fact, we saw that Dr. Anthony Fauci, who was planning to attend the dinner, he has recently decided he doesn't feel comfortable with going ahead with it, which is one indication of, you know, the personal decisions some people are making. Now, the White House Correspondents Association is doing everything they can to try to make this as safe an event as possible. And so everyone who is attending, including you, including me, are going to have to get a COVID test within 24 hours of showing up at that event. Of course, it'll have to be negative. We also have to provide documentation that we are fully vaccinated against COVID-19. And then, of course, they will be promoting social distancing, providing hand sanitizer, all of those basic things that we know to do to lower transmission. And when it comes to President Biden, the White House made the decision that they are comfortable with him going, but they say that they are going to limit the amount of time that President Biden spends there. So while traditionally the president would go and be part of a reception beforehand, shake hands, take photos, all of that, we are expecting a much more limited participation from President Biden this year.
I got to tell you, I feel like I've been tested about 3 times in the last couple hours. So it's just the ramp up. I'm probably going to get tested 10 more times between now and when we actually attend the event. You think about the attendance of the event from the president, as you just mentioned. A president has not attended this event since 2016. As we know, Trump was infamously adversarial with the press. But there has been a lot of criticism, and rightly so, about the relationship between kind of the Beltway reporters and politicians, the cozy relationship. Why did the White House Correspondents Association decide to restart this tradition?
Well, it was very important for the Correspondents' Dinner to be able to resume having the dinner because it really is the keynote event dedicated to lifting up the First Amendment, to defending the role that a free and adversarial media plays in keeping our government accountable here in Washington and around the country. And you're right, the fact that former President Trump, he did not go to the dinners during his years in office, you know, was definitely a shift here in Washington. People are glad that the president is attending and is going to be, you know, paying his own tribute to the role that a free media plays. And beyond that, I mean, you're right. There are some who question, you know, whether this kind of an event at least creates the appearance of too much coziness between the press and the people we cover. But I think the flip side to that is we are often in, as I said, an adversarial relationship with the people who we are trying to hold their feet to the fire. There are not often in a town that has a lot of partisanship, a lot of acrimony sometimes, that many opportunities to be able to really get to know each other, to be able to have social moments that help smooth the working relationships, which is really can be important to a functioning democracy as well.
All right, Josh Letterman, I'll see you later, friend. Thank you.
Thanks, Yasmin.
All right, ESPN anchor Sage Steele is suing the network. Steele alleging ESPN sidelined her over comments that she made about the company's COVID vaccine mandate and President Obama's race, violating her right to free speech. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah has more on the lawsuit.
Welcome to another live edition of SportsCenter alongside Matt Berry. I'm Sage Steele.
She's one of ESPN's biggest stars, anchoring its flagship broadcast. Now she's hit the network with a big lawsuit.
I respect everyone's decision. I really do. Yeah. But to mandate it is sick. And it's scary to me in many ways.
Steele, who says she's vaccinated, discussed her COVID views on former NFL quarterback Jay Cutler's podcast back in 2021. Steele brought up comments about her biracial identity, then called out President Obama.
Barack Obama chose black and he's biracial. I'm like, well, congratulations to the president. That's his thing. I think that's fascinating considering his black dad was nowhere to be found, but his white mom and grandma raised him. But hey, you do you.
That interview, Steele says, led to retaliation for her remarks.
It's a little off to see someone who's been there for a while, has been developing and coming along, taking on the network at this point in her career.
By early October, ESPN responded, pulling Steele off the air temporarily, saying conversations with the anchor would remain private. Now she's suing for damages and alleged violations of her civil rights. The lawsuit says her employer continued to punish Steele by removing her from prime assignments and bowed to groupthink and forced Steele to publicly apologize and suspended her for a period of time in October 2021.
When it comes to free speech, what is protected in the workplace?
She works for a private company, and that private company can make employment-based decisions based on what she says.
Kevin Goldberg is the First Amendment specialist at the Freedom Forum in Washington, D.C.
The First Amendment itself, as a constitutional right, only restricts the actions of government in silencing people.
The lawsuit says Connecticut law prohibits private employers from disciplining their employees for engaging in constitutionally protected speech in or outside the workplace.
She has a much stronger case in Connecticut than she would at the federal level.
In response to the allegations, ESPN says Sage remains a valued contributor on some of ESPN's highest profile content, including the recent Masters telecasts and anchoring our noon sports center, also denying the company ever suspended Steele.
We're living in a time when people have their own personal social media pages. They have many opinions and often want to vocalize them. Is this mode of operation still working in the year 2022?
I don't think we want big companies to be acting that quickly. We want more speech, not less. We hope that she's sparking a public conversation. That is what the First Amendment and free speech as a matter of policy are all about.
And Zinkley is joining me now. Zinkley, thanks for joining us on this. Talk to me about this lawsuit. What is Steele hoping to get from it?
Yeah, and this is a big deal, Yasmin, right? She is one of the biggest anchors for ESPN, and her lawsuit says she's seeking punitive and compensatory damages due to lost revenue and lost business opportunities. For example, her team actually points out that in February, just a few months ago, Steele submitted a complaint to Human Resources, and soon after, she was then offered the chance to co-anchor the Masters. They say the company's response was, in their words, a scheme. Of course, the company continues to deny the allegations, but it's a lot of back and forth, Yasmin.
There has been, Zinkley, a lot of discussion about free speech in media, especially as you think about Elon Musk buying Twitter, of course, and claiming, as he says, to defend free speech, particularly when it comes to conservative voices and propping them up. Talk about kind of the broader implications of all this.
Right. So I spoke with a First Amendment specialist about this very question, right? Kevin Goldberg works for the Freedom Forum, and he says the reality is when you work for a private company, that private company can make employment-based decision based on what you say. But he does point out that the First Amendment itself, as a constitutional right when it comes to free speech, only restricts the actions of governments in silencing people. So that said, in this specific lawsuit, Steele is claiming that ESPN violated Connecticut law, and that state does have stricter laws when it comes to free speech. But overall, depending on how this plays out, it could have big implications for other employees who may want to push back on speech restrictions or guidelines, or, as you referenced, people wanting to push back on limitations based on political ideology, Yasmin. So a lot to unpack and definitely a lawsuit to follow.
A lawsuit to follow, absolutely. Zinkley, thank you so much. Great to talk to you.
Thank you.
All right, she told her Christian college that she was raped. Then she was banned from campus, banned from school. NBC News' Tyler Kincaid reporting on a new federal complaint that says Visible Music College gave a student a choice: admit to breaking the school's ban on premarital sex or be expelled. And Tyler is joining me now. Tyler, this is unbelievable, I have to say, this story and the way that it is developed. So I want you to kind of flesh it out for us. Okay, I think we have some audio issues from Tyler. We're going to try and get that fixed because we do need to talk about this issue in that it is unbelievable to hear about a college, a university would make a woman make that decision. So we'll try and get back to it. For now, Harvard University making amends. It plans to repair the damage done by its legacy of slavery. That's coming up.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to try this again. So she told her Christian college that she was raped, and then she was actually banned from campus. NBC News' Tyler Kincaid is reporting on a new federal complaint that says Visible Music College gave a student a choice: admit to breaking the school's ban on premarital sex or be expelled. And Tyler is joining me now. Tyler, I really want to dig into this because it is kind of insane to me that this actually went on and that this poor woman is having to deal with all of this, especially after what she's been through. You spoke to the young lady who was a senior at Visible Music College at the time of the alleged sexual assault. What did she tell you?
Right. So this woman, Mara, she says that a male classmate raped and choked her at her apartment last November. And this college is very small. It only has one building. So she reported it not only to police, but to the college, hoping that they'd help keep him away from her and other students. But she says that the college officials became more focused on a tip that she had consensual sex with someone else around the same time, and told her that she'd have to finish the rest of her degree online for breaking school rules. Meanwhile, they declined to investigate or take action over the alleged sexual assault that she said she endured.
So I guess the federal complaint alleges this, quote, Visible has retaliated against Mara in numerous ways. Instead of investigating the rape and providing support to Mara, Visible punished Mara for coming forward. What's the college saying?
Right. Well, they're not really saying a lot to us. They said that they'll cooperate if the feds decide to investigate how they handled this case. But one of the reasons they gave Mara for why they wouldn't take action on her rape allegation is because the incident happened off campus, and they cited Trump-era Title IX regulations that obligated them to dismiss it. But they also said to her that they considered the accused student innocent because police didn't arrest and charge him.
Talk about the investigations for me.
Yeah, so basically, if the Department of Education does investigate, which it's very likely they will, basically they'd look into whether the college retaliated against Mara when she made her rape report, which would potentially violate Title IX, and then whether they filed a separate law, Clery Act, that requires providing assistance to students who report sexual assault. These investigations will look at a lot of things, but they will take months or even years, Yasmin. But they could, in the end, result in hefty fines against the school if they did indeed violate federal law.
Thank you for following this incredibly important story for us, Tyler Kincaid. Appreciate it. All right, Harvard University confronting its legacy of slavery.
You have my pledge that we will marshal this institution's resources, our intellectual resources, our reputational resources, and yes, our financial resources, to try and help repair the damage that slavery was caused by slavery and its legacy.
All right, so the university is planning to roll out and address its historical and current ties to enslaved people. It follows a report produced by a team of faculty and students detailing the school's links to slavery, dating back to its founding in the 17th century. With me now is NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee, who's been following this for us. Tremaine, it's great to have you in studio. Great to see you in person, my friend. I know that you spent some time at the Harvard Kennedy School as a fellow there. And you have been studying specifically what it is like to be Black at Harvard, a Black student at Harvard. What did you find? What did you hear in that symposium today?
Today was really the next step in, following that bombshell report that really laid bare just how entangled and entwined the legacy of slavery is with Harvard itself. Even its deep financial ties. They have an endowment of $53 billion. Wow. A lot of that early money came from benefactors who made money off the slave trade, buying and selling human beings. Wow. And so the announcement of this report, a $100 million fund to engage with the legacy of slavery, but also to try to make amends in creating academic opportunities for the descendants of enslaved people. And today's symposium was tell all the truth. Right, tell the truth about what happened here. So they had great thinkers like Henry Louis Gates, Ruth Simmons, a bunch of academics to come together and not only speak to the institutional entanglement of Harvard, but how higher education and universities and colleges all across this country not only benefited from enslavement, but also propagated and propelled pseudo-racial science and a bunch of kind of just false sciences that maintained and codified, white supremacy and Black inferiority.
Harvard is a leader in education, as we well know, and they've been in the headlines on numerous occasions when it comes to their admissions process, their diversity. How are students reacting now to the university trying to make amends?
So there's an organization formed of generational African-American students, and they call themselves generational because they are the descendants of enslaved people. On that campus, the majority of Black people there are not descendants of enslaved people. The vast majority are immigrants, Black immigrants from Africa or the Caribbean. So this group of students has been pushing the university to do more and to make amends. But I also want to get back to kind of the point of what Harvard is trying to do to reach out to these students. Yeah. And if we could play a clip of President Lawrence Bacow, he talked about the moral dilemma that they're in, and they have to confront their past head on. If we could take a listen.
No one, I would hope, would conclude that Harvard is solely responsible for where this nation finds itself at the moment, or maybe even primarily responsible. But I believe, because of our past, we bear a moral responsibility to act. This is our responsibility to try and shape a better future, to respond to practices which, candidly, we helped to perpetuate, as this report so carefully documents.
I gotta say, that's quite an admission.
A moral responsibility to act, to do something. I mean, that's a big deal for any American institution, let alone Harvard University.
Yeah, absolutely. What else do these descendants want to see done to see implemented?
The one thing that they brought up was this idea that there's been no talk of direct reparations, right? So what we're doing is we follow the breadcrumbs back. We see actual harm. One thing in this report that I find notable is that they actually named the names of those who were enslaved on this campus, who were owned by professors and presidents and who served generations of students at Harvard. And so I'd imagine now when we talk about that idea of reparations and pointing back to actual real harm, to actual real individuals, that's what these families want next.
Can I ask you a question? Do you know if they had to get permission from the descendants of the family members that owned slaves in order to publish the names of those individuals?
I don't know if they've gotten that far yet. That's a great question, because we know, at least in one case, there were some enslaved people who had their photographs taken, and these families have been in a legal fight with Harvard to get those photographs back. So they know at least some of the descendants, but some of these people only had one name, Venus or Titus or the Moor or the Spaniard, right? So I think that kind of research and investigation, this is just the beginning.
You can't help but wonder, especially as kind of Harvard is leading in the field of education, if others will then subsequently follow, seeing what Harvard is doing and admitting to.
That's right.
As they did just there. Tremaine Lee, as always, thank you. Great to see you.
Thank you.
All right, in Texas, everybody, Southlake teachers are being asked to sign non-disparagement agreements, banning them from criticizing the school district, while legal experts argue it is a violation of their First Amendment right. NBC News Senior Digital investigative reporter Mike Hickson-Bow is joining me now. Mike, good to see you. So what exactly is in this NDA for teachers, and how did this come about?
Yeah, so this week, teachers opened up their annual employment contracts and discovered a new clause in there that said non-disparagement. You agree to not disparage, criticize, or defame the district and its employees or officials to the media. And the important context to keep in mind here is that Southlake, the school district in Southlake, has been at the center of the nation's fight over how we teach and talk about race and racism in schools. It's been in the news quite a bit, culminating last fall when 6 teachers at Carroll came forward to the media confidentially and shared their concerns about an administrator who had given advice to teachers to balance books on the Holocaust with ones that showed the opposing perspectives. That turned into a huge national, international controversy. And this decision to now put non-disparagement language in teacher contracts comes 7 months after that.
Talking about the teachers, the unions, how they're reacting, speaking out about this.
Yeah, even though there's a new clause in their contract saying they can't talk to me, several of the teachers were reaching out to me from school yesterday, telling me that they were upset, that they felt like this was, an attack on their First Amendment rights of free speech, made them feel like this is a district where they can't come forward and speak out about problems in a government-run institution. And the teacher union representative in Texas named Clay Robinson told me that this seems designed to protect districts from embarrassment over mistakes. And so there's a lot of blowback right now coming from teachers and First Amendment groups and labor law lawyers, even who I spoke to, who told me it's not even close. There's longstanding Supreme Court precedent that says that public government employees and public school employees have a First Amendment right to criticize their government, even if it's their employer.
So are they getting a response from it at all, from the school system?
The school district has not answered my questions or responded or made a comment on this publicly. And as far as I know, hasn't spoken about it or sent any district-wide messaging in response to our article at this point.
Mike Hickson-Bow, we appreciate you and Antonia, as always, being on top of these types of stories. Thank you. All right, still ahead, everybody, the trickle-down economics of the climate crisis. How the mega drought out west is forcing farmers to make some difficult decisions and the impact that it's having on the U.S. food supply. That's coming up.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
All right, let's talk about the drought emergency out west and our climate challenge series. Lake Mead, the country's largest man-made reservoir, is at a historic low. Reservoirs in California are also seeing dangerous levels as well. One reason is there's not enough snow, and it's having a huge ripple effect on farmers and what you're eating at your dinner table. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt reports.
In California's San Joaquin Valley, these are days of hard choices for farmers.
We had to cut out actually a couple of crops, and we've had to cut back on our melon program.
Joe Del Bosque has operated his farm since 1985.
This, I think, is the worst year we've ever had.
He's right. Water officials believe the past 3 years could end up as the driest in California's history.
I look out here and I see a beautiful day by the lake. What do you see when you look at this?
I see a dangerously low reservoir. I mean, we are at ground zero for the California drought.
The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. This is Lake Castaic, north of Los Angeles, now sitting at 53% capacity. To give you some perspective, in good times, the water should be nearly to the top of that dam.
California's Natural Resources Secretary Wade Crowfoot says the snowpack in Northern California's Sierra Nevada mountains says it all.
What do the last measurements tell you?
Well, the last measurements are pretty grim. We have a lot less snowpack than we've had in the past due to hotter winter temperatures. And then due to hotter spring and summer temperatures, more of that snow is either absorbing into very dry soils or evaporating into warm air.
Just this week, a water supplier to 6 million Southern Californians declared an emergency, severely limiting non-essential water use. The drought impacting parched farmlands and American dinner tables.
The tomatoes, the sweet corn, melons, things that we would normally have at the stores aren't going to be grown in the quantity this year than we're used to.
California provides 2/3 of the U.S. supply of fruits and nuts.
We're blessed with this Mediterranean-type climate here in California that nobody else has. And we can grow crops here that can't grow anywhere else.
Farmer Bill Diedrich grows tomatoes, but not now.
No tomatoes this year because this water has got to be put to use on other crops that, for us, is less risky.
Many farms partly rely on groundwater, but if it's not stored in the good years, it can leave fields like this high and dry in the bad years. Now, state officials are under pressure to do something.
We've heard from farmers who complain that there's not enough being done to capture the water that falls during the good years.
Well, they have a good point. We have to do more to ensure that when we do receive these large winter storms, that we're capturing water, not only in our surface reservoirs, but pumping that water back underground. So, for example, we are investing billions of dollars in recharging groundwater basins, and those are infrastructure projects.
Time may have run out.
We're not looking down the road 5 years or 10 or 20 years. And what we're seeing is a diminished capacity to feed our own people. And that's the tragedy here. We don't have the water to grow the food that we could be growing here that makes it to the store that we all shop at.
Hard times, hard choices. But for Joe Del Bosque, an unshaken belief in this land.
I never fail to just love what I see when we're planting. See some plants there in this great soil. These soils in this area produces some of the best melons in the country. And I'm very proud to be a part of that.
Coming up, everybody, show them the money. The first round of the NFL draft is in the books, and this year, defense dominates and dreams came true. A look at the top picks. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
All right, welcome to the NFL, everybody. Dozens of college athletes still hoping to hear those words tonight when round 2 of the NFL draft gets underway in Vegas. Round 1 living up to the hype with lots of cheers, a few jeers, and some surprise moves. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock watched the picks roll in.
With hundreds of thousands of fans piled in under a Vegas sun, the NFL draft kicked off with a fiery greeting from Ice Cube.
What's up, Las Vegas?
And a typically chilly reception for Commissioner Roger Goodell. And then the draft's biggest mystery finally revealed.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Trayvon Walker.
The Jags kept everybody guessing until the last minute before grabbing Georgia's Trayvon Walker with the top pick. Walker's family sharing high fives and wide smiles. Then seconds later, the next pick popping right in.
This was about as quick as we've ever seen a team do this.
The Lions selecting Aiden Hutchinson of Michigan, a hometown product, huddling with his family before locking the commissioner in a bear hug.
I'm happy I get to go back to Detroit, go back to Motor City, hopefully win some ball games.
The top 5 picks, all defensive standouts, 3 edge rushers and 2 cornerbacks, known for following receivers all over the field. But on this night,
and his moment of excitement took off the wrong way, so we had the spin move there.
The Jets' Sauce Gardner was Lost Gardner, reversing course to try and find the stage. The top 10 also had a trio of offensive linemen, with no quarterback for the first time in nearly a decade.
The light is going to shine on so many other really good players. And I think so many times quarterbacks suck the air out of the room.
For all the Vegas splendor and splashy trades, the night was sealed with beaming families full of pride and grateful athletes ready to make an impact. The New York Giants' first pick, Kayvon Thibodeau, dancing his way onto the stage and celebrating with a young Make-A-Wish recipient.
It was just a blessing, man. I can't even believe to be a part of this. I watched it for so many years.
Finally, the first quarterback was taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 20, Kenny Pickett, overcome with emotion, as he, like so many athletes, processed a dream turned reality.
Hey everybody, I'm Yasmin Vasugian in for Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now, and here is what's happening. Hell on earth. Mariupol's mayor warning of dwindling food, water, and medicine inside the city's steel plant. The latest on the efforts to free the thousands trapped inside. High anxiety, new research, and growing concerns about the mental health effects of high-potency cannabis. And nurture or nature, why experts say your dog's personality has a lot more to do with you than its breed. Uh-oh. All right, everybody, we're going to start today with evacuation efforts in Mariupol. An operation was set to begin today to get civilians out of a steelworks plant in the devastated city. Ukrainian troops are making a desperate last stand. That is according to President Zelensky's office. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Zaporizhzhia, Ukraine. Matt, good to talk to you once again. We heard from the Pentagon that the Russians are still only making modest progress in their fight for the eastern Donbas region. What does that say about the current capabilities of the Russian military?
Well, look, Yasmin, the Russian military capabilities have always been formidable. They've always had the most men, the highest tech equipment, especially when compared, until recently, to the Ukrainian military. But what the Russians lack, and what is being made clear yet again in the Donbas region, is stuff that money can't buy. They're lacking that esprit de corps, they're lacking military organization, they're lacking logistical abilities that really are serving the Ukrainians well, because after all, this is their country. They can really effectively supply the front lines in a way that the Russians simply have shown themselves time and time again that they can't. And the ineffectiveness of the Russian forces in the Donbas region, which is, again, a region of the country that should be favorable to them because it's flat land and because the population there is Russian-speaking and it very genuinely has a much more sympathetic view towards Moscow than elsewhere in Ukraine. They should be able to operate there. They should be able to succeed there. And instead, again, they're making some progress, but it's only modest after weeks since they withdrew from the western part of the country on their failed offensive on Kyiv. What this shows is that they haven't learned a lot of those lessons from the western part of the country, the humiliating defeat they suffered at the hands of a much inferior force around Kyiv and around the northeastern city of Kharkiv, where there is still quite a bit of blistering fighting. So instead, we're still seeing a lot of difficulties there, and it looks as though while the Russians have been taking some villages, they haven't managed to reconstitute the forces that they were basically destroyed, really unforced errors in the West. And they're still pushing headlong without waiting, without taking a beat, and reorganizing and taking the destroyed units and rebuilding them so that they can serve more effectively on the front lines. Yasmin?
British officials also saying they're going to send a team of war crime investigators to Ukraine. What do we know about this trip?
Yeah, these officials, it sounds like they're going to be investigating war crimes, particularly around the area of Bucha and around Kyiv. Well, of course, they don't really have access to the other areas of the country that have seen a lot of the fighting. This area, we've already been hearing that there's mass graves there. We just heard that in just the last couple of hours from President Zelensky, though we had no real details. And we don't know whether those mass graves, they could easily have been actually mass graves for Russian troops. But we've heard a lot about war crimes, particularly grisly war crimes of a sexual nature. And that's one of the specialties that this British force is going to be investigating, partly on behalf of the International Criminal Court. So this is something that we're going to be hearing a lot more about, and we've already heard from several investigators here in Ukraine that they've started to narrow down at least 10 individual people within the Russian military who might have been responsible for a lot of the war crimes. So this is a story, we're going to start hearing more and more about war crimes and the investigation. It goes without saying, a very sticky topic, not just because these crimes are so grisly, so unspeakable, but also because international law as it exists is so hard to pin down, and because really, at the end of the day, you're going to have to get the country that's being accused to surrender their own accused people and submit them willingly to an international judicial process. That's something that it's just really hard to imagine the Kremlin doing. So it just feels as though while there is this effort to see justice being served, it seems like we can be very pessimistic that we'll ever see it done. Here's Liz Truss. She's the Foreign Secretary of Britain talking about that effort just today. Okay, so we don't have sound on that, but when we're talking about war crimes, again, one of the issues is the sort of virtual nature of international justice, and the fact that Russia isn't necessarily a signatory to a lot of those war crimes processes, a lot of those war crimes courts. Goes without, or we should also mention here, the United States is also not a signatory to a lot of those international treaties that would allow for the implementation of war crimes investigations and prosecutions. So it's hard for the U.S. or some other Western countries to really throw the book at Russia when they're the ones who are also not necessarily party to those treaties.
Talk to me about the city that you're in, Zaporizhia. I know that that's more towards the eastern part of Ukraine. You're in a hotel room. You're not outside where you normally would be reporting from. And I know that's because of the curfew that exists there at night. What is that city like? What are they dealing with right now, seeing that they're not so far from the fighting that's actually happening?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the map of the offensive in the east, we're still pretty far, but we're not that far. And the fact of the matter is that we're seeing all these fighting, this new renewed assault in the Donbass region in the east. But don't count out the south and Mariupol, which of course is still very much under siege. This, where I am right now, Zaporizhia, is the agricultural and industrial heartland, and it's kind of a twin cities sort of relationship with the city of Dnipro, about an hour to the north. That is a major transport and industrial hub. These two cities, Zaporizhia and Dnipro, are going to be major targets. Once the Russians find themselves within striking distance of those places, they can really round out their conquest of the eastern part of the country and cut off a lot of connections with the West, with the capital of Kyiv, and with parts of the country that are so far west that they're not even on the menu for the Russian invasion. So this is very much in the firing line. And when I walk around this city, and we've been going around today, we've been seeing a frenzy of activity, people trying to get ready, stuff you've seen since before the fighting, people preparing Molotov cocktails, setting up body armor, and really a lot of solidarity with each other. Yasmin.
Matt Bradley for us. Thank you, Matt. Good to talk to you. All right, the president hoping to quickly pass bills funding new COVID support and offering additional aid for Ukraine. But a growing debate over immigration is slowing everything down. NBC News reporting this. The three issues are tangled up in a complicated hill web. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley is joining me now from Washington. Mike, it's great to see you. Democrats, they've tossed around kind of this idea of combining the COVID and the Ukraine bills as well. We heard from Speaker Pelosi a little bit earlier today. Want to take a listen to White House Press Secretary as well, speaking on just that.
After we put out and announced this request, we have been working full steam ahead in engaging and having discussions with appropriate members, committees, staff about the urgency in moving both of these requests forward. The president, of course, put them forward because together, and that is his preference for them to move together because they are both essential. There's urgency to moving them both forward.
So what are Republicans saying about this potential combination bill?
Well, Republicans really are seizing on this tangled political web here, as our team puts it. And you can see what Mitch McConnell really leading the charge, the Senate Republican leader. He's pointing to what looked like, in his view, contradictions in the messaging coming from the Biden administration. On the one hand, you have Title 42. You have the CDC making a determination that the pandemic has sort of lifted the threat of the pandemic as such that you can now resume the migration at the border. But on the other other hand, you have the president sending up and reiterating this week he wants to get past $22 billion in funding for COVID relief, additional needs that are still here, including vaccinations for the world. And so the Republicans are saying that, essentially the administration seems to be arguing that the pandemic is over at the border, but not for most Americans. And that's what they're really seizing on. The Title 42 issue, really one that's bedeviling Democrats right now and may stall all of this aid, especially for Ukraine.
Hey, talk to me about the GOP resistance. Do you think this is going to be enough for the president to strike a deal over Title 42?
Well, if the Ukraine funding were able to move as a standalone bill, and that ultimately might be what it takes, you can see that passing very easily with a majority, if not almost all of the Senate. Sometimes Rand Paul is a holdout on issues like this. But in the event that Title 42 does, Republicans insist on attaching amendments to it, the Ukraine aid related to Title 42, that would really potentially kill the bill. You have enough opposition among Republicans. This would need 60 votes to pass. So the 50 Republicans are enough to kill that. But you also have Democrats in a tough position, potentially, especially those in tough races this year, who might be willing to vote for the restrictions on Title 42 not being lifted in time. We'll see. The White House is certainly hoping to avoid putting Democrats in that position.
Mike Memoli. Thank you, Mike. Great to see you.
You got it.
All right. Throughout the many weeks of this ground war, trains have been a vital lifeline for supplies and safety in Ukraine, despite Russian efforts to disrupt the country's rail network. NBC News Digital reporter Phil McCausland writing this. Rail also acts as a symbol of Ukraine's defiance and the limits of Russia's military power. After cities and towns were reduced to rubble with thousands killed, the trains are still running. And Phil is joining me now. I got to say, Phil, that is a haunting line. The trains are still running. You actually report that Ukraine has one of the largest rail networks in the world. But before the war, it played a minor role. Why has it become so incredibly crucial for Ukraine during this conflict?
Yeah, thanks for having me. The role has changed, right? I mean, before it was about moving people, and really this is a huge, huge country. I mean, we look at it in the world map, and we don't really consider about the distances that people really have to travel here. I mean, from Lviv to Kiev, it's 7 hours drive, right? From Kiev to Odessa, it's 5 hours. These are huge, huge distances that we have to cover. And right now, there's no planes, and the Black Sea is totally closed off as well. So now it's essential, from food to commodities to people, and also military equipment. It's the main means of transport for the nation. And they really have all of the infrastructure in place to maintain it as well, which is so key to all of this, right? We've seen so many attacks on train systems, especially recently. And these teams are in place to immediately go out, get those trains back in shape, get those tracks back online, and get people moving and get these supplies moving again. I mean, we're talking about thousands and thousands of miles of track that are key to the economy, as well as the humanitarian and military efforts that are ongoing. So there's no doubt that the trains are really existential to the country and the ongoing efforts.
I know the CEO of Ukrainian Railways passenger train business telling you this, quote, 2 weeks back, it appears that there were more and more deliberate attacks on rail infrastructure. So why do experts believe that Russian troops are targeting the railway system now?
Yeah, well, I mean, we can only speculate, right? Because only the people who would know the answer are the Russians themselves. But I think the speculation really is that the Russians hope to conquer it. And when we look at Kiev, right, I mean, what they really struggled with were those logistics lines. And I think there was a real hope on the Russian side that they would be able to conquer these rail networks very, very quickly. The Ukrainians, however, have been known to do things to disrupt that. And they cut those rail lines on the Belarusian border, for example, which really undermined those attempts. So, I mean, they hope to conquer it. They hope to overcome these logistics issues. But the defeat in Kiev has made them really adopt a new strategy and put that in place. And we've been seeing that all over the country, right? I mean, they're relying more heavily on bombing, on missile strikes, on really kind of obliterating the opposition with explosives rather than troop movements themselves. So, I mean, even when you were watching Russian TV last night, for example, a lot of those, propagandist pundits were talking about how the Russians should focus more on attacking these train systems. And it appears that we're beginning to see that now, that they are more dedicated to destruction than they are in really occupying and taking over the country.
I know that you've been saying the ongoing battle for the eastern Donbass region, it's going to really be focused on the ability for Kyiv to mobilize equipment and weapons. How does the railway system factor into this?
Well, right. I mean, we're seeing so many military supplies come into this country right now from the West. I mean, whether it's from the U.S. or other countries, and that has to come from somewhere, and that has to move somehow. I mean, there are multiple means of doing that, but it appears that the railway network may be one of those ways that they are moving things around, though they are, remain pretty secretive about those movements. It is the quickest way, it is the fastest way, again, to move anything from the West, where they're receiving that equipment, to that front where it is so vital for their continued defense.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, everybody, the first person to contract the latest bird flu virus is here in the United States, where he was exposed, and what's the risk of it spreading to other people? That's coming up.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison. A strange story and a career of strange stories. All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, everybody, let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eglin once again. She is following the latest headlines for NBCNews.com. Hi again, Maya.
Hi, Yasmin. We start in London, where former tennis star Boris Becker has been sentenced to 2.5 years in jail. The six-time Grand Slam champion was convicted of hiding assets after declaring bankruptcy. A new report finding college grads are overestimating their starting salaries by 88%. Average starting salaries for this year's grads are projected to land around $50,000, but many college students report expecting to earn twice that. Prosecutors searching the Deutsche Bank headquarters in a money laundering investigation today. In a statement, Germany's largest lender says the search involves suspicious transactions it had passed on to authorities. Dolly Parton telling NPR she would now accept her nomination to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She had previously declined the nomination, saying she didn't feel she had, quote, earned the right. And love is in the air. A couple got married on a Southwest flight this week. They originally planned to elope in Vegas, but they tied the knot at the end of a plane aisle instead. Luckily, another passenger happened to be an ordained minister. Yasmin.
I mean, Vegas or a plane or on the way. I mean, why not?
Why not?
Whatever. If you just can't wait, you can't wait, right?
Absolutely.
When you love, and you got to embrace on
So
a plane.
sweet. Yes.
So sweet. Thank you, Maya. All right, new concerns today as the U.S. records its first human case of the highly contagious bird flu stemming from a commercial farm in Colorado. The virus has been blamed on killing hundreds of birds across the country. I want to bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta, a public health physician and health policy expert. Dr. Gupta, as always, welcome. Thanks for joining us on this. Listen, we got the Colorado Health Department saying a prison inmate working on a commercial farm contracted this virus. What do we know about how this virus was transmitted, and what kind of symptoms is this patient experiencing?
Yasmin, good afternoon. What's happening here is not unexpected. This has happened before, namely in many countries in Southeast Asia, where there's these sporadic cases of avian flu. That's basically what this is, bird flu, otherwise known as avian flu, H5N1. What we know is that typically, and a human can spend a lot of time, if they spend a lot of time with a bird or in this case, poultry that are infected or carrying bird flu, and if they're in close contact for a long period of time, potentially not wearing PPE the way they should, that infection actually can happen. It's not unsurprising, and it can happen many cases in other countries that we can cite. But that critically, Yasmin, human to human transmission once one human's infected is very rare, which is really good because if that was easy, then that's the beginnings of an epidemic, potentially a pandemic. This patient's also experiencing your classic flu-like symptoms, fever, body aches, and a cough, which is, again, to be expected, getting treated with a Tamiflu, which is routine. So the concern here is minimal at this point.
Okay, so because I'm glad you bring that up, right? Because it's not just happening in Colorado, for instance. It's happening across the country in dozens of states. We are seeing bird flu pop up. But that being said, important to note, as you bring up, and I kind of just want you to talk a little bit more about this, which is the human-to-human transmission is incredibly low, it seems. So what is the real risk out there? Should we be worried?
No, and just to clarify, sporadic cases of bird flu have popped up in Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam over the years. In this case, it's limited to Colorado, but transmission, human-to-human transmission in overseas cases or here in Colorado appears very unlikely. CDC notes that transmission of avian flu between humans is a rare likelihood. So the likelihood of spread, the likelihood of an epidemic arising in Colorado amongst other workers that were similarly exposed appears very unlikely. Also, Yasmin, just to say that Tamiflu, if given early, typically the types of flu that infects humans, we like to get Tamiflu in those individuals within 48 hours of diagnosis. Tamiflu also works for avian influenza, so that's also good. We already have a ready-made treatment. Unlike, say, coronavirus, where we were struggling for a few years to get that treatment in the hands of individuals, we have a therapeutic available to us. So lots of reassuring news here.
It's interesting because you think about back to 2003, right? There was somewhat of an outbreak of bird flu back then. There were hundreds of people that were infected from bird flu. How does this strain differ from that one?
Well, to your point, in 2003, there was a concern here that are we going to have an avian flu epidemic or potentially a pandemic? And what we noticed with that particular strain was that it was just more easily able to infect lung cells than the strains we've seen in the subsequent years. It's too early to tell. Is this strain like the 2003 strain? Is it like in some ways coronavirus, where it can really easily enter lung cells and cause pneumonia, cause infection? potentially precipitate human-to-human transmission. We just don't know enough yet. But we are watching. Health officials in Colorado are watching a group of workers who are similarly exposed to see if they're going to develop symptoms, if they're going to test positive. If that cluster of individuals otherwise tests negative, that will be reassuring that potentially this is not a very contagious version of avian flu like many of the other strains we've seen since 2003. If they all test positive, that's going to have to cause us to revisit some of these assumptions, and that's when you might start to see contact tracing, isolation to prevent any type of epidemic from arising. But again, we're very far from that right now.
Very, very far. Yeah, key word, very far here. Let's not anybody freak out about this, especially considering the fact that we are on the back end of COVID that we have been dealing with for so long, and nobody wants to go through that yet again. Just quickly here, Dr. Gupta, what's being done to reduce the transmission between birds?
Oh, so they're culling the whole stocks of poultry that are infected or in close contact. So you're saying just culling of these entire poultry farms here to prevent any type of likelihood for transmission or even mutation of this virus, so that it might potentially pose an additional threat to humans. So they're taking significant proactive steps here to prevent any type of threat.
Dr. Gupta, as always, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, public health experts are raising alarms about a new and much more powerful generation of marijuana products, and they come with a dire warning aimed at teens. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has more.
With more than 7,000 dispensaries nationwide, the $20 billion marijuana industry is growing so fast, some state regulators say it's even outpacing alcohol sales. The cannabis choices are growing too, with new products like wax or shatter now available. They're sold in fruity flavors and have levels of THC, the compound in marijuana that makes you high, that can be 8 times higher than the pot of 20 years ago, according to state regulators. And that's made some Colorado parents like Sydney Block and Janet Corneal terrified.
It was scary. She was slurring her words. She wouldn't wake up.
Sydney smoked weed when she was younger and says she couldn't believe her daughter Jasmine's reaction was from marijuana.
I was like, there's no way that this is just weed.
Janet said she didn't know what her son Will was using.
I had no idea, I'll be honest with you.
Their teens, 18-year-old Will and 19-year-old Jasmine, were both taking marijuana concentrates, using what's called dabbing to get high.
And when I was first really getting into high potency THC, I don't think I ever had to pay money for it.
You just got it handed to you.
Yeah.
I can't be a coherent, functioning human being when I was under the influence of all the stuff I was using, predominantly high concentrate THC.
Dabbers use blowtorches to heat up rigs, or they vape the concentrated wax or shatter.
One dab could be equivalent to smoking an entire bowl.
These pot concentrates, with flavors like Fruit Frenzy, are legal for adults in Colorado, but not for kids under 21.
It did get to the point where it was like, if I don't smoke weed today, I'm not doing anything.
I couldn't wake up. I couldn't go to sleep. I couldn't do anything without it. Got so dependent.
Will and Jasmine found support at a Denver public high school called 5280 that's designed for kids in recovery.
The amount of THC that's coming into their system is causing severe psychiatric symptoms such as suicidality and even psychotic breaks.
New state data shows the sale of these high THC products in Colorado has increased by over 150% since 2016. The federal government says THC concentrates are more likely to produce anxiety, agitation, paranoia, and psychosis. Will and Jasmine are both sober and have some advice for the cannabis industry.
Rather than putting so much time and effort into making more and more and more potent things until we have 100% THC or whatever, I think that it is possible to spend more time and effort into looking into how to protect our youth.
Wow, Steve, a lot of stuff there I think that we could dig into. Wondering first, I know that you reached out to the Cannabis Industry Association. What'd they say?
Yeah, Yasmin, the Cannabis Industry Association sent us a statement saying, in part, the best way to address these concerns is through proper testing and labeling, as well as ensuring cannabis products are sold to fully informed adults through licensed facilities that are required by law to verify legal age. Yasmin, also, state regulators in places like Washington and Colorado want to take it even a step further by considering putting potency caps on certain products, although the industry not happy about that move. Yasmin.
So listen, you mentioned that these kind of pot concentrates, they're legal for adults in the state of Colorado. What is being done, though, to keep it out of the hands of these kids that could possibly have psychotic breaks from the usage of it.
Yeah, it's scary stuff. The state recently updated one of its laws to make it much harder to buy higher quantities of high-potency marijuana from, like, let's say, a dispensary, so it doesn't get sold and distributed to kids that then would sell it at something like a high school. There's also a renewed effort to make labeling better, to actually put something akin to like a Surgeon General's warning on something like that, to say this could impact your mental health. Watch out for this product. All of that, though, in the early stages. Meanwhile, they're just trying to keep up enforcement as best they can. Yasmin?
Steve Patterson for us. Thank you, Steve. Good to see you. Coming up, everybody, Elon's Twitter takeover, key economic data. And we're going to tell you how Wall Street and investors said good riddance to April. That's ahead.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, everybody, it's time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Well, the market comeback was short-lived. Stocks tanking yet again today, the last trading day in April, mirroring much of what we have seen all month long. The Dow closing down 939 points. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ also notching significant losses today as well. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver here now with more on all of this. Caleb, let's get into this. It has been an absolutely brutal month on Wall Street. Break it down for us. What was driving markets?
Sentiment just stinks right now. Here I am at the Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting, the bastion of capitalism. A lot of shareholders here, and we're watching these markets decline right in front of our faces. But this is this combination of rising interest rates, persistent inflation and a lot of uncertainty around the economy right now, and a lot of uncertainty about what's happening in Ukraine. Uncertainty is kryptonite for investors. They absolutely hate it. And we've seen these days of capitulation in the last hour of trading where stocks really tanked. That's what we saw today, the worst April since in 2009 for the NASDAQ, and the worst April for the S&P 500 since about 2004. Just a terrible month for stocks.
Listen, one of the biggest stories that we have been following, obviously, for the last few weeks or so, it is Twitter. It is Elon Musk acquiring Twitter, and we're learning more about kind of his bid, I should say, in his bid, of course, for the social network. Give us the latest here and what it means for the shareholders of Tesla.
Yeah, well, that bid still needs to be approved by shareholders. It's a $44 billion all-cash bid. And what's Musk doing? He cashed out $8.4 billion in stock this week to pay for part of that. That wasn't good at all for Tesla shareholders, the company he's CEO of. He has 4 companies he's CEO of. That stock tanked 13% this week. Why? He's putting shares on the open market to get this deal done. I don't think they're that crazy about it. And the deal still needs to be approved. If the deal isn't approved, Musk's going to face a $1 billion breakup fee, and that is our term of the week.
Wow. That is quite a breakup fee that nobody else really could afford. But I guess if you're Elon Musk, you can. Give us your Investopedia term of the week, Caleb.
Well, it is breakup fee, and that's the fee you pay if you go into a merger or acquisition deal and you back out of it at the last minute. Originally, this deal had no termination fees. Now I think the shareholders and the board of Twitter are a little bit afraid of that. So there's a $1 billion breakup fee if he walks away. There's a $1 billion breakup fee if Twitter walks away. You want to watch out for breakup fees. They're typically about 1% to 3% of the total deal value. This is a big deal, so that could cost him quite a bit of money.
In our world, breakup fees are basically just dinner and not necessarily at a great restaurant either, and maybe a conversation that doesn't go quite so well. We had a lot of economic data released this week, Caleb, including the personal consumption expenditures price index. Obviously a mouthful, but we're just going to call it the Fed's favorite inflation gauge. What does it tell us about the economy and where we're headed?
Yeah, the PCE, we call it, that was up 5.2% year over year. You don't need me or that report to tell you inflation is pretty persistent, but it is. And that's what the Fed looks at in one of the determinants for its monetary policy. They're going to meet next week. We know they're going to raise interest rates several times this year. Expect a big interest rate rise next week, probably about 0.5%. So that was a pretty big deal. Plus, we had GDP down 1.8% in the first quarter preliminary reading. We did not think we were going to get a negative number there. So the economy really slowed down a lot as businesses slowed down on inventory growth, building up their inventories, and we had more imports than exports. So the economy is facing some serious headwinds. Will there be a recession? That's the big question out there. About a 30% chance if you talk to economists out there, but it's getting closer every single day as the economy really slows down here.
You just mentioned it, Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway having its annual shareholders meeting this week in Omaha, Nebraska. It's obviously a huge event for the business world. A lot of people want to get an invite to that thing. It's back in person for the first time since 2019. You're there. It's happening. What should we care about?
Well, Buffett is 91 years old, and his vice chair, Charlie Munger, is 98 years old, still going strong, still basically running the company. Other folks are doing some of the investments, but don't think for a second that they're not in charge. So that people want to know who's next, what's going to happen after this, after their reign. But it's good to be back in person. There's about 40,000 shareholders here who are delighted to be here, buying up Berkshire Hathaway subsidiary goods. I'm here at Dairy Queen, Justin Boots. Shareholders are very happy here. So that's one of the things we're watching, obviously, this weekend. Next week, though, huge week. The FOMC, the Federal Reserve, is going to meet on interest rates. Expect a big hike, probably about 0.5%, as I said, maybe more. Also, the April jobs report and the JOLTS report. How many people were job hopping or straight up quitting their jobs in the past couple of months? We're going to find out next week.
Whenever major things happen in the business world, I think a lot of folks are asking, what would Warren Buffett do? What is Warren Buffett saying? What is he thinking? Right. So let's apply that to what's happened over the last couple of weeks. Has he said anything about Musk trying to acquire Twitter?
No, he has stayed out of that battle. We'll see tomorrow when he takes shareholder questions. I'm sure he'll get questions about that. He's going to get a lot of questions about some of their investments in the oil and energy sector. And he's going to get questions about what do you do when the market's off like it is, when the market's in the steep bear market for tech stocks or a correction. He would say when there's blood in the water, start buying.
Does he seem like the kind of guy that likes to talk about this stuff? You know, when you're in the news industry or you're in finance reporting, obviously, a lot of times when you get around a dinner table, people want to ask you certain things about politics, for instance. And I'm like, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about reality TV or whatever else we can talk about. Does he actually seem like he wants to talk about this kind of thing? Does he seem inspired by it?
Yeah, absolutely. He is an investor through and through. Ben won his whole life, bought his first stock at the age of 6 or 7 years old. So this is his party, and he loves talking about this stuff, but he also loves playing a good hand of bridge. So if we see him, I'm sure he'll be playing bridge and eating a Dairy Queen ice cream.
Caleb Silver, thank you. Have a good time, Caleb. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I am considering dealing with some debt reduction. I am not considering $50,000 debt reduction, but I'm in the process of taking a hard look at whether or not there will be additional debt forgiveness.
The president there on board with forgiving some student loan debt, but not $50,000 of it. Reducing student debt is a promise the president made on the campaign trail. Now he says a decision is coming in the next few weeks. Want to bring in CNBC reporter Annie Nova with more on this. Annie, good to talk to you this hour. Total student debt topping $1.7 trillion last year, and the pandemic has only exacerbated these challenges. You got payment suspension that has been extended several times over. What could this potential forgiveness look like?
Hi, yeah. So federal student loan payments have been on pause now since March 2020. That's over 2 years that those 44 million Americans, the majority of them, have not been making payments on their loans. The payments are expected now to turn on in September, but there's been tremendous pressure on the president to move on student loan forgiveness. And it sounds like from what he said in the presser yesterday that a decision could finally come within 2 weeks. So we don't know yet what the announcement's going to be. The president said that $50,000 in forgiveness, which is what Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, other Democrats and advocates have been really pushing him to cancel that amount, $50,000. Sounds like he's eliminated that option, but what will he forgive? That's what we're all waiting to hear. On the campaign trail, he had promised to forgive $10,000, but he hasn't said anything about that number. So perhaps it will be somewhere in between 10 or 50.
So you bring up that $10,000 number. That's in federal loans per borrower. So if that were to happen, if he makes this announcement and that is what's instituted, and he settles on it, how would that impact the loan crisis?
It would have a pretty significant effect. So as the number point you guys pointed out before, the total outstanding student loan debt is $1.7 trillion. Just for some reference, that Americans are more burdened by student debt than they are by debt for their cars, auto debt, or credit card debt. The average balance is around $33,000. So what would happen if you took $10,000 off of everyone's balance? Well, 1/3 of student loan borrowers, 1/3 of that 44 million figure, so around 12 million people would become free of their student debt. But you'd still have over 70% of student loan borrowers still holding debt. The average balance, again, is around $30,000, so people would still owe $20,000 or more. And after reporting on this for years, I speak to people who owe 80, 100, and upwards of that. So there would still be millions of Americans with a pretty high debt balance.
How are advocates who are pushing for more, how are they responding?
Well, they're happy that the president is coming around because earlier in his presidency, he had said, kind of dismissed the idea of student loan forgiveness, questioning if it was the best way to help middle-class families. Now it seems like that he is really hearing the, stories from borrowers, pressure from advocates. So the fact that he's come around and is now looking at canceling student debt at all on a broad level, they're pretty happy about. There's no precedent for this type of debt forgiveness by the government. So it would be pretty historic. At the same time, there's a lot of concern that it's a big help, but would be a drop in the bucket relative to what the outstanding crisis is. Again, it's $1.7 trillion. So $10,000 would reduce around $300 billion of that balance. You'd still have a pretty large balance. You also have every year 4 to 5 million new Americans pulled into the student loan system. So there's a question of also how long that benefit would last.
Annie, thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure. Have a good one.
All right, the cost to restore Louisiana's dwindling coastline, it's much more than the $50 billion price tag. The project is going to destroy an already struggling fishing industry in Plaquemines Parish, a community that has been the home of Black fishermen for generations. Here's NBC News correspondent Tremaine
On the
Lee
east
on
bank
the
of the
climate
Mississippi
challenge
River,
along
about an hour south of New Orleans, there's a small fishing village called Point of La Hache.
Man, this place was like no other.
It's where 62-year-old Byron Ankalade was born and raised, where his father and grandfather taught him how to fish, where generations of Black fishermen have made a life and depended on the bayous and waterways that surround this place for food on their tables and paychecks in their pockets.
This was it, man. This was my life.
This was the lifeblood of the black fishing community.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is the largest black community in Plaquemine Parish.
Like Byron, the people in this community have always stood strong. But over the decades, man-made catastrophes and natural disasters have slowly chipped away at their way of life and their lucrative businesses. Today, the once booming bayou is mostly silent. What did this marina mean to the vitality of the community?
Oh, this was it. This was the main source of revenue for the community.
And now, the community fears a state plan intended to save Louisiana's eroding coastline could deal these fishing villages a final blow. According to state estimates, Louisiana lost more than 2,000 square miles of coastline between 1932 and 2016, in part because of climate change. In order to reverse the flow, state authorities want to divert fresh river water into areas like Pointe-a-la-Hache, hoping the sediment-filled water will deposit nutrients along the coast, rebuilding what was lost. But the problem for oystermen like Byron is the fresh water needed to build back the land can also kill the already depleted oyster population, a population that depends on salt water to survive, and could drive other species like shrimp further into the Gulf, where they would be out of reach for smaller shrimp boats like the one Keslin and Darian Williams own. The brothers operate a seafood company named Little Wigs.
Play the moon, play the moon. My grandfather told us that. Play the moon. If the moon is right, we just go and drop and start testing.
They say naturally occurring diversions have already made it harder to fish here.
We used to go maybe 5 minutes from here, just turn in this canal right here.
That canal right there used to be loaded with shrimp.
Now we have to go 2-3 hours that way.
The state's freshwater diversion program, a 50-year, $50 billion effort, is still in the planning and permitting stage. The state telling NBC News they know in the short term their plans will hit some in the fishing industry especially hard, but it's the best long-term plan to reverse coastal erosion. The Williams brothers disagree.
The sand that they pumped in here, they could get a barge and pump the sand from out of the bayous back into the marsh.
For Byron, watching the culture slip away cuts deep.
Just hurts your heart, man, to see so much just disappear.
And Tremaine is with me now. So obviously these fishermen, they're struggling. Is this money, this $50 billion plan, is it going to include relief for them?
As of right now, that $50 billion does not include any relief for those fishermen. Now, the state does say that they plan on reaching out to these individual communities of fishermen to see what they need, right? Do they need grants and money to, get bigger boats so they can go further out? Do they need, dock restoration? Do they need tools to help them in their day-to-day business? But the folks we talked to said, none of that is really the problem. You're decimating our livelihoods that and legacy, right? This is a trade and a skill that's been passed down from grandfather to son, right? And folks are hoping to continue that legacy as of right now.
Why an afterthought, though? Why are they saying, okay, now we're going to ask what their needs are? Why an afterthought? Why not be included?
Because they've prioritized the coastline of Louisiana. They're losing a football field of coastline every 100 minutes, right? That's a big deal. And so these smaller communities, black communities, marginalized communities, are the sacrificial lamb here. So they're basically saying, this is what we're doing. Now, here's what we might be able to do to mitigate it.
They're saying this is our priority, not necessarily you. What are environmentalists saying about this project?
They're saying certainly it will kill off wildlife, especially like oyster who rely on more brackish, right? A mix of salt and fresh water. But they also say that the oyster population in particular has already been dying from overfishing and pollutants and all that stuff anyway. So it's bad, but you have to weigh whether you're going to hold on to save these communities or the coastline writ large.
And these people are losing their jobs and their livelihood because of all of it.
That's right.
Tremaine Lee, thank you. Again, good to see you. All right, coming up, everybody, a sweet solution to a serious, salty problem. How beets are helping beat pollution during the winter months. We're going to explain that coming up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, it turns out salt is not just bad for your blood pressure, it's also bad for the environment. And as temperatures finally warm up, there's year-round concern over the environmental impact of how we treat roads during snowy winters. What if we told you a vegetable could be part of the solution? NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett shows us how beets are being used to help minimize pollution in our Climate Challenge series.
As spring blooms, an invisible threat is lurking in our streams and soil: sodium chloride, or road salt. Even though winter has passed, its impact on the environment lingers year-round.
But the trend is disturbing.
Laura Turan has been studying urban streams in Philadelphia for 2 decades. She says the salt ends up in local waterways, killing aquatic life and threatening the city's drinking water.
We don't like drinking salty water. The aquatic habitat in the stream doesn't like it either. So the eggs and the larvae get swollen and then they die. And plants, there's many plants that don't like living in salt water.
Philadelphia, like many cities and states, use brine, a mixture of water and salt on roadways, but it still comes at a cost to the environment. For example, Philadelphia's Wissahickon Creek. Between 1960 and 1970, chloride levels tested much lower compared to today, now exceeding the Environmental Protection Agency's limit. Philly controls its own water company and runs its wastewater treatment. Now, the city is weighing its options to reduce the amount of salt it uses.
We are responsible for our own actions. So that's why we're very conscientious about what we do and the things that we try out in the public right of way to eliminate snow and ice.
They're looking at cities like the Chicago suburb of Elgin, Illinois. It's been relying on an organic ingredient, beets, since 2005.
It has been proven successful for the city of Elgin here in Illinois.
The city adds beet juice to its brine and salt mixture, which further reduces the freezing point of water.
When you add the beet juice, you can get down to 5 degrees.
The sugar from beets helps the salt stick to roads longer. That means using less sodium chloride.
Imagine taking a handful of rock salt and dipping it in a bottle of syrup. It's going to get sticky. So in addition to preventing pavement bond, one of the other things, one of the main reasons that we use this beet juice is it reduces bounce.
The city says this process reduces its salt usage up to 40% each year, saving as much as 5,000 tons of salt annually.
The sugar is what makes the chloride work better.
Denver Preston is a national sales manager of Beet Heat, a natural de-icer made of beet molasses. He says hundreds of agencies in more than a dozen states use his product.
So if you can boost the performance of your rock salt substantially, then that means you can back your application rate down substantially. And we call it the boost and reduce strategy.
In Michigan, the state's Department of Transportation uses an average of 500,000 tons of road salt per year. But that could change. A 2019 state law required a pilot program to study the use of agricultural additives, its potential efficacy and environmental impacts, while maintaining safety.
So we've done studies to incorporate the amount of liquid additives we put on salt prior to putting it down. And what that does is actually minimize the amount of salt we need to put on our roadway.
Back in Philadelphia, officials want to balance the effects of organic byproducts before implementing these methods, but are focused on the ripple effect of damage each winter can leave behind.
We can prevent further damage, which is really an important goal of environmental response, is to not let things get worse when we notice something's going wrong.
All right, coming up, turns out a dog's breed doesn't really predict their behavior. If you're surprised, we have more on this latest research and plenty of dog videos for you. You don't want to miss it. Coming up next on this Friday.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, you can't judge a book by its cover, and it turns out you can't judge a dog by its breed. New research finding what type of dog you own actually has very little to do with its behavior. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has more.
They're stereotypes that are a little rough to shake off. Marley and Me's loving lab, the loyal lassie, or Legally Blonde's little chic chihuahua.
Hi, I'm Elle Woods, and this is Bruiser Woods, and we're both Gemini vegetarians.
But a new study looking at over 18,000 dog owner surveys and DNA sequencing of over 2,000 of those dogs suggests you can't judge a pup by its breed.
You shouldn't be putting all of these expectations on a dog just based on what its breed is.
It's almost like don't be a breedist.
I wasn't going to go there, but you can.
Dr. Eleanor Carlson is a geneticist at the University of Massachusetts Chan Medical School, and her team found breed type only accounts for 9% of canine behavior, and factors like sex, age, and environment have a stronger pull on dog personality, which might explain why even big dogs want to be loved like the little ones.
That almost sounds a lot like the dog version of nature versus nurture.
And we say this percentage of it seems to have something to do with genetics. And then we call everything else environment. And so the best we can really say based on our data is that it doesn't seem like there's a big genetic contribution.
So we had to do a doggy beach outside of LA and found two Chihuahuas, Tooth and Bean, that couldn't have been more different. Their owners say the study makes sense to them.
Each dog is an individual just like humans are.
And then we met this very good girl, California, who stole the show with her tricks.
Good girl, Callie, come.
Do you think there's a big difference between different breeds of dogs?
I think so. Like, I found that my golden is really mellow.
But California's cousin Maverick definitely lived up to the name.
So we thought he'd be very similar because, you know, goldens, but he's crazy.
Scientists say the reason, at the end of the day, even though they look different, dogs are all really the same species, and most modern-day breeds only date back 150 years, a blink of an eye on the evolutionary timeline. And now new findings to give us pause about the way we think of our best four-legged friends.
And we love our pups, don't we? That does it for us, everybody. Joe Fryer is next on Hallie Jackson Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with the markets falling fast. The NASDAQ ending its worst month since the last financial crisis more than a decade ago. We're going to break down why tech stocks are driving this drop and what it means for your wallet. Plus, Ukraine is trying to get civilians out of this steel plant in Mariupol that's been bombarded by Russians for more than a week now. The latest on that plan and that mysterious hepatitis outbreak among kids we've been telling you about. Turns out COVID is not the reason. So what is? The CDC is trying to figure that out. We'll explain what they're doing now. Plus, a community in New Mexico is taking sustainability to a whole new level, growing their own food, generating their own electricity, and more. We go inside these so-called Earth ships in tonight's original. And three-time Wimbledon champion Boris Becker is heading to jail for hiding millions of dollars in assets. Why the judge says Becker is showing no acceptance of guilt. Plus, more breaking news, legal breaking news in Los Angeles. Kim Kardashian is being cleared of accusations that she defamed Blac Chyna. Those details later in the show. Hey there, I'm Joe Fryer in for Hallie, and we are coming on the air with breaking news. A massive sell-off on Wall Street. U.S. stocks taking a huge plunge. The Dow closing down more than 930 points today. S&P 500 down almost 160 points, and NASDAQ down over 530 points. Now, this is not just a story about what happened today. It's a story about what's happening this month. April is now officially the NASDAQ's worst month since 2008, closing down more than 13% since April 1st. Amazon is driving the drop after suffering its biggest one-day decline since 2006 on revenue news that Wall Street just did not like. And although the majority of S&P 500 companies are beating expectations, that index is also down more than 8% this month, the worst since March 2020. Markets are trying to navigate a lot right now. That upcoming interest rate hike from the Fed, rising inflation, COVID cases spiking in China, and of course the war in Ukraine. And it all comes just one day after learning that the U.S. economy, well, it's actually shrinking. GDP unexpectedly dropped 1.4% to start the year, the first decrease since early in the pandemic. Joining me now is CNBC's Seema Modi. So, Seema, this dip in the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, they are the worst in many years. The Dow plummeting today. Amazon stock, tech stocks are dropping. What is going on here?
Yeah, so the story, as you say, Joe, was earnings from Amazon. That really set the tone for price action in today's trade because it is a leader in technology. Shares closing down 14%. This was the worst day since 2006. After delivering lighter than expected revenue guidance for the current quarter and also recording a $7.6 billion loss on its investment in electric vehicle maker Rivian, which lost more than half of its value in the quarter. So that news from Amazon really set the tone for today, resulted in other technology shares closing lower. And as you say, a really tough month for technology in general, which has been one of the standouts for the U.S. stock market ever since March 23rd of 2020. It really led this market rebound that we saw since the course of the pandemic. And this month now, the worst month for the NASDAQ since 2008.
So, Seema, should investors be worried here? I mean, we're waiting on that Fed meeting and the April jobs numbers next week. That can typically cause some type of reaction. So could things get worse?
Well, Joe, it really depends on the data. The new jobs report we get next Friday will provide a much-needed window into the health of the U.S. economy. One concern recently for economists has been whether higher salaries and wages are stopping companies from hiring. And on inflation, the earnings story we hear next week from travel companies in the hospitality space, my beat, Marriott, Expedia on Monday, Hilton, the booking operators, that will provide a very important analysis on the state of the U.S. consumer and if the Federal Reserve's actions will, in fact, depress the economy. What we hear from those CEOs will be key.
And yesterday, we got that news of the economic slowdown, which was pretty surprising. Now, It's not indicative of a recession, right? But what are really the real-world impacts, especially in the short term?
Well, the economic data is increasingly becoming more relevant because there is this uncertainty right now, around the immediate effect of rising rates, inflation at a 4-decade high, yet data on consumer spending actually rising last month. But we don't want an economy that is shrinking. We want one that is expanding, and it is starting to show up in certain parts of the economy. If you take a look at the industrial companies like Caterpillar and 3M that make certain devices and dirt-moving equipment, they really talked about supply chain issues that is putting a cap on sales, and that certainly is not a great sign for those who think that this economy is stronger and can withstand these big headwinds like supply chain issues and not to mention rising rates.
Seema Modi, thanks so much for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it. And stay with us because later in the show, our Jolene Ken is going to break down a new report showing how the gender pay gap in the U.S. doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. Just moments ago, President Biden mourning the loss of American Willie Joseph Cancel, who reportedly died in the fighting in Ukraine. The ex-Marine was 22 years old. His mother tells CNN he was fighting for a private military company. The president says it's very sad, noting that Cancel left behind a 7-month-old baby. The State Department says it is aware of reports of Cancel's death, and the Pentagon is urging Americans not to join the fight. It's because Russia is not backing down, with a senior defense official telling NBC News that most of Moscow's missiles are not precision guided, which means they might be struggling to keep up with supply. The official also says that Russia's behind its goals in the Donbass region. And today, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said that his troops are going to launch an operation to try and get civilians out of that steel plant in Mariupol, where officials say people are running very low on food and water. Our Cal Perry is in Kyiv, Ukraine. Cal, so the mayor of Mariupol says about 600 people, 600 inside that steel plant are hurt. What more do we know right now about the plans to try and get them out?
Yeah, so this is a desperate situation. It has been a desperate situation now going on 64 days. The fighting there has been heavy since the start of the war. There was talk in the last 24 hours about evacuating some of those wounded. There's at least, as you said, 600 civilians wounded, another 600 Ukrainian Marines, we understand, wounded again in these sort of underground bunkers that lie beneath this compound. But the real problem is, and we haven't heard many details of this rescue operation because, of course, they don't want to give away the details of it. One of the problems is, if you look at the wider area around this steel plant, the fighting is still incredibly fierce. Ukrainian officials are taking a great deal of pride in saying that they're even able to hold on to this small area. And today we had a government official releasing video of Russian Marines coming under fire as they tried to move block to block in what is some of the fiercest urban fighting that we have seen in this war. Before we play you this clip, Joe, just a warning to our viewers, this is a graphic clip. It shows on-the-ground combat fighting. Here's a little clip of it. You get an idea, and we'll let this video run for a little bit, but again, you just get an idea of how intense that fighting is. Both sides taking heavy casualties. We don't have a good number. We don't have a good estimate of how many casualties have been taken, especially on the military side. The Ukrainian government says they're not going to release figures of Ukrainian soldiers killed, but you get, again, a sense there of what the Ukrainians are saying is the heroic defense of this city and a sense, really, of the block-by-block fighting that has now been going on for weeks, Joe.
Cal, I know you spoke with some American volunteers who are helping people pick up the pieces after the massacre in Bucha. What is it they're seeing?
Yeah, and this is something now that the Ukrainian government is officially starting to file with human rights groups. They're starting to file those war crimes and try to get those war crimes tribunals started. You have more than 400 civilians who were killed in this massacre, and still, even today, they're identifying those bodies. It is an internationally led effort. You see 2 Americans there. These are veterans who came here on their own accord. They paid their own way, they told us, trying to help families identify those loved ones. Very hard scenes to watch play out, and it's hard for them to do their jobs. Here's what one of them told me. Take a listen.
She couldn't identify the body by facial features because it was decapitated, but she started describing the clothing that the last time she saw that member of her family.
She identified a sock.
And she identified a sock and a shirt, and that was enough for her to know that that was her family member.
It is that working with the families, that coordination with loved ones who are trying to find that person that is missing, that they told us is taking the biggest emotional toll. And we witnessed, of course, those scenes playing out, some children coming with their moms looking for their fathers. And again, to remind our viewers, you know, the men of this country, ages 18 all the way up to 65, staying behind to fight, many of them in the eastern part of the country, many of them dying right here in and around Kyiv. Their families now returning, trying to find those bodies, Joe.
Can't imagine. Cal Perry in Kyiv. Cal, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it. Let's focus on Washington's response to Ukraine. The EPA is hoping to give you some relief at the pump by allowing for summertime sales of gas with higher ethanol, a move that should lower prices. But that massive ask from President Biden to Congress on aid for Kyiv, it's getting pretty complicated. Not really because of that $33 billion price tag, but because of immigration. Now, there's a whole lot of disagreement on Capitol Hill over the issue because of Title 42. You remember, it is the Trump-imposed rule that lets the U.S. block asylum seekers because of the pandemic, a rule that President Biden wants to lift on May 23rd. The Senate's number 2 Democrat, Dick Durbin, is acknowledging his party may need to concede on Title 42 to get both Ukraine and COVID aid through. So what's the president doing? Well, he's talking about a plan with Mexico Mexico's President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Mike Memoli is outside the White House right now. So, Mike, a senior administration official tells us that the president really wants to assure Mexico's president that they are partners. What does the U.S. want Mexico to do here?
Well, it's interesting. Typically, when we have these kind of calls or meetings between a U.S. president and his Mexican counterpart, they call him AMLO, by the way, acronym for his long name there. They are always emphasizing, listen, the U.S.-Mexico relationship is about a lot more than just immigration, multifaceted, more complicated than just that one issue. But in this case, this meeting, this call today, the White House was acknowledging, listen, migration issues, the situation at the border is the primary point of discussion. Now, what the White House is emphasizing at the same time is that the U.S. and Mexico are equals in this effort, that a lot of the issue is beyond Mexico, especially those northern triangle countries, El Salvador, Guatemala, Nicaragua. And so the efforts really start with Mexico taking a stronger stand at its own border with those Central American countries, but then working collectively to try to do everything they can to boost the economies of those other countries as well to prevent the need for migration. Now, as the White House, this call wrapped up about 3 hours ago. We still actually haven't gotten a readout from the White House about what was specifically discussed, but we do know that part of the goal for this call was to lay the groundwork for a broader summit of Western Hemisphere, actually. It's called the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles in June, and that's a point where we might see a more comprehensive plan, not just from the United States, but from other partners in the region.
So, Mike, let's talk about that vibe on the Hill with all this aid money. The president's been saying it's up to Congress to make an immigration plan. So any sign that the president is willing to let lawmakers compromise on this Title 42 issue?
Well, this is an interesting point. You talked about Senator Durbin saying they might need to concede on this issue, essentially. But then we have progressives in the House. Pramila Jayapal from Washington, she spoke with our colleague Peter Alexander earlier and said, listen, the Progressive Caucus in the House, they won't vote for any piece of legislation that would do what a lot of Republicans and even some Democrats say they're willing to do, which is add an amendment that would prevent Title 42 from being lifted. That leads to a situation where the House, with such thin majorities for Democrats, won't be able to pass that. And so that really leaves the Democrats, the White House in particular, maybe hoping for an outside factor here. The courts, of course, have taken up this issue, a challenge from a number of attorneys general in Republican-led states that have at least temporarily led to an order to not lift that Title 42 restriction. That might be ultimately how the White House gets out of this jam.
Of course, Mike, politics hovers over all of this, and a recent poll shows just 35% of Americans approve of how the president's handling immigration. I mean, quickly on this point, how worried is the White House that Republicans are going to make this a huge midterm issue?
Some of the strongest Democratic voices against what the administration is trying to do, Mark Kelly of Arizona, Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, what do they have in common? Border states with significant Hispanic populations who are also up for re-election this year. That's something the White House is also mindful of as well.
Mike Memoli, all right, thank you so much. Battling whatever protest or whatever is happening just down below there.
The White House.
Another day outside the White House. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. All right, any day now, Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt is expected to sign one of the most restrictive abortion laws in the country. That bill was just approved by the state legislature there. Now, just like the Texas law, it would ban the procedure in the state after 6 weeks or at the sign of a fetal heartbeat before most women even know they're pregnant. It also encourages civilians to sue any doctor who performs an abortion or anyone who helps, with a $10,000 reward if that suit is successful. Abortion rights groups worry that the new restrictions will not only reduce abortion access for women in Oklahoma, but also for those who travel from another state like Texas looking for access. The legislation comes just weeks after Governor Stitt signed another law making it a felony to perform abortions in the state. So joining me now is NBC's Blaine Alexander. So Blaine, why sign this legislation into law when that near total ban on abortion in Oklahoma goes into effect this summer?
Joe, that's a great question, and it all comes down to two words: an emergency provision. So essentially, this newly passed piece of legislation has on it an emergency provision, meaning that as soon as it's signed into law, it goes into effect there in the state of Oklahoma. There's lag time on that other piece of legislation that Governor Stitt has already signed into law. That doesn't go into effect until August. However, when he signs this, and again, he's already indicated that he's ready to sign any anti-abortion legislation that hits his desk, as soon as that is signed, it will become the law of the land in Oklahoma. Joe?
Let's talk about how the impact of this does go beyond Oklahoma. A study out of Texas showed that late last year, 45% of Texan women seeking abortions went to Oklahoma after that Texas law was passed. So what does this mean for them now that that option is gone too?
It means that they would have to go someplace else, Joe. You know, really, 45%, that's nearly half of the women who have just gone up across the border into Oklahoma to get those abortions done. In fact, it's something that Governor Stitt actually referred to when he was signing the previous legislation. So it's certainly something that it already seems that Oklahoma lawmakers who were in support of this law had in mind. It's something that they knew and something that they noticed and something that this law, again, once it's signed, it goes into effect immediately. It's something that this law would stop once it goes into effect, Joe.
And Blaine, Oklahoma is one of 13 states that have what's known as a trigger law. That means if Roe versus Wade were to be overturned by the Supreme Court, that these states could automatically ban most abortions. It would kick in right away. So what would that look like as we wait, of course, for this huge Supreme Court ruling on the Mississippi abortion law decision on the case?
Well, again, if this were to happen, if the Supreme Court were to overturn Roe v. Wade, it means that almost immediately a good majority, not a majority of the country, but many more states in the country would suddenly not have abortions. It would either go into effect immediately or very soon thereafter. Now, these are kind of laws that you would think of as just kind of like an abortion ban in waiting. Essentially, they're things that are already ready to go. But as soon as any action that comes down from the Supreme Court that would trigger those laws, that law would go into effect. Now, as for how that would work, if it means, you know, a total ban on abortion, if it would mean a ban after 15 weeks, which is what the Mississippi law has in place, that would depend on how the opinion is actually written. But again, all of this is waiting to see what the Supreme Court will ultimately decide in this. Joe.
All right, Blaine Alexander. Blaine, thank you so much. Kids under the age of 5 could get their first COVID vaccine in June. The FDA promised today not to delay the vaccine rollout for children who are not yet eligible for the shot. Right now, it's reviewing shots from Moderna and likely Pfizer in the coming weeks. Both companies have already started submitting data to the agency. An FDA committee of advisors plans to meet in June to discuss the vaccines. COVID is apparently being ruled out as a possible cause of a hepatitis outbreak in kids that has killed at least one child in Wisconsin. The Centers for Disease Control published a report today looking at a mysterious outbreak in Alabama that affected 9 kids. The CDC's report shows none of the Alabama kids with the liver disease tested positive for COVID when they were admitted to the hospital, and none had it before. They were also all unvaccinated. At least 8 other states are also investigating possible cases. Erica Edwards joins me now. So, Erica, the CDC seems to be ruling out any link with COVID. Are they looking at other patterns and possible causes?
Yeah. Hey, Joe. Good afternoon. That's exactly right. And in fact, it's an adenovirus right now that is the main suspect. In the CDC report that was released today that you mentioned, all 9 of those kids tested positive for an active adenovirus infection. 5 of those 9 tested positive for a very specific type of adenovirus, 41. Historically, it's known to cause gastrointestinal issues in children. Rarely, it can also cause hepatitis, but in general, those cases have been limited to children with underlying health conditions, weakened immune systems. What's odd in this case, Joe, is that these kids were all perfectly healthy before hepatitis struck them. Joe?
So, Eric, I mean, you spoke with a family that had to go through something extraordinary. They're in Arizona. Their child ended up needing a liver transplant. What more can you tell us about what happened in their case?
Yeah, so I spoke with the Cunha family in Arizona earlier this week. Their 3-year-old daughter, Quinn, had to have a liver transplant a year ago in July. She was perfectly healthy before this. She developed, as you can see there on the screen, severe yellowing of her skin, jaundice, yellowing of her eyes. This is, of course, her after her transplant. She's doing much better now, but she was very fatigued. She had some gastro issues. She just lost her appetite. She went from being perfectly healthy to needing a liver transplant within just a few weeks. Doctors never determined what the cause was. She did have that liver transplant. She's doing great today. But it's a prime example of one of these cases, unexplained hepatitis cases, that physicians nationwide now are looking into to see if it fits the criteria for this latest round of mysterious hepatitis cases. Joe?
Just unreal how quickly those kids have been needing those liver transplants. Bottom line, what is it parents should look for in their kids?
So a lot of these cases have been gastrointestinal in general: vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, nausea. Some kids have had some upper respiratory issues, also jaundice. But, parents know that, kids get these stomach bugs all the time. The telltale sign is what I pointed out a few minutes ago, that severe jaundice, the yellowing of the skin, the yellowing of the whites in the eyes. And also, parents, your kids, right? If they're just not acting like themselves, your gut's going to tell you that something's off, and that's really the time to call the pediatrician. Joe?
Some helpful advice there. Erica Edwards, thank you so much. Questions are swirling around a Colorado prisoner and whether he's the first known U.S. case of that highly contagious strain of bird flu. Now, the flu has likely killed hundreds of birds and spread across more than 24 states. The Colorado Health Department says the man was working on a farm in Colorado when he was exposed to the bird flu. They do not know for certain whether he was actually infected with the virus or if it only contaminated the surface of his nose at the time the test was taken. He initially tested positive, but has since tested negative for the virus, and he remains in isolation as a precaution. While the virus rarely infects people, it can be severe when it does. The CDC says that its mortality rate is 60%. Dr. John Torres joins me now. Doctor, I know a lot of people hear that number and they're definitely concerned. Now, the CDC is saying the risk to people is still low, but we've got this virus infecting now more than 35 million birds across 29 different states. How concerned should we be?
And Joe, I don't think we need to be very concerned. I definitely think we don't need to panic, because if you look at the numbers here, like you mentioned, 35 million birds affected, 29 countries. It's in other countries around the world as well. And this is very contagious and very deadly for birds. But as far as humans, it's very difficult for humans to get this. They have to be in close contact. And what you're talking about here in Colorado, or the first case here in the U.S., there's only 2 cases worldwide. The other one is in the U.K. It was a gentleman who was on a work release program. He was actually culling chickens because these chickens were infected. So these were infected chickens that he was in close proximity to. He was handling. He had supposedly PPE, the protective equipment, but we don't know if he was actually wearing it or not. And then he complained of fatigue. The only symptom he had, they tested him, found out it was positive, but the state epidemiologist here in Colorado said, we're not even sure if that means that the virus was in his body or the virus was just in his nose because he'd been in so close proximity to those chickens. And so, again, this is not something I think most of us need to be concerned with unless you're somebody who's directly handling chickens. And then in that case, or other birds, because it's spreading to other birds as well, especially wild birds. And so in cases like that, yes, but for most of us, something just to keep an eye on. And right now we know it can rarely pass from animals to humans. Again, 2 in the world, but it hasn't done that human-to-human transmission, which is when we get worried, Joe.
Yeah, and let's be clear on how you can't get it. You can't get this from eating eggs or chicken or turkey, right?
Exactly. As long as you cook them well, you can't get this or some of the other bacteria that might live in the meat and eggs as well. So what the CDC says is just make sure you use safe handling procedures. You cook them like you normally do to protect yourself, not just from this, but more importantly from some of the other foodborne illnesses out there.
And doctor, if someone thinks they could have been exposed, when is the time that they should call the doctor?
So if they were in close proximity to chickens in particular, but other birds as well, especially those birds were sick and they're starting to feel flu-like symptoms. And we know what those are because we've been going through this for a couple of years here. You're feeling under the weather, maybe low-grade fevers, maybe chills, those types of things. Number one, talk to your doctor. If you don't have a doctor, call your county health department and they can walk you through this, because this is not a regular test that you can just get at most doctor's offices. This is a test that needs to be done at the county or state level. So call them and let them know and go from there. But again, for the most of us, not something to worry about. If you do have chickens, if you are dealing with chickens or turkeys or other fowls out there, just make sure that you wear a mask, you wear gloves, you wear goggles, and you wash your hands afterwards. Again, things we've been dealing with for 2 years with the pandemic, same things you want to do here.
All right, Dr. Torres, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, a judge made a very rare move in the Blac Chyna defamation case against the Kardashian family. Why Kim Kardashian may be breathing a little bit easier tonight. And it was all wrong, but now it's all right. A big reversal from Dolly Parton. What the icon says she'll do next that has a lot of fans, including myself, quite happy.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news,
You have to be in it.
these are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Just a couple hours ago, a Los Angeles judge cleared Kim Kardashian of a defamation claim made by Blac Chyna. That's according to our reporter in the courtroom. This is good news for Kardashian, but she's not necessarily off the hook yet. She's still part of a contract interference charge. This comes after days of emotional testimony, a lot of it revolving around one fight between Rob Kardashian and Blac Chyna, where she allegedly tried to strangle him, hit him with a 6-foot rod, and pointed an unloaded gun at him. It's all part of a $100 million civil trial where Chyna alleges that Kim, along with her two sisters, Kylie, Khloe, and their mom, Kris, defamed her, which led to the cancellation of her reality show. All right, Danny Savalos is here to help us break all of this down. There was plenty of confusion as we were trying to interpret what it was that happened this afternoon. So, Danny, help us understand. Kardashian is not totally clear here, but give us a sense of what happened and how much of a win this is for her.
That's right. The judge threw out the defamation claim against Kardashian. And what that means in a directed verdict is the judge is saying, look, you have to make out these elements of a case. In defamation, that is that a statement was made and that statement caused someone harm because it was false. Now, in this case, Kardashian argued that she didn't actually make the statement according to the plaintiff's case. The plaintiff's case was essentially that she ratified it or agreed with it or sort of supported an allegedly defamatory statement. And ultimately, the judge concluded that the plaintiff had so little evidence on that element that the judge can take it away from the jury. In other words, there isn't even enough evidence for that defamation claim to go to the jury. It's taken out, it's stricken. But the remaining claims can go forward. Doesn't mean she wins. It means she's got a shot with the jury.
And this is important, Danny. The court filing only mentions that Kim was cleared. So what does this mean for her sisters, Khloe and Kylie, and their mom, Kris Jenner, who are also part of this case?
It means they're not cleared. It doesn't necessarily mean at all that they defamed anyone. All this means is that those claims that remain in the case go to the jury against each of those defendants. They may still win. The jury may still say, hey, there isn't even enough for us to find the defendants liable that are remaining in the defamation case. But what's important is that directed verdict motions are rarely granted. We make them all the time at the end of a case. In criminal and civil cases, they're rarely granted because most of the time the plaintiff has come up with a scintilla of evidence, enough to get to a jury. That's why they're so rarely granted. What that essentially says is that the plaintiff, at least as to the defamation claim against Kim Kardashian, was so woefully inadequate in coming forward with evidence that they didn't even get the privilege of getting a jury to look at their case.
Now, there is still this other charge. It's for interference with a contract. Does this win for Kim Kardashian here today? Could it impact what's still to come?
In civil litigation, we have our A-list claims, our causes of action, and then you have the stuff that you throw in like the kitchen sink at the end. And intentional interference with business contracts, in whatever it's called in different states, is sort of what you put at the end. It's a catch-all. It's a hard claim to win because the reality is business involves interfering with contracts and prospects and business. I mean, you're in business to make things happen. And when you make things happen, sometimes it doesn't help someone else. And, you know, look, they're not happy about it. That doesn't mean they have a claim. The bottom line is I'm not saying Blac Chyna doesn't have a case for intentional interference with business relations, but these are hard cases to make out. That's why we lawyers put that at the end of the laundry list of our claims.
Danny Ceballos, thanks for breaking that down and not throwing the kitchen sink at us. We appreciate it.
No same.
All right, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks that you should know about tonight. Here's number 1. Temperatures in India and Pakistan are hitting dangerously high levels. We're talking 110 degrees over in Delhi, and one city in Pakistan topped 117. These temps are increasing fire risks, threatening crops, and even speeding up the melting of glaciers. Number 2, a New York judge Friday denied a request from former President Trump to lift his contempt charge after new affidavits from the former president's lawyer said he did comply with the New York Attorney General's inquiry. Earlier this week, the New York judge ordered the former president to pay $10,000 each day because of this contempt charge. Number 3, teachers at a school district in South Lake, Texas, discovered a new clause in their contracts this week. It's called a non-disparagement agreement, and it says teachers must not criticize or defame the district, its employees, or officials to the media. This comes just months after teachers publicly shared concerns about advice from an administrator who said books on the Holocaust should be balanced with books that show, quote, opposing perspectives. Number 4, in a new reversal, Dolly Parton said today she would accept her nomination to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame if she gets the votes. This comes a few weeks after saying she would decline a call to the Hall because she didn't consider herself a rock artist and didn't want to take that spot from someone else. And number 5, this year's NFL draft kicked off yesterday. The Jacksonville Jaguars had the first pick and selected Georgia defensive end Travon Walker. Perhaps the biggest surprise, only one quarterback was drafted in the first round, and that was the number 20 pick. The draft continues tonight. China is taking no chances when it comes to coronavirus. Its leaders today saying that it should stick to its zero COVID policy despite the cost to its economy. Now, while Shanghai is beginning to allow some places to reopen, Beijing temporarily closed a mall and some other non-essential businesses today as it tries to control the spike in cases. Right now, the strategy in the capital does seem to be working, with just 228 cases since that outbreak a week ago. Here in the U.S., cases are on the rise at more than 50% in the last 2 weeks, but hospitalizations and deaths are still going down. So two very different approaches here. While we, along with other countries, are learning to adapt, Chinese leaders are going for strict crackdowns. NBC's Ron Allen joins me down with more. So Ron, China's COVID stance, it's costing its economy a lot. Growth this year projected to be just about half of what it was last year. That impact isn't going to be felt just in China, but really it's going to be felt around the world, right?
Yeah, we live in a time of global markets for just about everything, and China not cranking out goods, which are usually less expensive than in other parts of the world, is going to have an effect. But we're at a period now where there are many different things happening around the world. The United States is trying to emerge out of the pandemic. There's an inflation problem. The war in Ukraine is happening. Russia of late has started to try to manipulate the energy situation there to its advantage, and that's going to cause some global ripples for prices as well. I think the bottom line is that things are bottled up for a time. In China, there's huge supply chain issues. There are factories that are still shut down. There is not a lot of production happening. And it's unclear whether this strategy of zero COVID is in fact going to stop the spread of this new variant, Omicron, that's happening over there. And it's hitting these big, huge commercial centers, Beijing and Shanghai, which collectively have about 40 million people or more, about 25 and 21 million people in each city respectively, and they are the life engines of the Chinese economy. And it's unclear, again, whether how this zero COVID policy will affect all that, how much longer this will go on, and what all that will do to various global markets.
Ron, let's talk politics. Is there any chance that this could cost President Xi Jinping the election this fall, or do the people of China really believe overall that this zero COVID strategy is a good policy?
Well, remember, we're not talking about a democracy, primaries and campaigns and ads and all that. The short answer is no, probably, and there doesn't seem to be a challenger emerging in the party, and it seems that this policy is going to continue, and it's going to be what it is. Xi is not facing any significant opposition, as I'm hearing and seeing, and the expectation is that he will be in office for 5 more years once this happens, once the election happens.
All right, Ron Allen. Ron, thank you so much. Let's turn back now to the U.S. economy. We mentioned earlier the turmoil in the markets, and that uncertainty on Wall Street has hit Main Street. It's certainly showing up in the gender pay gap. A new study released Wednesday shows just how big the disparities are for women in this country, especially for women of color. It is from the University of Wisconsin Population Health Institute, and the data is stark. It shows that for every dollar a man makes, women only earn 80 cents. And it takes a long time to make up for that gap. The most for Hispanic women. They'd have to work nearly 10 months more per year to earn what an average white man makes in 1 year. That's only been made worse by the pandemic and childcare. Jolene Kent looks at how more and more Americans are not able to make a livable wage.
Frankie Robertson's work advocating for Black and brown mothers has given her a front row seat to many of the pressures put on families in this pandemic.
I'm the mom of 2. I have a 4-year-old daughter and a 6-year-old son. I am married.
Pressures that often hit close to home, from inflation to taking care of her children while working.
How do you handle it on a psychological and emotional level as you're trying to spin all of these plates?
Wow. First, let me say that psychologically and emotionally, it's been very difficult. The mom guilt is so real.
But Frankie considers herself lucky.
Even with that, there's a great deal of privilege that socioeconomically, we are at a certain place. There are so many people who they don't even have a living wage to even get started, to even talk about cutting back.
This reality is reflected in new data from the University of Wisconsin's Population Health Institute.
On average, an adult with 2 children would need to earn about $35.80 in order to meet their basic needs, things like paying for rent, adequate food, transportation, internet, and taxes. Yet we know that that is far higher than what most people are actually making.
That living wage far outpaces the federal minimum wage, currently $7.25 an hour. The report indicating economic security is out of reach for many women, due in part to persisting gender pay gap.
Women are earning about 80 cents on the dollar. And when we break it down by racial and ethnic groups, we can see that Latina women, for example, are having to work almost 299 more days in order to earn the same salary as a white man in a comparable job. Black women would have to work just about 7 more months, 222 days to reach that same salary.
Childcare is a major issue, with one report saying the average cost is more than $10,000 a year.
We know that about 25% of a family with 2 children's income is going to pay for childcare, which is much higher than the 7% of income that the federal government suggests we spend.
As for raising the minimum wage, some conservatives and business organizations say the added cost is expensive and may lead to increased unemployment. However, for those shocked by the statistics, Robertson says it's time to take action.
Use your influence, use your privilege, use your connection to reach out to policymakers who basically can change these things.
Joe Lane Kent joins me now. So, Joe, based on the conversations you had, what are people saying about what could be done to try and help close these gaps and really improve incomes for women?
Well, Joe, you've heard these solutions before, and they remain the same, and these policy ideas persist. We're talking about paid family leave, paid sick leave. Further along the political spectrum, the idea of universal basic income is also on the table here, but that, of course, very controversial. But basically, this new data confirms what we've known for a while, that people in both rural and urban areas are grappling with systemic barriers that the University of Wisconsin says gets in the way of people's ability for everyone to live long and to live well, Joe.
Joe Lane Kent reporting from Los Angeles. Joe, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Still ahead, some big news out of Major League Baseball. LA Dodgers pitcher Trevor Bauer punished by the league, accused of violating its domestic abuse policy. We're going to explain. And climate change has unleashed some devastating storms over the last few years. In tonight's original, we're talking about so-called Earth ships and how they could help keep people safe.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Tennis legend Boris Becker is headed to jail. More on how prosecutors say he tried to play the system during a bankruptcy case. That's coming up in a bit. But first, NBC covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you could not possibly read, watch, or listen to all of them, well, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, some very scary moments for a woman in New Jersey when her car plunged into the Delaware River yesterday. The car went over a metal fence surrounding a pier next to the river. 3 officers had to jump into the water to rescue the woman. She's in the hospital. No word on her condition or what caused this all to happen. From our West Coast Bureau, California's Attorney General is subpoenaing ExxonMobil as part of the state's investigation into the plastic pollution crisis. The state is accusing oil companies of lying to consumers about how harmful their plastic products are. ExxonMobil tells NBC News that the Attorney General's claims are meritless and that the company is focused on solutions to improve waste management. Also out of our West Coast Bureau, passengers on a flight out of San Diego had a bit of a holdup before takeoff, not because of a safety or a mechanical issue, but because of an unexpected visitor, a pelican blocking the taxiway. Officers eventually got the bird out of the way with some gentle persuading. The pelican was not hurt during the ordeal. All right, now we want to bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. Today's topic, climate solutions, an issue that NBC has been covering all week. Here we're talking housing. Extreme weather events across the country like wildfires and hurricanes are threatening our infrastructure. How do you make the most of the resources you've got available? Well, one community in New Mexico thinks they've got that figured out. Their solution, earthships, off-the-grid homes made almost entirely from recycled materials. You can generate your own electricity, grow your own food, and more. Maura Barrett went to the city of Taos to check it out.
One man's trash, another man's treasure. Here in Taos, New Mexico, that treasure taking shape as hyper-sustainable homes.
It is resilient. It is made to deal with the world around it.
Michael Reynolds designed the original concept 55 years ago, creating structures he calls earthships.
It's a machine to live in that encounters the phenomena of the planet to give you everything you need free without destroying the planet.
Reynolds has since grown that concept into a company called Earthship Biotecture, also creating a community where people can live in or spend a night in one of his creations. With a big screen TV and a full-size kitchen, some earthships look like a traditional home, while others are more artistic. Either way, they're all completely off-grid and are built from 40% recycled materials. They run using solar and wind electricity and harvest rainwater for reuse.
You're flushing your toilet with the water you took a shower in yesterday.
So when you experience dark skies and intense winds like we did on our visit, it's actually a good thing.
I am getting water, not in a plastic bottle. I've got it no matter what happens to the stores or to the deliveries. And so, yeah, when it rains, I smile.
Gives you a better appreciation for what Earth gives us.
Mm-hmm. The Earth gives us everything. We just had to learn how to encounter it. It's a different way of looking at life on this planet.
Earthships sprouting up across 35 states and internationally. Their popularity has also spawned critics who say the homes can prove less sustainable and self-sufficient in practice than at first glance. But interest in the ambitious environmental vision and the idea of saving on energy costs continues to grow. The demand spurring the need for the Earthship Academy.
So there's your purlin. One of its functions is to attach the insulation.
Students at this session came from across the world, inspired to build their own Earthships after watching climate disasters like extreme drought and storms leave traditional homes without power.
I would also like to see how to implement certain concepts into the conventional housing that already exists in cities and towns, because I think it will be worth saving on energy, which is, the energy costs are going up every day, and I think it's quite scary for a lot of people.
A sustainable home, Earthship, life raft, whatever you want to call it.
It's a yacht. It's a life yacht.
It's taking on the climate crisis, one recycled tire, can, and bottle at a time.
It might seem a little daunting. The reality is some Earthship owners might have to put in a water delivery in a really dry year, depending on how they conserve their resources. But in a world where policymakers are slow to enact big change when it comes to clean energy or bigger projects, this gives individuals the option to make a small difference on their own.
All right, Maura, thank you. After the break, an ex-Wimbledon champ sentenced to jail. How Boris Becker's money problems got him into big trouble. We're going to explain next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information